but was also a Precarista boss rumored to have killed several men and to have fathered 80 children. Pérez had a huge extended family, numerous contacts, and quite a few men at his beck and call. It was to him that Celia Sanchez had gone to prepare for a civilian rebel support network in the Sierra. With no love for the authorities, Pérez had placed himself, his family, and relatives such as Guillermo Garcia his nephew as well as some of his workers at Fidel's disposal. If Fidel had any qualms about working with such a man, he didn't show it. Restructuring his general staff the day after Christmas 1956, he promoted Crescencio Pérez and one of his sons to a new 5-man Estado Mayor, presided over by himself as Comandante, his bodyguard, Universo Sanchez, and Che. His brother Raúl and Juan Almeida, having shown their mettle by leading their groups out of Alegría de Pío, were made platoon leaders commanding 5 men each. As advance scouts, he named Ramiro Valdez, a Moncada veteran and one of Fidel's early adherents, the newly resurrected Calixto Morales, and another man, Armando Rodriguez. Given the recent debacle and the actual size of his force, not to mention his dubious prospects for success, Fidel's grandiloquent handout of an officer's rank to 7 of the 15 men with him might seem almost comic, but it was born of Fidel's boundless faith in himself. He had lost more than 2/3 of his force and practically all his armaments and supplies, but he had reached the Sierra, he had renewed his lifelines to the July 26 underground in the cities, and he now had Crescencio Pérez at his side to help familiarize him with the new terrain and to rebuild his army. He placed his new Guajiro officer in charge of all peasant recruits, with his nephew Guillermo Garcia as his deputy. Indeed, Fidel was already behaving as if he were Cuba's commander-in-chief. He had established a rigid hierarchy for the army he intended to lead to power, with himself situated firmly at the top. The autocratic nature he would become famous for was already visible as he fired off messages to the Llano, demanding weapons and supplies from the hard-pressed urban underground while simultaneously turning his attention to bringing the Sierra and its inhabitants under his domain. For all the post-triumph revolutionary lyricism about the noble peasantry of the Sierra Maestra, in these early times Fidel and his men were very much on alien ground. They neither knew nor understood the hearts and minds of the locals, and they relied on Crescencio and his men to negotiate for them, often with disastrous results. In many of his early contacts with the area's peasants, Fidel passed himself off as an army officer, gingerly feeling out where their true sympathies might lie. Che, who worried about the danger of being trapped by the army if they remained too long in one spot, bristled at Fidel's decision to linger. As they waited for some volunteers who were being sent by Celia Sanchez, he wrote in his journal, "It doesn't seem wise to me, but Fidel insists on it." Couriers came and went from Manzanillo, bringing hand grenades, dynamite, and machine gun ammo, along with 3 books Che had requested, algebra, and a basic history of Cuba, and a basic Cuba geography. The volunteers didn't appear, but half a dozen new Guajiro recruits trickled into camp, and the rebel army began to grow. The fact that locals were volunteering was a triumph. Finally, on December 30th, Fidel decided to wait no longer and to head deeper into the mountains toward a new sanctuary. Che's diary entries acquired a more reassured, secure tone. Late on New Year's Eve, a courier brought the news that an army battalion was preparing to come into the Sierra after them. Che wrote, "The last day of the year was spent in instruction of the new recruits, reading some, and doing the small things of war." V. New Year's Day 1957 brought rain and new details of the enemy's plans. 400 soldiers were on their way into the mountains, and all the local garrisons had been reinforced. Guided by a local Guajiro, the rebels continued their exhausting trek. The night of January 2nd was an ordeal recorded by Che as a slow and fatiguing march, through muddy trails, with many of the men suffering from diarrhea, but the next day his diary had a tone of grim satisfaction. The good news was received that Nene Jerez was badly wounded and is dying. Nene Jerez was the one who guided the soldiers to the place we were ambushed in La Alegría de Pío. By January 5 they could see the 4,000-foot high Pico Caracas, the first of the series of jungle-covered mountains crowning the Sierra Maestra's central spine. The perspectives are good, because from here to La Plata is all steep and forested, ideal for defense, Che observed. 9 of the promised volunteers arrived from Manzanillo, and they camped in the Mulatto Valley on the flanks of Pico Caracas, awaiting updates on the army's movements. Contradictory reports were coming in from their Guajiro couriers. One said there were no soldiers in the vicinity, but another gave the alarming news that a Chivito had gone to report their presence to a nearby garrison. On January 9, they decided to move off again, and by the next afternoon, from a new bivouac with a good vantage point, they saw that the report about the Chivitazo had been accurate. 18 naval marines appeared walking along the road leading from the Macias garrison, apparently heedless of any danger. But the rebels didn't attack. They were waiting for Guillermo Garcia returning from a fruitless final mission to look for survivors from the Granma and a food delivery, and Fidel wanted to be well prepared before engaging the enemy in battle. Che rued the lost opportunity. It would have been an easy target, he wrote in his journal. To counter government claims of their defeat and build up civilians' confidence in their fighting capabilities as well as to boost their own morale, the rebels needed to prove they were a force to be reckoned with. This meant launching an attack, preferably against a remote and ill-defended garrison where they could retain the element of surprise. La Plata, some small coastal barracks with reportedly few guardias, seemed to offer the perfect opportunity to Fidel. Che had different ideas, and he wrote in his diary on January 10, Fidel's plan is to carry out an ambush and escape to the forests with enough food for several days. It doesn't seem bad to me, but it's a lot of weight to carry. My plan was to form a central camp with abundant food and from there send out assault troops. Che was also concerned about the men who could be counted on in the event of combat. Together with the temporary casualty of Ramiro Valdez, who had hurt his knee in a fall, there are 1 or 2 definitive casualties among the Manzanilleros. One had already been told he could leave after announcing suspiciously, it seemed to Che that he had tuberculosis, and a couple of the others seemed indecisive. He was also worried about the menace posed by Chivitos, and in his journal he vowed to deal with this threat. A lesson must be given. The next day, as Che had predicted, 5 of the Manzanilleros opted to leave the field, but Fidel decided to press on. Their presence in the area had become too well known for them to stay put. A first goal was to kill 3 local mayorals, or plantation foremen, who, Che wrote, were the terror of the peasants. The 3 overseers worked for the Núñez Beatty Timber and Sugar Company and had earned notoriety among the Guajiros for their brutality. Killing them would earn the rebels popularity among the locals. The incapacitated Ramiro was left at the home of a friendly peasant, with a pistol to defend himself, and the rest of the men headed off for La Plata. Guillermo Garcia had shown up with some new peasant recruits. The rebel army had now swelled to 32 men, but they were still short of arms, with only 23 weapons and a few sticks of dynamite and hand grenades among them. They hiked into the night, their path laid out for them by a collaborator who had cut marks into the trees with a machete, and escorted by Eudemio Guerra, a well-known local Precarista leader who had volunteered himself and a neighbor to be their guides. On January 15, with a hostage in tow, a local teenager they had found collecting honey and decided to keep with them in case he was tempted to spread the alarm. The rebels reached a point overlooking the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, about half a mile away from the army encampment. Using their telescopic sights, they could see the target, a half-built barracks sitting in the middle of a clearing between the riverbank and the beach. A group of casually uniformed men were doing domestic chores. Just beyond lay the home of one of the mayorals they had vowed to execute. At dusk a Coast Guard patrol boat loaded with soldiers appeared and apparently signaled to the men on shore. Uncertain what this meant, the rebels decided to stay hidden and delay their attack until the following day. At dawn on January 16, they posted lookouts to observe the barracks. The patrol boat had vanished and no soldiers could be seen. This unnerved them, but by mid-afternoon they decided to make their approach. The whole group forded the river and took up positions alongside the trail leading to the barracks. A little after nightfall, 2 men and 2 boys appeared on the trail, and the rebels seized them. One was a suspected Shivito. To extract information, he was squeezed a little, as Che worded it euphemistically in his diary. The man told them that there were 10 soldiers in the barracks and that Chicho Osorio, one of the most notorious of the 3 mayorals on their hit list, was headed in their direction and could be expected any minute. Osorio appeared, mounted on a mule and escorted by a young black boy on foot. The rebels decided to trick him, and shouted out, "Halt, the rural guard." Osorio shouted back, "Mosquito." The soldier's code word and then his name. The rebels moved in, confiscating Osorio's revolver and a knife found on the boy before leading them over to where Fidel waited. What happened next has become Cuban revolutionary folklore. As Che told it later in his published account of the episode, Fidel made him think he was a colonel of the Guardia Rural who was investigating some irregularities. Osorio, who was drunk, then gave an account of all the enemies of the regime who in his words should have their balls cut off. There was the confirmation of who were our friends and who weren't. With each word he spoke, the unsuspecting Osorio dug his own grave a little deeper. Colonel Fidel asked him what he knew about Eutimio Guerra, their guide, and Osorio replied that it was known that Guerra had hidden Fidel Castro. In fact, Osorio said, he had been looking for Guerra, and if he found him, he would kill him. Giving the inebriated mayoral even more rope, Fidel opined that if Fidel were found, he should also be killed. Osorio agreed enthusiastically and added that Crescencio Perez too should die. Really into his stride now, Osorio went on to brag about men he had killed and mistreated and, as evidence of his prowess, pointed to his feet. "Look," he said, Che wrote afterward, pointing to the Mexican-made boots he wore, and which we wore also, "I got them off one of those sons of whores we killed." There, without knowing it, Chicho Osorio had signed his own death sentence. Then, either so drunk or so naive as to believe that Fidel was indeed a Guardia officer, and anxious to win his favor, Osorio offered to guide them to the barracks to point out the weakness in its security defenses, and even allowed himself to be tied up as a mock prisoner to play his role in the inspector's charade. As they advanced on the barracks, Osorio explained where the sentries stood watch and where the guards slept. One of the rebels was sent ahead to check and returned to report that Osorio's information was accurate. The rebels finally made ready for the attack, leaving Osorio behind in the custody of 2 men. Their orders were to kill him the minute the shooting started, Che wrote matter-of-factly, something they obeyed with strictness. It was now 2:40 in the morning. The rebels fanned out into 3 groups. Their targets were the zinc-roofed barracks and the rustic house next to it, which was owned by the second of their targeted mayorals. When they were about 130 feet away, Fidel fired 2 bursts from his machine gun. Then all the others opened fire. They shouted for the soldiers to surrender but were answered with gunfire. Che and a comrade from the Granma, Luis Crespo, threw their grenades, but neither exploded. Raúl threw a burning stick of dynamite, but nothing happened then either. Fidel ordered them to set fire to the overseer's house. 2 initial attempts were repelled by gunfire, but a third try by Che and Crespo was successful, except that it was not the overseer's house but a storehouse next to it, full of coconuts, that caught fire. The soldiers inside the barracks, evidently fearing they were going to be burned alive, began fleeing. One practically ran into Crespo, who shot him in the chest. Che fired at another man and, although it was dark, believed he had hit him. Bullets flew back and forth for a few minutes, and then the firefight abated. The soldiers in the barracks surrendered, and an inspection of the overseer's house showed it to be full of wounded men. The fight was over. Che took a tally in his diary. The result of the combat was 8 Springfields, 1 machine gun and about 1,000 rounds captured. We had spent approximately 500 rounds. Also we got cartridge belts, helmets, canned food, knives, clothes, and even rum. The Guardia had been hit badly, and the barracks had been so riddled with bullets it looked like a sieve. 2 soldiers lay dead and 5 were wounded, 3 mortally. 3 others were taken prisoner. There were no rebel casualties. Before they withdrew, they set the buildings on fire. Che personally set fire to the house of the overseer, who, along with the barracks commander, a sergeant, had managed to escape. Back in the hills, the rebels freed their prisoners and their civilian hostages, after issuing a warning to the suspected Shivito. Overriding Che's opposition, Fidel gave all their medicine to the soldiers to treat the wounded men who remained in the ravaged clearing below. The rebels' enthusiasm was dampened slightly when realized that their first hostage, the teenage boy, had run away during the fracas, along with a scout. Worse, they had taken with them 2 weapons, a shotgun and the late Chicho Osario's confiscated revolver. It was still only 4:30 a.m. Taking advantage of the remaining darkness, they fled east toward Palma Mocha, a farming community named for the river entering the sea about 2 miles away. They arrived in time to witness what Che described as a pitiful spectacle: families fleeing with their belongings after being warned that the Air Force was going to bomb the area. The maneuver was obvious, Che wrote in his diary. To evict all the peasants, and later the Núñez Beatty Company would take over the abandoned lands. Having seen firsthand the fallout from their action, the rebels moved on, looking for a place to ambush the soldiers they knew would be coming in after them. The men were keyed up and tired when, at a pit stop in the march, Fidel ordered a review of their ammunition. Each man was supposed to have 40 rounds. When Sergio Acuna, one of the new Guajiro recruits, was found with 100 rounds, Fidel asked him to give up the excess, and he refused. Fidel ordered him arrested, and Acuna cocked his rifle threateningly. The incident was defused when Raúl and Crescencio persuaded Acuna to hand over his weapon and ammunition, telling him that his infraction would be ignored if he made a formal request to stay with the rebels. Che was displeased with this solution but wrote in his journal, "Fidel agreed," creating a really negative antecedent that would later rear its head, because Acuna was seen to have gotten away with imposing his will. The rebels marched on and reached a peasant's home in a clearing, surrounded by a forested rise of land on 3 sides, and near a creek that Che christened Arroyo del Infierno, Hell's Creek. The site offered both water and an escape route, and was a perfect place to lay an ambush. As they arrived, the owner was preparing to join the exodus to the coast, leaving the place to the rebels, and over the next few days they organized themselves, setting out an ambush position in the forest with good views of the house and the dirt track leading into the clearing. The men were jumpy, though, and one morning as he and Fidel inspected the fighter's position, Che was almost shot when a fighter saw him coming from a distance and fired off a round at him. It was partly Che's fault. He was wearing an army corporal's cap he had taken as a trophy at La Plata. Even more alarming was the reaction of the other rebels, who, instead of scrambling into defensive positions at the sound of the gunshot, immediately ran off into the bush. In his later published account, Che told of being shot at but omitted any mention of the men's running away. Instead, he used the anecdote as a parable to exalt the condition of men at war. This incident was symptomatic of the state of high tensions that prevailed as we waited for the relief the battle would bring. At such times, even those with nerves of steel feel a certain trembling in the knees, and each man longs for the arrival of that luminous moment of battle. All was quiet for a few more days. Fidel ordered provisions from some of the few peasants who had remained in the area, and he repaid a farmer who showed up looking for a lost pig, one that Fidel had shot for food on their first day in camp. They began hearing rumors that the army was inflicting reprisals on local peasants for the La Plata attack. Their new guide, Eudemio Guerra, took off for his home, carrying some messages for Fidel and orders to find out about the army's movements. The rebels anxiously listened to their radio, but no news of the army's activity was broadcast. Before dawn on January 22, they heard gunshots in the distance and they readied themselves for battle, but the morning dragged by and no soldiers appeared. Then, at noon, a figure appeared in the clearing. Calixto Garcia, seated next to Che, spotted him first. They looked through their telescopic sights. It was a soldier. As they watched, a total of 9 figures came into view and gathered around the huts. Then the shooting began. Che recorded it in his field diary. Fidel opened fire and the man fell immediately, shouting "Ay mi madre." His 2 companions fell immediately as well. All of a sudden I realized there was a soldier hidden in the second house barely 20 meters from my position. I could see only his feet, so I fired in his direction. At the second shot he fell. Luis Crespo brought me a grenade sent by Fidel because they had told him there were more people in the house. Luis covered me and I entered, but fortunately there was nothing else. Che recovered the rifle and cartridge belt of the soldier he had hit, then inspected the body. He had a bullet under the heart with exit on the right side. He was dead. To his certain knowledge, Che had killed his first man. 6. While Che was proving himself in combat, Hilda and the baby were visiting with the Guevara family in Argentina. On New Year's, Escobedo Sr. had called Hilda with the news of his son's first message and sent her a ticket to fly to Buenos Aires. On January 6, after 3 weeks at home with her own family in Lima, she flew to Buenos Aires with the baby to meet her in-laws for the first time. They bombarded her with questions. Why had their Escobedo gone into harm's way for a foreign cause? Who was Fidel Castro, anyway? It was quickly apparent to Hilda that Escobedo, or Ernstito as his aunts still called him, was the family's favorite son. Because of their deep affection for Escobedo, she wrote, his parents found it hard to adjust to the idea of his being in danger. They kept coming back to the feeling that it would be better if he were in Argentina. She did her best to explain what she knew of Ernesto's political evolution, but she was merely repeating things he had already told them in his letters, which they had obvious difficulty in accepting. Celia was most in need of reassurance. I told Dona Celia, my mother-in-law, of the deep tenderness that Escobedo felt for her, Hilda wrote. This was not exaggeration for the sake of comforting her. I knew what she meant to him. Hilda and the baby stayed a month with the Guevaras. When they returned to Lima, she found a letter from Escobedo waiting for her. It was dated January 28, 1957. Querida Vieja, here in the Cuban jungle, alive and thirsting for blood, I'm writing these inflamed, Marty-inspired lines. As if I really were a soldier, I'm dirty and ragged at least. I am writing this letter over a tin plate with a gun at my side and something new, a cigar in my mouth. In the same boasting, hearty tone, he breezily recapped everything that had happened since the Granma's now famous landing, emphasizing the dangers faced and hardships overcome. Our misfortunes continued. We were surprised in the also now famous Alegria, and scattered like pigeons. I was wounded in the neck, and I'm still alive only due to my cat's lives. For a few days I walked through those hills thinking I was seriously wounded. We got reorganized and rearmed and attacked a troop barracks, killing 5 soldiers. They sent select troops after us. We fought these off and this time it cost them 3 dead and 2 wounded. Soon after we captured 3 guards and took their guns. Add to all this the fact that we had no losses and that the mountains are ours, and you'll get an idea of the demoralization of the enemy. We slip through their hands like soap just when they think they have us trapped. Naturally the fight isn't all won, there'll be many more battles. But so far it's going our way, and each time we'll do so more. He signed the letter Shancho and sent a gran abrazo to her, as well as hugs and kisses for the baby, and told her that in his rush to leave he had left behind the snapshots he had of them in Mexico City. Could she send them? He gave her the address of a mail drop in Mexico where letters would be forwarded to him eventually. Hilda couldn't have been very pleased by the letter, which she reproduced without comment in her memoirs. While she, the despondent wife and mother, had done little but worry about him, he was having a rousing adventure, thoroughly enjoying life as an unwashed, cigar-smoking, bloodthirsty guerrilla. When he had finally written, he hadn't even inquired or expressed concern for her own possible travails. 7. Over the next 3 weeks, the rebels roamed across the Sierra Maestra, picking up a few new volunteers, but dogged by desertions and chivatazos. On January 30th, the Air Force bombed the place they had chosen for a base camp, on the slopes of Pico Caracas. Although the raid caused no casualties, it sent the rebels on a panicked exodus through the forest. Meanwhile, their pursuers, led by a notoriously brutal officer Major Joaquim Casillas, who was said to possess a private collection of human ears shorn from previous victims, sent out spies disguised as civilians to follow them. His soldiers left in their wake a trail of burned huts and murdered peasants accused of collaborating with the rebels. Che was now emerging as an audacious, even reckless guerrilla fighter. Evidently eager to prove himself and to make up for his sorely felt error of losing his rifle en route from Alegria to Pio, he routinely volunteered for the most dangerous tasks. During the aerial bombardment on Pico Caracas, when everyone else including Fidel ran away, Che stayed behind to pick up stragglers and retrieve abandoned belongings, including weapons and Fidel's comandante cap. Other strong traits were emerging. He had begun to show a prosecutorial severity with guerrilla newcomers, especially those from the city, usually distrusting their personal valor, fortitude, and commitment to the struggle. No less mistrustful of the peasants they met, he often described them in his diary as charlatans, fast talkers, or nervous. He was also developing a deep hatred of cowards, an obsession that was soon to be one of his most renowned and feared wartime traits. He disliked one member of the band in particular, El Gallego José Moran, a veteran from the Granma whom he suspected of cowardice and viewed as a potential deserter. Che sought opportunities to mete out punishment as an example to others. When 3 army spies were detained by the rebels and confessed their true identities, Che was among those who called for their deaths. Fidel chose to show mercy by sending them back to their barracks with a warning and a personal letter from him to their commander. Keen to see the guerrillas tempered into a tough, disciplined fighting force and worried about Fidel's toleration of malingerers and insubordinates, Che was gratified when Fidel finally laid down the law at the end of January. From that moment on, Fidel told his men, 3 crimes would be punishable by death: desertion, insubordination, and defeatism. When one deserter, Sergio Acuna, met a grisly end at the hands of army captors, Acuna was tortured, shot 4 times, then hanged by the neck. Che termed the incident sad but instructive. By the end of January, there were signs that Fidel's little band was having an effect throughout Cuba. Word arrived from Havana that Faustino Perez, Fidel's man there, had raised $30,000 for the rebels, that the July 26 urban cells were carrying out sabotage in the cities, and that there was simmering discontent in army ranks over the embarrassing rebel attacks. Batista was said to be about to fire the army chief of staff, but he and his generals persisted in claiming that the rebels had been virtually exterminated, were on the run, and posed no threat to the army. This propaganda campaign greatly irked Fidel, and he ordered Faustino Perez to arrange an interview for him with a credible journalist who could come to the Sierra and verify his existence to the world at large. He also wanted to hold a meeting with his National Directorate to coordinate strategy, and sent word to Frank Paez and Celia Sanchez to organize a conference. In early February the rebels spent a few days resting up, enduring torrential rains and aimless daily bombing runs by the Air Force. In the comparative lull, Che began giving French lessons to Raúl. These were interrupted when they set out again and Che was weakened by diarrhea and a crippling but short bout of malaria. In an army ambush on a hill called Los Altos de Espinosa, Julio Zenon Acosta, an illiterate black guajiro to whom Che had recently begun teaching the alphabet, was killed. It was the rebels' first combat death since the Granma's landing. Later, Che would exalt Zenon Acosta, whom he called "my first pupil," as the kind of noble peasant who made up the heart and soul of the revolution. As time had worn on, Che and Fidel had begun to suspect that their peasant guide Eudemio Guerra, who came and went, and whose absences always coincided with the army's attacks, was a traitor. After the ambush on Los Altos de Espinosa, they learned from knowledgeable peasants that their suspicions were correct. On one of his outings, Guerra had been captured by the army and promised a reward if he betrayed Fidel. Both the aerial bombardment on Pico Caracas and the latest ambush had been carried out with his collusion. But by the time they learned this, Guevara had vanished, followed by El Gallego Moran. By mid-February a number of men were sick and demoralized, and Fidel decided to conduct a purge. They would be given convalescent leave at a Guajiros farm under Crescencio Perez's care. At the same time, couriers brought word that the members of the July 26 National Directorate were on their way to Orient, and that Herbert Matthews, a prominent New York Times journalist, was arriving to interview Fidel at a farmhouse on the Sierra's northern flanks. It was to be a fateful meeting. 15 Days of water and bombs. Che Guevara was now at war, trying to create a revolution. He had made a conscious leap of faith and entered a domain where lives could be taken for an ideal and where the end did justify the means. People were no longer simply people, each person represented a place within the overall scheme of things and could be viewed, for the most part, as either a friend or an enemy. Those in between were distrusted, as they had to be. His goal was to help Fidel Castro take power, and he awoke each day with the prospect of killing and dying. Just as Che's worldview had been expanded by leaving home, it had contracted when his quest to decide what he believed in was resolved in Marxism. Reality was now a matter of black and white. At the same time, Che believed that the faith he had chosen was limitless. What he was doing had a historic imperative. 2. As the rebels sat down to eat a goat stew cooked for them by a friendly black family on the second day of their trek to the farmhouse where the National Directorate meeting would be held, El Gallego Moran suddenly reappeared. He told an unconvincing tale to explain his disappearance. He had gone out hunting for food and spotted the traitor Eudemio Guerra. When he lost him, he was unable to find his way back to camp. Che remarked in his diary, "The truth of El Gallego's behavior is very difficult to know, but to me it is simply a matter of a frustrated desertion. I advised killing him there and then, but Fidel blew off the matter." Heading on, they reached a rural store owned by a friend of Eudemio Guerra's. The friend was gone, so they broke down the door and discovered a true paradise of canned goods, which they proceeded to devour. After laying a false trail to throw off pursuers, they marched through the night and, at dawn on February 16, reached the farm of a peasant collaborator named Epifanio Diaz. The meeting was to take place there. Fidel and Che, lighting a cigar, in the Sierra Maestra. The members of the National Directorate had already started to arrive. Frank Paez and Celia Sanchez were there. Next came Faustino Perez and Vilma Espin, a new female movement activist from Santiago, then Haiti Santamaria and her fiancé, Armando Hart. This was the active inner core of the July 26 steering group that Fidel had assembled in the summer of 1955 after his release from prison on the Isle of Pines. At 23, Frank Paez was the youngest of the Directorate's members, but he had already chalked up an impressive career as a political activist in Orient, where he was vice president of the Student Federation. Since the creation of the July 26 movement, he had thrown in his lot with Fidel as coordinator of rebel activities in Orient. Celia Sanchez, 37, had been active in the campaign to free the Moncada prisoners and, from her home base in Manzanillo, had collaborated with Fidel since the movement's founding. It was she who had recruited Crescencio Perez and organized the reception party that had awaited the Granma's arrival. Like Fidel, the 37-year-old Dr. Faustino Perez, unrelated to Crescencio, had come out of Havana University and had been a student leader in opposition to Batista after the 1952 coup. Joining forces with Fidel, he had gone to Mexico and been aboard the Granma. Armando Hart, a 27-year-old law student who was the son of a prominent judge, had come out of the Ortodoxo youth movement. Hart joined Faustino Perez in organizing student opposition to Batista and helped found Fidel's movement. His 25-year-old fiancée, Haiti Santamaria, had joined the Moncada assault and been jailed for 7 months afterward. She too was a July 26 founder and had joined in the November 1956 uprising in Orient led by Frank Paez. Her family had already paid dearly for their involvement with Fidel. Her brother Abel, an Ortodoxo youth militant, had been Fidel's deputy until his death by torture at Moncada, and her brother Aldo was in prison for movement activities. The newest face, Vilma Espin, was the 27-year-old, MIT-educated daughter of an affluent Santiago family, a member of Frank Pais's student group, which had fused with the July 26 movement and had participated in the November 1956 uprising. These young, mostly upper-middle-class urbanites were in charge of the movement's entire national underground structure, responsible for everything including recruiting new members, obtaining and smuggling arms and volunteers into the Sierra, raising cash and supplies, disseminating propaganda, conducting foreign relations, undertaking urban sabotage, and continuing the effort to come up with a political platform. It was a historic day. Fidel was meeting Celia Sanchez, soon to become his closest confidant and lover, for the first time. Raúl met the woman who would become his future wife, Vilma Espin. For Che, it was his first look at the men and women who formed the elite backbone of Fidel's revolutionary movement. In general, Che viewed Fidel's middle-class, well-educated colleagues as hopelessly bound to timid notions of what their struggle should achieve, and he was correct in thinking that they held views very divergent from his own. Lacking his Marxist conception of a radical social transformation, most saw themselves as fighting to oust a corrupt dictatorship and to replace it with a conventional Western democracy. Che's initial encounter with the urban leaders reinforced his negative assumptions. Through isolated conversations, he wrote in his diary, I discovered the evident anti-communist inclinations of most of them, above all heart. By the next day, however, his analysis had modified slightly. Of the women, Haiti seems the best oriented politically, Vilma the most interesting. Celia Sanchez is very active but politically strangled. Armando Hart is permeable to the new ideas. Over the next couple of days, one thing became clear: Fidel wanted to make his rebel army the absolute priority of the movement. The National Directorate had come with their own ideas about what the movement's strategy should be, but Fidel told them that their efforts should be directed toward sustaining and strengthening his guerrillas. He sidestepped Faustino's proposal to open a second front nearer Havana in the Escambray Mountains of Villa Clara province, and Frank Pais's argument that he leave the Sierra to give speeches and raise funds abroad. In the end, the others were overwhelmed by Fidel's arguments and agreed to begin organizing a national civic resistance support network. Frank Pais promised to send him a contingent of new fighters from Santiago within a fortnight. Epifanio Diaz's farm, which in the future would serve as their secret gateway to the Sierra, was to be the meeting place. Che was not a member of the National Directorate and, careful not to overstep his authority at this early stage, did not attend their meetings. But he was privy to all that happened in them, and, as his diary reveals, signs of the future rift that would develop between the armed fighters in the Sierra and their urban counterparts in the Llano were already in evidence. For now, Fidel was able to plead his case for the Sierra's priority as an undeniable issue of survival. But as the war expanded, the rift would break into the open as an ideological dispute between left and right, and as a struggle for control between the Llano leaders and Fidel. Herbert Matthews, the senior correspondent for the New York Times and a press veteran of the Spanish Civil War, Mussolini's Abyssinian campaign, and World War II, arrived in camp early on the morning of February 17. Che wasn't present for Matthews's 3-hour interview with Fidel, but Fidel briefed him afterward, and in his diary Che noted the points of most significance to him. Fidel had complained about the military aid lent to Batista by the United States, and, when Matthews had asked if he was anti-imperialist, Fidel had responded carefully that he was if this meant a desire to rid his country of its economic chains. This did not imply, Fidel hastened to add, that he felt hatred for the United States or its people. The gringo, Fidel told Che, had shown friendliness and didn't ask any trick questions. Fidel had engaged in a little trickery of his own, however, by arranging for a fighter to burst in sweatily, bearing a message from the second column. Fidel hoped to make Matthews believe he had a sizable number of fighters, when in fact his rebel army at this point numbered fewer than 20 armed men. When the interview was over, Matthews was driven back to Manzanillo, where he would go on to Santiago, fly to Havana, and board another plane for New York. He knew he had a major scoop on his hands and wanted to publish it as quickly as possible. "The gringo left early," Che wrote in his diary. "And I was on guard when they came to tell me to redouble the vigilance because Eudemio was at Epifanio's house. Juan Almeida led a patrol to seize Eudemio, who, unaware that his treason had been discovered, was taken prisoner, disarmed, and brought before Fidel. By now, an army safe-conduct pass bearing Eudemio's name and proving his collaboration with the enemy had fallen into the rebels' hands. Fidel showed it to him. Eudemio got down on his knees, asking that he be shot to have it over with," Che wrote. Fidel tried to trick him, making him believe he would pardon him, but Eudemio remembered the scene with Chicho Osorio and didn't allow himself to be deceived. Then Fidel announced he would be executed, and Ciro Frias inflicted a heartfelt sermon on him in the tone of an old friend. The man awaited death in silence and a certain dignity. A tremendous downpour began and everything turned black. Precisely what happened next remained a carefully guarded Cuban state secret for decades. None of the eyewitnesses to Eudemio Guerra's execution, the first traitor executed by the Cuban rebels, has ever said publicly who fired the fatal shot. It is easy to see why. The answer is to be found in Che's private diary, in a passage that is unlikely ever to be officially published. "The situation was uncomfortable for the people and for Eudemio," Che wrote, "so I ended the problem giving him a shot with a .32 caliber pistol in the right side of the brain, with exit orifice in the right temporal lobe. He gasped a little while and was dead. Upon proceeding to remove his belongings, I couldn't get off the watch that was tied by a chain to his belt, and then he told me in a steady voice farther away than fear, 'Yank it off, boy, what does it matter?' I did so and his possessions were now mine. We slept badly, Wet and I with something of asthma." Che's narrative is as chilling as it is revealing about his personality. His matter-of-factness in describing the execution, his scientific notations on the bullet's entry and exit wounds, suggest a remarkable detachment from violence. To Che, the decision to execute Eudemio himself was, in his own words, simply a way to end an uncomfortable situation. As for his recollection of Eudemio's posthumous last words, it is simply inexplicable and lends a surreal dimension to the grim scene. It is also in stark contrast to Che's published account of the event. In the chapter Death of a Traitor in Paseas, he rendered the scene with literary aplomb and turned it into a dark revolutionary parable about redemption through sacrifice. Describing the moment when Eudemio fell on his knees in front of Fidel, he wrote, "At that moment he seemed to have aged, on his temple were a good many gray hairs we had never noticed before." Of Ciro's lecture, in which he upbraided Eudemio for causing the deaths and suffering of many of their friends and neighbors, Che wrote, "It was a long and moving speech, which Eudemio listened to in silence, his head bent. We asked him if he wanted anything and he answered yes, that he wanted the revolution, or rather us, to take care of his children. The revolution had kept its promise to Eudemio," Che wrote, "but his name had already been forgotten, perhaps even by his children, who bore new names and were attending Cuba state schools, receiving the same treatment as other children and preparing themselves for a better life. But one day," he added, "they will have to know that their father was executed by the revolutionary power because of his treachery. It is also just that they be told how their father, a peasant who had allowed himself to be tempted by corruption and had tried to commit a grave crime, moved by the desire for glory and wealth, had nevertheless recognized his error, and had not even hinted at a desire for clemency, which he knew he did not deserve. Finally, they should also know that in his last moments he remembered his children and asked that they be treated well." Che completed his parable with a description of the final moment of Eudemio's life that was heavily imbued with religious symbolism. "Just then a heavy storm broke and the sky darkened, in the midst of a deluge, the sky crossed by lightning and the noise of thunder, As one of these strokes of lightning burst and was closely followed by a thunderbolt, Eutimio Guevara's life was ended, and even those comrades standing near him did not hear the shot. This incident was seminal in the growth of Che's mystique among the guerrillas and the peasants of the Sierra Maestra. He had acquired a reputation for a cold-blooded willingness to take direct action against transgressors of the revolutionary code. In fact, according to Cuban sources who prefer anonymity, Che stepped forward to kill Eutimio only when it had become clear that nobody else wanted to take the initiative. Presumably, this included Fidel, who, having given the order for Eutimio's death without selecting someone to carry it out, simply moved away to shelter himself from the rain. One of the Guajiros wanted to place a wooden cross on Eutimio's grave, but Che forbade it on the grounds that it could compromise the family on whose land they were camped. Instead, a cross was carved into a nearby tree. If Che was bothered by the execution, there seemed little sign of it by the next day. In his journal, commenting on the arrival of a pretty July 26 activist at the farm, he wrote, "She is a great admirer of the movement who seems to me to want to fuck more than anything else." 3. On February 18, the summit meeting of the July 26 leaders was over, and Fidel spent the morning writing a manifesto for his urban comrades to take with them and disseminate throughout the island. Fidel's appeal to the Cuban people contained combative language close to Che's heart, and he applauded it in his diary as really revolutionary. The manifesto led off with a brief account of the war, delivered in rhetoric that was suitably overblown for the occasion. Not only had the rebels not been exterminated, he said, they had bravely resisted the modern weapons and vastly superior forces of the enemy in 80 days of fighting, and their ranks had been steadily reinforced by the peasants of the Sierra Maestra. Fidel ended with a 6-point guideline to the country, calling for stepped-up economic sabotage against the sugar harvest, public utilities, transportation, and communication systems, and for the summary and immediate executions of the henchmen who torture and kill revolutionaries, the regime's politicians whose stubbornness and inflexibility have brought the country to this situation, and all those who stand in the way of the movement's success. He also called for the organization of a civic resistance throughout Cuba, an increase in money-raising efforts to cover the rising costs of the movement, and a general revolutionary strike to bring the struggle against Batista to a climax. Defending his decree to burn sugarcane, Fidel wrote, "To those who invoke the workers' livelihoods to combat this measure, we ask, why don't they defend the workers when they suck dry their salaries, when they swindle their retirement pensions, when they pay them in bonds and they kill them from hunger during 8 months? Why are we spilling our blood if not for the poor of Cuba? What does a little hunger today matter if we can win the bread and liberty of tomorrow?" Fidel's manifesto was based on more than a little deception. Just as he had tricked Herbert Matthews into believing he had many more troops than he did, he now declared that his army's ranks were steadily increasing because of peasant support. That support was largely fictitious at this point. Other than Crescencio's loyalty, which Che still had doubts about in those days, the rebels' peasant support was still very tenuous. The rebel band had nearly been annihilated through the betrayal of a peasant, Eutimio Guevara. Many more peasants had heeded the army's advice and fled the Sierra after the attack on La Plata. Although there were some notable exceptions, many of the peasants whom the rebels relied on, either as paid smugglers or as providers of food and other supplies, had their own self-interest at heart. Certainly Fidel's continuing practice of passing himself off as a guardia with unfamiliar peasants showed that he was well aware of the precarious nature of his hold on them. Heading back into the mountains from the Diaz farm, Fidel confronted a peasant who had been detained. He told the man that he and his men were guardias rurales looking for information about the revolutionaries. The frightened man denied all knowledge of the rebels, and when Fidel insisted, he promised that if he saw anyone suspicious he would report them to the nearest garrison. As Che rendered it in his diary, Fidel finally told him we were revolutionaries and that we defended the poor man's cause, but since he had shown willingness to help the guardia he would be hanged. The reaction of the man, Pedro Ponce, was extraordinary. He arose sweating and trembling. "No, how can it be, "Come to my house to eat chicken with rice." After a Philippic from Fidel complaining about the lack of help from the peasants, we took him up on his offer of food. This episode was left out of Che's published accounts of the war, no doubt because it showed that Fidel sometimes took his penchant for deception a little too far. Still, Fidel was probably wise to take such precautions. Some guajiros proved sympathetic without prodding, but to many more the rebels were a nettlesome presence that had brought death and destruction to the Sierra Maestra. The army was still the preponderant force. It controlled the towns and roads, and it could win over individuals, as it had done with Eutimio Guerra, through a combination of material incentives and terror. Until Fidel became the dominant military force, he would have to use trickery, bribery, and selective terror to neutralize potential traitors or spies. It was now common knowledge among the guajiros that whoever helped the rebels would be likely to suffer for it. Civilians were caught in a vicious trap between the army's brutality on the one hand and the rebels' reprisals against informers on the other. By executing Eutimio Guerra, Che had come to the fore of the rebel army's new policy of swift revolutionary justice. A new incident underscored that on February 18. Just as the members of the directorate were preparing to leave the Diaz farm, a pistol shot rang out nearby and everyone grabbed weapons. But it was a false alarm. Che recorded, "Right away we heard a shout of 'It's nothing, and El Gallego Moran appeared, wounded by a .45 bullet in one leg. I gave him emergency treatment, dosing him with penicillin, and left the leg stretched out with a splint." Fidel and Raúl accused him of doing it on purpose. "I'm not sure of one thing or the other." Once again, firm evidence of Moran's true motivations eluded them, but the timing of his accident, coming only a day after Eutimio's execution and just prior to the departure of their last visitors permitting him to be evacuated from the field, made it look suspicious. Moran knew that desertion, insubordination, and defeatism were capital offenses, and he was openly suspected of wanting to desert. Che was his likely nemesis, observing him constantly, and just days earlier had argued for his execution. Moran must have thought his days were numbered, and he was probably right. Later on, Che wrote an epitaph for Moran, who defected to the Batista forces. Moran's subsequent history, his treachery, and his death at the hands of revolutionaries in Guantanamo, seems to establish that he had shot himself intentionally. This brief conclusion to his narrative about Moran resembles many of his portraits of men who took part in the war. Conscious of his role as an architect of Cuba's new official history, Che gave each individual symbolic significance as a representative of values to be cherished or vilified in the new Cuba. Eutimio Guerra was a peasant whose soul had been corrupted, whose name had become synonymous with treachery, and whose errors should never be repeated. By contrast, the Guajiro Julio Zenon Acosta became in his prose a revolutionary martyr, an exemplary archetype for workers and peasants to imitate. El Gallego Moran was a deserter, and then a traitor, and that he eventually paid the ultimate price for his treachery was a fate Che endorsed for enemies of the revolution. Its formal enemies were the army troops and the secret police, to be sure, but as great a danger was posed by the enemy within. Che had embraced revolution as the ultimate embodiment of history's lessons and the correct path to the future. Now, convinced he was right, he looked around with an inquisitor's eye for those who might endanger its survival. 4. As they moved off into the hills, having decided to stay in the vicinity to await the promised arrival of Frank Peza's volunteers on March 5, Che's asthma returned, bringing on what he later called for me personally the most bitter days of the war. Che would periodically succumb to debilitating bouts of his chronic condition, leading sturdier comrades to marvel at his willpower as he struggled to keep up on their marathon marches. But many would also have to help Che, at times to physically carry him, when his asthma left him incapacitated. It was ironic that a severe asthmatic such as Che should have ended up in humid, subtropical Cuba, a country with a disproportionately high per capita asthma rate, possibly the highest of any country in the Western Hemisphere. It is hard to escape the sense that Che's deeply felt desire to rid himself of his eye and to become part of a group derived from the inherent isolation imposed by his asthma. Happily for him, he had found that fraternity he sought. He no longer had to endure it alone. Indeed, in the Sierra Maestra, there were times when he was completely helpless, and his dependence on the support of his comrades became quite literally a matter of life or death. But no one suffered alone in the guerrilla community. One day, it was Che who needed help, it would be another man's turn the next day. Quite possibly, it was the sense of sharing, more than any other factor, that gave rise to his intense personal reverence for the ethos of guerrilla life. On February 25, a day of water and bombs, as he termed it, Che and his comrades awoke to the sound of mortar blasts and machine gun and rifle fire that gradually drew nearer to them. Suspecting that the army was combing the area, they moved camp after dark, but they were in bad shape. Their food was practically finished and they were surviving on chocolate and condensed milk. Che had felt the stirrings of a dangerous asthma attack for several days and it now struck him with full force, worsening to the point where sleep was impossible. Then, after a peasant collaborator fed them pork, which made most of them ill, Che was weakened still further by 2 days of vomiting. Following a rain-sodden march, his wheezing became constant. They were in a zone where the peasants wanted nothing to do with them, they were out of food, and their latest guide had abruptly disappeared. Fidel ordered the men to withdraw into the hills, but by now Che was so weak that he could no longer walk. As the others waited, he injected one of the last 2 adrenaline ampoules he had with him, and it gave him just enough strength to get back on his feet. Reaching the crest of a hill, they spotted a column of enemy troops climbing up to occupy the ridge, and they broke into a run to get there first. When a mortar shell exploded, the rebels realized the soldiers were onto them. As Che later acknowledged, he almost didn't make it. I couldn't keep up the pace of the march, and I was constantly lagging behind. His faithful sidekick, Luis Crespo, helped Che by alternately carrying him and his backpack, and threatening to hit him with his rifle butt, calling him an Argentine son of a whore. They escaped the troops, but Che was drenched in another heavy rain and, barely able to breathe, had to be carried the final part of their trek. They found sanctuary in a place appropriately called Purgatorio, where Fidel reached a decision. He paid a peasant to make a quick trip to Manzanillo for asthma medicine and left Che with a Guajiro escort. He and the others went on. The plan was that as soon as Che was better, he should return to the Diaz farm to meet the new rebel volunteers and then lead them into the Sierra and rejoin Fidel. The man delegated to remain behind with Che was called El Maestro, the teacher, a recent volunteer who claimed falsely to be a Moncada veteran but whom they had accepted into their ranks anyway. As Che described him later, he was a man of doubtful repute but great strength. After Fidel's departure, he and El Maestro concealed themselves in the forest to await the return of the peasant with the medicine. They spent 2 days of hope and fear there. Che's asthma rose and abetted and kept him from sleeping. They could hear the machine guns and mortars of the army troops that were searching for them. The courier arrived with a bottle of asthma medicine, but it only partially relieved Che's symptoms. That night he still couldn't walk. On March 3, he made a supreme effort to get moving, but it took him 5 hours to climb a hill that normally would have taken 1. He wrote that it had been a day marked by a spiritual victory and a corporeal defeat. It took Che a week to reach the Diaz farm. He was 5 days late. He had received little help from El Maestro and still less from local peasants. A normally friendly peasant farmer became so nervous upon seeing him that, Che wrote witheringly, his fear is such that it looks like it might break shitometers. It didn't matter much that Che was late, since the new troops hadn't arrived yet. But Epifanio Diaz had news for him, and it wasn't good. A few days earlier, Fidel's column had been surprised by enemy troops at a place called Los Altos de Merino and had split into 2 groups. There was no word of Fidel's fate. In one of the many ironies that would mark the Cuban Revolution, the most desperate days of the rebel band in the Sierra Maestra coincided with one of the most devastating blows to the Batista regime. In late February, the news of Fidel's defiant interview with Herbert Matthews had hit Cuba like a bombshell. The interview of Matthews with Fidel has surpassed all expectations, Che noted euphorically. Batista's defense minister denounced Matthews's article as a hoax and challenged him to produce a photograph of himself and Fidel, but this would quickly turn out to be only one of the public relations blunders made by the government. The first part of Matthews' three-part series was published in the New York Times on February 24. Batista lifted press censorship the following day, and the article was immediately translated and reprinted in newspapers, sparking comments and debate on the airwaves throughout Cuba. The interview proved that Fidel was still alive and well, despite the government's claims to the contrary, and was powerful in terms of international publicity. Matthews sympathized with Fidel's cause. Fidel Castro, the rebel leader of Cuba's youth, he wrote, is alive and fighting hard and successfully in the rugged, almost impenetrable vastness of the Sierra Maestra, at the southern tip of the island. Thousands of men and women are heart and soul with Fidel Castro and the New Deal for which they think he stands. Hundreds of highly respected citizens are helping Senor Castro. And a fierce government counterterrorism policy has aroused the people even more against General Batista. From the look of things, General Batista cannot possibly hope to suppress the Castro revolt. Matthews portrayed an admirable and virile figure, and he had been taken in by Fidel's deceptions as to the real size of his force. This was quite a man, a powerful 6-footer, olive-skinned, full-faced, with a straggly beard. He was dressed in an olive-gray fatigue uniform and carried a rifle with a telescopic sight, of which he was very proud. It seems his men have something more than 50 of these, and he said the soldiers feared them. We can pick them off at 1,000 yards with these guns, he said. The personality of the man is overpowering. It was easy to see that his men adored him, and also to see why he has caught the imagination of the youth of Cuba all over the island. Here was an educated, dedicated fanatic, a man of ideals, of courage, and of remarkable qualities of leadership. Matthews's description of Fidel's politics made him sound almost like a follower of FDR. It is a revolutionary movement that calls itself socialistic. It is also nationalistic, which generally in Latin America means anti-Yankee. The program is vague and couched in generalities, but it amounts to a New Deal for Cuba, radical, democratic, and therefore anti-communist. The real core of its strength is that it is fighting against the military dictatorship of President Batista. Castro has strong ideas of liberty, democracy, social justice, the need to restore the Constitution, to hold elections. The media battle, which continued to rage over the next few days, was followed with relish by the rebels on their radio. It reached a head on February 28 when the New York Times published a photo of Matthews with Fidel, dramatically crushing the regime's incautious claims that the journalist had dreamed up the entire encounter. Further boasts by the Orient military commander that the zone where the imaginary interview took place is physically impossible to enter merely lent weight to Fidel's claims of being invincible and impossible to catch. On the heels of Fidel's interview, however, came the bad news that Frank Pace and Armando Hart had been arrested. Then, on March 13, as Che awaited the new rebel volunteers at the Diaz farm, radio reports began broadcasting the first details of an attempt on Batista's life in Havana. Armed groups belonging to the Directorio Revolucionario led by José Antonio Echeverría, together with some of Carlos Prio's auténticos, had launched an audacious daylight assault on the presidential palace and temporarily seized the 24-hour Radio Reloj station in Havana. But the assaults failed, and in the shootouts that ensued, at least 40 people had died. The dead included Echeverría and more than 30 of his followers, 5 palace guards, and an American tourist who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Batista himself, who was, ironically, reading a book about Lincoln's assassination when the attack came, survived unscathed. In his private notes, Che routinely referred to the Directorio as El Grupo Terrorista. Fidel and Echeverría may have signed a pact in Mexico City, but in reality the two leaders were bitter rivals. The failed assassination attempt left little doubt that Echeverría had hoped to deliver a fait accompli in Havana, displacing Fidel and his movement in the struggle for power. With the death of its leader, the Directorio had suffered a heavy blow, but, as events would prove, it was not yet eliminated from the scene. It would continue to pose challenges to Fidel's hegemony right up to the end. For now, the July 26 cells in Havana came to the rescue, helping to tend the wounded and hide men in their own safe houses, and, opportunistically, taking possession of a Directorio weapons cache. For Batista, the attempt on his life brought some short-term positive results. The conservative business community rallied around him, and he came out of the affair looking strong and in control, a caudillo who offered the last line of defense between traditional Cuban society and anarchy. In succeeding days the police carried out numerous arrests and gunned down several fugitive survivors of the assault. They murdered Pelayo Cuervo Navarro, a prominent former senator and the acting Ortodoxo party leader, whom they suspected of having links to the assassination attempt. In spite of a few mishaps, 50 recruits from Santiago and a handful of new weapons arrived at the Diaz farm on March 17. Che's biggest problem was to find sufficient food to feed so many men, and then to move them through the hills to rejoin Fidel at their previously arranged rendezvous, a spot not far from Los Altos de Espinosa. As they marched out, Che observed that the new troops from Santiago had all of the same flaws the men from the Granma had at the beginning: little sense of military discipline and less physical endurance. They complained about the food, and some could barely make it up the first hill they climbed. Once they had scaled it, Che let them rest for an entire day to recuperate from what for them, as he ironically put it in his diary, had been the greatest achievement of the revolution so far. Sending for some guajiros to come and help, Che began slowly moving the new men into the Sierra, and after 8 days of painful hiking they met up with Fidel and the others who had, after all, survived the recent ambush. For the moment they were safe. Che had accomplished his mission, and the rebel army was no longer only 18 men, but now 70. 16. Lean cows and horse meat. After a week-long climb into the Sierra Maestra with his army of blistered, complaining greenhorns, Che rejoined Fidel at the remote hillside community of La Derecha. Once again Che was scolded, this time for not having sufficiently imposed his authority over Jorge Sotis, the leader of the new volunteers. The newcomer's arrogance had irritated Che and brought angry protests from many of his men en route, but Che had limited himself to giving Sotis a sermon about the need for discipline, evidently preferring to let Fidel deal with him. As Fidel saw it, Che had not taken command, and his displeasure was reflected in a reorganization of the general staff. He handed out promotions and divided the troops into 3 expanded platoons led by Raúl, Juan Almeida, and Jorge Sotis. Che was confirmed in his humble capacity as General Staff Doctor. In his diary, Che noted, Raúl tried to argue that I be made political commissar as well, but Fidel was opposed. This incident, which went unmentioned in Che's published accounts of the war, reveals not only Raúl's regard for Che but Fidel's political acumen. Batista was already accusing Fidel of being a communist, a charge Fidel was vigorously denying, and to appoint an unabashed Marxist such as Che as his political commissar would have played into Batista's hands and alienated many of the July 26 rank and file, who were overwhelmingly anti-communist. Fidel then held a conclave with his 8 top men, including Che, to decide on their immediate war plans. Che argued that they should immediately engage the army, to give the new men their first test of fire, but Fidel and most of the others preferred to break them in gradually. It was resolved, wrote Che in his diary, that we would walk through the bush toward Pico Turquino, trying to avoid battle. On March 25, a courier brought a message smuggled out of Frank Paiz's jail cell in Santiago. According to his sources, Paiz wrote, Crescencio Perez had struck a deal with Major Joaquim Casillas to betray their location to the army at a time when all the rebels were in one place and could be wiped out. In his diary, Che seemed to give credence to Paiz's information, for he already had reason to doubt Crescencio's loyalty. The Guajiro leader had been away for some time, entrusted with the mission of recruiting peasant fighters, and he had recently sent a message claiming to have enlisted 140 armed men. En route from the Diaz farm, however, Che had stopped in to see him and found only 4 men with him, the remnants of the convalescing fighters, and no new recruits. He had also found Crescencio confused and upset over Fidel's decree to burn sugarcane. This disagreement underscored a gulf of incomprehension between the rebel leadership and its foremost peasant ally over revolutionary strategy at a crucial moment. The leaders could not be sure whether this had escalated to treason, but they could not take any chances. Fidel summoned his small group of most trusted men and told them they would mobilize Raúl Castro and Che, the 2 radicals in the rebel army. The first trek of the revamped rebel army looked like an episode in a Keystone Cops movie. Climbing up the first large hill, one of their most exotic new volunteers, one of 3 teenage American runaways from the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay, fainted from exhaustion. On the descent, 2 men from the advance squad became lost, promptly followed by the entire 2nd platoon. Then Sotis's platoon and the rear guard unit got lost as well. Fidel threw a terrible tantrum, Che wrote. But in the end, we all reached the agreed upon house. After a day spent resting and devouring yucca and plantains raided from a farmer's field, they made what Che called another pathetic ascent up Los Altos de Espinosa, the hill where they had been ambushed. They held a brief ceremony in honor of Jorge Zenon Acosta at the spot where he was buried. Che found the blanket he had lost caught in a bramble nearby, a reminder of his speedy strategic retreat, and he vowed to himself that he would never again lose equipment in that manner. A new man, a mulatto named Paulino, was named to the general staff to help carry Che's heavy load of medicine, for the strain of carrying it had already begun to aggravate his asthma. This was to be the pattern of the rebels' existence for the next few weeks. Fidel had intended to use their break from combat to build up reserves of food, arms, and ammunition, and to expand his peasant support network, but first they had to find enough food just to get them from one day to the next. As they moved around the Sierra, he made deals with peasants to reserve a portion of their future harvests for him, but things remained extremely tight, and since there were now over 80 men, they could no longer arrive en masse at a peasant's home and expect to be fed. Meat had become a rarity. Their diet often consisted of plantains, yucca, and malanga, the starchy, purple-colored tuber that is a staple of Cuba's peasants. For Fidel, who enjoyed a good meal, this period of vacas flacas, or lean cows, was particularly disagreeable and put him in a bad mood. On April 8, after Fidel had left camp on a short mission and missed the evening meal, Che saw his temper flare. Fidel returned late, pissed off because we had eaten rice and because things hadn't worked out the way he had hoped. The lack of food soon led them to carry out more desperate actions, including some that bordered on simple banditry. One night some men were sent to plunder a general store, while another group was dispatched to give a reputed chivito named Popa a scare and confiscate one of his cows. When the second squad returned, Che noted, they struck a good blow and took a horse from Popa, but have come away with the impression that he isn't a chivito after all. He wasn't paid for the horse, but was promised he would be if he behaved himself. The horse went into the cooking pot, but at first the guajiros, outraged that a useful working animal had been killed for food, refused to eat it. Leftovers were then salted to be made into tazajo, a kind of jerky. Fidel delayed his plans to move camp while it was being prepared. As Che observed drily, the consideration for the tazajo made Fidel change his mind. Outside the Sierra Maestra, the political climate had become volatile. In the face of increasing violence, there were demands for new elections. A few politicians called for talks with the rebels, which suggested that they were being taken more seriously, but then Batista declared that such talks were unnecessary because there were no rebels. Nevertheless, he promoted Major Barrera Pérez, the pacifier of Santiago's November uprising, to colonel and gave him 1,500 soldiers to clean up the Sierra Maestra. Fidel received a garbled message from Crescencio Pérez in which the Guajiro leader admitted that he didn't have the number of men he had previously claimed, nor were his men armed, but that he had gathered some volunteers together, and he asked if Fidel could come and pick them up. He couldn't bring them himself, he said, because he had a bad leg. Che's notes are cryptic. Fidel answered that all offers that were serious were accepted, and that he should come later with the armed men. Fidel was being cagey, avoiding a situation that might be a trap in case the Guajiro was attempting a double cross. By necessity, the rebels began making a stronger effort to establish their relationship with the Sierra's inhabitants. Che even began holding open-air medical consultorias. It was monotonous, he recalled. I had few medicines to offer and the clinical cases in the Sierra were all more or less the same: prematurely aged and toothless women, children with distended bellies, parasitism, rickets, general vitamin deficiency. He blamed the condition of the peasants on overwork and a meager diet. We began to feel in our flesh and blood the need for a definitive change in the life of the people, he wrote. The idea of agrarian reform became clear, and oneness with the people ceased being theory and was converted into a fundamental part of our being. Perhaps without realizing it, Che had evolved into the revolutionary doctor he had once dreamed of becoming. 2. While the rebels adapted to life in the Sierra, the movement leaders in the Llano were working hard to build them a lifeline in the Resistencia Cívica underground support network. Frank País had recruited Raúl Chibas, president of the Ortodoxo Party and brother of the late Senator Eduardo Chibas, to head the Havana branch. The economist Felipe Pazos, the former president of the Cuban National Bank and father of Javier Pazos who had helped arrange the Herbert Matthews interview, joined as well. In Santiago, the network was headed by a well-known physician, Dr. Angel Santos Book. Coordination efforts had been dealt a blow with the recent captures of key members of the National Directorate. Faustino Perez and the journalist Carlos Franqui, the underground propagandist of the July 26 movement, had been arrested on suspicion of having links to the assault on the palace. They joined Armando Hart in Havana's El Príncipe prison, while Frank País remained in custody in Santiago. Contact was maintained by means of smuggled letters. Virtually alone among the movement leadership, Celia Sanchez remained at large. She had become Fidel's principal contact with the outside world. He constantly sent her letters, alternately cajoling and irate, asking for more funds and supplies for his growing army. By April 15 the rebels were back in Arroyo del Infierno, where Che had killed his first man. A squad sent out to find food and collect intelligence from the locals learned that there was a Chivito nearby. His name was Filiberto Mora. Fidel fretted. The news of the Chivito had coincided with an overflight by a government plane, and he was anxious to move camp again. As they prepared to head out, one of the new squad leaders, Guillermo Garcia, showed up with the alleged squealer. Garcia had impersonated an army officer to trick him into coming. The man, Filiberto, had been deceived, Che wrote in his journal, but the minute he saw Fidel he realized what was happening and started to apologize. Terrified, he confessed all his past crimes, including his role in guiding troops to the ambush at Arroyo del Infierno. Even more alarming, it emerged that one of Mora's companions had gone off to inform the army of the rebels' current location. The Chivito was executed, Che wrote. 10 minutes after giving him the shot in the head I declared him dead. As they decamped, a runner arrived with a letter from Celia and $500. She wrote that more money would be coming soon and, in response to Fidel's request for more journalists, promised to find some and bring them into the Sierra herself. A letter also came from Armando Hart, smuggled out of his jail cell. Che was displeased and suspicious with whatever Hart wrote. He remarked in his journal, in it he shows himself to be positively anti-communist and he even insinuates a certain kind of deal with the Yankee embassy. By the end of April, more peasants had joined up, and the rebel supply system had begun to work more effectively. Men and mules now arrived daily with foodstuffs. Word came that 2 gringos, Robert Tabor and Wendell Hoffman from the American CBS network, would be arriving to meet with Fidel, accompanied by Celia Sanchez and Haiti Santamaria. Herbert Matthews's articles in the New York Times on Fidel and the rebellion in Cuba had sparked widespread interest in the American press. Tabor was to file for CBS Radio, and he and his cameraman also planned to make a television documentary about the rebels. Fidel moved his Estado Mayor above the main rebel camp onto the summit of a hill, both for increased protection and, as Che noted, to impress the journalists. The journalists were suitably impressed and began working right away, spending their first day interviewing the 3 American runaways, who had become famous in the United States. For his own interview, Fidel had another spectacular media coup in mind. He wanted to climb Cuba's highest mountain, Pico Turquino, and give a press conference at the summit. On April 28, almost everyone made the climb to the top, about 6,500 feet, according to Fidel's handy altimeter. There, at Cuba's highest point, Fidel gave his filmed interview to Tabor and Hoffman, and everyone fired off weapons. Wheezing from asthma, Che was the last man up, but felt immensely pleased with himself for having made it. After descending from Pico Turquino, Che observed with relief that his asthma had begun to clear, but, even so, Fidel assigned him to the rear guard to assist Victor Buchelman, one of the 3 American runaways, who complained that he had a stomachache and was unable to carry his backpack. Che helped him, grudgingly, and grumbled in his journal that he suspected the young American of suffering more from homesickness than anything else. The ascent of Pico Turquino coincided with the influx of a type of volunteer the rebels had not seen before, youths romantically attracted to the cause. One boy who showed up said he had been trying to track them for 2 months. Che initially dismissed 2 other adolescents, from central Cuba's Camagüey province, as a couple of adventurers, but the rebel army could not afford to be too choosy, and they were accepted. One of them, Roberto Rodriguez, eventually became one of the most likable and best-loved figures of our Revolutionary War, Vaquerito Little Cowboy, Che noted later. Vaquerito's exploits would earn him a hallowed place in Cuba's pantheon of revolutionary heroes. Vaquerito did not have a political idea in his head, nor did he seem to be anything other than a happy, healthy boy, who saw all of this as a marvelous adventure, Che wrote. He came barefoot and Celia lent him an extra pair of shoes, which were made of leather and were the type worn in Mexico. This was the only pair that fit him, since his feet were so small. With the new shoes and a great palm leaf hat, Vaquerito looked like a Mexican cowboy, or vaquero, which is how he got his name. Another new volunteer was a guajiro named Julio Guerrero, one of the late Eutimio Guerra's neighbors in the valley of El Mulatto. The army had suspected him of having links to the rebels and his home had been burned down. Guerrero said that he had been offered a bounty to kill Fidel, but a much more modest one than the reputed $10,000 that Eutimio had been promised, a mere $300 and a pregnant cow. Just as the rebels could not afford to turn away prospective fighters whose political mettle was unproved, neither could they be overly selective about their civilian allies. When a July 26 man brought news that weapons rescued from the Directorio's failed assault on the palace had been smuggled to Santiago, Fidel sent him back to retrieve some with a local guide who, as Che noted in his journal, knew the Sierra well thanks to his profession of marijuana distributor. To Che's surprise, El Gallego Moran reappeared. Still limping from his wounded leg, Moran was brimming over with excitement about a super-secret plan he wished to propose. Che was chagrined to learn that Fidel had agreed to send El Gallego to Mexico to bring back the July 26 movement members who had been left there and to go to the United States to raise funds. Everything I said to him about how dangerous it was to send a man like El Gallego, a confessed deserter, with low morals, a charlatan, an intriguer and liar to the maximum, was useless, Che wrote. He argues that it is better to send El Gallego to do something, and not let him go to the US feeling resentful. Word arrived that another American reporter was on his way to meet Fidel. Tabor's cameraman had already left, with the film smuggled out separately, but Tabor was staying on to do a story for Life magazine. When he heard about the new reporter, Tabor asked Fidel to stall him until he had finished, so he could be sure of having an exclusive. Fidel agreed and ordered the other reporter detained en route for several days. Their marihuanero guide returned, bringing supplies, money, and the news that a rendezvous point for the arrival of the new weapons had been arranged in an area several days' march northeast of Pico Turquino. As they prepared to move out, Che carried the message from Fidel to where most of the rebels were camped, but it was after dark and he became lost. He spent the next 3 days on his own, alternately hiding and wandering around in the bush until he found his way back to his comrades. When he finally reached the rearguard camp, where the new journalist, a Hungarian-American freelancer named Andrew St. George, was still being detained, he was welcomed with spontaneous applause. The reception from everyone was affectionate, he wrote. But he was disturbed to learn that a people's trial had been held in the camp. They told me that they had liquidated a Shivito named Napoles and freed 2 others who weren't so guilty. The men are doing whatever they please. The 2 groups of rebels were reunited and went together to where the weapons were to be delivered, but no one came to the rendezvous, and they withdrew uncertainly back into the hills, where they met up with Crescencio Pérez. He had finally arrived with his long-promised band of peasant volunteers, 24 poorly armed men. They had stumbled onto an army patrol, attacked it, and escaped, but a young rebel had been taken prisoner, shot, and bayoneted to death, his body dumped in the road. Most of the rebels, including Che, demanded that revenge be exacted by killing an army corporal they had just taken prisoner, but Fidel insisted on releasing him unharmed. Any lingering doubts over Crescencio's loyalties either had been forgotten or were ironed out in secrecy, for Che never mentioned them again in his diary, nor has the episode in which he was under suspicion ever been referred to in other published accounts of the war. As the rebels awaited word about the new time and place for the weapons drop, the radio carried news that the trial in Santiago of a large number of July 26 movement members, including survivors from the Granma, was over. As expected, the accused were sentenced to prison terms, but over the dissenting votes of the prosecutor and the tribunal president, Manuel Urrutia, who had bravely declared that because of the abnormal situation in the country, the defendants were within their constitutional rights to take up arms. An added bonus was the release of Frank Pace from custody, indicating that the authorities were still unaware of his true status in the rebel movement. These positive developments were followed by a quick visit of 2 July 26 men, who came to arrange the new weapons drop and revealed that they now had even more arms to deliver, a total of about 50 irons, Che noted gleefully. Fidel was not cheered up by the good news. He was in a foul mood and was pointedly ignoring Andrew St. George, who had already spent 2 weeks with the rebels and was anxious to complete his assignment. Bob Tabor had left, taking with him 2 of the 3 American boys, who had decided to return to their homes. St. George was planning a radio interview and had already submitted a questionnaire that Che had translated into Spanish. Since no one in the camp spoke English, and both he and St. George spoke French, Che had become his escort and interpreter, but Che was finding his role as intermediary with Fidel increasingly embarrassing. His behavior is really rude, Che wrote in his journal. During the photo session he didn't move from his hammock, where he lay reading Bohemia, a popular illustrated weekly magazine, with an air of offended majesty, and finally he threw out all the members of the general staff. Fidel kept postponing the interview with St. George for reasons that were hard to support, for instance, that the stream they were camped next to made too much noise. He finally did do the interview, but the next day it was reported on the radio that Tabor's film, The Story of Cuba's Jungle Fighters, was to be broadcast throughout the United States, as was his radio interview with Fidel. Andrew St. George left the camp without saying goodbye. The rebels faced a mass defection that began when one of the youngest recruits, a boy of 15, asked permission to leave on health grounds. Another man asked to go with him, then a 16-year-old joined in, and finally another man, who claimed weakness. Fidel ordered the older men in the group detained but let the youths go. Che disapproved, noting that if the boys were captured they might reveal where the weapons were to be delivered. But the weapons arrived the next day and were collected: 3 machine gun tripods, 3 Madsen machine guns, 9 M1 carbines, 10 Johnson repeaters, and 6,000 bullets. Che was ecstatic to learn that one of the Madsons would go to the Estado Mayor, and that he was to be in charge of it. In this way, he wrote later, I made my debut as a full-time combatant, for until then I had been a part-time combatant and my main responsibility had been as the troops' doctor. I had entered a new stage. 3. With their new weapons, the rebels were ready to attack. The new troops were no longer new after 2 months of steady hiking and foraging in the Sierra Maestra. They were tougher and leaner, but they were still not combat tested, and it was time for their baptism of fire. The area they were in, Pino del Agua, was a timber extraction zone, dotted with sawmills and crisscrossed by roads frequently patrolled by the army. Che was eager to ambush some army troop trucks, but Fidel claimed he had a better plan, to attack the coastal army garrison at El Guevara. It was farther to the east than they had ever operated and, with 60 soldiers, would be the biggest target they had yet attacked. Success would have a tremendous moral and political impact. Fidel was able to count on the help of a childhood friend, Enrique Lopez, who worked near El Guevara as the manager of a sawmill owned by the Lebanese-Cuban Babun brothers. The Babuns themselves cement manufacturers, shipbuilders, and landowners with extensive lumber interests in Orient had already secretly lent their cooperation to the rebels, helping to transport the latest cache of weapons on one of their company's boats from Santiago, and then allowing their land to be used as the weapons drop. Enrique Lopez had begun buying food and other supplies for the rebels, disguised within the purchases he made for his own employees. As they began to mobilize, Fidel made some adjustments in the troops. Che was assigned a new squad of 4 youths to help carry and operate his Madsen machine gun. They were 2 brothers, Pepe and Peston Beaton. A young man named Onate soon changed to Cantinflas, after the Mexican comic actor, and 15-year-old Joel Iglesias. Like El Vaquerito, Joel would go on to become one of Che's devoted companions. On the eve of battle, Fidel gave anyone who wanted to go a final opportunity to do so. 9 men went, leaving 127 to move out, heading deeper into the hills. They were camped in the mountains when they heard a startling report on the radio. An armed rebel expeditionary force had landed on the northern Orient coast at Mayari and run into an army patrol. Of the 27 men on board, 5 had, reportedly, been captured. The Fidelistas didn't know it yet, but this was the Corinthia, a boat that had left Miami days before under the command of a U.S. Army veteran named Calixto Sanchez, who was also one of Carlos Prio's auténticos. The expedition, made up of auténticos and some direct Oreo men, was armed and paid for by Prio, who was apparently eager to field a force of his own to compete with Fidel. The initial reports were misleading. 23 of the Corinthia's men, including Sanchez, were captured, and then executed after a few days. A few months later, one of the 3 survivors reached the Sierra and joined Fidel's forces. Meanwhile, word came from Enrique Lopez, the sawmill manager, that 3 guardias in civilian clothes were sniffing around, and Fidel sent some men to capture them. One of the guardias had fled by the time Fidel's men arrived, but 2 of them, a black man and a white man, were brought back to the camp, where they confessed to being spies. They inspired not pity, but repugnance for their cowardice, Che wrote. They were both shot as the last order of business before the rebels set off for combat. The pit was dug for the 2 Chivito guards and the marching orders were given, Che noted in his diary. The rear guard executed them. They marched all night to reach El Guevara. As they neared the sawmill, they were met by another friendly employee of the Babun Company, Gilberto Cardero, who had been sent ahead to warn the sawmill administrator to evacuate his wife and children. Cardero reported that the family didn't want to do anything that would attract suspicion, and they had refused to leave. Fidel said they would take precautions to avoid harming the civilians, but the attack would take place anyway, at dawn. The rebels took their positions, but in the early morning light they realized that most of them couldn't see the garrison clearly. Che had a clear view, although he was more than a quarter of a mile from the target. It was too late for changes, however, and the attack began with a shot from Fidel. The machine guns began to rattle. Che wrote. The garrison returned fire with a great deal of effectiveness, as I realized later. Almeida's people advanced in the open impelled by his fearless example. I could see Camillo advancing with his cap adorned with the July 26th armband. I advanced along the left with two helpers carrying clips and beaten with the short machine gun. Che's group was joined by several more men. They were within 200 feet of the enemy position now and continued to advance behind tree cover. Reaching open ground, they began to crawl, and a man at Che's side, Mario Leal, was shot. After giving Leal mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Che covered his wound with the only bandage he could find, a piece of paper, and left him in the care of young Joel. He went back to his Madsen, firing at the garrison. Moments later another man, Manuel Acuna, fell wounded, hit in the right hand and arm. Then, just as the rebels were mustering their courage for a frontal assault, the garrison surrendered. The Fidelistas had their victory, but it came at a high cost. They had lost 6 men, among them one of their original Guajiro guides, Eligio Mendoza. He had flung himself into battle with abandon, claiming he had a saint who protected him, but within minutes he had been shot. Also dead was Julito Diaz, a veteran from the Granma, hit in the head at Fidel's side soon after the fighting began. Mario Leal, shot in the head, and another man, Sil Eros, with a lung wound, were in critical condition. 7 others were wounded as well, including one Almeida, who had been hit in the right shoulder and leg. But they had killed 14 soldiers, wounded 19 more, and taken 14 prisoners. Only 6 soldiers had escaped. Remarkably, given the intense gunfire, none of the civilians in the area, including the administrator's family, had been harmed. Che was overwhelmed by the needs of the wounded soldiers as well as rebels. My knowledge of medicine had never been very extensive, he wrote. The number of wounded was enormous and my vocation at the moment was not centered on healthcare. He asked the garrison doctor for help, but despite his advanced age the man claimed he had little experience. Once more I had to change from soldier to doctor, which in fact involved little more than washing my hands, Che wrote. He saw to as many men as he could. My first patient was Comrade Sil Eros. His condition was critical, and I was able only to give him a sedative and bind his chest tightly so he could breathe more easily. We tried to save him in the only way possible at that time. We took the 14 prisoners with us and left our 2 most wounded men, Leal and Sil Eros, with the enemy, having received the doctor's word of honor that they would be cared for. When I told this to Sil Eros, mouthing the usual words of comfort, he answered me with a sad smile that said more than any words could have, expressing his conviction that it was all over for him. In fact, the Cuban army treated the 2 wounded rebels with decency, but Sil Eros died before he reached a hospital. Mario Leal miraculously survived his head wound and spent the rest of the war in the Isle of Pines prison. Using the babuns trucks, the rebels withdrew from El Guevara, carrying their dead and the men whose wounds were not critical and as much equipment as they could plunder from the garrison. Che collected medical supplies and was the last to leave. That evening he treated the wounded and was present for the burial of his 6 dead comrades at a bend in the road. Knowing that the army would soon be coming after them, it was agreed that Che would stay behind with the wounded men while the main column made its escape. Fidel's friend Enrique Lopez would be Che's liaison, helping him with transportation and a hiding place for 7 wounded men, a guide, and Che's 2 faithful assistants, Joel and Cantinflas. Juan Vitalio Vilo Acuna, another of the Sierra War veterans whose fate would forever be linked to Che's own, also stayed behind to help his wounded uncle, Manuel Acuna. After the war, Che credited the bloody action at El Guevara with having been a turning point for the rebel army. If one considers that we had about 80 men and they had 53, for a total of 133 men, of whom 38, that is to say more than a quarter, were put out of action in a little over 2.5 hours of fighting, one can see what kind of battle it was. It was an assault by men who had advanced bare-chested against an enemy protected by very poor defenses. Great courage was shown on both sides. For us this was the victory that marked our coming of age. From this battle on, our morale grew tremendously, our decisiveness and our hopes for triumph increased also. El Guevara had indeed caught the Batista regime off guard. During the long period of inactivity by Fidel's rebels, the government had become overconfident. Colonel Barrera Perez had stayed in the Sierra only a short while after taking over anti-guerrilla operations in March. He had launched a SIOPS campaign to win over the Sierra peasants with free food and medical services and then returned to Havana. Now he was ordered back into the field. He set up a new command center at the Estrada Palma sugar mill, just north of the Sierra foothills, and his Hearts and Minds campaign was shelved in favor of a tough new anti-guerrilla strategy. His boss, the Orient commander Diaz Tamayo, was replaced by a new officer, Pedro Rodriguez Avila, with orders from Batista's Armed Forces Chief of Staff, General Francisco Tabernilla, to crush the rebels by any means necessary. The new policy called for the forced evacuation of civilians from rebel areas, to create free fire zones where the Air Force could conduct a massive aerial bombardment campaign. The action at El Guevara had showed the army that it couldn't defend small garrisons in remote areas, so they were abandoned, leaving the territory open to the rebels. After Fidel's departure, Che confronted the nightmarish prospect of moving his wounded charges to safety in the face of an imminent army incursion. He had the added burden of the weapons captured from the garrison, too many for his fighters to carry. He was dependent on Enrique Lopez for his escape. When Lopez didn't show up with the promised truck, Che had no choice but to conceal most of the arms temporarily and move out on foot. Most of the men were able to walk, although a man who had been shot in the lungs and another man with infected wounds were carried on improvised stretchers. Over the coming days, as they moved from one farm to another in search of food, rest, and sanctuary, Che had to make all the major decisions. Juan Almeida was theoretically Che's senior in the field, but he was in no shape to take charge. One of Che's biggest headaches was finding men to carry the wounded. On the third day out, they came across some unarmed soldiers wandering through the bush, the prisoners from El Guevara whom Fidel had set free. After letting them go on their way, Che gleefully congratulated himself in his diary for giving the soldiers the false impression that the rebels controlled the countryside. But he also worried that they would soon relay word of his group's presence in the area. Help came from what seemed to Che an unlikely source. David Gomez, the mayoral on the Peladero estate, which belonged to a lawyer in Havana, offered his services. Che's first impression of Gomez was not good, but it was tempered by his group's desperate situation. D is an individual of the old Auténtico type, Catholic and racist, with a servile loyalty toward the patron who only believes in electoral ends and in saving for his master all his ill-gotten lands in this region, he wrote. I also suspect him of having participated in the dispossession of the peasants. But, leaving that aside, he is a good informant and he is ready to help. In fact, Gomez was already helping. The cows they had been eating were his boss's property, killed with his connivance. And Gomez offered to do more. As an initial test, Che gave Gomez a list of purchases to make in Santiago and, craving information from the outside world, included a special request for the latest editions of Bohemia. Che's relationship with the overseer showed that he was becoming more like his chief. Fidel had always understood that one of the keys to success in a struggle for power was to make short-term, tactical alliances, even with one's ideological foes. Now, as the leader of a group of hunted men in alien territory, Che found he had needs that only Gomez could satisfy, and he was able to swallow his distaste and be pragmatic. Indeed, his time in Cuba had already shown Che that the revolution was not going to be won by a fraternity of high-minded souls. Among the rebel ranks were any number of scoundrels, former rustlers, fugitive murderers, juvenile delinquents. The corrupt Carlos Prio himself had helped pay for the Granma, and the Battle of El Guevara had been a success in large measure thanks to the aid of the wealthy and duplicitous Babun brothers, who, though friends of Batista, probably hoped to protect their interests in Orient by helping the rebels. When David Gomez arrived back from Santiago with the promised supplies, a more trusting Che sent him on a new mission, this time with messages for the National Directorate. By now, 3 weeks after the battle at El Lluvero, most of the men had recovered from their wounds, and all of them could walk. 13 new volunteers had shown up, although only one had a weapon, a .22 caliber automatic pistol. On June 21, Che took stock of his growing force. The army ascends to 5 recovered wounded, 5 healthies who accompany the wounded, 10 men from Bayamo, 2 more just joined up and 4 men of the area, total 26 but deficient in armaments. A few days later, after beginning a slow march into the mountains, Che observed that his army now consisted of 36 terrible soldiers. The next day, he gave all those who wanted to leave their chance. 3 took up his offer, including one who had joined the previous day. In the succeeding days, more men joined and others left, either deserting or sent packing by Che. But as terrible as most of them were, they were the core of a new guerrilla force growing spontaneously under his direction. By the end of June, Che's small army was functioning autonomously, with its own system of couriers, informants, suppliers, and scouts. July 1st was a bad day for Che personally. He awoke with asthma and spent the day lying in his hammock, but an interesting one in terms of news, for the radio reported rebel actions taking place all over Cuba. In Camagüey they are patrolling in the streets, Che noted in his diary. In Guantanamo, some tobacco deposits were burned, and they tried burning the sugar warehouses of a strong American company. In Santiago itself they killed 2 soldiers and wounded a corporal. Our casualties were 4 men, among them, a brother of Frank Pace called Josue. July 2nd marked the 7-month anniversary of the Granma's landing. Che spent it leading his weary men up a large mountain. During the day 2 men deserted, and by the time they pitched camp that evening, 3 more asked permission to leave. To forestall any more desertions, Che gave anyone who wanted to leave another chance to do so. 2 men accepted the offer, but by that afternoon 3 new men had arrived, each with a weapon. 2 were former army sergeants from Havana, and Che didn't trust them. According to them they are instructors, he wrote in his diary that night, but to me they're a couple of shit-eaters who are trying to accommodate themselves. Despite his suspicions, he let them stay. The next addition to Che's band was none other than Fidel's friend at the Babun Company, Enrique Lopez, who decided to join the armed struggle himself. Another man showed up, telling Che he had a fantastic plan to attack a guard post where he said there were 40 soldiers without a commanding officer. He also asked for 2 men to go and skin a Chivito. Che turned him down. I told him to stop fucking around, to kill the Chivito with his own people and then send them here. In order to meet up with Fidel, who had returned to their old haunts around Palma Mocha and El Infierno, Che was moving his force westward across the Sierra toward Pico Turquino. His runners brought word of a large troop presence in the direction they were heading and of heavy combat near the army base at Estrada Palma, and a report that Raúl Castro had been wounded, a rumor that later proved unfounded, but Che decided to forge on, taking a tougher route over the mountains to avoid the enemy. On July 12, Che's guide, Sancho Torres, and another rebel, René Cuervo, deserted with their weapons. After a fruitless chase, Che learned new details about the 2 men. Both, it was now revealed, were bandoleros, fugitive outlaws, and they had probably gone off to raid the marijuana plantation owned by 2 other newcomers to his force, Israel Pardo and Teodoro Bandera. Suspecting that the 2 marihuaneros would desert next to defend their interests, Che decided to get rid of them by ordering them to go in pursuit of the deserters. He didn't expect them back. The next day brought a new problem, when Che learned of a mass desertion plot being hatched among a small group of men. Their alleged plan was to escape with their weapons, rob and kill a Chivito they knew, then form an outlaw gang to carry out more assaults and robberies. Che spoke with several of the men implicated in the plot, each of whom denied his role and blamed a man called El Mexicano. When El Mexicano realized that his plan had been discovered, he came voluntarily before Che to profess his innocence. Che found his explanations wanting, but wrote, "We let it pass as if it were the truth so as to avoid more complications." During their trek, Che also made his debut as a dentist. He used what he called psychological anesthesia, which consisted of cursing at his patients if they complained too much. His treatment succeeded with Israel Pardo, but not Joel Iglesias. Che wrote later that a stick of dynamite would have been needed to extract Joel's rotten molar, which remained in his mouth, broken in several places, until the end of the war. Although Che suffered from a toothache himself, he wisely left his own teeth alone. By July 16, they were back in familiar terrain on the western flanks of Pico Turquino and reached Fidel's camp the next day. Che saw that the rebel army had matured in the past month and a half. There were now some 200 well-disciplined and confident men. And there were new weapons. Most important of all, they now possessed their own liberated territory. The reunion was dampened for Che when he learned that Fidel had just signed a pact with two representatives of the bourgeois political opposition, Raúl Chivas and Felipe Pazos, both of whom were staying in Fidel's camp at that moment. Their pact, the Manifesto of the Sierra Maestra, was dated July 12 and had already been sent out for publication in Bohemia. The Sierra Pact was Fidel's cleverly timed repudiation of Batista's schemes to stay in power. A reform bill had been passed that provided for presidential elections on June 1, 1958. Despite Batista's avowal not to stand as a candidate himself, widespread skepticism persisted as to his true intentions. Most observers suspected him of intending to manipulate the elections on his behalf or that of a hand-picked successor. The election initiative was repudiated by Carlos Prio's Auténtico Party and Chivas's Ortodoxo Party, but breakaway factions from both formed a coalition with a grouping of smaller parties and announced their intention to run. By allying himself with Chivas and Pazos, two respected Ortodoxos, Fidel hoped to obtain a moral high ground and secure a broader base of support among Cuban moderates with nowhere else to turn. Writing in his diary on July 17, Che was circumspect, but it clearly didn't please him to find Pazos and Chivas wielding influence over Fidel. Fidel was telling me projects and realities. A text has already been sent out that calls for Batista's immediate resignation, rejects the military junta, and proposes a member of the civic institutions as a candidate for the transition, which should last no more than 1 year, and elections should be called within that time. It also includes a mimenal program in which the foundations of the agrarian reform are outlined. Then he added, "Fidel didn't say so, but it seems to me that Pazos and Chivas have polished his declarations a great deal." The truth, of course, was more complex. Fidel had sought the support of Chivas and Pazos, and if he signed a manifesto less radical than his true aspirations, it could only help him in the short term. This pact, like so many others Fidel was to sign in his life, was merely one more tactical alliance to be broken at the first opportunity. If he thought any more about the Sierra Pact at the time, Che didn't make note of it in his diary. His chief concern was a new command, which Fidel had bestowed upon him on July 17, the day Che arrived in camp. He had been promoted to captain and he was to head a group of 75 men. In addition to the men he had arrived with, he was to take command of the platoons led by comrades from the Granma, Ramiro Valdez and Ciro Redondo, and another led by Lalo Sardinas, a Sierra merchant who had recently joined up after killing a stranger at his house. Lalo Sardinas was also to be his deputy. They were to hunt down Captain Angel Sanchez Mosquera and his men. Che's new position represented Fidel's seal of approval. Che had fought hard to obtain recognition for his abilities, and the process had matured him. He had been given a difficult mission to accomplish on his own, bringing the wounded men to safety, and he had succeeded. He had fulfilled his doctor's duties by returning the men to health while managing to avoid battle and the risk of new casualties, had added to the strength of the rebel army by building up a new column, and had made invaluable contacts among the civilian population at the same time. He had shown himself to be a strict taskmaster, harsh with slackers and cheats, and to be scrupulously honest himself. Above all, Che had shown he could be a leader of men. Che went to work immediately, leaving the next morning to take up a position on a hill between two rivers, the Palmamoca and La Plata. It happened to be the same place where the executed Chivito Filiberto Moro was buried, and he named it after him, the summit of Filiberto. The next 3 days were spent preparing ambushes and sending scouts out to look for soldiers. On the morning of July 22, a rebel accidentally fired his gun and was brought before Fidel, who was in a newly hardened, unforgiving mood, and he summarily ordered the man to be shot. Lalo, Crescencio, and I had to intercede with him to reduce the sanction, wrote Che, because the unfortunate didn't deserve a punishment as drastic as that. Later that morning, all the rebel officers signed a letter being sent to Frank Paez, expressing their condolences for the recent death of his brother. Without any advance notice, Fidel chose that moment to give Che another promotion. When his turn came to sign the letter, Fidel told him to put down Comandante as his rank. Thus, in a most informal manner, almost in passing, I was promoted to commander of the second column of the guerrilla army, which would later become known as Column No. 4, Che wrote. My insignia, a small star, was given to me by Celia. The award was accompanied by a gift, one of the wristwatches ordered from Manzanillo. It was a great honor. Commandante was the highest rank in the rebel army. The only other commandante was Fidel. There is a bit of vanity hiding somewhere within every one of us, Che wrote afterward. It made me feel like the proudest man on earth that day. From then on, to all but his closest friends, he was Commandante Che Guevara. 17. Enemies of all kinds. Che's orders were to pursue Sanchez Mosquera, but he soon learned that his prey had already left the mountains. As he pondered his options, he set about imposing control over his unruly and heterogeneous fighters. He instituted a hierarchy. Novices were descamisados, shirtless ones, named after Juan Perón's working-class supporters who did grunt work before earning recognition as combatants. Many of the men in his troop were descamisados. Almost immediately, he was plagued by desertions, and he responded with severity. When he sent 2 fighters to track down a fugitive, he gave them orders to kill him if they found him. His wariness about newcomers increased when he received a message from his overseer ally David Gomez warning of the army's plans to send Chivito assassins to infiltrate the guerrillas. Che decided to strike at the army on the other side of Pico Turquino to distract attention from Fidel's group. As his troops started moving in that direction, one of the men Che had sent after the deserter returned on his own, claiming that his companion had also tried to desert and that he had killed him and left his body unburied. I gathered the troop together on the hill facing the spot where this grim event had taken place, Che wrote later. I explained to our guerrillas what they were going to see and what it meant. I explained once again why desertion was punishable by death and why anyone who betrayed the revolution must be condemned. We passed silently, in single file, before the body of the man who had tried to abandon his post. Many of the men had never seen death before and were perhaps moved more by personal feelings for the dead man and by political weakness natural at that period than by any disloyalty to the revolution. These were difficult times, and we used this man as an example. In his diary at the time, however, Che expressed misgivings. I am not very convinced of the legality of the death, he wrote, although I used it as an example. The body was on its stomach, showing at a glance that it had a bullet hole in the left lung and had its hands together and the fingers folded as if they were tied. Che had decided to hit the army garrison of Buicito, a day's march away. The attack took place on the night of July 31st, but did not go according to plan. When some of his units didn't show up on time, Che began the attack on his own, walking straight up to the barracks and coming face to face with the sentry. Che aimed his Thompson submachine gun and shouted halt, but the sentry moved. Che pulled the trigger, aiming at the soldier's chest. Nothing happened. A young rebel who was with Che then tried to shoot the sentry, but his rifle didn't fire, either. At that point, Che's survival instincts took over, and he ran away under a hail of bullets. By the time he repaired his Tommy gun, the garrison had surrendered. Ramiro Valdez's men had broken in from the rear and taken the 12 soldiers inside prisoner. 6 soldiers were wounded, 2 fatally, and the rebels had lost 1 man. After looting the garrison, they set it on fire and left Buicito in trucks, taking as prisoners the sergeant in charge of the post and a cavato named Oran. They entered the village of Las Minas to cheers, and Che indulged in some street theater with an Arab merchant. A Moor who is one of ours improvised a speech asking that we set free the 2 prisoners. I explained to him that we had taken them to prevent the army from taking reprisals against the people, but if that was the will of the inhabitants, I had nothing more to say. After freeing the prisoners, the rebels went on their way, stopping only to bury their dead man in the local cemetery. 2. Anti-government actions in Santiago had been stepped up to commemorate July 26, and police repression had also escalated. Arrests and killings of rebel suspects became commonplace, tortured bodies were found hanging from trees or dumped at roadsides. Frank Paez, the movement coordinator for Orient, had been in hiding in Santiago since his release from jail, moving from one safe house to the other, but in recent letters to Fidel he had expressed doubts about how much longer he could avoid detection. On July 30, his luck ran out. He and a companion were executed on the street, in broad daylight. Paez was 23. Frank Paez's killing caused a huge outcry, with noisy anti-government demonstrations. Strikes spread across the entire island, and Batista imposed a state of siege and media censorship. Unfortunately for him, the events in Santiago coincided with a visit there by the new American ambassador, Earl Smith, who was on a get-acquainted tour. By mid-1957, few officials in the State Department retained any illusions about Batista. His increasingly repressive and corrupt regime was becoming an embarrassment. In general, U.S. policy toward Cuba was aimed at protecting the sizable American economic interests there, and unrest was not good for business. The prevailing opinion in Washington was that the best method of defusing the violence would be to encourage Batista to democratize Cuba by holding elections after which, it was hoped, one of the traditional parties would assume office. But Fidel's persistence had thrown a wild card into the equation, and the State Department, CIA, and Department of Defense were divided over how best to deal with him. As a consequence, throughout 1957 and into 1958, various U.S. government agencies pursued their own, not always compatible, Cuban agendas. Earl Smith had come away with the definite impression that the State Department wanted to see Batista out, and that it was actively, if covertly, supporting Castro's bid for power. Roy Robotham, the Assistant Secretary for Latin American Affairs, and William Wieland, the newly appointed head of the Caribbean desk, both opposed Batista, as did the CIA's Cuban specialist, J.C. King. When Smith got to Cuba, he found the CIA men there to be anti-Batista as well. The officers in the American military mission, on the other hand, continued to enjoy a close relationship with their Cuban counterparts. The Anti-Communist Police Bureau, BRAC, functioned with American support, and, more controversially, Batista's military was using American war materiel that had been assigned to Cuba for hemispheric defense in its anti-guerrilla campaign. Opinion was divided as to Castro's political orientation, but few policymakers credited Batista's repeated denunciations of him as a communist. At his first press conference, Smith had trod a careful line by praising Cuba's efforts in the common struggle against communism, while saying he did not believe Castro was pro-communist. But in Santiago, after witnessing the police turn their batons and water hoses on a crowd of demonstrating women, Smith publicly deplored the rough police tactics and, before leaving, laid a wreath at Paez's tomb. This gesture gave Cubans hope of a policy shift in Washington, for it stood out in sharp contrast to the pro-Batista attitudes of Smith's predecessor, Arthur Gardner. The unpopular Gardner had never said anything publicly to criticize Batista's excesses and privately had gone so far as to suggest that he send an assassin into the Sierra to kill Fidel. After Smith's remarks about police brutality in Santiago, the debate over Castro began to heat up, with Batista's officials and American ultra-conservatives accusing Washington of going soft on communism. In August, the ubiquitous Spruie Braden, who had served as U.S. ambassador during Batista's first elected term as president during World War II, threw down the gauntlet, denouncing Castro as a communist fellow traveler. The CIA was, in fact, already pursuing contacts with the movement through officials stationed in Santiago and Havana. The first inkling of such contacts is revealed in Che's scathing reference to Armando Hart's letter suggesting a deal with the Yankee embassy in April 1957. The next reference is in a letter of July 5 sent by Frank Pace to Fidel, saying that he had managed to get an American visa for Lester El Gordito Rodriguez, a July 26 member who was to help coordinate U.S. fundraising and arms purchases for the rebels. The very meritorious and valuable American embassy came to us and offered any kind of help in exchange for our ceasing to loot arms from their Guantanamo base, Pace wrote to Fidel. We promised this in exchange for a 2-year visa for El Gordito and for them to get him out of the country. Today they fulfilled their promise, the consul took him out personally, and the papers, letters, and the maps that he needed were taken out in the diplomatic pouch. Good service. On July 11, Pace wrote to Fidel again, Maria A. told me very urgently at noon today that the American vice consul wanted to talk with you, in the presence of some other man, but she didn't know who. I'm sick and tired of so much backing and forthing and conversations from the embassy, and I think it would be to our advantage to close ranks a bit more, without losing contact with them, but not giving them as much importance as we now do. I see that they are maneuvering, but I can't see clearly what their real goals are. In his biography of Castro, Tad Sulk wrote that between autumn 1957 and mid-1958 the CIA paid out at least $50,000 to various July 26 agents. Sulk named Robert Weicha as the man who dispersed the funds. In an undated reply to Frank Pace, Fidel agreed to the meeting with the vice-consul. I don't see why we should raise the slightest objection to the U.S. diplomat's visit, he wrote. We can receive any U.S. diplomat here, just as we would any Mexican diplomat or a diplomat from any country. He then continued with the kind of bombast that seems to indicate he expected the letter to be passed on to the Americans. If they wish to have closer ties of friendship with the triumphant democracy of Cuba? Magnificent. This is a sign they acknowledge the final outcome of this battle. If they propose friendly mediation, we'll tell them no honorable mediation, no patriotic mediation. No mediation is possible in this battle. The meeting between Fidel and the CIA men seems never to have come about. Possibly it was postponed because of Pace's death and then dropped when the CIA's policy shifted. But the agency's contacts with the National Directorate's LANO officials continued for some time, and evidently paid off in funding and possibly other forms of aid to the movement. It is worth noting that the CIA's overtures coincided with Pace's meetings with representatives of a group of reformist officers at Cuba Cienfuegos naval base who were plotting an uprising against Batista. William Williamson, the CIA's number 2 man in Havana, had told the naval conspirators that if they were successful, they could count on U.S. recognition. By July, the group had made contact with Faustino Perez in Havana and Pace in Santiago to propose an alliance of forces. After hearing them out, Pace had strongly endorsed the plan and passed it along to Fidel. It was a tempting proposition. The officers were planning not a mere barracks coup but a full-scale uprising to oust Batista, assisted by dissident factions within the Air Force and Army, with simultaneous uprisings in Cienfuegos, Santiago, and Havana. Despite his public opposition to any kind of post-Batista military junta that could preempt his own bid for power, Fidel was not one to miss an opportunity and had little to lose by supporting the Cienfuegos plotters. First, it would be the movement's LANO people, not his men from the Sierra, who would take part, giving him some deniability if the plot was discovered. Second, If he opposed the plan and the conspirators were successful, he would have alienated them and would still be trapped in the mountains. Of course, if he did help, there was the risk he could be outmaneuvered, but he could then continue to fight from the hills, as he had promised in the manifesto. For the time being, Fidel's position was good. The Americans and, now, Cuban military mutineers were coming to him. He had become a power broker, and he could afford to remain circumspect about the deals on offer while continuing to fight his war in the Sierra. In the meantime, he faced other problems. Paz's murder came at a time of mounting tension between Fidel and the National Directorate in the Llano over the control and direction of the July 26 movement. Since their meeting at Epifanio Diaz's farm in February, Paz and Faustino Perez had continued to lobby Fidel to permit the establishment of a second front. They had a double agenda. A second guerrilla front would not only ease matters for Fidel's rebels by helping to divert the attention of the army but also offset Fidel's maneuverings to exercise total control of the armed struggle. Fidel was just as adamant that the movement make the support of his fighters in the Sierra its priority. Until his forces were secure, he argued, no arms should be diverted elsewhere. During their time in prison together, Carlos Franqui, Faustino Perez, and Armando Hart had talked at length with jailed representatives of most of the other Cuban opposition parties. They had concluded that insurmountable differences of ideology prevented a July 26 alliance of forces with the Partido Socialista Popular, Cuba's Communist Party, which remained critical of Fidel's putschist strategy for taking power. There seemed to be genuine possibilities, however, of a pact with the Directorio, although so far a working alliance had been thwarted, owing primarily to the Directorio's fears about Fidel's perceived caudillismo tendencies. The Llano officials themselves had begun to resent Fidel's autocratic demands and ceaseless complaints. His letters show that he regarded them more as his suppliers than as equal partners in a common struggle involving both rural and urban guerrilla warfare. He seemed oblivious of the precarious existence they led in the cities, exposed to the constant dangers of arrest, torture, and execution. In addition to their efforts to broaden the movement's links with other groups, the Llano people oversaw the campaign of urban bombings, sabotage, and assassination as well as counterintelligence operations within the armed forces. They also operated clandestine safe houses, clinics, and arms smuggling rings. Now they had the added duty of implementing the campaign of rural and industrial sabotage as decreed by Fidel in his February appeal, the formation of a national workers' front to compete with the labor union movement controlled by Batista, organizing a general strike, and, last but not least, the unceasing program to supply Fidel with money and weapons through the Resistencia Civica network. The prospect of opening new guerrilla fronts became feasible only after the movement seized the weapons left over from the Directorio's assault on the presidential palace. Some of these had been sent to Fidel just before El Lluvero, but Frank Paz had used the rest of the weapons to establish a new rebel group led by a former law student, René Ramos Latour, aka Daniel. Daniel's group had based itself in Orient's small but strategic Sierra Crystal mountain range east of the Sierra Maestra, with Santiago on one side and Guantanamo on the other. Its first action in June against an army garrison had failed and resulted in the loss of many arms and several men. Frank Paz had rescued some weapons and hidden Daniel and 20 of his men at safe houses in Santiago. Paz had then come up with an audacious new plan, to explode a bomb at a pro-Batista rally being held by the political gangster Rolando Masferrer, who was the leader of a paramilitary force called Los Tigres. The bomb had failed to go off, and, soon after, the final blow to Paz's bid to assert himself had come when his own brother, Josue, and 2 comrades were killed. Following these failures, Paz had begun lobbying Fidel to widen his political appeal by forging links with mainstream political figures, including encouraging the visit of Raúl Chivas and Felipe Pazos to the Sierra. He had also outlined a plan with Armando Hart, who coincidentally had just escaped from police custody, to revamp the entire structure of the movement by putting decision-making in the hands of a new executive body, while 6 provincial leaders would form a new national directorate. The plan implied a vast curtailment of Fidel's powers. he would be reduced to being one of the 6 provincial leaders. If you have any suggestions or tasks to be done, Paez wrote Fidel, tell me so. In any case, when the draft of the program is complete, I will send it for you to look over and give your opinion. Fidel's response came in the form of his Sierra Maestra manifesto, effectively quashing Paez's curtailment efforts. Writing to him afterward, Fidel deftly avoided mentioning Paez's proposal, saying ambiguously, I'm very happy and I congratulate you that you so clearly saw the necessity of formulating working plans on a national and systematic scale. We'll keep fighting here as long as it is necessary. And we'll finish this battle with either the death or triumph of the real revolution. A couple of weeks later, Frank Paez was dead, and Fidel made haste to fill the breach. The day after his murder, on July 31, Fidel wrote to Celia Sanchez expressing his sorrow and outrage over the loss and asking her to assume a good portion of Frank's work. Meanwhile, to replace Paez on the National Directorate, he proposed Faustino Perez, and urged her to bring him up to date on Paez's duties. On this matter, however, the National Directorate won a rare victory over Fidel, choosing not Perez but Daniel René Ramos Latour as Paez's replacement. Lately, to implement his wishes, Fidel had begun to rely more and more heavily on Celia Sanchez, whom he regularly bombarded with letters, telling her she was indispensable to his survival and complaining bitterly about the lack of support of the Llano. Indeed, ever since their first meeting in February, Celia had become Fidel's primary confidant in the Llano, and now her authority increased. The other July 26 officials quickly comprehended Celia's new status, and began dealing with her as their principal intermediary with Fidel. As Daniel tried to carry on Paez's effort to assert more control over Fidel and his rebels, he singled out Che in particular as someone who needed to be reined in, complaining to Fidel that Che had not even contacted him since he had replaced Paez, and was causing problems by making his own supply arrangements with people not authorized by the Directorate. Fidel's response was to ignore Daniel while sending increasingly bitter letters to Celia about the Llano's abandonment of the Sierra. 3. As Che prepared for another attack against the forces of Major Joaquin Casillas, he found himself dealing with the usual problems of green recruits, deserters, and chivatos. A group of new volunteers from Las Minas joined him, among them his first female volunteer, a 17-year-old girl named Ana Maria Gutierrez. In the usual pattern, though, he let several of them go a few days later when they began showing signs of cofard, the French word he used to describe cowardice. David Gomez, his overseer collaborator, apparently had been arrested, tortured, and murdered. The army had then occupied the Peladero estate where Gomez worked and had pressured one of the workers into telling them everything he knew about the rebels' local ties. The result was that they killed 10 people, including 2 of David's muleteers, took all the merchandise, burned down all the houses in the area, and beat several of the neighbors badly, some of whom later died and others, like Israel's father, who suffered broken bones, Che wrote in his diary. According to the reports, there were 3 chivatos, and I asked for volunteers to kill them. Several offered themselves but I chose Israel, his brother Samuel, Manolito, and Rodolfo. They left early with some little signs that read, executed for being a traitor to the people M26-7. The execution team returned a week later, having tracked down and killed one of the chivatos. The reports of David Gomez's death turned out to be inaccurate. He later came personally to tell Che that although he had been arrested and brutally tortured, he had not opened his mouth. By late August, Che's column was camped in the valley of El Hombrito. Despite his efforts to seek out the enemy, his men had seen no combat since Buicito nearly a month before. On August 29, a peasant warned Che of a large column of enemy soldiers approaching, then led him to where the soldiers were camped. Che decided to attack immediately, before the enemy advanced farther. That night he positioned his fighters along both sides of a trail leading from the soldiers' bivouac, up which they would march the following day. His plan was to allow the first 10 or 12 soldiers to pass, then ambush the middle of the column, dividing the soldiers into two groups that could be easily surrounded and picked off. At first light, the soldiers roused themselves and began climbing the hill toward them. Che felt restless, anxious about the coming battle and eager to test his new Browning for the first time. As the soldiers drew near, Che began counting. But one of the men shouted, and Che reacted reflexively, opening fire and shooting the sixth man in line. At his second shot, and before his own men had reacted, the first 5 soldiers vanished from sight. Che ordered his units to attack. As they did, the enemy column recovered from its surprise and opened fire with bazookas. Che ordered a retreat to a fallback position, and learned that Hermes Leyva, Joel Iglesias's cousin, had been killed. From their new vantage point, a little over half a mile away, they watched as the soldiers advanced, stopped, and then, in full view of them, desecrated Leyva's body by burning it. In our impotent rage, recalled Che, we were limited to long-range firing, which they answered with bazookas. They exchanged fire all day, and by nightfall the enemy column had retreated. To Che, the action constituted a great triumph, despite the fact that he had lost a valuable man and captured only one enemy weapon. With their handful of arms, his men had fought off 140 soldiers armed with bazookas, halting their advance. But a few days later, Che learned that the company had murdered several peasants and burned down their homes in reprisal for their suspected complicity with his forces, a chastening reminder of the price paid by unprotected civilians after rebel attacks in their areas. Che resolved to evacuate civilians in advance of attacks to prevent more such atrocities. After the battle, Che met up again with Fidel, who had just attacked an army encampment near Las Cuevas. He had lost 4 men but inflicted casualties and forced the army to retreat. Deciding to press their advantage, Fidel and Che planned a coordinated attack on Pino del Agua, where there was a small army garrison. If they found troops, they would attack; if not, they would advertise their presence and draw the army into the hills. Fidel's column would be the bait, while Che would lay an ambush. With the plan worked out, the 2 columns headed toward the target area. But in Che's column, things were not going well. There were several more desertions, and then a young rebel, disarmed after being insubordinate with his lieutenant, borrowed a revolver and shot himself in the head before his shocked comrades. When he was buried, a disagreement ensued between Che and some of his men over whether or not the dead youth should be given military honors. Che was opposed. I argued that committing suicide under such conditions should be repudiated, whatever good qualities the man may have possessed. After a few stirrings of insubordination by some of the men, we wound up holding a wake, without rendering him honors. The discontent among his men spurred Che to take strict new measures, and he named a young rebel to head up a new disciplinary commission. It was a decision that caused bad blood among the fighters. Enrique Acevedo, a 15-year-old runaway who had recently joined the column as a descamisado with his older brother, Rogelio, recalled the disciplinary commission as being like a small military police unit. Among other things, Acevedo said, it was supposed to make sure that nobody talked in loud voices, didn't light fires before nightfall, to ensure that there were buckets of water next to fires in case an airplane appeared, to check up on those doing guard duty, and to prevent anyone from keeping a diary. They made sure that we felt the severity of the new disciplinary measures. It became a nightmare for all of us. Che's penchant for strict discipline was notorious among the rebels, and there were those who asked to be transferred out of his column. Young Acevedo, who had been allowed to stay on despite Che's initial rejection, "What do you think this is, an orphanage or a creche?" continued to observe Che with great caution. In his own illegal diary, he wrote, "Everyone treats him with great respect. He is hard, dry, and at times ironic with some men. His manners are smooth. When he gives an order you can see he really commands respect. It is a bait at once." A few days later, the brothers witnessed an example of Che's summary justice. Enrique Acevedo recorded the moment vividly. At dawn they bring in a big man dressed in green, head shaved like the military, with big mustaches, it's René Cuervo, who is stirring up trouble in the zone of San Pablo de Yao and Vega La Ua. He has committed abuses under the flag of the July 26th. Che receives him in his hammock. The prisoner tries to give him his hand, but doesn't find a response. What is said doesn't reach our ears, even though their words are strong. It seems to be a summary trial. At the end, Che sends him away with a contemptuous gesture of his hand. They take him to a ravine and they execute him with a .22 rifle, because of which they have to give him 3 shots. Finally, Che jumps out of his hammock and shouts, "Enough." Che was unapologetic about his decision to kill Cuervo. Using the pretext of fighting for the revolutionary cause and executing spies, he simply victimized an entire section of the population of the Sierra, perhaps in collusion with the army, he wrote. In view of his status as a deserter, the trial was speedy, then proceeding to his physical elimination. The execution of antisocial individuals who took advantage of the prevailing atmosphere in the area to commit crimes was, unfortunately, not infrequent in the Sierra Maestra. A few weeks later, a more merciful side of Che was revealed. After ambushing a truckload of soldiers near Pino del Agua, Che approached to inspect the damage. In capturing the first truck, we found 2 dead and 1 wounded soldier, who was still going through the motions of fighting as he lay dying, he wrote. One of our fighters finished the man off without giving him an opportunity to surrender, which he was unable to do, being only half conscious. The combatant responsible for this barbaric act had seen his family wiped out by Batista's army. I reproached him violently, unaware that my remarks were overheard by another wounded soldier, concealed and motionless under some tarpaulins on the truck bed. Emboldened by my words and by the apology of our comrade, the enemy soldier made his presence known and begged us not to kill him. He had a fractured leg and remained at the side of the road while the battle went on elsewhere. Every time a fighter passed near him he would shout, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Che says not to kill prisoners. When the battle was over, we transported him to the sawmill and gave him first aid. 4. As they made their way through the hills during that first week of September, the rebels heard that the national uprising had finally taken place. On September 5, rebels had attacked and seized the naval base and police headquarters in the city of Cienfuegos. Along with the naval mutineers and a smattering of men from other groups, including Prios Auténticos, a large number of July 26 fighters had participated. But things hadn't gone as planned. At the last minute, the rebels' co-conspirators in Havana and Santiago had stalled, and the Cienfuegos uprising had gone off alone. The rebels held the city that morning, but by afternoon the regime had sent in tanks from the large Santa Clara garrison and dispatched American-made B-26 bombers to hit them from the air. The rebels committed the fatal mistake of making a stand in the city instead of escaping to the nearby Escambray Mountains, and they were slaughtered. The 3 July 26 officials involved Javier Pazos, acting head of the Havana Underground, Julio Camacho, action chief for Las Villas province, and Emilio Aragonés, the July 26 leader for Cienfuegos, managed to flee, but as many as 300 of the estimated 400 men involved from various organizations were killed, many of them by being shot after surrendering. The revenge taken against the rebels was barbaric. Reports emerged of wounded men being buried alive, and the captured ringleader, the former naval lieutenant Dionisio San Roman, was tortured for months before being killed. It had been the biggest and bloodiest action so far in the Cuban conflict, and there was plenty of fallout. Fidel was accused of treachery by Justo Carrillo, a former cabinet minister under Prio and leader of his own Monte Cristi anti-Batista group, who had been in league with one of the military factions involved in the conspiracy. Previously, Carrillo had provided money to the July 26 movement. He flirted with but declined Fidel's invitation for an alliance at the time of the Sierra Pact. Now, Carrillo accused Fidel of perfidy for allegedly giving his go-ahead to the Cienfuegos revolt, knowing it would fail and result in the deaths of the military men whom he saw as rivals for power. Indirectly answering this charge later, Che wrote, "The July 26 movement, participating as an unarmed ally, could not have changed the course of events, even if its leaders had seen the outcome clearly, which they did not. The lesson for the future is, he who has the strength dictates the strategy. But Batista would also face repercussions from Cienfuegos. His use of U.S. supplied firepower in quelling the revolt was a blatant breach of U.S. defense treaties with Cuba. The tanks and B-26 bombers had been supplied for Cuba's hemispheric defense, not to suppress internal uprisings. The Americans asked for explanations, and when these weren't forthcoming, they began considering the suspension of arms shipments to the regime. Meanwhile, in the Sierra Maestra, Che and Fidel had drawn close to their next military target. On September 10, the two columns reached Pino del Agua. Fidel made sure the locals knew where he was headed, expecting someone to leak it to the army, and then he marched his column off. That night Che surreptitiously set up his ambushes along the roads and trails where the enemy forces were expected to arrive. If their plan worked, they hoped to hit a motorized army convoy and capture several trucks. After a week of waiting in a forest on a cliff overlooking one of the main roads, Che finally heard the sounds of truck engines. The enemy had seized the bait. As battles went, it was a decidedly small-scale affair. Once the ambush began, 2 truckloads of soldiers were able to escape, but the rebels captured the 3 remaining trucks which they burned as well as some valuable new weapons and ammunition. They had also killed 3 soldiers and taken 1 prisoner, a corporal who ended up joining them and becoming their cook. But to their great sadness, they lost Crucito, a Guajiro poet who had entertained the fighters in poetic dueling sessions with the other rebel lyricist, Calixto Morales. Crucito had nicknamed himself the Nightingale of the Maestra and dubbed his rival the Buzzard of the Plains. V. Che moved his men toward Peladero, where Fidel's column had headed. Along the way, he confiscated a mule owned by a merchant who was believed to be pro-Batista and friendly with the large landowners. Juan Balanza had a mule, celebrated in the vicinity for its staying power, and as a kind of war tax, we made off with it, Che wrote. The mule showed itself to be sure-footed and agile, and Che took it as his own personal mount and kept it until it was recaptured by Captain Angel Sanchez Mosquera, the officer who was becoming his bête noire, later in the war. The Sierra Maestra was now crawling with armed men, and a kind of anarchy reigned as deserters, freelance outlaw groups, and some of the rebels themselves committed abuses, using their weapons and the absence of government control to rob, rape, and commit murder. The rigid code of conduct for rebel behavior, meanwhile, was causing resentment, particularly in Che's column, where tension was running high over the zeal displayed by his newly appointed disciplinary commission. The situation now reached a bloody climax. A couple of days after his column had arrived at Peladero, Che went off to meet Fidel, who was camped nearby. Not long after he and Fidel had begun talking, Ramiro Valdez came to interrupt them. Something very bad had happened. Lalo Sardinas, in an impulsive act of punishment toward an undisciplined comrade, had held his pistol to the man's head as if to shoot him, Che wrote later. The gun went off unintentionally and the man was killed on the spot. There were stirrings of a riot among the troops. Che found himself facing a full-scale mutiny over Lalo's action, with many of the men demanding a summary trial and execution. He began to take evidence from the men, some of whom said Lalo had carried out an act of premeditated murder, though others said it was an accident. A trial was held to determine Lalo's fate. He was not only an officer but a good and brave fighter, and both Che and Fidel wished to spare his life, but the other fighters had to be consulted, and their speeches made it obvious that most of them wanted the death penalty. Che finally spoke out. I tried to explain that the comrade's death had to be ascribed to the conditions of the struggle, he recounted later, to the very fact that we were at war, and that it was after all the dictator Batista who was guilty. My words, however, were not convincing to this hostile audience. Fidel's turn came next. According to Che's account, he spoke at length in Lalo's defense. He explained that, in the end, This reprehensible act had been committed in defense of the concept of discipline, and that we should keep that fact in mind. Many of the men were swayed by what Che termed Fidel's enormous powers of persuasion, but many still disagreed. Finally, it was determined that a vote would be held to put the matter to rest. Lalo would be either shot to death or demoted. The majority would decide. Che tallied up the votes in a notebook. In the end, of the 146 fighters, 70 voted for death, 76 for demotion. Lalo's life was spared. He was stripped of his rank and ordered to win his rehabilitation by fighting as a common soldier. But the matter hadn't ended. A large group of fighters remained unhappy over the decision, and the next day they threw down their weapons and demanded to leave. Curiously, among them were the head of Che's disciplinary commission and several of its members. As was his custom when writing about this incident later on, Che made sure to point out that among those who left, some went on to betray the revolution. These men, who had not respected the majority and abandoned the struggle, subsequently put themselves at the service of the enemy, and it was as traitors that they returned to fight on our soil. In spite of Che's best efforts at ascribing treasonous motivations to the men who left, the incident is less convincing as a moral tale than as a glimpse into Che's hardened personality. His trail through the Sierra Maestra was littered with the bodies of chivatos, deserters, and delinquents, men whose killings he had ordered and in some cases carried out himself. The code of discipline he had imposed within and without his growing family of fighters had created an atmosphere in which acts such as Lalo's could easily occur. The leader sets the example. Che's underlings were merely imitating his behavior in their own crude way. After the mutiny, Fidel transferred some fighters to Che's command to replace those who had left and named a substitute for Lalo, Camilo Cienfuegos. The handsome, blonde, extroverted former baseball player now became the captain of Che's vanguard platoon. It was a good move, for Camilo's devil-may-care personality helped offset Che's strictness. The two men were mutually respectful, and Che allowed Camilo a degree of intimacy that he permitted no one else. Their dialogues were ribald banter laced with friendly put-downs and goads. Camilo's first mission was to hunt down a group of bandits who were committing their crimes under the banner of the revolution. While he went off in their pursuit, Che returned to the area that was becoming his own headquarters, the Valley of El Hombrito. Since his ambush there in August, the army had not returned, and Che had begun to establish the rudiments of a permanent base. He had left a guajiro named Aristidio in charge of a halfway house for new volunteers in the valley and had even built an oven for baking bread. The area was calm, but it was assumed that Sanchez Mosquera, who had established a base in Minas de Buecito, would launch a raid into the mountains soon. Aristidio was evidently not immune to the general sense of alarm, for in Che's absence he had sold his revolver and imprudently told people he planned to make contact with the army before it arrived. These were difficult moments for the revolution, Che recalled. In my capacity as chief of the sector, we conducted a very summary investigation, and Aristidio was executed. The adolescent Enrique Acevedo watched as Aristidio was brought in. By our side passes a barefoot prisoner, they have him tied. It's Aristidio. Nothing remains of his chieftain's facade. Later a shot can be heard. When we get to the place they are throwing the dirt on top of him. At dawn, after an exhausting day, Che explains to us that Aristidio was executed for misusing the funds and resources of the guerrillas. Che later sounded almost apologetic about Aristidio's fate. Aristidio was a typical example of a peasant who joined the ranks of the revolution without having any clear understanding of its significance. Today we may ask ourselves whether he was really guilty enough to deserve death, and if it might not have been possible to save a life that could have been put to use by the revolution in its constructive phase. War is harsh, and at a time when the enemy was intensifying its aggressiveness, one could not tolerate even the suspicion of treason. It might have been possible to spare him months earlier, when the guerrilla movement was much weaker, or months later, when we were far stronger. After executing Aristidio, Che moved off toward Pico Caracas to help Camilo hunt down an armed gang led by Chino Chang, a Chinese-Cuban bandit who had robbed and killed peasants in the vicinity. Camillo had already captured some of the culprits and was holding them pending their trial before a revolutionary tribunal. For the first time, the rebels had a real lawyer on hand to implement their system of justice, Humberto Saray-Marin, a well-known attorney and July 26 man from Havana. Most of the members of the Chino Chang gang were acquitted, but Chang himself and a peasant who had raped a girl were sentenced to death. As usual, Che observed their last moments with a keen eye, noting whether they displayed courage or cowardice as they met death. First we executed Chino Chang and the peasant rapist. They were tied to a tree in the forest, both of them calm. The peasant died without a blindfold, his eyes facing the guns, shouting "Long live the revolution." Chang met death with absolute serenity but asked for the last rites to be administered by Father Sardenas, a priest from Santiago who had joined the rebels but who wasn't then in the camp. Since we were unable to grant this request, Chang said he wanted it known he had asked for a priest, as if this public testimony would serve as an extenuating circumstance in the hereafter. The rebels decided to teach 3 young members of the gang a lesson by conducting a mock execution. The boys went through the experience of being sentenced to death and, after witnessing Chang's and the rapist's executions, awaited their own. They had been deeply involved in Chang's outrages, Che explained, but Fidel felt they should be given another chance. We blindfolded them and subjected them to the anguish of a simulated firing squad. After shots were fired in the air, the boys realized they were still very much alive. One of them threw himself on me, and, in a spontaneous gesture of joy and gratitude, gave me a big noisy kiss, as if I were his father. As Che told it later, the decision to spare their lives proved worthwhile. The 3 stayed in the rebel army, one of them in Che's column, and earned their redemption by becoming good fighters for the revolution. The journalist Andrew St. George had reappeared and was present for the executions, both simulated and real, and took photographs of the events as they unfolded. His photographs and accompanying article were published in Look magazine, and he also apparently filed reports to American intelligence. St. George never refuted allegations that he used his visits to gather information on Fidel and the movement for the U.S. government. A few days later, more transgressors were caught. Among them was Dionisio Oliva, a peasant who had been instrumental in unmasking Eudemio Guerra. In the intervening months he and his brother-in-law had stolen provisions intended for the rebels and become cattle rustlers. Dionisio had also commandeered private homes in which he maintained 2 mistresses. Captured along with them were several others, including a youth named Echevarria. Several of Echevarria's brothers were rebels, and one had even been aboard the Granma, but this boy had joined a freelance armed gang. Still, as Che admitted, his case was poignant. Echevarria begged to be allowed to die in battle. He did not want to disgrace his family by dying in front of a revolutionary firing squad, but the tribunal's decision was firm. Before he was shot, Che said, Echevarria wrote a letter to his mother, explaining the justice of his punishment and asking her to remain faithful to the revolution. The last man to die was none other than El Maestro, Che's skittish companion during his asthma-plagued trek to meet the new volunteers from Santiago. Claiming illness, El Maestro had since left the guerrillas and dedicated himself to a life of immoralities. His real crime was passing himself off as Che the doctor and attempting to rape a peasant girl who came to him as a patient. Fidel later talked about these executions with the July 26 journalist Carlos Franqui. He was dishonest in his account of the number of executions he had authorized during the war, but became downright voluble in the case of El Maestro. We lined up very few people before firing squads, very few indeed. During the entire war we did not shoot more than 10 guys in 25 months, Fidel said. But as for El Maestro, he was an orangutan, he grew a huge beard. He was also a born clown and carried loads as though he were Hercules, but he was a bad soldier. What stupidity to pretend he was Che, in that area, where we had spent a long time, where everyone knew all of us. And now, with the new beard, El Maestro was passing himself off as Che, bring me women. I'm going to examine them all. Did you ever hear of anything so outrageous? We shot him. 6. After the wave of executions, Che and his men headed back to El Hombrito. It was now late October 1957, and Che wanted to begin building an industrial infrastructure to sustain a permanent guerrilla presence there. His ambitions were given a boost by the arrival of a couple of former students from Havana University who were put to work building a dam to produce hydroelectric energy from the Rio Hombrito. Their other task was to help start a guerrilla newspaper, El Cubano Libre, the Free Cuban. By early November, they had printed the first issue, run off on a vintage 1903 mimeograph machine. Che began writing a series of columns titled The Wild Shot under his old nickname, The Sniper. In his first article, The Beginning of the End, he took aim at the issue of American military aid to Batista, deftly pegging it to the recent protests by animal lovers outside the UN building in New York over the Soviet decision to send a dog named Laika into space aboard Sputnik 2. The month before, the Soviets had launched Sputnik I, the world's first satellite, into orbit around the Earth. Compassion fills our soul at the thought of the poor animal that will die gloriously to further a cause that it doesn't understand, Che wrote. But we haven't heard of any philanthropic American society parading in front of the noble edifice asking clemency for our Guajiros, and they die in good numbers, machine-gunned by the P-47 and B-26 airplanes, or riddled by the troops' competent M1s. Or is it that within the context of political convenience a Siberian dog is worth more than 1,000 Cuban Guajiros? Che had visions of a proper social infrastructure for El Hombrito. He built a rudimentary hospital and had plans for another. Soon, in addition to his bread oven, there was an embryonic pig and poultry farm as well as a shoemaking and saddler's workshop, and his armory was going full tilt. Work had begun to produce some primitive landmines and rifle-launched grenades, dubbed Sputniks in honor of the new Soviet satellites. Once they had obtained the right materials, the next project was to make mortars. To crown these achievements, Che commissioned the sewing of a huge July 26 flag emblazoned with Feliz Anno 1958, to be placed at the summit of El Hombrito mountain. Che felt proud that he was establishing a real authority in the area, and, mindful of the marauding troops of Captain Sanchez Mosquera, he had his men construct anti-aircraft shelters and defensive fortifications along the routes leading into their little fiefdom. "We intend to stand fast here," he wrote to Fidel on November 24, "and not give this place up for anything." Reports had come in that Sanchez Mosquera's troops were on the march up the adjacent valley of Mar Verde, burning peasants' homes as they went. Che dispatched Camilo Cienfuegos to ambush the troops. He followed, intending to hit the enemy column from behind. He and his men stuck to the flanking forested hills of the valley, trying to catch up with the soldiers without being seen. When they discovered that their new mascot, a puppy, was trailing them, Che ordered the fighter who was looking after the puppy, a man named Felix, to make it go back, but the little dog continued trotting loyally behind. They reached an arroyo where they rested, and the puppy inexplicably began howling. The men tried to hush it with comforting words, but the little dog didn't stop. Che ordered it killed. "Felix looked at me with eyes that said nothing," Che wrote later. Very slowly he took out a rope, wrapped it around the animal's neck, and began to tighten it. The cute little movements of the dog's tail suddenly became convulsive, before gradually dying out, accompanied by a steady moan that escaped from its throat, despite the firm grasp. I don't know how long it took for the end to come, but to all of us it seemed like forever. With one last nervous twitch, the puppy stopped moving. There it lay, sprawled out, its little head spread over the twigs. The band of men moved on without speaking. The enemy was now well beyond them. Hearing distant gunshots, they knew Camilo had struck, but when Che sent scouts ahead to check, they found nothing except a freshly dug grave. Che ordered it dug up, and they found the body of an enemy soldier. Whatever clash had taken place was over, and both the enemy troops and Camilo's squad were gone. Disappointed at having missed the action, they walked back down the valley, reaching the hamlet of Mar Verde after nightfall. All its inhabitants had fled, leaving their possessions behind. The rebels cooked a pig and some yucca, and one of the men began singing along to a guitar. I don't know whether it was the sentimental tune, or the darkness of night, or just plain exhaustion, Che wrote. What happened though, is that Felix, while eating seated on the floor, dropped a bone, and a dog came up meekly and grabbed it. Felix patted its head, and the dog looked at him. Felix returned the glance, and then he and I exchanged a guilty look. Suddenly everyone fell silent. An imperceptible stirring came over us. The dog's meek yet roguish gaze seemed to contain a hint of reproach. There in our presence, although observing us through the eyes of another dog, was the murdered puppy. They were still in Mar Verde the next day when scouts brought word that Sanchez Mosquera's troops were camped a little over a mile away. Camillo's force had taken up a position nearby and was waiting for Che's column before attacking. Che quickly moved his men to the spot. By dawn the next morning, November 29, the rebels were in ambush positions along the Rio Turquino, covering all of Sanchez Mosquera's possible escape routes. Che chose a particularly vulnerable spot for himself and his own unit. They would have to fire at point-blank range on any soldiers who came their way. Che and 2 or 3 others were concealed behind trees when a small group of soldiers passed directly before them. Armed with only a Luger pistol, Che nervously rushed his first shot and missed. The firefight began, and in the confusion the soldiers escaped into the bush. Simultaneously, the other units opened up on the farmhouse where most of the enemy soldiers were positioned. During a lull in the firing, Joel Iglesias was hit by 6 bullets as he searched for the soldiers who had escaped. Che found him covered with blood but still alive. After evacuating the boy to his field hospital at El Hombrito, Che rejoined the fray, but Sanchez Mosquera's troops were well entrenched and kept up a heavy return fire, making any rush on their position extremely dangerous. When army reinforcements began arriving, Che sent patrols to stop them while he kept Sanchez Mosquera pinned down. In an attempt to move in closer, Che's friend Ciro Redondo, a fellow veteran of the Granma, was killed by a bullet in the head. By mid-afternoon it was over. The enemy reinforcements had fought their way past Che's positions, and he had finally ordered his men to retreat. It had been a bloody day. In addition to Ciro, they had lost another man when he was taken prisoner and then murdered. 5 more, including Joel, had been wounded. Expecting a pursuit by the army, they rushed back to El Hombrito to prepare themselves for the next showdown. After a few feverish days preparing their defenses, the alert sounded. Sanchez Mosquera's troops were on their way. Che had evacuated his wounded fighters and reserve stocks to a fallback position at La Mesa. To stop the enemy advance into El Hombrito, Che invested high hopes in his armory's new land mines, which were placed along the approach road. When the soldiers did come, however, the mines didn't explode, and Che's forward ambush units had to retreat quickly. The enemy now had a clear path into El Hombrito. With little time to lose, Che and his men withdrew from the valley along a road leading up a hill they called Los Altos de Conrado, for a communist peasant who lived there and had helped them. It was a steep climb to his abandoned house, the spot Che thought best to lie in wait for the enemy, and they found an ambush site behind a boulder overlooking the road. They were to wait there for the next 3 days. This time, Che's plan was modest but risky. Hidden behind a large tree next to the track, Camilo Cienfuegos would try to kill the first soldier who appeared, shooting at point-blank range. Sharpshooters flanking the road would then open fire while others began shooting from the front. Che and a couple of men were situated in a reserve position 20 yards away, but Che was only partially concealed behind a tree, and the men near him were in similarly exposed positions. He had ordered that no one was to peer out. They would know the soldiers had arrived only upon hearing the first shot, but Che broke his own rule to sneak a look. I could at that moment sense the tension prior to combat, he wrote later. I saw the first soldier appear. He looked around suspiciously and advanced slowly. I hid my head, waiting for the battle to begin. There was the crack of gunfire and then shooting became generalized. The forest filled with the roar of combat as the two sides blasted away at each other at close quarters. The army hastily fired mortars, but they landed well beyond the rebels, and then Che was hit. Suddenly I felt a disagreeable sensation, similar to a burn or the tingling of numbness. I had been shot in the left foot, which had not been protected by the tree trunk. Che heard some men moving through the brush in his direction and realized he was now defenseless. He had emptied his rifle clip and hadn't had time to reload. His pistol had fallen on the ground and lay beneath him, but he couldn't lift himself up to get it for fear of showing himself to the enemy. He rolled over in desperation and managed to grab the pistol just as he saw one of his own men, Cantinflas, coming toward him. Cantinflas had come to say that his own gun was jammed and that he was retreating. Che snatched the gun, adjusted the clip, and sent the youth off with an insult. In a display of courage, Cantinflas left the tree cover to fire upon the enemy, only to be hit by a bullet that entered his left arm and exited through his shoulder blade. Both Che and Cantinflas were now wounded, with no idea where their comrades were, but they managed to crawl to help. Cantinflas was put in a hammock stretcher, and Che, his adrenaline still pumping, walked the first part of the trip to a peasant collaborator's house a mile or so away. Finally, the pain from his wound overcame him and he had to be lifted onto a horse. On December 9, Che sent a letter to Fidel asking for more weapons and apologizing for having put himself in the line of fire. After sending the letter, he found that their situation wasn't as bad as he had feared. The enemy troops had completely withdrawn from the area. There was other good news. Young Joel Iglesias would recover. In their new refuge, a doctor who had recently joined the rebels operated on Che, using a razor blade to extract the bullet from his foot, and he was able to start walking again. When he returned to El Hombrito, however, he found devastation. Our oven had been painstakingly destroyed. In the midst of the smoking ruins we found nothing but some cats and a pig. They had escaped the destructive fury of the invading army only to wind up in our mouths. They would have to start all over again, but not in El Hombrito. As his first year of war came to an end, and 1958 began, Che set about erecting a new base at La Mesa. 7. In his letter of December 9 to Fidel, Che addressed a problem that went far beyond his immediate military situation. It concerned a growing dispute with the July 26 National Directorate in the Llano. Che had never liked the Llano people, nor had they, evidently, liked him, but now the relationship had reached the point of open acrimony. The problem was formally over supply arrangements. Since becoming a commandante, Che had ignored Frank Peza's successor, Daniel, as the rebel army's Orient coordinator and had made independent deals with suppliers. But that was only the surface problem. Che was now known within the National Directorate as a radical Marxist. To the growing alarm of Armando Hart and Daniel, who were both manifestly anti-communist, Che headed his own column with almost total autonomy and clearly enjoyed influence with Fidel, while their own rapport with Fidel had weakened. Che's refusal to contact Daniel or use his organization in Santiago was undercutting the Llano's authority. To resolve the growing rift, Daniel and Celia Sanchez had journeyed into the Sierra Maestra to see Fidel in late October. The visit coincided with new political developments. Armando Hart, as chief of the July 26 General Organization in the Llano, reported potentially positive moves made by the opposition parties to form a revolutionary government in exile, in which the July 26 movement and Prios Auténticos would predominate. At the same time, he wrote to Fidel in October, cordial relations with certain diplomatic circles were continuing, and he had learned that people close to the U.S. Embassy had been talking with the ambassador on their behalf. "I think this is the best policy," Hart concluded, "since we are kept up to date on everything happening there and of all the possible U.S. plans, and at the same time the movement does not officially commit itself." In the wake of the failed Cienfuegos uprising, which had been endorsed covertly by the CIA, the Americans were probably hedging their bets, fishing around for an alternative means to see Batista out of office. A broad-based coalition of Cuba's acceptable political groups, including a reigned in July 26 movement, must have seemed like an ideal solution. The Cuban conflict was getting out of hand. The army had proved itself utterly incapable of dealing the rebels a decisive blow, and Batista's solution had been to unleash his dogs. Murders of rebel suspects by the police were now routine, and periodic massacres of peasants by the army in Orient exacerbated the atmosphere of growing anarchy. An army colonel, Alberto del Rio Chaviano, who was notorious for his role in the torture and murders of the Moncada rebels, had been promoted to take over the anti-guerrilla campaign in the Sierra Maestra, and a $100,000 reward had been placed on Castro's head. Batista's enemies were also stepping up the violence. In October and November, the July 26 movement went after spies and traitors in the cities, finally putting an end to the life of El Gallego Moran, who had caused havoc after going to work for Batista's military intelligence service. The brutal army commander of Holguin, Colonel Fermín Cauli, who was responsible for the massacre of the Corinthia men and numerous other murders, was assassinated. The rebels also stepped up their economic sabotage, burning cane fields on a much larger scale than before. To show he meant business, Fidel promised to burn his family's own sizable cane fields in Byron. Paradoxically, Cuba's economy was booming in spite of the conflict, thanks to improved sugar prices and increased foreign investment, most of it from the United States. The American-owned nickel concerns in Orient had recently announced expansion plans, and in Havana port facilities were being expanded to cope with the increasing maritime trade. Tourists continued to flood into Havana, and new luxury hotels were being built. The latest sugar harvest had been one of Cuba's best, bringing several $100 million in extra revenues to the state. Uncertain about Batista's ability to hold things together, Washington continued to give mixed signals to his regime. Despite increased dissatisfaction with Batista in the State Department and the CIA, the U.S. military was strongly supportive of him. Batista's Air Force Chief, Colonel Carlos Tabernilla, was awarded the U.S. Legion of Merit in November, and Batista himself was toasted as a great general and a great president in a speech by General Lemuel Shepard of the Marine Corps. After a few months in his new post, Ambassador Earl Smith had heard more about the rebels' communist influences and was increasingly skeptical regarding Castro. He cabled CIA Director Alan Dulles to suggest sending a spy into the Sierra Maestra to determine the extent of communist control in the movement. Fidel was walking a tightrope in his quest to emerge as the de facto leader of Cuba's political opposition. To be successful, he had to acquire military muscle by expanding the war, but he also needed more political and economic support, and to obtain that he had to present a suitably moderate, non-threatening front. After receiving Armando Hart's letter telling of the impending Unity Pact, Fidel shot off a letter to his representative in the United States, urging him to lead a delegation to the planned November 1 meeting. Fidel also sent a list of his nominees for key posts in the proposed alliance. No doubt confident that his wishes would be met, Fidel went back to the business of directing the guerrilla war. An evidently chastened Daniel returned to Santiago after meeting with Fidel and was soon working hard to get him the ammunition and other supplies he said he needed. Celia Sanchez remained behind in the Sierra Maestra. Fidel had told her he wanted her feminine presence at his side for some time. On November 1, in Miami, a Cuban liberation junta was formed, with representatives signing on behalf of most of Cuba's main opposition groups. The communists had been excluded, but the July 26 movement dominated the new junta's national committee. Without Fidel's consent, Felipe Pazos had acted as the official July 26 representative, and Fidel saw this as a bid to upstage him. Apart from the standard calls for Batista's resignation, fair elections, and a return to constitutionality, the pact had pandered openly to Washington. There was no statement opposing foreign intervention or the idea of a military junta succeeding Batista, something Fidel greatly feared. The pact called for a post-victory incorporation of Fidel's guerrillas into the Cuban armed forces, thereby ensuring the rebel army's dissolution. The issue of economic injustice was similarly passed over with a tepid clause promising to create more jobs and raise living standards. In sum, it was a political manifesto designed to warm Washington's heart. Armando Hart and Daniel claimed to be upset with the terms of the pact, but they intimated that they could live with it. Raúl was livid, accusing Felipe Pazos of outright treachery, and proposing that he be shot. Fidel let it be known that he was unhappy, but as the Llano officials scrambled to clarify their positions, he maintained an enigmatic silence. Immersed in the war, Che kept quiet but anxiously awaited clarification from Fidel. On December 1, after the Battle of Mar Verde, Che had diplomatically urged Fidel to issue a statement he could print in El Cubano Libre. Then came Che's retreat from El Hombrito and his injury at Altos de Conrado. It was in the December 9 letter from La Mesa that Che finally threw down the gauntlet to Fidel. Invoking his suspicions of the National Directorate and accusing it of intentionally sabotaging him, he demanded to be allowed to take unspecified stern measures to remedy the situation, or else he would resign. However diplomatically couched, it was an ultimatum to the chief. Not only Che's future relationship with Fidel Castro hinged on the reply but, in fact, the political course of Cuba's revolutionary struggle. The contents of Fidel's letter of reply to Che have never been revealed, but whatever he said, Che experienced a reaffirmation of faith. On December 15, he wrote to Fidel, "At this very moment, a messenger arrived with your note of the 13th. I confess that it filled me with peace and happiness. Not for any personal reason, but rather for what this step means for the revolution. You know well that I didn't trust the people on the National Directorate at all, neither as leaders nor as revolutionaries. But I didn't think they'd go to the extreme of betraying you so openly." Che went on to say that Fidel's continued silence was inadvisable. The Americans were obviously pulling the wires behind the scenes, and it was time to take the gloves off. We unfortunately have to face Uncle Sam before the time is ripe. He again urged Fidel to sign a document denouncing the Miami Pact. He would run off 10,000 copies and distribute them all over Orient and Havana, the whole island, if he could. Later, if it becomes more complicated, with Celia's help, we can fire the entire National Directorate. Fidel did break his silence. On the day of his letter to Che, he issued a statement condemning the Miami Pact and sent it to Che, to the National Directorate, and to each of the pact's signatories, accusing them of showing lukewarm patriotism and cowardice. He was very clear. The leadership of the struggle against the tyranny is, and will continue to be, in Cuba and in the hands of revolutionary fighters. As for the post-victory future of his guerrilla forces, the July 26 movement claims for itself the role of maintaining public order and reorganizing the armed forces of the Republic. Finally, to sabotage what he perceived to be Felipe Pazos's attempt to secure for himself the presidency of a future transition government, Fidel designated his own candidate, the elderly Santiago jurist Manuel Urrutia. Fidel completed his tour de force by declaring, "These are our conditions. If they are rejected, then we will continue the struggle on our own. To die with dignity does not require company." It was a powerful indictment, and it effectively destroyed the newly created junta. The Ortodoxos withdrew from the pact, Pazos resigned from the July 26 movement, and Forcoman, the new leader of the Directorado, began planning his own invasion of Cuba. Fidel still faced a showdown with his Llano Directorate, that would come in a few months' time. Meanwhile, Che and Daniel crossed swords in a bitter exchange of letters. Defiantly proclaiming his Marxist beliefs and his restored faith in Fidel as an authentic leader of the leftist bourgeoisie, Che castigated Daniel and the Directorate's rightists for having shamefully allowing the movement's ass to be buggered in Miami. Daniel vigorously denied Che's charges and accused him of thinking Cuba would be better off under future Soviet domination. He and his Llano comrades also had their reservations about the Miami Pact, Daniel insisted, but they believed that before breaking with it, the July 26 movement should decide, once and for all, what it stood for and where it was headed. More than any other documents, those of the epistolary war between Daniel and Che reveal the depth of the ideological divisions within the movement. Daniel wrote his rebuttal letter to Che before knowing of Fidel's break with the Miami Pact, but the die had already been cast. Cuba's other opposition groups were being informed they could have a role in the Cuban Revolution only after acknowledging Fidel as its paramount leader, and on his conditions. And soon, the news of Fidel's rupture was all over Cuba. As promised, Che ran Fidel's letter off on his mimeograph machine, and on February 2, Bohemia reproduced it in a special press run of 500,000 copies. On January 6, as he was having it printed, Che wrote Fidel to praise him for the historic document. Lenin already said it, the policy of principle is the best policy. The end result will be magnificent. Now you are on the great path as one of the 2 or 3 leaders of America who will get to power by a multitudinous armed struggle. At the time, only a few people besides Che were aware of the momentous step Fidel had actually taken, one that would eventually affect the lives of millions of people in Cuba and beyond. His public break with the Miami Pact was the visible tip of a much greater political decision that, for now, was to remain a carefully guarded secret. 8. Fidel had always known that one day he was going to have to confront the United States, but he had hoped to avoid doing so until after he seized power. The tentacles of the United States in his homeland went too far for half measures, and if he was ever to govern as he saw fit and achieve a genuine national liberation for Cuba, he was going to have to sever them completely. As Che understood it, this meant carrying out a socialist revolution, although Fidel had carefully refrained from mentioning the dreaded word in public. Until now, Fidel had kept the Communist Party of Cuba, the Partido Socialista Popular, at arm's length. He had shaped his political message to appeal to a broad-based political alliance and to avoid antagonizing the Americans. But the unmistakable signs of U.S. influence in the Miami Pact and on some of the July 26 people in the Llano had shown Fidel that the days of temporizing were over. On the eve of the Granma sailing, the PSP had made clear to Fidel that it supported his goal of ousting Batista but disagreed with his tactics. As time went on, the party was forced to consider increasing its involvement in the armed struggle. Despite continued discomfort with Fidel's war strategy, it made sense for the communists to come to terms with him. If the party wanted a say in the country's political future, there would have to be some sort of alliance. Under pressure from the United States, Batista had begun to persecute party members ruthlessly, using them as scapegoats for the political violence. In view of Che Guevara's known political affinities and his close relationship with Fidel, he was the obvious rebel leader for the party to approach as it pursued the goal of closer links with Castro. These overtures came early in the struggle. On party orders to assist him, a young communist, Pablo Ribalta, had traveled from Havana to join Che in the summer of 1957. Ribalta, a black Cuban, had studied at Prague's International Union of Students and graduated from the Communist Party's elite school for political cadres. At the time of his trip, he was a member of the National Secretariat of the Communist Youth. Ribalta has confirmed that he was selected by the party in mid-1957 to join Che in the Sierra for the specific mission of carrying out political indoctrination among the rebel troops. Che had asked for a person with my characteristics, a teacher, with a good level of political education and some experience in political work. Ribalta entered the Sierra from Bayamo and arrived at La Mesa at a time when Che was on the move. In his absence, Ribalta organized the incorporation of local communists into the guerrilla forces and set up a political indoctrination school. When Che finally returned, he sat Ribalta down and questioned him. Apparently satisfied, Che ordered Ribalta to undergo a period of guerrilla training. A few months later, Che sent him to Minas del Frio, where he had established a permanent rearguard base with a school for recruits, a prison, and other facilities. Ribalta was to be an instructor, and his task was to produce integrally educated fighters. I had precise instructions not to say that I was a member of the PSP, Ribalta said, although a group of leaders, including Fidel, knew it, but at that moment it could have created divisions, and I complied to the letter of the law. The party had also maintained discreet contacts with Fidel and other directorate officials, culminating in a meeting in October 1957 between Fidel and Ursino Rojas, a PSP official and former leader of the Sugar Workers Union. According to Rojas, they discussed the possibility of forging a coalition between their organizations and also explored the main obstacles to such a plan: the rampant anti-communism of some of the movement's Llano leaders, and within the new July 26 Labor Front group, the Frente Obrero Nacional. For Fidel, some sort of an alliance with the PSP made good practical sense. Whatever his differences with the party, it had the best political organization in the country, with long-standing ties to organized labor, making its active participation in the upcoming general strike vital. Until Fidel was able to impose his leadership over the entire July 26 movement, however, any closer links with the PSP would have to be both gradual and discreet. Feeling more secure about the political direction of the revolution, and with the renewal of his faith in Fidel, Che became more open about his Marxist convictions. He even indulged in some discreet proselytizing among his fighters, most of whom were not only politically ignorant but viscerally anti-communist, much like their American neighbors during the Cold War. Communism was widely perceived as the red threat, a kind of insidious foreign infection to be both feared and resisted. How Che dealt with this mentality among his own men is interesting. Enrique Acevedo, the 15-year-old runaway who had joined up with his older brother and been assigned to Che's descamisados, later recalled that once when Che was away, some of his men were arguing over whether their chief was a communist. One of them, who insisted that Che was a Nangaro or Red, challenged the others. "Haven't you noticed that in the commander's squad there is a great mystery surrounding his books, and they read them at night in a closed circle? That's how he works: first he recruits those closest to him, and later they go filtering it throughout the troops." Acevedo was too much in awe of Che to approach him personally on the topic, but gradually he and the other fighters in Che's column came to realize that their commandante believed in socialism. The first to know it were the rebels attached to his general staff. One of them was Ramon Gil Pardo, a teenager who had joined the column in August 1957, following in his older brother Israel's footsteps. Over the course of several months, the younger Pardo became one of Che's group of devoted mascots, mostly teenage boys who served as his couriers and personal bodyguards. Che, with the men of column number 4 in El Hombrito, in front of a banner proclaiming Happy 1958. "When we were in El Hombrito," Pardo recalled, "I heard it said that there were some peasants who belonged to the PSP. On our trips, Che visited them and I noticed that he had an affinity with them. He also argued politics a lot with Father Sardinas, who stayed a while in our column. Che had a blue book, which was one of the selected works of Lenin, and he studied it frequently. I was curious and wanted to know who Lenin was, and I asked him. He explained, 'You know of José Martí, Antonio Maceo and Máximo Gómez, Cuba's late 19th century national independence war heroes. Lenin was like them. He fought for his people.' It was the first time someone spoke to me of Lenin." The young fighters were blank slates upon whom Che made a lasting imprint. He personally taught Israel Pardo and Joel Iglesias, who were illiterate, how to read and write. And for Gil and some of the others, who had more education, he initiated daily study circles. The study material gradually evolved from Cuban history and military doctrine to politics and Marxism. When Joel had finally learned to read, Che gave him a biography of Lenin to study. Just as he was circumspect about his political role during the war, Che made only oblique references to the early PSP, July 26 links in his later published writings. He sought to depict the revolution as evolving naturally toward socialism, an organic result of the rebel army's life among the neglected peasants of the Sierra Maestra. The guerrillas and the peasantry began to merge into a single mass, without our being able to say at what precise moment on the long revolutionary road this happened, or at which moment the words became profoundly real and we became a part of the peasantry, he wrote in an article published in Lunes de Revolución, the literary supplement of Revolución, a newspaper founded during the guerrilla war and run by Carlos Franchi. When he described the peasantry's gradual acceptance of the revolution, Che employed religious symbolism, rendering their travails as a kind of pilgrim's progress in which individuals found redemption through sacrifice, attaining final enlightenment by learning to live for the common good. It is a new miracle of the revolution that under the imperative of war the staunchest individualist, who zealously protected the boundaries of his property and his own rights, joined the great common effort of the struggle. But there is an even greater miracle, the rediscovery by the Cuban peasant of his own happiness, within the liberated zones. Whoever witnessed the apprehensive murmurs with which our forces were formerly received in each peasant household notes with pride the carefree clamor, the happy, hearty laughter of the new Sierra inhabitant. That is a reflection of the self-confidence that the awareness of his own strength gave to the inhabitant of our liberated area. Che wrote this article, War and the Peasantry, only 7 months after the war had ended. However consciously he had idealized life in the Sierra for public consumption, his evocation of a pastoral utopia wrought through armed struggle was a vision he sought to replicate on an international scale. Most important of all, he identified war as the ideal circumstance in which to achieve a socialist consciousness. In essence, socialism was the natural order of mankind, and guerrilla war the chrysalis from which it would emerge. 18. Extending the war. By December 1957, Fidel had brought the war down from the Sierra Maestra. Rebel squads began trickling into the Llano to launch harassment attacks, firing on garrison soldiers as far away as Manzanillo and burning cane trucks and passenger buses on the highway. The strategy expanded the war and diverted attention from the Sierra Maestra, where the rebels had consolidated their control. An uneasy standoff persisted into the new year, with the army mounting no new incursions and the rebels refraining from large-scale assaults. In the relative calm, no one was more active than Che Guevara. At his new base of operations at La Mesa, facilities were built to replace those destroyed at El Hombrito, among them a butcher shop, a leather workshop, and even a cigar factory. Che had become addicted to Cuban tobacco and, like Fidel, smoked cigars whenever they were available. The leather workshop was to provide the troops with shoes, knapsacks, and cartridge belts. The first military cap produced was presented to Fidel and was greeted with raucous laughter. Unwittingly, Che had produced a cap almost identical to those worn by Cuban bus drivers. The only one showing me any mercy was a municipal councilor from Manzanillo who was visiting, and who took it back with him as a souvenir, Che recalled. Che gave top priority to the rebel army's media projects. El Cubano Libre was now being printed on a new mimeograph machine, and a small radio transmitter had been installed. By February, Radio Rebelde was making its first broadcasts. He also put great effort into improving the quality and output of war material. Che was especially enthusiastic about the small M26 Sputnik bombs. The first ones had been catapulted from the elastic bands of underwater spear guns. Later they were launched from rifles, but the early models were little more than explosive slingshots, a bit of gunpowder packed into condensed milk tins. They made a huge and frightening noise but inflicted little damage, and before long the enemy learned to put up anti-Sputnik nets of wire mesh around their camps. In early 1958 the bombs had not yet been tested in battle, and Che had high hopes for their performance. Meanwhile, Fidel made a curious overture to Batista. If the army was withdrawn from Orient, Fidel told a go-between, he would agree to internationally supervised elections. His proposal coincided with an upsurge in public concern over sabotage by the rebels and atrocities by the police in the cities, and Fidel apparently wanted to give the impression that he too wanted peace. The would-be mediator duly carried the proposal to Havana, where the offer was so vehemently rejected that the messenger fled into exile. The international press was beating a path to Fidel's door. Cuba had become a big story, scrutinized in regular editorials by the New York Times and covered by the Chicago Tribune's Latin American correspondent, Jules Dubois. In January and February, numerous reporters, including correspondents from Paris Match and various Latin American dailies, climbed to the Sierra for interviews. Andrew St. George came back, and Fidel made suitably friendly declarations to him for his American audience. Fidel even wrote an article for Coronet, one of St. George's media outlets, avowing that he was in favor of free enterprise and foreign investment, and against nationalization. The provisional government he envisioned as replacing Batista would be composed of Rotary Club members and other solidly middle-class professionals. In January, the movement suffered a potentially disastrous setback when Armando Hart and 2 other July 26 men were arrested after visiting Fidel. By all accounts, their captors were planning to execute them, but the American vice consul, and CIA agent, in Santiago, Robert Weicha, came to their rescue by getting Ambassador Smith to inquire about their fates. Unfortunately, Hart had been carrying a rather incriminating document when he was captured, a critical salvo he had written to Che in response to Che's fiery missive to Daniel. He had addressed the issue of Che's and Raúl's Marxism as well as the dispute between the Llano and the Sierra. Fidel had seen the letter and ordered Hart not to send it, fearing that if the epistolary war continued, a letter would eventually fall into enemy hands and give Batista a new propaganda weapon to use against him. These fears had now been realized. Within days of Hart's arrest, Rafael Diaz-Balart, Fidel's former brother-in-law who despised him, passionately cited the letter on a radio broadcast as evidence of communist influence in Fidel's organization. The anti-Fidel propaganda campaign was squandered a few days later, however, when the army took 23 rebel suspects from the prison in Santiago to the Sierra foothills and murdered them, then reported that they had been killed in battle, with no army casualties. Che wrote a scathing response in his column Wild Shot in Cubano Libre. After listing a number of other revolutionary wars occurring around the world, Che noted, "All of them have common characteristics. A. The governing power has inflicted numerous casualties on the rebels. B. There are no prisoners. C. Nothing new to report by the governing power. D. All the revolutionaries, whatever the name of the country or region, are receiving surreptitious help from the communists. How Cuban the world seems to us. Everything is the same. A group of patriots are murdered, whether or not they have arms, whether or not they are rebels, always after a fierce fight, they kill all the witnesses, that is why there are no prisoners. The government never suffers a casualty, which at times is true, because killing defenseless human beings is not very dangerous, but at times it is also a great lie. The Sierra Maestra is our unimpeachable witness. And, finally, the same handy accusation as always, communists. Communists are always those who pick up their arms tired of so much misery, wherever in the world the action takes place. Democrats those who kill the indignant people, whether they be men, women, or children. How Cuban the world is. But everywhere, as in Cuba, the people will have the last word, that of victory, against brute force and injustice. The slaughter of the Santiago prisoners caught the attention of the Cuban public but did not divert the scrutiny of Fidel by the United States. The revelations in Hart's letter lent further credence to Ambassador Smith's mounting suspicions about Red infiltration of the July 26 movement. In January, Smith made a trip to Washington to make a case for keeping up arms deliveries to Batista, who had promised to restore constitutional guarantees and go through with the June elections if the United States didn't cut him off. As for Castro, Smith told reporters, he did not trust him, and did not think the U.S. government was able to do business with him. By early February, Che's armory was racing to put the finishing touches on the Sputniks in preparation for the first major military action of the year. Fidel had decided to attack the sawmill community of Pino del Agua again. An army company had established a permanent presence there. Batista had just lifted censorship everywhere except Orient, and Fidel wanted to strike a resounding blow to earn some headlines. 2. The attack began at dawn on February 16. Fidel's plan was to surround the army camp, destroy its guard posts, and then ambush reinforcements when they came. Che's men brought along 6 Sputniks, to be fired at the beginning of the attack. Another of his armory's creations, a landmine made from unexploded airplane bombs, was also given its first test. Mines were placed in a road that the army was expected to use. The Sputniks fired successfully but did little damage, and the landmines produced what Che called a lamentable result. Their first victim was a civilian truck driver who happened along at just the wrong moment. The attack started well enough. The first wave of fighters overran the guard posts, killing half a dozen sentries and taking 3 prisoners, but the main body of soldiers quickly rallied, effectively stopping the rebels' advance. Within minutes, 4 rebels were killed and 2 more were mortally wounded. Camilo Cienfuegos was wounded twice trying to rescue an abandoned machine gun. The rebels had better luck against the army reinforcements. The first patrol walked directly into an ambush and was wiped out. But Che wanted to inflict a total defeat and begged Fidel to attack the entrenched enemy camp again, to completely overrun it this time. At his insistence, Fidel sent a couple of platoons to make another try, but they too were repelled under heavy fire. Che then asked Fidel for command of a new assault force. He would try to rout the soldiers by torching their camp. Grudgingly, Fidel let him go but warned him to take great care. Just as he was preparing the advance, Che received a note from Fidel, February 16, 1958. Che, if everything depends on the attack from this side, without support from Camilo and Guillermo Garcia, I do not think anything suicidal should be done, because there is a risk of many casualties and failure to achieve the objective. I seriously urge you to be careful. You yourself are not to take part in the fighting. That is a strict order. Take charge of leading the men well, that is the most important thing right now. Fidel. Fidel knew that Che would probably not go forward with his plan if he couldn't take part in the fighting himself, and he was right. With all this responsibility weighing on my shoulders, Che wrote later, it was too much, and, crestfallen, I took the same path as my predecessor. He ordered his men to withdraw. Later, speaking about Che's recklessness in battle, Fidel mused that in a way, he even violated the rules of combat, that is, the ideal norms, the most perfect methods, risking his life in battle because of that character, tenacity, and spirit of his. Therefore, we had to lay down certain rules and guidelines for him to follow. The next morning, while government planes circled overhead, the rebels retreated into the hills, with 5 prisoners and 40 new weapons. After they withdrew, the army apparently murdered 13 peasants found hiding near the rebel positions. Denouncing this atrocity in El Cubano Libre, Che calculated the enemy losses at 18 to 22 dead, but the army produced different statistics. An official dispatch claimed that 16 insurgents and 5 soldiers had died in the battle, but could not confirm reports that the well-known Argentine communist Che Guevara was wounded. A paper in Havana reported that the attack had been led by the international communist agent known as Che Guevara. The weeks following the battle at Pino del Agua saw increased rebel attacks throughout the country. On February 23, in one of the most spectacular publicity coups carried out by the movement so far, a July 26 unit kidnapped Juan Manuel Fangio, a world-famous Argentine race car driver who was in Havana to compete in an international championship. Later released unharmed, Fangio declared that his kidnapping had been friendly, his treatment warm and cordial. The Directorio, virtually crippled after its disastrous attack on the presidential palace the previous year, was becoming more active as well. A tiny Directorio breakaway group had been operating in the central Escambray Mountains near Cienfuegos for several months. It was led by Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo, whose brother had died leading the palace assault, and was aided by an American military veteran named William Morgan. In February, their efforts were bolstered with the arrival of a 15-man armed Directorio expeditionary force from Miami led by Forcoman. Temporarily joining ranks, they carried out a few hit-and-run attacks, then issued a somewhat grandiose proclamation calling for a Cuba with ample employment and educational opportunities, and appealing for the formation of a Bolivarian-style Confederation of American Republics. Fidel played the magnanimous elder statesman, sending a note to welcome the Directorio's guerrillas to the common struggle and offering them his assistance. Fidel took new steps to extend his own theater of operations. On February 27, he named his three principal lieutenants, his brother Raúl, Juan Almeida, and Camilo Cienfuegos, as commandantes of their own columns. In keeping with his custom of exaggerating his force's size, Fidel called Raúl's Frank País Unit Column 6 and Almeida's Santiago de Cuba Unit Column 3. Raúl was to open up a second eastern front in the Sierra Crystal in northeastern Orient, adjacent to the American naval base at Guantanamo Bay, while Almeida was to start up the Third Eastern Front, covering the area from the eastern Sierra Maestra to the city of Santiago. Camilo's theater of operations would be determined once he recovered from the wounds he suffered at Pino del Agua. Fidel also set about consolidating his power within the Territorio Libre of the Sierra Maestra. Humberto Saray-Marin, the lawyer who had assisted in the bandit trials in October, drafted legislation that imposed revolutionary authority over the inhabitants of rebel-held territory. Saray-Marin also prepared an agrarian reform law that gave legal backing to the wholesale rustling of cattle from landowners and their distribution among Fidel's fighters and the peasants of the region. In March, impetus was given to another project, the creation of a training school for recruits and officers at Minas del Frio. It was to be run under Che's direction, with day-to-day administration handled by a new convert named Evelio Laferte. Just a month earlier, Laferte had been a 26-year-old army lieutenant fighting against the rebels at Pino del Agua. The rebel leader he most feared was Che Guevara. The propaganda against him was massive, Laferte recalled. They said that he was a murderer for hire, a pathological criminal, a mercenary who lent his services to international communism, that he used terrorist methods and that he socialized, brainwashed the women and took away their sons. It was said that any soldier he took prisoner he tied to a tree and opened up his guts with a bayonet. Immediately after the ambush in which Laferte was captured and many of his fellow soldiers were killed, he was led before the feared Argentine. He told me, "So you are one of the little officers who come to finish off the rebel army, huh?" He repeated that little officer and this angered me, Laferte said. It was in an ironic tone and it seemed to be a hint of worse to come. Laferte was convinced that the rebels meant to kill him, but he was taken instead to an improvised prison at Che's La Mesa camp. The rebels realized they had a potentially valuable man on their hands. Laferte was a bright and distinguished young officer, the best of his class at Cuba's military academy, and was beset by doubts about the army's brutal conduct of the war. Fidel personally urged Laferte to join his side. After a month of preferential treatment, he accepted Fidel's offer and was immediately made a captain and sent to run Che's training school in Minas del Frio. Che was careful in his dealings with Laferte. He spent time with the young officer, talking about his family and about literature and poetry, a love they shared. Laferte showed Che some poems he had written, and Che gave him a copy of a book by Pablo Neruda. He listened to Laferte's suggestions for running the school at Minas del Frio and accepted those he found convincing. One he did not accept was Laferte's idea that recruits should swear by God in their oath of allegiance. When the comrades come to the Sierra, Che told him, "We don't take into account whether they believe in God or not, so we can't oblige them to swear by God. For example, I don't believe, and I am a fighter of the rebel army. Do you think it's right to force me to swear an oath to something I don't believe in?" Laferte was convinced by Che's argument. "I was Catholic," he said, "but I understood the correctness of what he was proposing, and I took God out of the oath." Once the school was up and running, Che brought Pablo Ribalta, the communist youth leader, to take charge of the ideological orientation of the recruits. Ribalta concealed his identity under the pseudonym Moises Pérez. So as not to scare off his pupils with Marxist texts, he used the experiences of the Sierra War, Cuban history, and the writings and speeches of Fidel and other guerrilla leaders to drive his points home. One of the other guerrilla leaders was Mao Zedong. For Che, the guerrilla war wasn't just a military proving ground, but also a cultural and educational one, recalled Harry Villegas Tamayo, who was 16 when he was at Minas del Frio. He was concerned with forming the future cadres of the revolution. 3. Some of the reporters who met Che in the Sierra Maestra came away as admirers and disciples. One of these was the Uruguayan Carlos Maria Gutierrez, who met Che immediately after the Battle of Pino del Agua. Che had pumped Gutierrez for information about his photographic equipment. What light meters did he use? How long did he expose his film? And a question Che was to repeat to every visitor from the mate-drinking countries of Uruguay and Argentina had he brought some yerba mate with him. Over the next few days, as he was shown around the base hospital and the shoe factory, Gutierrez took note of the unusual warmth and camaraderie among Che's men. There were no orders given, nor permissions granted, nor military protocol, he said. The guerrillas of La Mesa reflected a discipline that was more intimate, derived from the men's confidence in their leaders. Fidel, Che, and the others lived in the same places, ate the same, and at the hour of combat fired from the same line as they did. Guevara didn't have to abandon his porteño's brusqueness to show that he loved them, and they paid him back with the same virile reticence, with an adherence that went deeper than mere obedience. Among the visitors to the Sierra in the spring of 1958 was the young Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti. Like some of his predecessors, Massetti, who had a background in an ultra-right Peronist youth group, would find his life irrevocably changed by the experience. By coincidence, Massetti came with a letter of introduction from Escobedo Guevara's old acquaintance Ricardo Rojo, who had returned to Argentina in 1955 after the right-wing military coup that toppled Perón. In late 1957, Massetti tracked down Rojo at the Café La Paz, a literary and theater hangout in central Buenos Aires, and asked for help in meeting the Sierra Maestra rebels. Rojo jotted off a quick note to Che, "Dear Sancho, the bearer is a newspaperman and friend who wants to do a news program for El Mundo radio station in Buenos Aires. Please take good care of him, he's a good man." Rojo signed it the Sniper, the nickname he and Che had traded back and forth in their Central American days, little knowing that his friend had once again appropriated it for himself. Massetti was the first Argentine visitor to the mountains, and some of the young rebels asked excitedly if he was Che's brother. Massetti seemed determined not to feel impressed at their first meeting. From his chin sprouted a few hairs that wanted to be a beard. The famous Che Guevara seemed to me to be a typical middle-class Argentine boy. Over a shared breakfast, Massetti prodded Che on why he was fighting in a land that was not his own. Che puffed on a pipe as he spoke, and Massetti thought his accent sounded no longer Argentine but a mixture of Cuban and Mexican. In the first place, Che told Massetti, "I consider my fatherland to be not only Argentina, but all of America. I have predecessors as glorious as Marty, and it is precisely in his land where I am adhering to his doctrine. What is more, I cannot conceive that it can be called interference to give myself personally, to give myself completely, to offer my blood for a cause I consider just and popular, to help a people liberate themselves from tyranny. No country until now has denounced the American interference in Cuban affairs, nor has a single daily newspaper accused the Yankees of helping Batista massacre his people. But many are concerned about me. I am the meddling foreigner who helps the rebels with his flesh and blood. Those who provide the arms for a civil war aren't meddlers. I am." Che with the Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti in the spring of 1958. Massetti's taped interviews with Che were broadcast internationally. As Che talked, it struck Massetti that he spoke in a completely impersonal fashion, although a smile seemed constantly to play on his lips. Massetti asked about Fidel Castro's communism. At this, Che smiled broadly but answered with the same detachment as before. "Fidel isn't a communist. If he was, we would at least have more arms. But this revolution is exclusively Cuban. Or better said, Latin American. Politically, Fidel and his movement can be said to be revolutionary nationalist. Of course it is anti-Yankee, in the way that the Yankees are anti-revolutionaries. but in reality we don't preach anti-Yankism. We are against the United States because the United States is against our people. The person most attacked with the label of communism is myself. As for his reasons for joining the Cuban force in Mexico, Che saw a strong connection to his years of travel. The truth is that after the experiences of my wanderings across all of Latin America and, to top it off, in Guatemala, it didn't take much to incite me to join any revolution against a tyrant, but Fidel impressed me as an extraordinary man. He faced and overcame the most impossible things. He had an exceptional faith that once he left for Cuba, he would arrive. And that once he arrived, he would fight. And that fighting, he would win. I shared his optimism. It was time to stop crying and fight. Massetti returned to Argentina with his scoop. He had interviewed Fidel and Che, who had spoken for the first time to an international broadcast audience. He also returned with a recorded greeting from Che to the Guevara family. During the past year, letters from Escobedo had been rare. More often than not, the family learned about him through magazines and newspapers. They were delighted by the photograph accompanying Herbert Matthews's famous interview with Fidel in the New York Times, in which Escobedo appeared holding a gun and sporting a scraggly beard. Matthews's articles had also calmed the Guevara's anxieties about their son's adopted cause. Now we knew, his father wrote, that Escobedo was fighting for a cause recognized as just. In the spring of 1958, Che's father saw an article about Che written by Bob Tabor, "Will Che be able to change the destiny of America?" To the elder Guevara, it proved his son was someone. "I confess that what Tabor wrote impressed the whole family," he recalled. Escobedo was not just another guerrilla, but was mentioned as a future leader of countries. Other news came from Dolores Moyano, Ernesto's childhood friend, who now lived in New York and who sent the Guevaras clippings from the Miami-based Diario de las Americas. The July 26 committee in New York sent them copies of rebel army communiques. And soon Escobedo Sr. was getting regular briefings from the Chicago Tribune's Latin American correspondent, Jules Dubois, who looked him up on a visit to Buenos Aires. They would meet for a chat over whiskey whenever Dubois was in town. In exchange for details of Che's latest exploits, Dubois pumped the elder Guevara about the young Che. Escobedo Sr. became suspicious when Dubois asked him to write down a summary of what he knew about Fidel Castro. He claimed that his suspicions that Dubois was actually a CIA official were confirmed by a very good source. True or not, this charge became official dogma in Cuba, where the elder Guevara was living when he wrote his memoir. When Carlos Maria Gutierrez returned from Cuba, brimming with admiration for the revolution and for Che, he too looked up Che's family in Buenos Aires. When he talked to us about Escobedo, Che's father recalled, his words didn't entirely convince us, because he spoke of a romantic and bohemian hero. Also a very busy one. According to Gutierrez, Che had laid the basis for agrarian reform in the Sierra, built an arms factory, invented a bazooka rifle, inaugurated the first bread factory in the mountains, built and equipped a hospital, created the first school and installed a radio transmitter called Radio Rebelled, and he still had time left to found a small newspaper for the rebel troops. Massetti's visit increased the Guevara family's feeling of vicarious celebrity. They listened to the recording their son's latest admirer had brought them, and the broadcasts of Che's interviews on Radio El Mundo. After their first visits, Massetti and Gutierrez became frequent visitors and family friends, and, infected by their enthusiasm, Escobedo Sr. embraced the Cuban Revolution with fervor. "The defense of the Cuban Revolution entrapped us all," he wrote. "My house on Calle Arrayas turned into a revolutionary center." He rented another studio near his office and turned it into a branch of the local July 26 support committee and, in a move reminiscent of his work during the Spanish Civil War and World War II, founded a Comité de Ayuda a Cuba, which held dances and sold bonds to raise funds. Hilda had become the official representative of the July 26 movement in Peru. July 26 chapters had been set up throughout Latin America and the United States, raising funds, advertising the aims of the movement, and disseminating information to the press. I worked, complying with instructions sent me by the Committee on Propaganda and Money Collection, Hilda wrote. With some members from the leftist wing of Opera, which she had rejoined, she founded a support group to help Cuban exiles seeking refuge in Peru. Yet, for all her political activity, Hilda's reminiscences of the period have a certain scolding quality. Letters came from time to time from Escobedo. Only a few of mine managed to reach him, however, although I followed his instructions. When Hilda was 2 years old, February 15, 1958, I wrote Escobedo and asked him to authorize my coming to the mountains of Cuba, to be with him and help. The child was then old enough to be cared for either by my family or his. His reply took 4 or 5 months to arrive. He said I couldn't come yet, the fight was at a dangerous stage, and an offensive would begin in which he himself would not remain in any one place. There was another reason why Hilda's presence in the Sierra Maestra would not be opportune. In the spring of 1958, Che had taken a lover, a young Guevara named Zoila Rodriguez. Che's adolescent protege, Joel Iglesias, observed the lightning courtship. In Las Vegas de Hibico, Che met a black girl, or better said a mulatta, with a really beautiful body, called Zoila, and he liked her a lot, Iglesias said. A lot of women went crazy over him, but he was always very strict and respectful in that sense, but he liked that girl. They hooked up and were together for a time. Zoila was a single mother of 18 and still living on her father's farm when she met Che. It was about 4 in the afternoon of a date I can't remember, she reminisced years later. I was corralling some cows when he came. He was mounted on a mule. He was dressed in a strange green uniform, with a black beret. He had come to see if her father, a rebel collaborator, could shoe his mule. With her father away, Zoila offered to do it for him. As I showed the mule, I looked at him sideways and I realized he was observing me, but he was looking at me in the way boys look at girls and I got really nervous. When I went to the box of irons to choose a rasp, he asked me what I was going to do and I explained that I had cut the hooves and now I had to level them off to mount the shoes. Guevara said, was it really necessary to make them so beautiful? I said that's the way it had to be. He kept looking at me in that way, a stare a little bit naughty, like he wanted to scold me for something I hadn't done. When Zoila had finished chewing the mule she offered Che coffee. As he drank it he asked Zoila about herself. Where had she learned how to shoe mules? Was she married or single? He impressed me a lot, Zoila recalled. The truth is that, and I can't deny it, as a woman I liked him very much, above all his stare, he had such beautiful eyes, a smile so calm that it would move any heart, it could move any woman. When Zoila's father returned home, he explained to her in admiring tones that Guevara was an extraordinary man who had come to lift them from their misery and disgrace. Soon afterward, Zoila began to carry out small errands for the rebels, meeting Che occasionally, until one day he asked her to stay on permanently at Minas del Frio. She helped out in the kitchen and in the hospital, and she worked hard. He told me he admired me for that and he admired the peasants for the difficult work we had to do, Zoila recalled. He asked me many things about the Sierra Maestra, how the plants were called, what were they good for, especially the medicinal ones. He wanted to know all about the animals and the birds of the bush. A great and beautiful love arose in me and I committed myself to him, not just as a fighter but as a woman. For the next several months, Zoila stayed by Che's side. Interestingly, he doesn't appear to have tried to educate her politically. Zoila remembered one day when she saw one of his books and was amazed at the sight of its golden letters. I asked him if they were made of gold. He thought the question was funny. He laughed, and he said, "That book is about communism." I was too shy to ask him what communism meant, because I had never heard that word before. 4. In March 1958, Fidel Castro faced a potential new roadblock in his path to power, a peace initiative. The Catholic Church had called for an end to rebel violence and the creation of a national unity government. A Harmony Commission made up of conservative politicians, businessmen, and a priest was created to mediate. Batista went through the motions of seeming receptive, but Fidel rejected the commission as overly pro-Batista. This was risky, since there was growing public support for a negotiated settlement, and Fidel could be viewed as an impediment. But at a crucial moment, Batista gave him a way out. The catalyst was provided when a judge in Havana indicted two of Batista's most notorious henchmen for murder. Batista responded by again suspending constitutional guarantees and throwing out the indictment. The offending judge fled the country and the United States suspended arms shipments to Cuba. In the face of Washington's disapproval, increased rebel sabotage, and mounting calls for his resignation by Cuban civic institutions, Batista compounded his problems by postponing the scheduled June elections until November. Fidel, whose firepower had been reinforced by a plane load of weapons flown directly on a C-47 transport from Costa Rica to a rendezvous point near Estrada Palma, met with his National Directorate, minus Armando Hart, who was imprisoned on the Isle of Pines and would remain there until the rebels' victory. On March 12, they signed a manifesto calling for preparations to begin for the long-planned general strike and for total war against the regime. The goal was nothing less than a complete paralysis of the nation. As of April 1, no taxes were to be paid. By April 5, anyone remaining in the executive branch of government would be considered a traitor, and those joining the armed forces were to be considered criminals. Judges should resign their offices. When the strike call was announced over the radio, the rebels would launch armed attacks in Havana and throughout the country. While Faustino Perez, who had recently been released from prison, organized the strikes in Havana, Fidel would prepare his army for what he hoped would be a full-scale insurrection. Eager to be involved, the Communist Party of Cuba, the PSP, ordered its own militants to begin organizing for action, but once again the conservative Llano leaders of the National Directorate blocked their involvement. Even after the PSP had sent an emissary to Fidel to plead its case, and Fidel responded by ordering the movement to allow all Cuban workers, no matter what their political or revolutionary affiliations, to participate in the strike committees, the Llano leaders studiously excluded the communists. The strike call came on April 9, and it was a catastrophe. The Confederación de Trabajadores Cubanos, which was controlled by Batista, and the disenfranchised PSP ignored it. Most shops and factories in Havana remained open, and the key sectors of electricity and transport were unaffected. The strike also fizzled in Santiago, and by the end of the day as many as 30 people lay dead at the hands of police and Rolando Masferrer's death squads. As for the other decrees for resignations and non-payment of taxes, they were scarcely heeded. Nonetheless, Fidel put a brave face on things, and in a broadcast on April 10 thundered, "All Cuba burns and erupts in an explosion of anger against the assassins, the bandits and gangsters, the informers and strike breakers, the thugs and military still loyal to Batista." But for all of Fidel's face-saving rhetoric, the failure of the strike had been a severe blow to the rebel cause. The strike experience involved a great moral rout for the movement, Fidel wrote to Celia Sanchez on April 16, "But I hope that we'll be able to regain the people's faith in us. The revolution is once again in danger and its salvation rests in our hands." If Fidel's pride had been hurt, his ego was essentially undamaged. We cannot continue to disappoint the nation. There are many things we must do them well and on a grand scale, and I will do them. Time will justify me one day. Fidel blamed the Llano leadership for the failure of the strike, and the communists blamed the July 26 movement generally for adventurism. The fiasco was a boon for Batista. His old enemy in the Dominican Republic, Rafael Trujillo, sent him 5 plane loads of war material, and with a notable drop-off in rebel activity after the strike, Batista began drawing up ambitious plans to launch a summer offensive for liquidating Fidel's insurgency once and for all. Fidel's ill-disguised appeal for workers' unity was fresh evidence that the communists and Castro were getting cozy. Indeed, the PSP had suddenly become rather public in its support of the rebel movement. In February, the National Committee of the PSP had issued a document stating that in spite of the radical discrepancies it has with the tactics of the 26th de Julio in the rest of the territory of the country, the party justifies and comprehends the guerrilla action in the Sierra Maestra. On March 12, an article titled "Why Our Party Supports the Sierra Maestra" was published in the party's weekly bulletin, Carta Semanal. We don't limit ourselves to view with sympathy the activity of the forces in arms commanded by Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and others, the article asserted. We adopt the position of supporting actively, in all of the guerrilla zone, the troops who fight against the Batista tyranny. In addition to trying to aid the activities of the patriotic forces that operate in the Sierra Maestra, we are trying to push forward the links between the guerrilla action and the class struggle in all the neighboring zone. Even today, most surviving former Soviet officials of the period adhere to the official dogma that Soviet leaders were largely ignorant of events in Cuba and that the rebel victory in January 1959 caught them by surprise, but such claims fly in the face of an abundance of contrary evidence. For a start, the Soviets had already had direct contacts with Che and Raúl Castro in Mexico, where the Soviet Union maintained an important embassy, and where its officials kept in touch with leaders of the region's communist parties, including the Cuban PSP. And while old Latin American communists bristle at the notion that they were minions of Moscow, the fact is that most of the regional communist parties of the day depended on Moscow for subsidies as well as policy directives. It would appear unlikely almost to the point of absurdity that the Soviets remained unaware of the Cuban party's moves toward an alliance with Fidel Castro's revolution in the spring of 1958. What is certain is that by early 1958, more communists had begun joining the rebel army, in particular Che's and Raúl's columns. Meanwhile, Fidel was preparing to deal a masterstroke against the movement in the Llano. The failure of the general strike had painfully borne out the leadership's weaknesses, and it gave Fidel a new position of strength from which to assert direct control over the entire movement. He told Celia Sanchez at the time, "No one will ever be able to make me trust the organization again. I am the supposed leader of this movement, and in the eyes of history I must take the responsibility for the stupidity of others. With the excuse of fighting caudillismo, each one attempts to do more and more what he feels like doing. I am not such a fool that I don't realize this, nor am I a man given to seeing visions and phantoms." On April 16, after Camilo Cienfuegos' column had returned to the Sierra from a brief foray onto the plains, Fidel named him military chief of the triangle of land between Bayamo, Manzanillo, and Las Tunas, with orders to coordinate all guerrilla activities in the region. He was to take over command of sabotage and supply in those cities, to carry out agrarian reform, and to modify the civil code extending Fidel's revolutionary writ from the Sierra Maestra to the Llano. Fidel's rebels could now, theoretically, strike anywhere in Orient, but before he could give real teeth to his new plan, Fidel realized he was going to have to dig in and defend the Sierra Maestra. It was clear that Batista planned to launch a major army offensive. In mid-April, Fidel and Che moved from their bases at La Plata and La Mesa to the northeast foothills. Fidel set up his command headquarters at El Jibaro, while Che's unit was a day's march away, near the village of Minas de Buecito, where Sanchez Mosquera had quartered his troops. Che's mission was to hold the rebel front line against army penetration, and he based himself in a commandeered landowner's house in a place called La Odilia, a little over a mile from the enemy base. Neither side seemed eager to risk a decisive battle. At night the rebels fired their M26 bombs, and their patrols routinely skirmished with the army, but Sanchez Mosquera's main activity took the form of reprisals against civilians in the area, burning and looting homes and killing people suspected of collaborating with the rebels. For some reason, La Odilia was not attacked. I have never been able to find out why Sanchez Mosquera allowed us to be comfortably settled in a house, Che wrote later, in a relatively flat area with little vegetation, without calling the enemy air force to attack us. Our guess was that he was not interested in fighting and that he did not want to let the Air Force see how close his troops were, because he would then have to explain why he did not attack. La Odelia may have remained unscathed, but its approaches were a dangerous free-fire zone. One night, returning to base from a visit with Fidel, Che and his guide came upon a chilling scene. In this last leg of the trip, already near the house, a strange spectacle presented itself by the light of a full moon that clearly illuminated the surroundings. In one of those rolling fields, with scattered palm trees, there appeared a row of dead mules, some with their harnesses on. When we got down from our horses to examine the first mule and saw the bullet holes, the guide's expression as he looked at me was an image out of a cowboy movie. The hero of the film arrives with his partner and sees a horse killed by an arrow. He says something like, "The Sioux," and makes a special face for the occasion. That's what the man's face was like, and perhaps my own as well, although I did not bother to look at myself. A few meters farther on was the second, then the third, then the fourth or fifth dead mule. It had been a convoy of supplies for us, captured by one of Sanchez Mosquera's expeditions. I seem to recall that a civilian was also murdered. The guide refused to follow me. He claimed he did not know the terrain and simply got on his mount. We separated amicably. Within a few weeks of setting up camp at La Odelia, Che received new orders. In preparation for the army invasion, which appeared more imminent by the day, Fidel wanted Che to take direct charge of the recruit training school at Minas del Frio. A large number of new volunteers had assembled there, and they were to provide the backbone of a new command that was to undertake a risky crossing of the island as soon as they were ready and conditions were right. Taking charge of Che's column in the line against Sanchez Mosquera would be his deputy, Ramiro Valdez. As a safeguard, Fidel also wanted to consolidate the rebel army's infrastructure. Radio Rebelde and El Cubano Libre were moved from La Mesa to his command base at La Plata. With its hospitals, electric generators, and munition stores, La Plata was a vital nerve center the rebels could not afford to lose, and it was to be the last line of defense. Food and medicine had to be brought and stockpiled for what could be a long siege. Feeling fretful, Che set off to assume his new duties accompanied by a small hand-picked group of fighters. His diary reflected his dampened mood. We left at dawn, me with low spirits, for having to abandon a zone that I had under my control for nearly a year, and in really critical moments, because Sanchez Mosquera's troops are coming up with more enthusiasm. Fidel's new orders had also dashed Che's hopes of joining Camilo Cienfuegos on the expanded war front of the Llano. When Camilo learned of Che's reassignment, he wrote a note to console him, "Che. Soul brother, I see Fidel has put you in charge of the military school, which makes me very happy because now we can count on having first-class soldiers in the future. You've played a very principal role in this showdown, and if we need you in this insurrectional stage, Cuba needs you even more when the war ends, so the giant Fidel does a good thing in looking after you. I would like to be always at your side. You were my chief for a long time and you will always continue to be. Thanks to you I now have the opportunity to be more useful. I'll do the unspeakable to not make you look bad. Your eternal She Sharon, Camilo." V. For the rest of April, Che was constantly on the move. Together with some pilots now working for the rebels, he searched for a good site to build an airstrip and found one near La Plata. He left men in charge of clearing the brush and digging a tunnel in which to hide the planes from view. He inspected the work underway at the unfinished recruits school at Minas del Frio and met every few days with Fidel. As Batista's grip weakened, the Byzantine jockeying of the opposition increased. Given Fidel's prominence and moral authority, a succession of groups attempted to curry favor with him while simultaneously trying to undermine his position. Justo Carrillo, the exiled leader of a failed 1956 military uprising, who still had deep connections in the Cuban army, offered Fidel military support in return for a manifesto eulogizing the armed forces. Although Fidel was interested in winning over sectors of the armed forces, he also saw the danger of being outfoxed. A coup organized by Carrillo, together with his imprisoned co-conspirator, Colonel Ramon Barcan, would probably appeal to the Cuban business community, traditional political parties, and Washington. Carrillo could then simply turn against Fidel. Perhaps the greatest threat to Fidel's power, however, was to be found within his own July 26 movement. With the embarrassing failure of the general strike, Fidel had the ammunition he needed to move against the National Directorate leaders, and he summoned them to Altos de Mompi. Che played a principal role in a dramatic showdown on May 3. "I made a small analysis of the situation," Che wrote in his diary, setting forth the reality of two antagonistic policies, that of the Sierra and that of the Llano, the validity of the Sierra's policies and our correctness in fearing for the success of the strike. He blamed the Llano leaders' sectarianism in blocking the PSP's involvement, which had doomed the strike before it even started. "I gave my opinion that the greatest responsibility fell upon the chief of the workers, on the top leader of the Llano militia brigades and on the chief for Havana, that is to say Mario David Salvador, Daniel, and Faustino. So they should resign." After a heated debate that lasted into the evening, Fidel put Che's proposals to a vote, and the measures passed. The result was a total revamping of the Llano leadership, with Faustino, Daniel, and David Salvador dismissed from their posts and transferred to the Sierra Maestra. The most important change of all was that the National Directorate itself would be moved to the Sierra Maestra. Fidel was now the General Secretary, with sole authority over foreign affairs and arms supply, as well as Commander-in-Chief of the movement's nationwide network of underground militias. A 5-member secretariat would serve under him, dealing with finances, political affairs, and workers' issues, and the July 26 office in Santiago, once the Orient headquarters, would now be a mere outpost, a delegation answerable to the General Secretary. In a decisive meeting, which Che wrote for the Armed Forces magazine Verde Olivo in late 1964, he summed up the achievements of that fateful day. "At this meeting decisions were taken that confirmed Fidel's moral authority, his indisputable stature, and the conviction among the majority of revolutionaries present that errors of judgment had been committed. But most important, the meeting discussed and passed judgment on two conceptions that had clashed with one another throughout the whole previous stage of directing the war. The guerrilla conception would emerge triumphant from that meeting. Fidel's standing and authority were consolidated. There now arose only one authoritative leadership, the Sierra, and concretely one single leader, one commander-in-chief, Fidel Castro. If others had been concerned about Fidel's caudillismo, it was now a moot point. It had never been a problem for Che. He had always thought ahead to the day when the true revolution would be built, and he believed that only a strongman could do it. From now on, the road forward was clear. Che had little time to savor the victory. Already, the army had begun to make moves in its summer offensive, positioning troops along the flanks of the mountains and reinforcing the garrisons along the coast. Ambush positions had to be selected, trenches dug, and supply and fallback routes worked out, all within a coordinated plan of action. To the west, in the hills around Pico Caracas, Crescencio Perez would have to hold the line with his small and poorly armed groups, while Ramiro Valdez was to hold the land around La Botella and La Mesa to the east. A huge responsibility was resting on Che's shoulders, and he kept up a frenetic pace of activity to meet it. This small territory had to be defended, with not much more than 200 functioning rifles, when a few days later Batista's army began its encirclement and annihilation offensive. 6. An air of crisis pervaded the Sierra, with daily reports and rumors of enemy troops closing in. On May 6, the army occupied 2 rice farms at the edge of the Sierra and took a rebel prisoner. On May 8, more troops disembarked at 2 points along the coast. On May 10, La Plata was bombed from the air and from the sea. Che rushed from one place to the other, moving or reinforcing rebel positions according to the latest intelligence. He also carried out non-military missions. He pushed the agrarian reform program forward and attempted to collect taxes from Orient landowners and planters. Fidel wanted to get in as much money as he could to help sustain the rebel army during the offensive, but Che found the plantation owners recalcitrant. Later, he wrote in his diary, "When our strength was solid, we got even." With recruits from the school at Minas del Frio, Che formed a new column, number 8, named in honor of his late comrade Ciro Redondo. The recruits had been trained by a volunteer weapons instructor, an American Korean War veteran named Herman Marx. Fidel, meanwhile, was quite clearly alarmed about the ability of his forces to withstand the invasion, and had begun hatching schemes that verged on the apocalyptic. On April 26, he had written to Celia Sanchez, "I need cyanide. Do you know any way to obtain it in some quantity? But we also need strychnine, as much of it as possible. We must get these very circumspectly, for if word leaks out, it will be of no use. I have some surprises in store for the time the offensive hits us." Whether or not Fidel obtained the poisons, or what he planned to do with them, is unknown. Presumably he planned to poison the water supplies in his camps if they were overrun. In the grip of this bunker mentality, he sent an urgent note to Che, who was inspecting the front line defenses, and ordered him back to headquarters. Che drove back in a jeep with Oscarito Fernandez Mel, a 25-year-old doctor who had just left Havana to join the rebels. With Che in the driver's seat, they traveled at breakneck speeds along a narrow dirt road that skirted steep precipices. Oscarito was visibly nervous, and Che told him not to worry, adding, "When we get to where we're going, I want to tell you something." Oscarito was later duly informed that Che had never driven before. With his old sidekick, Alberto Granado, he had learned to drive a motorbike, but he had never sat behind the wheel of a car. While Che waited for Fidel to return from an inspection of the coastal front, his most trusted courier, Lydia Doce Sanchez, went on a mission to make contact with friends in Havana, Camagüey, and Manzanillo. Lydia was a woman in her mid-40s who had left her bakery in San Pedro de Yao to accompany the rebel force after her only son joined up. She carried the most compromising rebel communiques and documents into and out of the Sierra Maestra and to Havana and Santiago. These were highly dangerous assignments that involved repeatedly crossing enemy lines and would have meant torture and almost certain death if she were caught. On this mission, she would have to exit the Sierra at a place where there was a Guardia presence. Lydia was to become one of Che's most exalted revolutionary personalities, an exemplar of self-sacrifice, honesty, and bravery. Che repaid her loyalty by leaving her in command of an auxiliary camp situated close to enemy lines. The camp became increasingly dangerous, and several times he had tried to pull her out, but Lydia refused to leave. Che wrote that she led the camp with spirit and a touch of high-handedness, causing a certain resentment among the Cuban men under her command, who were not accustomed to taking orders from a woman. Only when Che was transferred did she agree to leave the camp, in order to follow him. Che waited for Fidel to return to headquarters for several days, from May 15 to May 18. During this time, he played host to a number of visitors. His journal entries are vague, but they indicate that he was fielding overtures from a number of political groups, including the Communist Party. The most significant visit was from someone he described only as Rafael, an old acquaintance, and a PSP man named Lino. By May 19, the other visitors had left, but the PSP men stayed on to meet with Fidel. Then the journalist Jose Ricardo Massetti unexpectedly reappeared in camp, having come back to the Sierra for another interview with Fidel. His arrival meant a further delay in Fidel's meeting with the communists, for, as Che noted in his diary, it isn't convenient that Massetti hears anything. On May 22, with Massetti finally gone, the summit between the PSP and Fidel got underway. Rafael and Lino carried a proposal for a united front of revolutionary forces, but also conveyed the party's enduring doubts over the negative attitude of the National Directorate. Fidel accepted the idea of a union in principle, Che wrote, but he put up some reservations about the forms without ending the discussion. The paramount item on Fidel's agenda was to beat back the unfolding enemy offensive, and although a unity of forces on the Llano was desirable, it was not essential at the moment. He hoped to avoid a protracted and bloody showdown with the armed forces, and the way to do that was by breaking their morale in the Sierra. Then he would sweep down onto the Llano, and political alliances would be his for the asking. As always, Fidel's fear of American intervention on Batista's behalf dictated that he continue his go-slow policy with the Communist Party. There were certainly signs that this fear was not misplaced. In spite of the State Department's suspension of arms shipments to Batista, the Defense Department had just delivered 300 rockets to the Cuban Air Force from its stocks at the American base at Guantanamo. Fueling Fidel's suspicions that Trujillo and Somoza were working as U.S. proxies to provide Batista with war materiel, a ship from Nicaragua had arrived with 30 tanks in early May. If anything, U.S. concern about Fidel's true political sentiments had grown over the past few months. In May, Jules Dubois, the Chicago Tribune's correspondent, used Radio Rebel's newly boosted transmitter links with the outside world to conduct an interview with Fidel from Caracas. His main line of inquiry centered on charges linking Fidel to the communists. Fidel accused Batista of spreading the rumor in order to obtain U.S. arms, and denied any intention of nationalizing industry or the private business sector. He had no presidential aspirations of his own, Fidel explained. But the July 26 movement would become a political party after the revolution, to fight with the arms of the Constitution and of the law. There was a growing gulf between Fidel's public reassurances and his private thoughts. On June 5, shortly after the first American-supplied rockets were used by Batista's Air Force in the Sierra Maestra, hitting a civilian's home, he wrote to Celia Sanchez, "When I saw the rockets that they fired on Mario's house, I swore that the Americans are going to pay dearly for what they're doing. When this war is over, I'll start a much longer and bigger war of my own, the war I'm going to fight against them. I realize that will be my true destiny." In the short term, Fidel waged a campaign to win over key military officers, writing a flattering note to General Euligio Cantillo, the commander of the Havana military headquarters. At the same time, he was trying to undermine the confidence of the army troops massed in the Sierra. "The armed forces are now facing a very difficult task," he claimed in a statement to the Venezuelan press. "Every entrance to the Sierra Maestra is like the pass at Thermopylae, and every narrow passage becomes a death trap. The Cuban army has lately begun to realize that it has been led into a real war, an absurd war, a meaningless war, which can cost it thousands of lives, a war that is not theirs, because after all, we are not at war against the armed forces but against the dictatorship. These circumstances always have led inevitably to a military rebellion." Fidel's daily activities had become increasingly administrative and sedentary. "I'm tired of the role of overseer and going back and forth without a minute's rest, to have to attend to the most insignificant details, just because someone forgot this or overlooked that," he wrote to Celia. "I miss those early days when I was really a soldier, and I felt much happier than I do now. This struggle becomes a miserable, petty bureaucratic task for me." But, for all his complaints, it was Fidel's nature to take control. He both plotted the overall strategy of the war and obsessed over the tiniest and most mundane details. In between the orders for blasting caps and rifle grease, he hounded Celia to provide him with personal comforts he missed. "I need a fountain pen," he wrote one day. "I hate being without one." On May 8, he had carped, "I'm eating hideously. No care is paid to preparing my food. I'm in a terrible mood." By May 17, the list of complaints had expanded. "I have no tobacco, I have no wine, I have nothing. A bottle of rose wine, sweet and Spanish, was left in Bismarck's house, in the refrigerator. Where is it?" Fidel lacked faith in the judgment and decision-making of virtually all his subordinates except Che, who had become his chief confidant as well as his de facto military chief of staff. When they were apart, he kept up a constant stream of notes to Che, confiding military plans, financial matters, and political machinations, and, like an enthusiastic youth, recounting experiments with new weapons from the armory. "It's been too many days since we've talked," he had written to Che in early May, and that's a matter of necessity between us. I miss the old comrades here. Yesterday I carried out an experiment with a tin grenade that produced terrific results. I hung it from a tree branch about 6 feet from the ground and set it off. It showered lethal fragments in all directions. It sends fragments downward and on all sides, as if it were a sprinkler. I think that in open terrain it could kill you at 50 yards. During the third week of May, the government troops began their initial probes of rebel territory. General Cantillo had a total of 14 battalions for his assault on the Sierra, in addition to the support of the Air Force and artillery and tank regiments. Cantillo's plan was to drive into the Sierra from several points, gradually surrounding the rebels and reducing their territory until he could attack and destroy Fidel at his La Plata Comandancia on the central ridge of the Sierra Maestra. To the south, the coastal garrisons had been reinforced, and naval frigates stood ready to provide artillery support and seal off escape in that direction. To the north, flanking the western and eastern limits of rebel territory, Cantillo had deployed 2 army units composed of 2 battalions each. A few miles north of Las Mercedes, which was held by Crescencio's column, an army company led by Major Raúl Corzo Izaguirre had assembled at the sugar central of Estrada Palma. To the east, at Buicito, a company under Sanchez Mosquera, who was now a lieutenant colonel, was prepared to enter the hills that were held by Che's old column, led by Ramiro Valdez. If Cantillo had one weakness, it was the unreadiness of his men. Of 10,000 troops, only a third were experienced soldiers, the rest were conscripts recently called up for the occasion. But if all went according to plan, the rebels would simply be squeezed into an ever-tightening circle. This circle was never that wide to begin with. The entire rebel stronghold, with its precious installations at La Plata, Las Vegas de Hibico, Mompi, and Minas del Frio, was actually only a tiny area of a few square miles. The distance between Fidel's Comandancia and the northern front line village of Las Mercedes was a little over 7 miles, and the recruits' school at Minas del Frio sat halfway between them. To the south, less than 5 miles from rebel headquarters, lay the coast. Fidel counted on about 280 armed fighters, with approximately 50 bullets apiece, to defend his mountain fastness. On May 19, after an aerial barrage to soften up the rebel defenses, Corzo Izaguirre's troops tried to march on Las Mercedes, but Crescencio's units held the line just beyond its outskirts. The battle lines were drawn, with the two sides facing off at a distance of less than a quarter mile. But even as his communiques trumpeted the stout resistance displayed by his fighters and a brief quiet settled on the battlefront, Fidel was privately worried about Crescencio's abilities as a leader. A few days later, he asked Che to go to Las Mercedes and assume command. Before leaving, Che attended an almost surreal assembly called by Humberto Saray Marin with the area's peasants to discuss how to carry out the coffee harvest. Surprisingly, 350 farmers showed up. Although it passed completely unnoticed by the outside world, it was an important moment. This was the first practical step in the agrarian reform process undertaken by the Cuban Revolution. Che watched the proceedings with keen interest. He wrote that the steering committee, which included Fidel, proposed that the following measures be adopted: to create a type of Sierra currency to pay the workers, to bring the straw and sacking for the packing, to create a work and consumer cooperative, to create a commission to supervise the work and provide troops to help in the coffee picking. Everything was approved, but when Fidel was going to close the ceremony with his speech, the planes started to machine gun in the zone of Las Mercedes and the people lost interest. It was May 25. The enemy offensive had begun in earnest. Che rushed to Las Mercedes, and for the next 3 months, he was rarely still as he rallied rebel defenses to resist the overwhelming firepower and troop strength of Batista's invading army. When his courier Lydia arrived and informed him that Faustino Pérez, who was in Havana with orders to hand over his post, was balking, Che observed in his diary that the thing looks worse all the time. But he could do no more than register the news. As always, there were disciplinary problems with recruits trying to escape the tightening army net. Once when Fidel was visiting Las Mercedes, a recruit who had escaped was captured and brought in. Fidel wanted to shoot him immediately, Che noted in his journal, but I opposed it, and in the end the thesis of condemning him to indefinite reclusion at the rebel prison of Porto Malanga triumphed. A few days later, in a demonstration of the often arbitrary nature of Fidel's application of revolutionary justice, he absolved a deserter. For all of Fidel's rhetoric about turning the mountain passes into death traps for the army, Che's diary reveals just how undermanned the rebels really were, and how tenuous their morale was. With enemy troops disembarking on the coast, Fidel took charge of the defense of Las Vegas and sent Che to put order into Crescencio Perez's command, where one of the officers was reportedly acting abusively toward his men. Before leaving, Che held a summary trial for a rebel officer accused of murder and sentenced him to death. Che spent his 30th birthday sitting in judgment of Crescencio's officer, whom he decided to strip of his command. Returning to the front, he found it in disarray, with army troops advancing on all fronts. Fidel had moved on to Mompi, Las Vegas had been overrun. Minas del Frio was now threatened, and Che spent several days shoring up Fidel's front with his own men, building new defensive lines, stripping another officer of his command, and disarming others who had been insubordinate. On June 26, he met up with Fidel again at Mompi, and Fidel ordered him to stay with him for the moment. The outlook was grim, the rebels were ceding ground everywhere. Fidel had ordered Camilo and Almeida to bring their columns back to the Sierra to help out, but a defeatist attitude had begun to permeate the rebel ranks. In the night there were 3 escapes, Che wrote the next day. One of them was double, Rosabal, condemned to death for being a Chivito, Pedro Guerra from Sarai's squad, and 2 military prisoners. Pedro Guerra was captured, he had stolen a revolver for the escape. He was executed immediately. By the end of June, the rebels had their first clear victory. An army company under Sanchez Mosquera had been turned back, and the rebels captured 22 soldiers and 50 or 60 weapons. But elsewhere the army was on the move, with reports flowing in of enemy advances on La Maestra and other hills in the area. The second wave of the offensive had begun. Hearing of soldiers advancing to take the heights of Altos de Merino, Che rushed over there on the morning of July 3. Upon arriving I found that the guards were already advancing. A little combat broke out in which we retreated very quickly. The position was bad and they were encircling us, but we put up little resistance. Personally I noted something I had never felt before, the need to live. That had better be corrected in the next opportunity. It is hard to imagine many other men in the same situation making this sort of critical self-judgment, but this was how Escobedo Guevara, in his new identity as Che, now confronted life. It was one of the facets of his character that set him apart from the vast majority of his guerrilla comrades, who, even as they fought, still hoped to survive the experience. Indeed, most of the problems he encountered on a daily basis with his men pointed up this fundamental difference between them. Their nervousness, their lack of combativity, the desertions, not being where they should on the front line, all the complaints and observations that peppered his daily journal came down to the same complaint: they felt the need to live. 7. On the eve of battle, Che had used the new radio communication links from the Sierra Maestra to call his mother, and she wrote back to wish him a happy 30th birthday. Dear Ted, I was so overcome to hear your voice after so much time. I didn't recognize it, you seemed to be another person. Maybe the line was bad or maybe you have changed. Only when you said old lady did it seem like the voice of old. What wonderful news you gave me. What a pity the communication was cut before I could give you mine. And there is a lot to tell. Ana Maria, Che's youngest sister, was married on April 2 to Petit Fernando Chavez and they went to Vienna. What a thing, all of my children leaving. She left behind a very big emptiness in the house. Roberto has 2 beautiful blonde daughters who will be 2 and 1 on the 1st of July, and the male heir is expected in August. He is working hard and well to maintain his numerous family. Celia has just won an important architectural prize together with Luis Arganaraz, her fiancé, and Petit. Between the three of them they get 2.5 million pesos. I am so proud of having such capable children that I don't fit in my clothes. Juan Martín, of course, now fits into your clothes. It isn't that he's tall. He's as puny as his brothers and sisters were, and he is still an enchanting child. Life is not going to knock this one around. Maria Luisa Che's aunt is the same as before. Physically and emotionally incapacitated and very sad. It seems a characteristic of her illness. She always asks about you. I too am the same. With a few years more and a sadness that is no longer so sharp. It has turned into a chronic sadness, blended once in a while with great satisfactions. The prize won by Celia was one of them, the return of the little one will be another. Hearing your voice was a very big one. I have become very solitary. I don't know how to write you, or even what to say to you. I have lost the measure. The housework tires me out a lot. For a long time now I have been my own cook, and you know how I detest the chores of the home. The kitchen is my headquarters and there I spend most of my time. There was a big blow up with the old man Che's father and he no longer comes around. My companions are Celia, Luis, and Juan Martín. So many things I wanted to say, my dear. I am afraid to let them out. I leave them to your imagination. A hug and a long kiss of years, with all my love, Celia. One wonders how Che reacted to this poignant letter. Did he read it with emotional detachment or suffer pangs of yearning for the normal life that continued in his absence, brothers and sisters growing up, getting married, leaving home and having children, his parents growing older? And what of his own family, his wife, Hilda, and their daughter, Hildita? But more than Tet's voice had changed. He had made a conscious choice to divorce himself from his outside life. He seldom wrote to Hilda or his parents, although he had opportunities to do so. In late April, Fidel had told him that someone in Peru, presumably Hilda, had tried to call him on the radio. Evidently Che did not phone back, for Hilda makes no mention of it in her memoirs. Indeed, one of the most remarkable aspects of his diary of the time is the almost total lack of personal details or introspection, especially compared with the self-absorption of the vagabond Escobedo just a few short years before. 8. The Cuban army had not taken fully into account the topography of their battlefield. Army units quickly bogged down or lost contact with one another in the Sierra Maestra's thick forests and deep ravines. The rebels gave ground when necessary and then encircled isolated army units. It was soon the rebels who were on the offensive. To press their advantage, Che and Fidel split their forces again. Fidel set off to attack the army troops at Jig, while Che stayed to defend Mompi and command the resistance at Minas del Frio. As Che arrived in Mompi on July 11, the Cuban Air Force launched a ferocious aerial bombardment of the place, this time dropping napalm as well as bombs. Then came unsettling news. Fidel's brother Raúl, leading rebel forces in the Sierra Crystal, had just taken 49 Americans hostage. Che noted that Raúl had written a manifesto made out to the entire world and signed by him. It was too strong, and together with the arrest of the 49 Americans it seemed a note of dangerous extremism. In the 4 months since his move to the Sierra Crystal, Raúl had rapidly built up his fighting strength and made his presence felt throughout Eastern Orient. By July, he had more than 200 men under arms and had built up a guerrilla infrastructure complete with an armory, hospitals, schools, a road building unit, an intelligence service, and a revolutionary judicial system. But all of that was now under threat. Although he was not facing the same kind of full-scale ground assault as his brother in the Sierra Maestra, Raúl's forces were being pounded by Batista's planes. In late June, with his forces dangerously low on ammunition, he decided to take drastic action by ordering the seizure of all Americans found within his territory. On June 26, Raul's fighters attacked the American-owned Moa Bay Mining Company and made off with 12 American and Canadian employees. Another dozen North Americans were grabbed at the Nicaro nickel mine and the United Fruit Company's sugar mill at Guevara. 24 American sailors and Marines were then abducted from a bus on the outskirts of the Guantanamo Naval Base. In a statement sent to the press, Raul claimed he had taken the action to protest the delivery of rockets and napalm to Batista by the United States, and the secret refueling and loading of bombs onto Cuban warplanes at Guantanamo. The action sparked outrage in Washington, with several senators demanding American military intervention. Park Whalum, the American consul in Santiago, journeyed to meet with Raul, and negotiations began. Upon learning of the crisis, Fidel had gone on radio rebelled and ordered Raul to release the hostages. He carefully balanced his public statements by declaring that hostage-taking was not the movement's policy, but that such actions were comprehensible in light of the delivery of rockets to Batista. Then he sent Raul a private note in which he appeared to be warning his brother not to take any drastic steps with the hostages that might endanger the rebels' image in the United States. Raul's dramatic show of force brought him some immediate dividends, however. The air attacks against his forces in the Sierra Crystal suddenly ceased, proving the extent of American influence over Batista after all. Raul didn't release all the hostages immediately, but drew the process out and used the lull to resupply his forces. It was July 18 before he freed the last hostages, after which the attacks resumed, but by then his second front was resupplied, able to defend itself, and ready for action. The hostage crisis had highlighted a facet of Raul's character that was worrying to some of his comrades. Without strict controls, Raul was something of a loose cannon, and other widely publicized excesses would earn him a reputation as a violent man who would stop at nothing. Che was losing comrades on a daily basis. General Rodriguez, who had helped him found El Cubano Libre back in the days when El Hombrito was the first free territory of the Sierra Maestra, was mortally wounded in a mortar blast. He was one of our most loved collaborators, a true revolutionary, Che wrote in his journal. That night, word came of the death of Carlitos Mas, whom Che described as an old young fighter who died from the burns and breaks he suffered together with Janel. Perhaps most frustrating of all, the deaths could not be translated into advances on the battlefield, at least not in Che's sector. He continued to hold the line at Minas del Frio, but a stalemate had settled in, with the enemy soldiers digging trenches instead of advancing or falling back. The aerial bombardments continued. On July 17, the hospital at Mompi was hit, and Che oversaw the evacuation of its patients. The next day, he wrote, "Nothing new in the zone. The only pastime of the guards is killing the pigs we left around." As Che tried to rally his perimeter defenses around Minas del Frio, Fidel was beginning to wear down the enemy in his siege at Jig. In 2 days in early July, he took 19 prisoners and captured 18 weapons, including bazooka grenades, and he thought the enemy force, now without food supplies, would surrender within 48 hours. Discovering that the enemy commander, Major José Quevedo, was an old law school classmate of his, he wrote him a curious note on July 10. "I have often remembered that group of young officers who attracted my attention and awakened my sympathies because of their great longing for culture and the efforts they made to pursue their studies. What a surprise to know that you are around here. And however difficult the circumstances, I am always happy to hear from one of you, and I write these lines on the spur of the moment, without telling you or asking you for anything, only to greet you and to wish you, very sincerely, good luck." If Fidel had hoped to weaken Quevedo's resolve, it didn't work. He then used loudspeakers to barrage the besieged troops with propaganda broadcasts, hoping to wear down their morale. On July 15 he wrote again to Quevedo, this time directly appealing to him to surrender. "It will not be a surrender to an enemy of the fatherland but to a sincere revolutionary, to a fighter who struggles for the good of all Cubans." Still Quevedo held out. But after one of Fidel's men masqueraded as an army communications technician and sent word to the Air Force that the rebels had taken the camp, planes attacked Quevedo's force, spreading panic among his troops. By July 18, Fidel had 42 prisoners, a booty of 66 weapons, and 18,000 rounds of ammunition. The encircled troops are on the verge of collapse, he told Che. The fall of Jig finally came on the evening of July 20. Quevito walked out of the camp to surrender, with 146 soldiers following behind him. This was a watershed victory for the rebels. The army's offensive had been effectively routed, and now it would be their turn to press their advantage. That same day, the Caracas Pact was announced over radio rebelled. Previously signed by Fidel on behalf of the July 26 movement, it brought together 8 opposition groups, including Carlos Prios Auténticos, the Directorio Revolucionario, the so-called Barquinista military faction, and Justo Carrillo's Monte Cristi movement. They were committed to a common strategy of overthrowing Batista through armed insurrection and the formation of a brief provisional government. Most important, the Unity Manifesto of the Sierra Maestra acknowledged Fidel Castro's authority as Commander-in-Chief of Revolutionary Forces. As in all the previous pacts, the most notable Cuban opposition group not invited to sign was the PSP, and Che, who evidently thought it would be, remarked in his journal, "The unity seems to be going well on the outside, but in the announcement the Partido Socialista is not included, which seems strange to me." It would appear that on the issue of links between the PSP and July 26, Fidel was momentarily keeping his counsel. To avoid provoking controversy, their ongoing high-level talks remained a secret. A 2-day truce was finally arranged through the Red Cross, and on July 23 and 24 a total of 253 famished, exhausted army prisoners, including 57 wounded, were handed over. They left behind a total of 161 weapons in rebel hands, including 2 mortars, a bazooka, and 2 heavy machine guns. 2 hours before the ceasefire ended, Che mobilized his men. Some of them were to hold the pass at La Maestra, while all the others would lay siege to the troops in Las Vegas. Within a day, they had the camp encircled, and, following Fidel's example in Jig, Che urged the soldiers there to surrender. On the morning of July 28, he met with 2 army officers who offered a deal. If Che let the army troops withdraw, they would leave all their food behind but take their arms with them. Che told them this was impossible, and returned to his own lines. Soon a sentinel warned him that the army was beating a retreat, driving away in trucks flying a white flag and a Red Cross flag. The meeting had been a diversionary tactic. Che ordered his men to open fire while he led units in pursuit. "A desolate spectacle could be seen," he wrote. Backpacks and helmets thrown around along the road, bags with bullets and all kinds of belongings, even a jeep and a tank that was still intact. Later the first prisoners started falling, among them the company doctor. As Che's units pressed the advance, however, they increasingly came under friendly fire from rebels hidden in the surrounding hills. One of Che's prisoners was killed and a rebel officer badly wounded. "I had the uncomfortable situation of being besieged by our forces, who opened fire every time they saw a helmet. I sent a soldier to stop the fire with his hands up, and in one place it gave results, but in the other they continued firing for a while, wounding 2 more soldiers. When the situation was finally normalized and the scores of captured guardias were being led back to Las Vegas, an urgent message from Fidel reached Che as he was inspecting the captured tank. The army had also retreated from the sector of Santo Domingo that day, but it had been a ruse. As the rebels chased after the fleeing troops, Sanchez Mosquera took the Arroyones hilltop near Las Mercedes and outflanked them. One of the 2 rebel captains commanding the fighters there had been killed, while the other, Che's former Llano rival René Ramos Latour, Daniel, had survived and was fighting back, but the battle was fierce. By the afternoon of the following day, Daniel was dead from a mortar wound in the stomach. "Profound ideological discrepancies separated me from René Ramos," Che wrote in his journal that evening, "and we were political enemies, but he knew how to die fulfilling his duty, on the front line. Whoever dies like that does so because he feels an interior impulse the existence of which I had denied him and which I rectify at this time. The army tank Che had captured at Las Mercedes now became an almost comic focus of the fighting. It was a grand prize in this essentially small-scale war, and Fidel wanted to preserve it at all costs. The enemy just as desperately sought its destruction. While the rebels tried to extract it from where it sat, stuck fast in the mud, planes tried to hit it with bombs. But the exertions of both sides proved fruitless. On August 5, Fidel commissioned a peasant with a team of oxen to drag it free, and in the process its steering wheel was broken. There was little hope of repairing it. Hopes dashed, Fidel wrote Che that night. It has been a long time since I've had such great pipe dreams. 2 days later, shielded by a withering cover fire, the army began to move out en masse from its last besieged position in the Sierra Maestra. Batista's vaunted offensive was over but not the dying. On August 9, Beto Peasant, a veteran of the first group of volunteers from Manzanillo, was killed when an anti-aircraft shell he was handling exploded. Che's lover, Zoila Rodriguez, was at the scene. Comandante Guevara, other rebels, and myself were carrying out a mission when Beto Peasant died, she recalled. When I heard an explosion, I saw that Guevara's mule, called Armando, was injured and had thrown him Che into the air. I ran to his side but he was already getting up. I looked over at Peasant and saw that he was missing an arm, his head was destroyed and his chest was open. I began to scream, "Beto, don't die, don't die." They attended to him quickly. The commandante told me, "Zoila, he's dead." Che ordered the dead man's wife in Manzanillo to be contacted, and when she arrived, Zoila recalled, she began to weep at his tomb, and we all cried, and when I looked at Guevara he had tears in his eyes. In the wake of the army's withdrawal, Fidel held another 160 soldiers, including some who were wounded, and he was eager to be rid of them. After much back and forth negotiating, a meeting was arranged on the morning of August 11 among him, Che, the army commanders, and Red Cross representatives. They talked amiably while having coffee. Over the next 2 days, a truce held in the Sierra Maestra as the wounded men and their able-bodied comrades were released. At one point, Che and Fidel even went on a short helicopter ride with their enemy counterparts. The truce also allowed the rebels to pause for judicial proceedings. Che recorded, an army deserter who had tried to rape a girl was executed. In the lull, a high-level army emissary whom the rebels believed to be Batista's personal representative urged Fidel to enter into negotiations with the regime. He indirectly proposed his Batista's replacement with a magistrate of the Supreme Court, the oldest one, and a peaceful solution, Che observed. But nothing concrete was reached. Fidel saw no reason to rush into negotiations. He was planning to extend the war across the island and still had hopes of wooing General Cantillo, whose offensive he had just defeated. Che concluded later, Batista's army came out of that last offensive in the Sierra Maestra with its spine broken, but it had not yet been defeated. The struggle would go on. Indeed, on August 14, after a rare act of civility in which the army airlifted some blood plasma to the rebels, the bombing and strafing attacks resumed. Meanwhile, unnoticed by either the enemy or Fidel's putative allies in the Caracas Pact, an important visitor to the Sierra Maestra took his leave from rebel territory. An official of the Communist Party Central Committee, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, had held secret talks with Fidel, after first visiting Raúl's Second Front in the Sierra Crystal. Che recorded Rodriguez's visit circumspectly, mentioning it in his journal only upon the PSP official's departure. Carlos Rafael left for the Free Zone. His impression is positive despite all the internal and external intrigues. Rodriguez's visit is still clouded by secrecy, but he evidently received Fidel's go-ahead to pursue a merger between the PSP and the July 26 movement in a reconstituted labor front. Another signal of cooperation was Fidel's authorization for the party to send a permanent representative to the Sierra. Only 3 weeks after Rodriguez left, Luis Mas Martin, a veteran PSP official and an old friend of Castro's, arrived, and in September Rodriguez himself returned, staying with Fidel until the end of the war. Raúl Castro and the PSP had forged much more than an understanding in the Sierra Crystal. Around the time Raúl left the Sierra Maestra to open his new front, José Pepe Ramírez, chief of the National Association of Small Farmers, which was controlled by the PSP, was ordered by the party to make his way to the Sierra Crystal and report to Raúl. When Ramírez arrived, Raúl gave him the job of organizing the peasants living within his territory and preparing a peasant congress to be held in the autumn. That work was now well underway, as was the formation of a communist-run troop instructors' school, complete with Marxist political orientation. Curiously, Raúl also enjoyed the support of a considerable number of militant Catholics from the city of Santiago. But it was the communist influence that was the salient characteristic of Raúl's Second Front. Indeed, it was the spawning ground for many of Cuba's future Communist Party officials. Although he had not been formally a party member since his ouster from the Socialist Youth after his role in Fidel's putschist adventure at Moncada, Raúl had remained faithful and, with a wink and a nod from Fidel, proceeded to cement his ties. These developments could not have been very comforting to the Americans, but for now there was little they could do to assuage their growing fears about the true goals of the increasingly powerful Cuban rebel army. Right now, those goals called for an ambitious expansion of the war. Che and Camilo Cienfuegos were to leave the Sierra Maestra and take the war to central and western Cuba. Che's Cerro Redondo column was to assume revolutionary authority in the Escambray Mountains of central Las Villas province, strike relentlessly at the enemy, and cut the island in half. Meanwhile, Camilo was to replicate the feat of his column's illustrious 19th-century namesake, Antonio Maceo, a hero of the Cuban War of Independence, by marching all the way to the westernmost province of Pinar del Rio. Che was anxious to get going, but on August 15 he complained, "I haven't been able to organize the column yet because of a cumulus of contradictory orders as to its composition." It was a matter of finding the men to go with him, and so far only a tiny trickle of volunteers had filtered in from different squads. Che himself didn't help matters by telling the fighters that probably only half of those who came with him would survive the mission, and that they should be prepared to do battle continuously and go hungry most of the time. Che's mission was not for everybody. Fidel summoned him to Mompi. He had organized one squad for him, led by El Vaquerito, and told Che to recruit any other men he needed from the platoons on hand. Che's political commissar at Minas del Frio, Pablo Ribalta, began selecting men from the school. Over the next fortnight, under incessant aerial bombardments, Che painstakingly pieced together his expeditionary force, a column of 148 men, with half a dozen jeeps and pickup trucks. Camilo's smaller force of 82 men was also assembled and ready to go. Then, on the night of August 29, as he prepared for a dawn departure by loading some jeeps with ammunition just flown in from Miami, the army captured 2 of his pickups loaded with supplies, and all his gasoline for the journey. His remaining vehicles now useless, he resolved to set out on foot. On August 31, as Che finally prepared to leave, Zoila asked to accompany him. He said no. They bade each other farewell in the village of El Jibaro. It was the last time they would be together as lovers. He left me in charge of his mule Armando, Zoila recalled. I cared for him as if he were a real Christian. Che and Camilo Cienfuegos, his swashbuckling friend and a hero of the revolution. 19. The final push. For 6 weeks, from early September into October 1958, in the unceasing downpours of the Cuban rainy season, Che and Camilo's troops waded through the rice fields and swamps of the Llano, forded swollen rivers, dodged the army, and came under frequent aerial attacks. The exhausting marches through stinking swamps and along devilish trails, Che wrote, became truly horrible. They had been detected by the enemy early on, and after firefights on September 9 and 14, the army had tracked their movements closely. Hunger, thirst, weariness, the feeling of impotence against the enemy forces that were increasingly closing in on us, and above all, the terrible foot disease that the peasants call Mazamora, which turned each step our soldiers took into an intolerable torment, had made us an army of shadows, Che wrote. It was difficult to advance, very difficult. The troops' physical condition worsened day by day, and meals today yes, tomorrow no, the next day maybe in no way helped to alleviate the level of misery we were suffering. Several men were killed in firefights, others deserted, and Che allowed a few more demoralized or frightened men to leave. As always, chivatos were a problem. Che reported to Fidel that the social consciousness of the Camagayan peasantry is minimal, and we had to face the consequences of numerous informers. In the meantime, propaganda reports about Che's communism had intensified. On September 20, Batista's chief of staff, General Francisco Tabernilla, reported that army troops had destroyed a 100-man column led by Che Guevara, and had captured evidence that his rebels were being trained through communist methods. What happened, Che explained to Fidel later, was that in one of the knapsacks left behind after a firefight they found a notebook that listed the name, address, weapon, and ammunition of the entire column, member by member. In addition, one member of this column, who is also a member of the PSP, Pablo Ribalta, left his knapsack containing documents from that organization. The army exploited the communist evidence to instill fear and hatred of the rebels. In a cable dated September 21 that was sent to the army units stationed along Che's route to the Escambray, Lieutenant Colonel Suarez Saquit exhorted his officers to use all available resources and muster courage to stop the guerrilla enemy that was murdering men no matter what their beliefs are. Suarez pointed out that the recent capture of communist documentation from the foreigner known as Che Guevara and his henchmen, who have always lived beyond the law, shows they are all paid by the Kremlin. Onward, Cuban soldier, we will not permit these rats who have penetrated surreptitiously in this province to leave again. As Che approached the Escambray, he knew he was heading into a hornet's nest of rivalries and intrigues. Various armed groups were operating in the area, virtually all of them were competing for influence and territorial control, and some were little more than rustling marauders, or vacas, cow-eaters. Che wrote in his diary, "From here I get the impression there are a lot of dirty rags to wash on all sides." Fidel had ordered him to unify the various factions and bring them under his control, but he wasn't counting on much help from the July 26 movement. His experience on the Llano so far had shown him that his natural ally was the PSP. Che's arrival provided the PSP with a golden opportunity to acquire a central role in the armed struggle, something the other factions in the area had consistently denied it. In rural Yaguaje, in northern Las Villas, the PSP now had its own rebel front, the Maximo Gomez, with 65 armed men led by Felix Torres, who had been refused cooperation by both the local chapter of the July 26 movement and Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo's Second National Front of the Escambray, a direct Orito splinter group. The party sent emissaries to greet Che in early October, as he approached the Escambray. They offered him guides and money, and promised a radio transmitter and mimeograph machine for his propaganda efforts. Che accepted, gratefully, and asked for a direct connection with the PSP leadership in Las Villas. After another miserable week of slogging through mud and swamps and being harassed by warplanes, Che and his men reached a farm in the foothills of the Escambray. They had crossed more than half the length of Cuba, a distance of more than 350 miles, mostly on foot, and they were hungry, sick, and exhausted. 26-year-old Ovidio Diaz Rodriguez, the secretary of the Communist Party's Juventud Socialista for Las Villas province, met them on horseback. The government's incessant propaganda about the Argentine communist had fueled his awe of Che, and, as he neared their rendezvous, he was overwhelmed with emotion. "I wanted to hug him when I met him," he recalled, but he shyly shook Che's hand. "I saw he was very thin and I imagined all the suffering he had surely gone through since leaving the Sierra Maestra. I was struck by his personality and the respect everyone showed him. My admiration grew." Che, with characteristic bluntness, chastised Diaz for being incautious in approaching his camp head-on. "You should have followed my tracks," he said, before inviting Diaz to sit down and talk. He asked me to summarize everything I knew about the situation in the Escambray. Diaz said the armed groups, the situation of the party in the province and in the mountains, the support it had, whether the socialist bases were strong. He spoke to me with respect and in an affable way. Che noted in his diary on October 15 that he had met with a representative of the PSP, who told him that the party was at his disposition if he could forge a unity deal with the various armed groups. It was a good start. Camilo had also made contact with the PSP. His column had veered north, to Yaguaje, where Felix Torres's column was located, and on October 8 the two men had met in the field. Torres happily placed himself and his men under Camilo's command. The two groups maintained separate camps but coordinated their actions. Fidel was so pleased with the arrangement that he ordered Camilo to stay on in Las Villas and act as a bolster to Che's operations instead of pushing on to Pina del Rio. Over the next couple of days, as Che and his men moved into the Escambray proper, Diaz visited him. Each time, he came away more impressed with Che's leadership abilities. He knew his men well, Diaz said, who had come from the different revolutionary organizations, who had risen up as workers or peasants, who were anti-communists due to a lack of culture. He measured his men for their fighting spirit, but he knew how to distinguish perfectly between those of left or right. It was a heterogeneous group. In addition to the relatively inexperienced graduates of Minas del Frio, Che had brought along his protégés. Besides the communists, Ribalta and Acosta, there was Ramiro Valdez, his trusted deputy, who now sported a sinister-looking goatee that Che liked to say made him resemble Felix Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the KGB. The young Dr. Oscarito Fernandez Mel, whose company Che enjoyed, and whom he liked to tease as a petite bourgeoisie, was with them, as were the loyal youngsters Joel Iglesias, Gael Pardo, El Vaquerito, who led his own daredevil suicide squad, and the Acevedo brothers. And there were exotic characters such as El Negro Lazaro, a huge, brave black man with an equally grand sense of humor, who dragged a saddle with him throughout the invasion, saying he wanted it for the day when he found a horse to ride a day. Of course, that never came. Finally, there was a group of young men whose destinies were to become permanently linked to Che's, many of whom stayed with him after the war as his personal bodyguards. Most of them had few political notions but were eager for adventure, and Che was their key to glorious future lives, in which they too would become modern-day liberation heroes. What was it about Che that so magnetized these men? He could not have been more different from most of them. He was a foreigner, an intellectual, a professional. He read books they did not understand. As their leader, he was demanding, strict, and notoriously severe in his punishments, especially with those he had selected to become true revolutionaries. When young Harry Villegas and a few other youths went on a hunger strike at Minas del Frio over the bad quality of the food, Che threatened to shoot them. In the end, after conferring with Fidel, he softened, making them go without food for 5 days, so they could know what real hunger was. There were many more times when they suffered Che's severity for mistakes that other commanders might have passed over or even committed themselves. Each sanction Che meted out came with an explanation, a sermon about the importance of self-sacrifice, personal example, and social conscience. He wanted the men to know why they were being punished, and how they could redeem themselves. Naturally, Che's unit was not for everyone. Many fell by the wayside, unable to take the hardship and his rigorous demands, but for those who stuck it out, being with Che became a source of pride. He earned their respect and devotion because he lived as they did, refusing extra luxuries due to his rank, taking the same risks as they did in battle. He was a role model for these youths, about half of whom were black, many of them from poor farming families. Although he was careful to conceal it, Che was paying a personal price for the austere revolutionary image he had constructed for himself. His relationship with Zoila, his attachment to his mules, his habit of keeping pets, all could be taken as signs that he craved tenderness and solace to ease the harsh life he had adopted. When he arrived in the Escambray, he was expecting his personal messenger, Lydia, to join him. She was to be his courier to Fidel and Havana, and she had promised to bring him a puppy to replace Hombrito, a little dog named after the valley he'd fought over, which he'd had to leave behind in the Sierra Maestra. But Lydia never made it. She and her companion, 21-year-old Clodomira Acosta Farrells, were betrayed, captured, and then disappeared by Batista's agents. Che felt her loss deeply. As he wrote a few months after her murder, "For me personally, Lydia occupies a special place. That is why I offer today these reminiscences in homage to her, a modest flower laid on the mass grave that this once happy island became." During the trek across Camagüey, Che lost the military cap that had belonged to his friend Ciro Redondo. He had worn it ever since Ciro's death. Oscarito Fernandez Mel had rarely seen Che as upset as he was that day. "That cap was a disaster," Oscarito recalled. "The visor was broken, it was dirty and shitty, but because it had belonged to Ciro, it was what he wanted to wear." Che was a man who was both hard and extraordinarily sentimental. The cap was replaced by the black beret that would soon become Che's trademark. 2. The barbudos, as Fidel's bearded, long-haired rebels were now known, were seen by a growing segment of the public as holding the keys to Cuba's political future. Fidel thus expected popular support for an island-wide offensive, which was to be launched by sabotaging the elections scheduled for November 3. He decreed a traffic ban, a consumer boycott of the lottery, and a halt to purchases of newspapers and attendance at parties or festivities of any kind. Citizens should buy only the bare essentials so as to deny the regime revenue. In case anyone harbored doubts about his opposition to the elections, Fidel threatened all candidates with prison or death. The limited field of candidates was a study in out-of-touch politics. Running against Prime Minister Andrés Rivero Agüero, who had been chosen by Batista as his successor, were the ortodoxo splinter politician Carlos Marquez Sterling and Ramón Grau San Martín, the discredited former president who now headed a faction of the Auténtico Party. Not surprisingly, there was little enthusiasm among the citizens, and voter turnout was expected to be minimal. To enforce his decrees, Fidel sent out new columns to operate on the Llano of Orient and Camagüey, and he gave Juan Almeida orders to begin encircling the city of Santiago. He also took the urban action groups off their tether, and in September they carried out some spectacular assaults in Havana, destroying the transmitting facilities of 2 government radio stations and setting fire to Rancho Boyeros, the country's main airport. Political repression by the regime continued unabated. Several gruesome police murders of civilians, including those of 2 young sisters in Havana, outraged and sickened the public. The routine torture of people detained by the Bureau de Represión a las Actividades Comunistas, BRAC, which was funded by the CIA, had become so notorious that the CIA's own Inspector General complained. In September, one of Che's columns in Camagüey fell into an ambush. 18 rebels were killed, and the 11 captured survivors, including wounded men, were summarily executed. The revolution in Cuba was also drawing in players far from its shore. With the U.S. State Department still blocking new arms shipments to the Cuban regime, Batista had begun turning to alternative arms suppliers. Fidel's intermediaries appealed to Prime Minister Harold Macmillan to halt the sale of 15 British Sea Fury warplanes to Cuba, but the intermediaries were snubbed. Fidel responded by decreeing the confiscation of all British-owned property in Cuba and called for a boycott of British goods. In a dress rehearsal for their future showdown, Fidel and Washington had begun a war of words. The White House rebuffed the rebels' appeal to withdraw the U.S. military mission from Cuba, and a more hostile State Department hinted it might take action after rebels briefly seized 2 employees of American Texaco in an ambush. In late October, Batista withdrew his soldiers guarding the American nickel mine of Nicaro. When Raúl's forces moved in to occupy the mine, the U.S. Navy sent a transport ship, backed up by an aircraft carrier, to evacuate the 55 American civilians there. The State Department issued a veiled threat of retaliatory action if American hostages were taken again. Fidel warned that if the State Department made the error of leading its country into an act of aggression against our sovereignty, be certain that we will know how to defend it honorably. There were increasing reports of discontent brewing within the armed forces, and Fidel used every opportunity to urge military men to reconsider their service at the hands of the tyranny rather than to the fatherland, which he represented. Officers or soldiers who defected to the rebels' free territory were welcome as long as they brought their weapons with them, their current salaries would continue to be paid, and they were promised free room and board through the end of the war. Fidel wrote again to General Cantillo, urging him to lead a revolt against Batista, but Cantillo remained non-committal. At the same time, one of Fidel's agents was trying to persuade some dissident officers to defect and form a rebel army column of their own. As Fidel plotted and schemed, a stream of visitors and emissaries came and went from the Sierra Maestra. Some, such as the PSP official Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, stayed on as permanent guests. Thanks to a new cook brought up especially from a restaurant on the Llano, Fidel was eating well again and had even gained weight. He had his own jeep and permanent electric power from a generator. He had time to read books and listen to music. He could speak by telephone to the outside world when he wanted to. Celia Sanchez was sharing his double bed. Life was good. Fidel was confident, but not complacent, about the future. In Orient, the rebel army now numbered more than 800 men. Arms and ammunition were no longer in short supply, thanks to the materiel captured in the summer offensive and to continuing arms supply flights from abroad. He was also successfully filling his war chest. He had imposed a 15-cent tax on each 250-pound bag of sugar harvested, and the sugar mills of Orient, including those owned by the United States, were paying up. He even had his own modest rebel air force under the command of Pedro Luis Diaz-Lanz. Fidel announced his long-planned agrarian reform bill, called Law 1 of the Sierra Maestra. It promised to distribute state land and any land owned by Batista to landless peasants, guaranteed the continued ownership of land not exceeding 150 acres, and promised that if land was confiscated from those with large idle land holdings, they would be compensated. Most significantly, at least in terms of the future, Fidel was edging ever closer to an overt alliance with the Communist Party. By late October, the formation of a new labor organization, the Frente Obrera Nacional de Unidad, which included the PSP, was announced. Fidel was operating on several levels. While he pacified his anti-communist allies with a middle-of-the-road agrarian reform bill, he was shoring up a working alliance with the communists that went far beyond the labor unity deal. The practical groundwork was already being carried out by Che, Raúl, and Camilo. In Raúl's second front, a political military alliance between the PSP and July 26 was up and running. The Peasant Congress that Pepe Ramirez had organized was held in September, presided over by Raúl. Immediately after arriving in Las Villas, Camilo set in motion plans for a national conference of sugar workers. This was one of the first steps in the gradual merger of the July 26 movement and the PSP that eventually culminated in the creation of a new Cuban Communist Party, headed by Fidel. Che marched through Orient and Camagüey with agrarian reform in mind, but he had been too busy trying to survive to do very much about it. A week after setting out, in the rice-growing region of eastern Camagüey, he had urged workers at a large private farm to form a union and had gotten an enthusiastic reaction. One person with a social consciousness could work wonders in this area, he told Fidel later. There is plenty of vegetation to hide in. 3 weeks later, in western Camagüey, finding himself on a large rice farm owned by an associate of Batista, Che stopped to talk with its American manager. He noted in his journal, "I spoke to the administrator to explain the essence of our economic concepts and our assurances for the protection of the rice industry so that he could transmit it to his boss." Joel Iglesias recalled the encounter in more detail. "When we left there, Che asked me, 'What did you think of him?' I replied that I didn't like those guys. He told me neither, and in the end we'll have to fight against them, and added, I would die with a smile on my lips, on the crest of a hill, behind a rock, fighting against these people. But before he fought the Yankees, Che had to deal with problems closer to home. He entered the Escambray proper on October 16 and was engulfed in the intrigues there. Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo, the leader of the Second National Front of the Escambray, had briefly seized the July 26 commander operating in Las Villas, Victor Borden Machado. He was also at odds with the official Directorio Revolucionario armed group, led by Forcoman. A delegation representing the Las Villas July 26 complained about Borden, who they said had become aggressive and was acting on his own. Hoping to settle things, Che called for a council to be held at the Directorio's base camp. Meanwhile, he tried to convince the July 26 men of the need for a local unity agreement, and proposed a strategy for joint urban uprisings and guerrilla attacks in Las Villas' cities during the elections. I didn't find much enthusiasm for the idea, he noted. Che had just established a provisional camp at a place called Los Gavilans when he was approached by an officer of Gutierrez Menoyo's Second Front. Despite the front's anti-communist ethos and its reputation for banditry, Che was anxious to see if some form of anti-Batista coalition could be forged. In mid-October, he and his men set out for the camp of one of the most notorious Second Front warlords, Comandante Jesus Carreras. When they got there, after a 2-day hike, they found Carreras gone, but he had left behind a threatening notice. As Che recounted in his diary, the notice warned that no troops could pass through this territory, that they would be warned the first time but the second, expelled or exterminated. When Carreras returned, Che saw that he had already drunk half a bottle of liquor, which was approximately half his daily quota. When Che announced he could not permit Carreras's use of the word warning, Carreras quickly backed down, explaining that the threat had been intended only for marauding fighters from the Directorio faction. Che left believing he had handled things diplomatically, but he also knew that Carreras was an enemy. At the Directorio headquarters at Los Arroyos, Che met with Forcoman and Rolando Cubala. They were open to the idea of cooperation with the July 26 movement but rejected any talks with the Second Front or the Communists, and stressed their unwillingness to cede their independent status in a unity pact with Che. As an alternative, Che proposed that they work out measures to partition territory and zones of influence where the forces of other organizations could operate freely. Setting aside the fine points, he suggested launching a joint attack against Guinaya de Miranda, a town with an army garrison at the base of the Escambray, after which the Directorio force and his would split any weapons captured. They accepted in principle but without enthusiasm, he noted in his diary. Enrique Sierra Oltiski, the Las Villas coordinator of the July 26 movement, arrived in Che's camp one pitch-black night. Men were milling around a bonfire, and Oltiski approached them, trying to make out faces. I had in my mind the image of Che that I had seen published in the newspapers, he recalled. None of these faces was that face. But there was a man, of regular build, who was wearing a beret over very long hair. The beard was not very thick. He was dressed in a black cape with his shirt open. The flames of the bonfire and the mustache, which fell over either side of the mouth, gave him a Chinese aspect. I thought of Genghis Khan. Their first meeting did not go well. The Havana-born son of Polish emigrants, Oltiski was trained as an engineer but had put aside his career for the revolution. He had helped to organize the civic resistance, and was a member of the July 26 National Directorate. He was also an anti-communist. He and Che immediately locked horns, their first clash coming over Che's proposal to carry out bank robberies in Las Villas to acquire funds. Oltiski and his Llano comrades were vehemently opposed. Che wrote contemptuously in his diary, when I told him to give us a report of all the banks in the towns, to attack them and take their money, they threw themselves on the ground in anguish. And with their silence they opposed the free distribution of land and demonstrated their subordination to the great capital interests, most of all Sierra Oltiski. Oltiski reconstructed his own version of their argument over land reform in a memoir. Guevara, when we have broadened and consolidated our territory, we will implement an agrarian reform. We will divide the land among those who work it. What do you think of the agrarian reform? Oltiski, it is indispensable. Che's eyes lit up. Without agrarian reform, economic progress is not possible. Guevara, or social progress? Oltiski, yes, social progress, of course. I have written an agrarian thesis for the movement. Guevara, really? What did it say? Oltiski, that all idle land should be given to the peasants and that large landowners should be pressured to let them purchase the land with their own money. Then the land would be sold to the peasants at cost, with payment terms and credits to produce. Guevara, that is a reactionary thesis. Che boiled over with indignation. How are we going to charge those who work the land? You're just like all the other Llano people. Oltiski, I saw red, damn it, and what do you think we should do? Just give it to them. So they can destroy it as in Mexico. A man should feel that what he owns has cost him effort. Guevara, God damn it, listen to what you're saying. Che shouted and the veins on his neck bulged. Oltiski, in addition, one must disguise things. Don't think that the Americans are going to sit idly by and watch us do things so openly. It is necessary to be more discreet. Guevara, so you're one of those who believes we can make a revolution behind the backs of the Americans. What a shit-eater you are. The revolution must be carried out in a life and death struggle against imperialism from the very first moment. A true revolution cannot be disguised. On October 22, with the issues between Che and his local July 26 colleagues unresolved, a new problem arose with the Second Front. Che was visited by a Commander Pina, famous in the region for rustling the peasants' cattle. In his diary, Che wrote, he began by being very friendly but later showed his true colors. We parted cordially, but as declared enemies. Pina had warned Che not to attack Guinea de Miranda, which lay within his territory. Naturally, Che wrote, we paid no attention. But before Che could go ahead with the attack, his men, whose boots were rotting on their feet after their long trek, needed new footwear. He was enraged to learn that a shipment of 40 boots sent to him by the July 26 movement had been appropriated by the Second Front. For Che, it was nearly the last straw. A storm was brewing. Amid this crisis, Victor Diego Panic, the July 26 action chief for Las Villas, arrived, bringing 5,000 pesos and an old letter from Fidel, both forwarded by Oltiski. Che gave Diego his orders for the upcoming offensive, to burn the voting centers in 2 or 3 important cities on the Llano and to give Camilo the order to attack Cabarín, Remedios, Yaguaje, and Zulueta towns in northern Las Villas. Che had yet to work out exactly what his own plan of attack would be. Everything depended on the cooperation he got from the other rebel forces. On October 25, Victor Borden, the local July 26 guerrilla chief, finally came to see Che and was immediately humbled. Among other things, Che found Borden guilty of overstepping his authority and of having lied about a meeting with Fidel that had never taken place. He demoted Borden to captain and ordered Borden's 200 men to bring their weapons and place themselves under Che's command. Those not in agreement were told to leave the mountains. That night, the Directorio leaders came to tell Che they were not in a condition to join his attack against Guinea de Miranda, which was planned for the next day. Che had suspected as much and told them he would go ahead without them. The following night, he and his men hiked down to Guinea de Miranda and opened fire on the barracks with a bazooka. Its first shot missed the target, however, and the soldiers returned fire. A fierce firefight ensued, punctuated by 3 more wild shots from the bazooka. Rebels began to drop. In desperation, Che grabbed the weapon himself and hit the barracks on his first shot. The 14 soldiers inside surrendered immediately. Che was far from pleased with the results. We captured very few bullets and only 8 rifles. Our loss, because of the amount of ammunition wasted and grenades used. 2 rebels had died and 7 were injured. By dawn the attackers were safely back in the hills. Che pointedly left a stolen jeep near the Directorio camp as a gift from the battle in which its members had not participated. Che decided to keep up pressure on the army, with or without help from the other factions. The next night he set off to attack the Jacama garrison, which was defended by 50 soldiers. He was more cautious this time, and suspended the attack just before daylight when Fonso, his bazooka man, said he couldn't find a good firing position. Back in the Sierra on October 30th, Che received visits from the July 26th action chiefs from Sancti Spiritus, Cabeguan, Fomento, and Placetas. All of them endorsed his plans to attack their towns during the coming days. They were also in agreement with the bank robberies, Che noted, and promised their help. After a few more days of skirmishing, Che set about organizing his men for the series of attacks that would be carried out on November 3, Election Day, in concert with the urban action groups. On the eve of battle, however, he was visited by the very anxious action chief for Sancti Spiritus. The city coordinator for Sancti Spiritus had learned of the bank robbery scheme, the action chief explained, and had refused to help. He had even made threats. A short time later, Che received a threatening letter from Sierra Olteski, the July 26 coordinator for Las Villas, ordering him to abort the robbery plan. Che fired back a withering letter. "You say that not even Fidel himself did this when he had nothing to eat. That is true. But when he had nothing to eat he was also not strong enough to carry out an action of this type. According to the person who brought me the letter, the local leaderships in the towns are threatening to resign. I agree that they should do so. Even more, I demand it now, since it is impermissible to have a deliberate boycott of a measure that would be so beneficial to the interests of the revolution. I find myself faced with the sad necessity of reminding you that I have been named Commander-in-Chief, precisely to provide the movement with unity of command and to improve things. Whether they resign or don't resign, I intend to sweep away, with the authority vested in me, all the weaklings from the villages surrounding the mountains. I never imagined things would come to a boycott by my own comrades. Now I realize that the old antagonism we thought had been overcome is resurrected with the word Lano. You have leaders divorced from the masses stating what they think the people believe. I could ask you, why is it that no peasant disagrees with our thesis that the land belongs to those who work it, while the landlords do? Is this unrelated to the fact that the mass of combatants are in favor of the assault on the banks when they are all penniless? Have you never considered the economic reasons for this respect toward the most arbitrary of financial institutions? Those who make their money loaning out other people's money and speculating with it have no right to special consideration. Meanwhile, the suffering people are shedding their blood in the mountains and on the plains, and suffering on a daily basis from betrayal by their false leaders. You warn me that I bear total responsibility for the destruction of the organization. I accept this responsibility, and I am prepared to render an account of my behavior before any revolutionary tribunal, at any moment decided by the National Directorate of the movement. I will give an accounting of every last cent provided to the combatants of the Sierra, however it was obtained. But I will also ask for an accounting of each of the 50,000 pesos you mention. You ask me for a signed receipt, something I am not accustomed to doing among comrades. My word is worth more than all the signatures in the world. I will end by sending you revolutionary greetings, and I await your arrival together with Diego." Once again, Che's plans had been foiled by the Llano. On the very day they were supposed to be waging war together against the regime, his city-based comrades had done nothing, choosing to attack him instead. Still determined to do something, Che ordered a three-pronged attack on the town of Cabeguan. It was to begin with a bazooka blast, but at around 4 in the morning, his captain, Angel Frias, reported that he couldn't fire because there were too many guards. Furious, Che wrote in his diary, "The indecision of this captain has cost us much prestige, because everyone knew we were going to attack Cabeguan and we had to retreat without firing a shot. Arriving back in the Escambray the next morning, Che ordered a new attack on Jacoma that night, but this too was aborted when Angel Frias couldn't find a good firing position. Che's disappointment over these poor showings was offset by good news coming in from around the province. The combination of his actions and Camillo's attacks in the north had brought most traffic in Las Villas to a standstill on election day, with voter abstention very high. In the rest of the country, the results were similar, and in Orient the rebels had compounded the paralysis by launching multiple attacks. Nationwide, the rebel strategy had been a tremendous success, with perhaps less than 30% of the eligible voters showing up at the polls. As expected, Rivero Aguero had won, thanks to massive voting fraud carried out with the assistance of the armed forces, and he was to assume the presidency on February 24. The rebels were determined to see that the inauguration never took place. For a few days, Che stayed in the hills to oversee construction work at Cabal Lead de Casas, which was to be his permanent rearguard base. The work was proceeding well, and several adobe houses were already finished, but to accelerate the work Che organized the nearly 200 men he had assembled into crews. He set up a recruits school, modeled on Minas del Frio, which he named the Nico Lopez in honor of his late comrade, and, once again, the Communist Party official Pablo Ribalta was appointed political commissar. Within a few days, a field radio system was installed, courtesy of the PSP. The mimeograph machine also arrived, and by mid-November Che had founded a newspaper called El Miliciano, the Militiaman. Soon, there would be an electrical plant, a hospital, a tobacco factory, leather and metals workshops, and an armory. Several people who were to become closely linked to Che now joined him in the Escambray. The movement in Santa Clara sent a smart, serious young accountancy student named Orlando Borrego. In time they would become best friends, but at their first meeting Che greeted him imperiously. He was very rough, very cold, and was contemptuous of students, Borrego recalled. Borrego was one of 7 children raised on a hardscrabble farm in Holguin, Orient. His father was a farm foreman turned taxi driver, and his mother was a rural schoolteacher. Money had always been a struggle, and Borrego had gone to work at 14 to help his family. Since then, he had learned what he knew from night classes, and now he had run away to join the rebels. One of Che's bodyguards, Orlando Olo Pantoja, intervened with Che on Borrego's behalf, suggesting that Che take him on to help manage his funds. Che agreed to let Borrego stay on as his treasurer, but ordered him to first undergo a military training course at Cabal Lead de Casas. It was there that Borrego made friends with a lively young July 26 guerrilla named Jesus El Rubio Suarez Gayal. A former student leader from Camagüey, he had abandoned his architectural studies to join a July 26 expedition that had landed in Pina del Rio in April. When Borrego met him, he was recovering from wounds suffered during an attack on a radio station in Pina del Rio. He had rushed into the office of the station in broad daylight, carrying a stick of dynamite in one hand and a pistol in the other. After removing the fuse, he somehow caught on fire. Stripped to his underpants, with severe burns on his legs, he rushed out into the street just as the building blew to come face to face with a policeman. Luckily for him, the shocked policeman ran away. Then, still waving his pistol, Suarez Gayal ran down the street and leaped into an old woman's house. Fortunately the woman was a rebel sympathizer, and she hid him and treated his wounds until he could be smuggled out of the province and into the Escambray. When the war was over, Suarez Gayal and Borrego remained close friends and became 2 of Che's most trusted disciples. A young lawyer from a patrician Havana family also arrived at the Escambray camp in early November. Miguel Angel Duque de Estrada was not a Marxist, but he admired Che and had closely followed the reports of the march across Cuba. He asked to be sent to Che's Escambray unit. Che needed someone qualified to enforce the guerrilla legal code in rebel territory, and the young lawyer filled the bill. He made Duque de Estrada his auditor revolucionario, or judge. He had a clear political strategy worked out in his mind, Duque de Estrada recalled. He told me prisoners were to be kept alive. There were to be no firing squads. This would change later, but for now he didn't want executions to put off men who might surrender to his forces. Like Borrego and Suarez Gayal, Duque de Estrada would become one of Che's select cadres after the war. Che was assembling a brain trust of aides and advisors to help in the post-war battle, the political and economic revolution that would be necessary to build socialism in Cuba and free the country from U.S. domination. He wasn't concerned with their political ideology. If they had a progressive outlook, he could eventually make them believe in socialism. And, indeed, most of his guerrilla protégés were not Marxists at first but ended up adopting Che's ideology as their own. By the time he reached the Escambray, Che was actively planning a central role for himself in the post-war transformation of Cuba's economy. Whether this was the result of an understanding worked out between Fidel and the PSP is a point that has been left intentionally unclarified in Cuba, but there is strong evidence to suggest that it was. Che had been studying political economy ever since his days in Mexico. At Fidel's behest, he had helped set the agrarian reform process in motion in the Sierra Maestra, had been a key participant in the delicate talks with the PSP, and was now empowered to carry out land reform in Las Villas. But it was not a one-man show. For both his present and his future projects, Che was relying on the PSP. Besides the communists already working with him in the Escambray, there was a small, well-placed group of party militants at his service in Havana. One of them was 37-year-old Alfredo Menendez, a sugar expert employed at the Instituto Cubano de Estabilización del Azúcar, Cuban Institute for the Stabilization of Sugar, the sugar industry syndicate headquarters in Havana. A veteran communist, Menendez had for years used his strategic position to feed economic intelligence to the PSP Politburo, and with the aid of a colleague, Juan Borato, and 2 July 26 men at the institute, he now did the same for Che. No matter how much Che depended on the PSP, he wanted to avoid the appearance that he was in their pocket. Ovidio Diaz Rodriguez, the socialist youth leader who helped coordinate Che's agrarian reform efforts in Las Villas, was present when a party man came to a meeting carrying a present for Che. It was a tin of Argentine mate, and in front of everyone he said, "Look, Commander, this is a gift from the party directorate." Che accepted it without saying anything, but afterward he told me, "Tell the party not to send me such indiscreet comrades." 3. Simply because he had launched attacks as few of the other groups had done, Che became the de facto authority in the Escambray, and people began arriving to pay him their respects. On November 8, 2 dairy company inspectors visited to ask if they could continue to collect milk in the area. Their dairy business was almost paralyzed because of the rebels' activities. I told them yes, but that we would charge an extraordinary war tax, with which they agreed. A transport union leader from Santa Clara came proposing joint actions in the city. Che said he was willing if the man could organize a union meeting and if all the leaders requested it. A delegation from Placetas brought Che diagrams of the town and offered him support if he attacked. Clearly put out by Che's seizure of the limelight in their zone of influence, the warlords of the Second Front were making increasingly bellicose noises. Che received notes from William Morgan, the American military veteran helping Gutierrez Menoyo, ordering him to return the weapons that Borden's men had brought with them when they joined Che. Entirely ignoring Morgan, Che wrote a strongly worded letter to Gutierrez Menoyo and ordered his men not to hand over a single weapon and to repel any attack. Che also wrote to the Directorio leader Forcoman to inform him of the delicate situation with the Second Front. The situation was of crisis proportions, he said, making it impossible to reach an agreement with this organization. He also urged Coman to consider including the PSP in a proposed alliance. In official talks with members of the Popular Socialist Party, they have openly expressed a pro-unity stance and have placed their organization in the towns and their guerrillas on the Yaguaje front at the disposal of this unity. Che speaking to the citizens of Cabeguan during the final push to victory in December 1958. Che heard that soldiers loyal to Commander Pina of the Second Front were extorting money from local civilians, and he sent out men to detain the culprits. Within a few days, 2 complete second front columns were brought in. Che warned them that they could no longer operate in the zone, much less use their arms for extortion. One of the columns asked to join him, and Che accepted. Before letting the rest go, he confiscated the war taxes they had extorted, a total of 3,000 pesos, and sent a note to Commander Pina. In this military order No. 1, Che's first decree as Commander-in-Chief of the Las Villas region for the July 26 movement, he made it clear that life in the area was about to change. After outlining the terms for agrarian reform, he turned, obliquely, to his competitors in the Second Front. Any member of a revolutionary organization other than the July 26 movement may pass through, live, and operate military in this territory. The only requirement shall be to abide by the military orders that have been or will be promulgated. No one who is not the member of a revolutionary organization has the right to bear arms in this territory. No member of any revolutionary body is permitted to drink alcoholic beverages in public establishments. Any shedding of blood due to violation of this order will fall under the Penal Code of the Revolutionary Army. All military or civil crimes committed within the borders of the administrative territory encompassed by this order will fall under the jurisdiction of our appropriate regulations. Perhaps because they were intimidated, the Directorio faction accepted unification with Che's group and agreed to impose a single tax in the area and to divide the proceeds equally between their two organizations. As a practical first step for their new alliance, they planned to begin launching joint attacks. The one area of disagreement that remained was Coman's refusal to widen the alliance to include the PSP. Che let the matter rest, but on December 3, less than 3 weeks after the unity agreement between the Directorio and the July 26 movement, he and the PSP leader Rolando Cubala signed the Pedrero Pact, declaring their alliance in the struggle as brothers. The quarrels within the July 26 movement continued. Enrique Oltiski, together with Marcelo Fernandez, the new July 26 Havana chief, and 3 officials from the Las Villas Directorate, called on Che in late November for another round of talks. Che found Fernandez full of airs about himself, and he prepared for battle. We argued all night. We accused each other mutually. They accused me of being a communist and I accused them of being imperialists. I told them the facts on which I based myself to give such an opinion and they did the same to me. When the argument ended we were more apart than when we began. As Oltiski recalled, Che was away when they arrived, and they were received by one of his young bodyguards, Olo Pantoja. As an act of courtesy, Pantoja offered them some goat meat, which they noticed was already green with rot. So as not to offend, they each tried a bite, a decision Oltiski immediately regretted. Overcome by nausea, he discreetly went outside and spat out his mouthful. When Che returned at midnight and settled down before the meal, Oltiski watched with horrified fascination. As he spoke, Oltiski wrote, he took the pieces of meat with dirty fingers. Judging from the relish with which he ate, it tasted gloriously to him. He finished eating and we went outside. Che handed out cigars. They were rough, no doubt made in the zone by some guajiro. I inhaled the bitter and strong smoke. I felt a warmth in my body and a light dizziness. To my side, Che smoked and coughed, a damp cough, as if he was all wet inside. He smelled bad. He stank of decomposed sweat. It was a penetrating odor and I fought it with the tobacco smoke. Che and Marcelo had some verbal wrangles. Among other things, they argued over the program of the 26th of July. When we were on our way back, Marcelo asked me, "What do you think?" In spite of everything, one can't help admiring him. He knows what he wants better than we do. And he lives entirely for it. 4. Aleta March met Che in late November. Her first impression was that he looked old, not to mention skinny and dirty. He didn't seem like much of a romantic prospect. Aleta had traveled to Che's base from Santa Clara on behalf of Diego, her boss in the Las Villas rebel underground, who entrusted her with his most delicate missions. In the dossiers of Batista's secret police, she appeared as Cara Cortada, Scarface, and Teta Mancata, Stained Tit. Aleda's unlovely nicknames had been coined from the descriptions of Chivitos, who told the police about the small scar on her right cheek, from a childhood dog bite, and the large pink birthmark that spread from her left breast to above her collarbone. But the police intelligence sheets were misleading. In spite of her scars, Aleda March was a pretty blonde woman of 24. The youngest of 6 children, Aleda had been raised on a 50-acre tenant farm in the hilly agricultural country south of Santa Clara. Her mother was tiny, barely 5 feet, while her father was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Both were from formerly affluent Spanish émigré families who had lost their wealth, but Aleda liked to say that her family was middle class because their home had a concrete floor. Their neighbors' homes and the one-room grammar school she attended until the 6th grade had dirt floors. Their 2-bedroom house was much like everyone else's, with a palm-thatched roof and whitewashed mud walls, a family room with a kitchen, and a front room for receiving visitors. The ceiling was yellow from all the rice bags Aleda's father stored in the attic. A vertical wood strut rising from the floor between the living room and the kitchen held up the roof, and in the evenings her father leaned his back against it to read her stories. At night, Aleda could hear her mother singing to her father in their bedroom, next to hers. A river ran across their land. This was where her mother washed their clothes, and where Aleda and her sisters bathed. Their part of Las Villas was populated by people much like themselves, poor white farmers, the descendants of immigrants from impoverished parts of Spain, Galicians, Andalusians, and Islenos, Canary Islanders. In the socially and racially stratified pecking order of the region, as in much of Cuba, such families remained at the bottom rung of white society, but they were still head and shoulders above the mulattoes and blacks. Only 3 generations out of slavery, Los Negros were the dirt poor laborers, the despised effluvia of Cuban society. In 1958, Santa Clara's Central Park was still off limits to blacks. There was a fence around it, and blacks could congregate around its edges, but not go inside. Like many poor whites, Aleda's mother, Eudoxia de la Torre, was both a racist and a snob. She liked to brag about the illustrious lineage of Aleda's father, Juan March, whose Catalan ancestors had supposedly been noblemen. When she was small, mimicking her mother, Aleda used to tell people she was related to the Dukes of Catalonia. Whether her father was of direct noble lineage or an illegitimate offspring, Aleda never knew, but it was true that both her parents' families had once possessed land and money. Her father's family had owned a sugar plantation but had lost their land years before, and the land her father now sharecropped had belonged to Aleda's maternal grandparents, before they lost it in the hard times of the 1920s. When her parents married, they had rented the land and settled in as tenant farmers. The last remaining legacy of their comfortable past, an antique crystal bonbonniere, stood prominently displayed on an old wooden bureau in the front room, where guests were received. The family's status was further bolstered by the fact that the local schoolteacher lodged with them throughout Aleda's childhood. They had the only home in the area decent enough for her. But the Marches also had their blemishes. Her mother, a devout church-going Presbyterian, had caused a local scandal by giving birth to Aleda at the age of 42, well past the appropriate childbearing years. This was a source of perpetual mortification for Aleda's sisters. The next closest in age was 15 years older, and they used to tell people that Aleda was not their sister at all, but the daughter of the much younger schoolteacher. The nearest community was Cibabo, a hamlet with a few houses in it, and once a month her father saddled up his horse and rode into the city of Santa Clara to buy provisions on credit from the Chinese bodegas. He had fruit orchards, grew vegetables, and owned a couple of dairy cows, but he still had to go into debt to feed his family. When the crops didn't give him enough to pay off the landlord, he had to sell things. When Aleda reached the 6th grade, she went to live with a married sister in Santa Clara and attended high school there. She decided to become a teacher and, when she finished high school, went on to Santa Clara University to earn a degree in education. While she was there, Fidel carried out his Moncada assault. The event and its violent aftermath awakened her politically, as they did many other young Cubans of her generation. By the time the Granma landed, she had graduated from college and was an active member of the local July 26 underground. Until she reached her early 20s, Santa Clara was the biggest city Aleta had ever been in. She first saw four-lane roads when she made a trip to Havana on a mission for the July 26 movement. She first heard Che Guevara's name when an Italian merchant marine, Gino Dunn, mentioned it to her. Dunn had been on the Granma, become separated from his comrades at Alegria del Pio, and eventually, after many misadventures, made it to Santa Clara. Covered with blisters, famished, and with a pounding toothache, he was given refuge at the house of Maria Dolores Lolita Rossell, a pretty, dark-haired mother of four who was a kindergarten teacher. Lolita's brother Alan Rossell was the July 26 coordinator for Las Villas, and her house functioned as a way station on the Rebels Underground Railroad. It was because of Dunn's arrival that Lolita and Aleta met, and they soon became close friends. By then, Aleta was chief liaison for the July 26 Action Chief in Villa Clara and was earning a reputation as extremely audacious, smuggling weapons and bombs around the province under her full-length skirts. She wasn't afraid of anything, Lolita recalled. She was totally dedicated, very serious, had stayed single, and wasn't one for parties and that kind of thing. Aleta came to Lolita's house to plan sabotage attacks with Dunn, and for a time the two carried out missions around the city. But Dunn didn't stay long, disillusioned by the festive mood he saw in Santa Clara that first Christmas, which he perceived as revealing a lack of insurrectionary spirit. He found a ship leaving Cuba and went with it. Aleta participated in the September 1957 uprising in Cienfuegos, and in armed actions during the April 1958 general strike in Las Villas. During the security crackdown that followed the strike, the Las Villas Directorate organized a guerrilla force to operate in the rural areas of the province. Aleta helped, sneaking fugitives into the countryside, smuggling food, weapons, and ammunition, and messages to them. After Che's arrival, Aleta made repeated trips to and from the Sierra, taking visitors and carrying correspondence and money to him. By November, an effective, if not acrimony-free partnership between the Llano and Sierra July 26 factions had been secured in the Escambray, and Aleta, as the principal courier, was becoming a familiar face at Che's encampment. One day, Che told her he had decided to impose a war tax on sugar mill owners, and asked her help in collecting it. It was after returning from such a mission in late November that she found out that her cover had been blown and that the police had raided her home. Returning to Santa Clara was now out of the question, but when she went to ask Che's permission to remain in the guerrilla zone, he was not pleased. As a rule, women were not permitted to live in the guerrilla camps. Given Aleta's situation, however, the commandante relented. Like most of her Llano comrades, Aleta had a poor opinion of the Cuban Communist Party. Her antipathy stemmed from her university days, when she had a communist professor who was vociferously opposed to insurrectional activity. Now, however, the war was at a critical stage, and Che's unifying efforts had helped to defuse the sectarian rivalries and galvanized Las Villas' opposition groups into action. And if she initially distrusted El Comunista Che, she put aside her feelings, for very soon she found herself falling in love with him. Eventually, because of Che, Aleta would alter her negative opinion of socialists, but she would never lose her distrust of the old communists of the PSP. By late November, the Air Force was pounding Che's front in daily bombardments, and the Army had begun moving several companies of heavily armed troops and tanks toward Pedrero in a three-pronged offensive. Camilo Cienfuegos came with some of his units to help out, and for 6 days the two sides battled. By December 4, the Army's offensive was shattered. The guerrillas had stopped the advance on all fronts, then chased the soldiers all the way to Fomento in the west and to the village of Santa Lucia in the east. They also captured a healthy supply of war materiel, including a tank equipped with a 37mm cannon. One of Che's squads destroyed 2 strategic bridges, isolating the army garrisons in Quebeguin, Sancti Spiritus, and Trinidad, and opening up a large new swath of territory to the rebel forces. Now, it was Che's turn to go on the offensive. Before Camilo Cienfuegos returned to his main forces at Yaguaje, he and Che mapped out a strategy for a province-wide offensive. Like an enthusiastic surgeon especially deft at amputations, Che set about systematically severing road and railway bridges, isolating the province's towns and garrisons and cutting them off from reinforcements. On December 16, his men blew up the principal central highway bridge and railway link leading east from Santa Clara, effectively separating Havana and Santa Clara from central and eastern Cuba and cutting the nation in half. These actions, together with the offensive taking place in Orient, where Llano garrisons had begun falling like dominoes to the guerrillas, made it clear the Batista regime had little time left. For the last 2 weeks of December 1958, Che moved around the province attacking and capturing one garrison after the other. First, he laid siege to the strategic town of Fomento, with its military garrison, and, despite a sustained enemy air assault, secured its surrender after 2 days of fighting. He immediately moved on to the towns of Guayos and Quebeguin. Guayos surrendered on December 21, Quebeguin 2 days later. In Quebeguin, Che fell off a wall and fractured his right elbow. Dr. Fernandez Mel made him a splint and cast, and he carried on. His next target was Placetas, where his troops fought together with the Direct Oreo for the first time. After a single day's fighting, Placetas surrendered on December 23. That same day, Sancti Spiritus surrendered to Captain Armando Acosta. Meanwhile, the Second Front had finally moved into action, joining Direct Oreo forces in a siege of Trinidad and other garrisons in the south. To the north, Camilo's forces were closing in on the main garrison town of Yaguaje. At some point amid the chaos and euphoria of battle, Che and Aleta became lovers. Perhaps the first to take note of the romance was Oscarito Fernandez Mel, although even he could not remember when or where. Suddenly, Aleta was with Che wherever he went, in combat, everywhere. They went around in the jeep together. She carried his papers for him, she washed his clothes. A less observant graduate of Minas del Frio, Alberto Castellanos, nearly put his foot in it. A cocksure 24-year-old, Alberto had already been reprimanded by Che for prankish behavior but had nonetheless endeared himself to the chief, who made him a general staff orderly. Alberto considered himself quite a lad with the ladies, and when Aleta showed up she caught his eye. Deciding to try his luck, he walked over to her and delivered a saucy piropo, or come online. Che was watching, and as soon as Castellanos had uttered the words, he realized Aleta was definitely not available. From the way Che looked at me, I said to myself, beat it, Alberto, there's nothing for you here. Aleta herself recalled how it all began. One night, unable to sleep, she left her room and went outside to sit by the road. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, and the offensive was in full swing. Suddenly a jeep raced up in the dark and came to a halt next to her. Che was at the wheel. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "I couldn't sleep," she replied. "I'm going to attack Quebeguin," he said. "Do you want to come along?" "Sure," she replied, and hopped into the jeep next to him. And from that moment on, recalled Aleta with a playful smile, I never left his side or let him out of my sight. V. Che and Aleta made an unlikely couple. Aleta came from the faction within the Cuban Revolution most despised by Che. She was from the Llano, she was anti-communist, and she retained many of the social prejudices she had been brought up with. Although it wasn't a factor in these early days, things such as dress were important to her, and she shared her mother's racial disdains. Che was a radical communist, the archenemy of most of her colleagues. He was also famously careless about his appearance and personal hygiene and had surrounded himself with blacks and uneducated guajiros. But when it came to women, especially attractive women, Che tended to put his political philosophy on hold, and Aleta March was very attractive. She was also worthy of respect. She was undeniably brave, having proved repeatedly that she knew how to face death. She also had a paradoxical personality that clearly appealed to Che. She was very shy but had an acute and earthy sense of humor. When she did speak out, she was tactlessly sincere, much like Che himself. After fracturing his arm, Che had made Alberto Castellanos his driver. With Alberto at the wheel, Che and Aleta roared around the province in his jeep, accompanied by his young bodyguards Harry Villegas, Jesus Parada Para, Jose Argudon, and Hermes Pina. Soon, a rumor spread that Che was traveling with 3 women, a blonde, a black, and a jabeo, the last a Cuban term for a white mulatto. Aleta was obviously the blonde, but 16-year-old Villegas, who was black and beardless, and Parada, a white man with wild blonde hair, were mortified to realize that they had been misidentified as girls. The erroneous gossip aside, what Che had created was not a harem but his own little guerrilla family. Che and Aleta played the roles of the parents, and the young guerrillas were their wayward children. Che knew us like parents know their children, Villegas recalled. He knew when we had done something naughty, when we hid something from him, when we did something wrong by accident or through mischief. And he had strict rules, which at the beginning we didn't fully understand. For example, he didn't want anyone to have special privileges. If he saw I had extra food, he would call me to find out where I had gotten it from or where it came from, why I had accepted it, and he called Aleta over and made her responsible to see that it didn't happen again. Aleta helped us a lot. You could say she was like our godmother, because we were mischievous, and Che was strict, and she was the intermediary on many occasions when she evaluated the situation differently from him, and made him see he was being too severe with us. Che with Aleta March. They became lovers during the last weeks of the war. Following the surrender of Placetas, Che moved north, and on Christmas Day he attacked Remedios and the port of Cabarine. Both fell the next day. Villa Clara had become a chaos of defeated army troops, cheering civilians, and long-haired guerrillas racing around, while government planes kept up their strafing and bombing. By December 27 only one garrison, in the town of Camajuani, remained between Che's forces and Santa Clara, the capital of Las Villas and the 4th largest city in Cuba. When the army troops fled Camajuani without a fight, the way was clear. The fighters were euphoric. They knew now that they were on the verge of winning the war, and maintaining troop discipline and establishing a semblance of order were among Che's top priorities. To prevent anarchy, he had named provisional revolutionary authorities in each town he liberated and set down rules of behavior for his men. Bars and bordellos were strictly off limits, but for many of the young guerrillas, suddenly finding themselves in towns and cities as conquering heroes after months of abstinence in the bush, the temptation to indulge themselves was too much. For the most part, they were remarkably well behaved, but invariably some succumbed to the delights on offer. On the day Remedios fell, Enrique Acevedo almost lost control of his men when a bordello owner delivered a truckload of prostitutes and a case of rum as an expression of his admiration. I watched our ambush disintegrate as furtive couples began heading to the bushes. Without thinking, I yelled at the guy, "If you've done this to affect our ambush, you'll pay for it. Pick up the wagon load of whores you've dumped here immediately." Afterward Acevedo took stock and realized he had reacted just in time. Not everyone had sinned, but maintaining order in the face of such temptation was a titanic effort. As Che plotted his next move, Fidel wrote him a letter by flashlight from outside the army garrison of Mafo, which his forces had been besieging for 6 days. "The war is won, the enemy is collapsing with a resounding crash, we have 10,000 soldiers bottled up in Orient. Those in Camagüey have no way of escaping. All this is the result of one thing, our determined effort. It's essential for you to realize that the political aspect of the battle at Las Villas province is fundamental. For the moment, it is supremely important that the advance toward Matanzas and Havana be carried out exclusively by the 26th of July forces. Camilo's column should be in the lead, the vanguard, to take over Havana when the dictatorship falls, if we don't want the weapons from Camp Columbia military headquarters to be distributed among all the various groups, which would present a very serious problem in the future. Fidel was determined to prevent rivals from snatching the political spoils at the last moment. In Washington, past differences between the State Department and the CIA had been put aside, and there was now a broad consensus that Castro was too slippery to be allowed to take power. With the events of recent weeks, however, any hopes entertained by the Eisenhower administration that the November 3 elections might somehow ameliorate the Cuban crisis had vanished. Che and Camillo's offensive moved forward in Las Villas, rebel columns were roaming throughout Orient and Camagüey, numerous garrisons had surrendered to Raúl's forces, Holguin's water and electricity supply had been blown up, Santiago was under mounting pressure as rebel units probed its outskirts. At the end of November, after a bloody siege, Fidel's forces had taken the major garrison of Giza, and he too had moved from the mountains onto the Llano. Ambassador Smith had dutifully shuttled to Washington to seek support for President-elect Rivero Agüero, but in vain. It was clear to all that the military situation was deteriorating rapidly, and fears were growing that Batista might not even last until the handover of power in February. Smith was instructed to tell Batista that a Rivero Agüero government could not expect Washington's support and that he should resign immediately in favor of a civilian military junta acceptable to the United States. Batista refused, evidently still believing he could somehow hold things together. In early December, he had rebuffed a similar petition by the CIA's station chief in Havana and by William Pauly, a former ambassador to Cuba and founder of the national airline, Cubana de Aviación. Then the port of Nicaro fell to Raúl, and the La Maya barracks in Guantanamo fell when a rebel pilot dropped a napalm bomb on the compound. Raúl had also captured vast quantities of weapons and was holding more than 500 prisoners. As Fidel laid siege to Mafo in mid-December, his forces controlled most of the central highway through Orient and seemed to have the army pinned down everywhere. The CIA had begun exploring the possibility of backing a preemptive military coup, and agents were fishing around for suitable candidates for a junta. Once again, Justo Carrillo proposed Colonel Barkin, who was still imprisoned on the Isle of Pines. Barkin inspired strong loyalties within the armed forces and was on most people's lists of a candidate to assume military control once Batista was gone. This time, the CIA gave its go-ahead, and Carrillo received money to bribe prison officials to spring Barkin. Simultaneously, sensing an opening for themselves, Batista's coterie of top officers began hatching coup plots. General Francisco Tabernilla, the army chief of staff, told General Cantillo, the commander of Orient Province, to open negotiations with Fidel by proposing an alliance between the military and the rebels for the final push against Batista. A junta would include Cantillo, another officer to be decided upon, the president-in-waiting Manuel Urrutia, and 2 civilians selected by Fidel. The unofficial slogan of all these last-ditch efforts was, of course, "Stop Castro," and Fidel saw little reason to accommodate them. He rejected the puchists' proposal and sent word to Cantillo that he wanted a face-to-face meeting to give his proposals. Across the country, towns and cities were being occupied by the rebels. They were greeted by enthusiastic civilians, many of whom genuine supporters or not wore the red and black July 26 armband. By Christmas, Che's and Camillo's forces had taken most of the major towns and cities in Las Villas except for Santa Clara, Cienfuegos, Trinidad, and Yaguaje. Victor Borden had taken a string of towns to the west, cutting off Santa Clara from potential reinforcement from Cienfuegos or Havana. In Orient, meanwhile, the major garrisons at Caimanera and Sagua de Tamano fell, and a naval vessel, the Maximo Gomez, stood off Santiago awaiting the rebels' orders to defect. After a quick Christmas visit with his mother in Byron, Fidel prepared for his meeting with Cantillo. He still had plenty of worries, but on the night of December 26 he felt confident enough to give Che the orders all in the rebel movement had dreamed of for a very long time: preparations for the assault on Havana itself. Fidel had been correct in his endgame analysis that the battle for Las Villas was crucial. The city of Santa Clara had become the last cornerstone in Batista's defensive strategy. As the major transportation and communications hub of central Cuba, with a population of 150,000, it was the one remaining obstacle to a rebel assault on the capital. If Santa Clara fell, only the port of Matanzas lay between the rebels and Havana. Batista beefed up the Santa Clara garrison with more than 2,000 new soldiers to bring its troop strength to 3,500. He sent his ablest soldier, Joaquim Casillas, now a colonel, to take over its defense. To support Casillas, he had dispatched an armored train, loaded with weapons, ammunition, and communications equipment. It was to serve as a reserve arsenal and mobile communications link with military headquarters at Camp Columbia. Batista knew he had little time left. He was aware of Tabernilla's schemes against him and had chosen to side with General Cantillo, saying he would hand over power to a junta headed by Cantillo in late January. But Batista wasn't taking any chances. Over Christmas he arranged for several airplanes to stand ready to evacuate him and a short list of hand-picked officers and friends with their families. A few days later, he sent his children to the United States for safety. Meanwhile, Che was getting ready to attack Santa Clara. On December 27, he was joined in newly liberated Placetas by Antonio Núñez Jiménez, a young geography professor from Santa Clara University who brought maps and diagrams to help plan Che's approach to the city. With Ramiro Valdez, they plotted a route over back roads leading to the university, on the northeastern outskirts of the city. They set out that night, with a disparity in numbers similar to those that had marked nearly every engagement between the rebels and the Cuban army. With 8 of his own platoons, and a 100-man directorio column led by Rolando Cubola, Che had 340 fighters to tackle an enemy force 10 times larger and supported by tanks and air power. Che's convoy arrived at the university at dawn the next day. Aleda's friend Lolita Russell was on hand to meet them. She was shocked by how dirty and messed up the guerrillas looked. Her father, who was standing next to her, muttered incredulously, "These guys are planning to take Santa Clara." Then Lolita spotted Che, and she was struck both by how young he looked and by his air of authority. This impression was bolstered when one of his men, his face a battle-weary mask, asked her how many soldiers were in the city. When she told him about 5,000, he nodded and said, "Good, with our chief that's no problem." After setting up a provisional commandancia at the university in Aleda's old stomping ground, the pedagogical faculty, Che, and his men set out for the city itself, walking in irrigation ditches along the way. Stopping at the CMQ radio station, Che went on the air to appeal to civilians for support. Shortly afterward, B-26 bombers and new British-made Sea Furies strafed and bombed the outskirts of town, looking for his fighters. The enemy had occupied a series of well-fortified positions around the city, but Che's first priority was the armored train, which was stationed at the entrance to the Camajuani road leading to the university. At the eastern edge of the city, the army had occupied the strategic Capiro Hills that overlooked both the university road and the road and rail line leading out to Placetas. More than 1,000 soldiers were holed up in the Leoncio Vidal garrison in the northwestern suburbs, and nearby was police headquarters, with 400 defenders. In the city center, the courthouse, provincial government building, and jail had all been made redoubts, and to the south, the number 31 and Los Cabalitos garrisons guarded the road to Nicaragua. With most of the province now in rebel hands, Che's chief concern was to prevent enemy reinforcements from coming by the western Havana-Matanzas road, but Victor Borden's force had already cut the highway at several points and seized the key town of Santo Domingo. Over that night and into the morning of December 29, Che moved his forces from the university into the city, targeting all the enemy positions but concentrating on the armored train. He moved his commandancia to a public works building half a mile from town and had a section of rail track pulled up with tractors. Then his men attacked, going against the police station, the Capiro Hills, and the train. At the same time, Cubola's directorio column, which had entered from the south the day before, laid siege to the number 31 and Cabalitos garrisons. Over the next 3 days, Santa Clara became a bloody battleground as rebels slowly advanced into the city. In some places, fighters moved forward by punching holes in the interior walls of houses while others fought pitched battles in the streets outside. Numerous civilians heeded Che's call to arms, making Molotov cocktails, providing refuge and food, and barricading their streets. As tanks fired shells and airplanes continued to bomb and rocket, both civilian and guerrilla casualties piled up in the hospitals. Che was visiting one of the hospitals when a dying man touched his arm and said to him, "Do you remember me, Commander? In Remedios you sent me to find a weapon, and I earned it here." Che recognized him. It was a young fighter he had disarmed days earlier for accidentally firing his rifle. Che also recalled what he had told him at the time. "I had responded with my customary dryness," he wrote in his memoirs. "Go get yourself another rifle by going to the front line unarmed, if you're up to it." The man had been up to it, with fatal consequences. He died a few minutes later, and I think he was content for having proved his courage. Such was our rebel army. On December 29, 1958, Che and his fighters derailed an armored government train in Santa Clara. It was the death knell for Batista's regime. The tide turned inexorably on the afternoon of December 29. After El Vaqueritos' squad took the train station and other rebels stormed the Capiro Hills, soldiers fled for the protection of the armored train, which had 22 cars. The train moved out at speed. When it reached the missing track, the engine and the first 3 cars derailed in a spectacular cataclysm of twisted metal and screaming men. "A very interesting battle began," Che wrote, "in which the men were forced out of the train by our Molotov cocktails. The train became, thanks to the armored plating, a veritable oven for the soldiers. In a few hours, the whole complement surrendered with its 22 cars, its anti-aircraft guns, its machine guns, its fabulous quantity of ammunition, fabulous, of course, compared with our meager supply." With battles still raging around the city, the international wires carried the false news that evening that Che had been killed. Early the next day, Radio Rebelde went on the air, trumpeting the news of the capture of the armored train and denying Che's death. "For the tranquility of the relatives in South America and the Cuban population, we assure you that Escobedo Che Guevara is alive and on the firing line, and, very soon, he will take the city of Santa Clara." All too soon, however, Che had to go on the air himself, confirming the death of one of his most beloved men, Roberto Rodriguez El Vaquerito, the leader of the suicide squad. It lent a sad note to a broadcast made to announce the imminent fall of the city. That afternoon, he had been hit by a bullet in the head while attacking the police station. Vaquerito's loss was especially painful to Che, for the youth had been a living personification of what he sought in his fighters. Suicide Squad had been Vaquerito's choice of names, but it was an elite attack squad made up of those fighters who aspired to Che's highest measure. The Suicide Squad was an example of revolutionary morale, Che wrote, and only selected volunteers joined it. But whenever a man died, and it happened in every battle when the new candidate was named, those not chosen would be grief-stricken and even cry. How curious to see those seasoned and noble warriors showing their youth by their tears of despair, because they did not have the honor of being in the front line of combat and death. Surrounded by death, it is a normal human reaction to reach out for life, and even Che was not immune to this instinct. So it happened that in the midst of the battle for Santa Clara, he realized he was in love with Aleta. As he told her privately later, the realization occurred when she left his side to dart across a street under fire. For the few instants she was out of sight, he was in agony, not knowing if she had made it across safely. As for Aleta, she had known what she felt since the sleepless night a few weeks before when his jeep had stopped for her and she had climbed in. On December 30th, the Los Cabalitos garrison surrendered to the Directorio, and some soldiers barricaded in a church also gave themselves up. Santo Domingo, which had been lost to an army counteroffensive, was recaptured by Borden's forces, effectively sealing the western approaches to Santa Clara. To the south, the city of Trinidad fell to the forces led by Forcoman. Realizing he had not completely secured Las Villas in the east, Che had dispatched Ramiro Valdez to take the town of Jatibanico on the Central Highway, where a column of army reinforcements was attempting to break through. With this deployment of forces and the capture of the armored train, Santa Clara was completely isolated, and an air of desperation now seized the soldiers and policemen holding out. The military high command in Havana ordered more air attacks on the city. Resistance remained fierce at the garrisons and the police station. A group of men had dug in on the 10th floor of the Grand Hotel and were directing sniper fire at the rebels. But Che now had considerable extra firepower and fresh troops at his disposal. The arms seized from the armored train had truly been a bonanza: 600 rifles, 1 million bullets, scores of machine guns, a 20mm cannon, and some precious mortars and bazookas. Throughout New Year's Eve day, one redoubt after the other fell to the rebels, first the police station, then the provincial government headquarters, followed by the courthouse and the jail, where escaping prisoners added to the confusion in the city. By the end of the day, only the number 31 garrison, the Grand Hotel, and the main Leoncio Vidal garrison still held out. In Orient, Mafo had finally surrendered to Fidel's rebels after a 10-day siege, and Fidel had immediately set his sights on Santiago. On December 28, he and General Cantillo met at the Orient sugar mill near Palma Soriano and reached an agreement. Fidel would halt his offensive for 3 days, allowing Cantillo time to return to Havana and organize a military rebellion for December 31. That day, he was to arrest Batista and place the army at Fidel's disposal. As it turned out, Cantillo was intent on a double cross. He returned to Havana, told Batista of the plot, and gave him until January 6 to leave the country. He then sent a message to Fidel, asking for a delay until January 6 before launching the revolt. Fidel was wary, but by then events had begun to move so fast that neither he nor Cantillo could foresee what would happen next. 6. Che's seizure of the armored train had sent alarm bells ringing loudly at Camp Colombia, the military headquarters in Havana, and the subsequent rapid-fire succession of army surrenders around the nation had accelerated Batista's plans for departure. By the afternoon of December 31, his last hope for buying time rested on the ability of Colonel Casillas to hold out in Santa Clara. At 9 o'clock that evening, Casillas called to say he couldn't resist much longer without reinforcements. When, an hour later, Cantillo warned that Santiago was also about to fall, Batista knew it was time to go. At a New Year's party for his top officers and their families at Camp Colombia, Batista led his generals into a room adjoining the one where most of his guests were gathered and revealed that he would hand over the armed forces to Cantillo. Then, rejoining the party in the other room, he announced his decision to give up the presidency. He named Carlos Manuel Piedra, the oldest Supreme Court judge, as the new president. After formally swearing in Cantillo as the new armed forces chief, Batista and his wife and a coterie of officials and their families drove to the nearby military airstrip and boarded a waiting plane. By 3 o'clock in the pre-dawn darkness of January 1, 1959, Batista was in the air, en route to the Dominican Republic with 40 of his closest cronies, among them the president-elect, Andrés Rivero Agüero. Before dawn broke, another plane had taken off carrying Batista's brother, the mayor of Havana, and several dozen more government and police officials. Separately, 2 other notorious characters also made their escape that day, the paramilitary chieftain Rolando Masferrer and the American mobster Meyer Lansky. When, sometime that night, Colonel Casillas and his deputy, Colonel Fernandez Suero, heard the news in Santa Clara, they made haste to save themselves. After concocting a flimsy excuse for their underling, the blissfully uninformed Colonel Candido Hernandez, they disguised themselves in civilian clothes and beat an escape. As daylight broke in Santa Clara, the first rumors of Batista's flight were beginning to circulate. The number 31 garrison surrendered, the final redoubts, the Grand Hotel and the Leoncio Vidal garrison were surrounded, and by mid-morning Colonel Hernandez asked for a truce. Che said he could accept nothing less than an unconditional surrender and sent Núñez Jiménez and Rodríguez de la Vega in to negotiate with Hernandez. The news reports were contradictory and extraordinary, Che wrote afterward. Batista had fled that day, leaving the armed forces high command a shambles. Our two delegates meeting with Hernandez established radio contact with Cantillo, telling him of the surrender offer. But he refused to go along because this constituted an ultimatum, and he claimed he had taken over command of the army in strict accordance with instructions from the leader Fidel Castro. We immediately contacted Fidel, telling him the news, but giving our opinion of Cantillo's treachery, an opinion he absolutely agreed with. After the conversation with Cantillo, Hernandez was understandably confused, but Che stood firm, insisting he surrender. At 11:30 a.m. their negotiations were interrupted by a broadcast address from Fidel over Radio Rebelled. Repudiating Cantillo's notion of a military junta or any understanding between them, he called for an immediate general strike and a mobilization of rebel forces toward Santiago and Havana. He gave Santiago's defenders until 6 that evening to surrender or be attacked, and he ended with a slogan, Revoluciones y Golpe Militar no. The panorama was clearer now, and Che gave Hernandez an hour to make up his mind. If he didn't surrender by 12:30, he would be attacked and would be held responsible for the bloodshed that would follow. Hernandez returned to the garrison, and the waiting began. While Che had been negotiating with Hernandez, his men had finally managed to dislodge the snipers from the Grand Hotel. The previous day, Enrique Acevedo had resorted to driving cars at high speed in front of the hotel to try to pinpoint the sniper fire, but he abandoned the tactic after one of his men was shot in the leg. That morning, however, with their comrades surrendering all around them and their own ammunition almost exhausted, the snipers gave in. Acevedo watched them come out with their hands up. They turned out to be a group of 5 chivatos and 4 policemen, some, in Acevedo's words, with debts to pay to revolutionary justice. Those debts were soon paid. At 2 p.m., after a brief summary trial, the 5 chivatos were executed by a firing squad. Colonel Casillas had not gotten very far in his civilian disguise. Victor Borden's fighters, west of the city, had been ordered to halt any soldiers fleeing toward Havana, and Casillas, wearing a straw hat and a July 26 armband, soon fell into their hands. He immediately began trying to woo Borden, praising him as a great strategist. Borden recalled that Casillas told him that the only thing he felt bad about was not being able to stay longer with me, because he had to carry on to the capital to participate in the military junta, which was going to resolve this business among Cubans. Borden cut him short. I told him to stop flattering me, that we didn't need any junta, because it would be Fidel Castro who resolved life for Cubans from then on. And that he was going with me to Santa Clara, so that Che could see him. That's where he changed color and asked me if I couldn't take him to another chief. I remember that when Che saw him, he told him, "Ah, so you are the murderer of Jesus Menendez." The victorious rebel army drives through Santa Clara toward Havana. Casillas did not live out the day. The official version is that he was shot dead trying to escape while en route to see Che, but this, quite obviously, doesn't mesh with Borden's own account. Given Casillas's gruesome history of past atrocities and Che's record for applying revolutionary justice, it is probable that Casillas's failed escape attempt took place in front of a hastily assembled firing squad. With 10 minutes to go before Che's deadline, Colonel Hernandez agreed to surrender his garrison. His troops dropped their weapons and went out onto the streets, joining the rebels. A cheer went up around the city. Santa Clara had fallen. But Che was not celebrating yet. Order had to be restored, there were henchmen and chivatos to be tried, and he needed to assemble his forces and give them their instructions. Cantillo's tenure as armed forces chief did not last long. Colonel Barkin, sprung that day from the Isle of Pines, was flown to Havana along with Armando Hart, and by early afternoon Barkin had arrived at Camp Columbia, where an outmaneuvered Cantillo promptly handed over his command. In Orient, Santiago surrendered, and Fidel prepared to march into the city that night. The next morning, January 2, 1959, Che and Camilo Cienfuegos were ordered to proceed to Havana. Camilo was to take over Camp Columbia, while Che was to occupy La Cabana, the colonial-era fortress overlooking Havana at the mouth of the port. Camilo's column moved out first, since Che still had mopping up duties to attend to, including executing some chivatos and appointing Calixto Morales as the military governor of Las Villas. Afterward, Che addressed the people of Santa Clara, thanking them for their help in the revolutionary cause. He and his men were leaving, he said, with the feeling of leaving a beloved place. I ask you to maintain the same revolutionary spirit, so that in the gigantic task of reconstruction ahead, Las Villas may continue to be in the vanguard of the revolution. At around 3 in the afternoon, with Aleda at his side, Che and his men set out on the drive to Havana. Most of his comrades were jubilant at the prospect of liberating the Cuban capital, but to Che it was just the first step in the greater struggle that loomed ahead. Part 3. Making the New Man. Havana, New Year's Day, 1959. 20. The Supreme Prosecutor. It is impossible for revolutionary laws to be executed unless the government itself is truly revolutionary. Louis Antoine Léon de Saint-Just. 1793, during the terror of the French Revolution. The executions by firing squads are not only a necessity for the people of Cuba, but also an imposition by the people. Che Guevara. February 5, 1959. The Guevara family was celebrating the New Year in Buenos Aires when word came of Batista's flight. Rebel columns led by Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos were said to be advancing on Havana. But the family's jubilation lasted for only a moment. We had not put down the drinks toasting the fall of Batista when some terrible news came, Che's father recalled. Escobedo had been fatally wounded. 2 agonizing hours went by before the July 26 representative in Buenos Aires called to say the report was false. We celebrated the New Year that night with the happiness that Escobedo lived, his father wrote, and that he was in charge of the La Cabana garrison in Havana. When Che's entourage arrived at the huge Spanish colonial fortress overlooking the city in the pre-dawn darkness of January 3, 1959, a regiment of 3,000 troops had already surrendered and stood in formation. Che addressed them patronizingly as a neo-colonial army. They could teach his rebel troops how to march, he said, but the guerrillas could teach them how to fight. Then he and Aleda installed themselves in the commandante's house. The day before, Camilo had shown up at Camp Columbia, on the other side of the city, and had taken over its command from Colonel Ramon Barkin. General Cantillo was arrested. Fidel had made his triumphal entry into Santiago and speaking before cheering crowds declared the city the provisional capital of Cuba. Manuel Urrutia flew in from Venezuela and Fidel proclaimed him the new president. Carlos Franqui, who was with Fidel, couldn't understand why Che had been relegated to La Cabana. I remember pondering at length the reasons for Fidel's order, he said. Camp Columbia was the heart and soul of the tyranny and of military power. Che had taken the armored train and the city of Santa Clara, he was the second most important figure of the revolution. What reasons did Fidel have for sending him to La Cabana? Most probably, Fidel had chosen the less visible position because he wanted Che out of the limelight. To the defeated regime, its adherents, and Washington, Che was the dreaded international communist, and it was only asking for trouble to give him a preeminent role so early on. By contrast, the handsome, Stetson-wearing, baseball-playing, womanizing, humorous Camilo was Cuban, was not known to be a communist, and had already become a popular folk hero. He could take center stage. Fidel needed Che for the indispensable job of purging the old army and of consolidating victory by exacting revolutionary justice against traitors, chivatos, and Batista's war criminals. Just as his brother Raúl, the other radical, was to be in Orient where Fidel had left him behind as military governor. Che was essential to the success of this task in Havana. 2. From the green rolling head of land where La Habana and its adjacent fortress, El Morro, sprawled, guarding Havana harbor, Che's view in January 1959 would have been much like that evoked in Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana, which had been published just months earlier. The long city lay spread along the open Atlantic, waves broke over the Avenida de Maceo and misted the windscreens of cars. The pink, gray, yellow pillars of what had once been the aristocratic quarter were eroded like rocks, and ancient coats of arms, smudged and featureless, was set over the doorway of a shabby hotel, and the shutters of a nightclub were varnished in bright crude colors to protect them from the wet and salt of the sea. In the west the steel skyscrapers of the new town rose higher than lighthouses. Closer up, Havana was a seamy city, booming with casinos, nightclubs, and whorehouses. The live sex show in Chinatown's Shanghai Theater featured a performer called Superman, for his manly endowment. Marijuana and cocaine were available to those who wanted them. The sleaziness had attracted Green, who made several visits to Cuba. In Batista's day I liked the idea that one could obtain anything at will, whether drugs, women, or goats, he wrote. Green's fictional British vacuum cleaner salesman, Wormold, walked the streets of old Havana, taking it all in. At every corner there were men who called taxi at him as though he were a stranger, and all down the Paseo, at intervals of a few yards, the pimps accosted him automatically without any real hope. "Can I be of service, sir? I know all the pretty girls. You desire a beautiful woman. Postcards. You want to see a dirty movie." This was the raucous milieu into which Che and his men were plunged after 2 largely abstinent years in the mountains, with fairly predictable results. Che tried to keep his bodyguards under strict control, but the temptation was too much for Alberto Castellanos. "I had never been in the capital before and I was in shock," he said. "Because Che kept me working with him until dawn, I didn't have time to see anything. Some nights I escaped into the city, especially to the cabarets. It fascinated me to see so many beautiful women. Sex was heavy in the air. The guerrillas slipped out of La Habana for trysts with girls in the bushes under the huge white statue of Christ that looms over the harbor. It was a chaotic situation and had to be taken in hand. Che soon organized a mass wedding for all those fighters with lovers whose unions had not been made official. The wayward Castellanos, who had a fiancée in Orient, was one of those whose wings were clipped, in a ceremony at La Habana presided over by Che himself. The war had captivated public interest, and hordes of foreign journalists descended on Havana to cover the installation of the new regime. In Buenos Aires it was the only thing people talked about, Che's father wrote. But even in Cuba, few people understood what it all meant. While still in Santiago, Fidel had taken pains to give the new regime a moderate front, although he had also set the pattern for his future relationship with President Urrutia by allowing Urrutia to name but one appointee, the Justice Minister. Fidel named the rest, and Urrutia did not put up a fight. Even so, only a few July 26 men, most of them from the Llano, were included in the initial cabinet roster. From Santiago, Fidel began making his way slowly overland toward Havana, savoring his victory before adoring crowds. Reporters caught up with his caravan and followed its progress, filing dispatches to the outside world. Fidel repeated again and again that he had no political ambitions. He took orders from President Urrutia, he said. The revolution would obey the will of the people. He had, however, accepted Urrutia's request that he serve as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Throngs of civilians cheered the ragged guerrillas wherever they appeared. A young rebel from Holguin, Reynaldo Arenas, recalled the atmosphere. "We came down from the hills and received a hero's welcome," he wrote. "In my neighborhood in Holguin I was given a flag of the 26th of July movement and for a whole block I walked holding that flag. I felt a little ridiculous, but there was a great euphoria, with hymns and anthems ringing out, and the whole town in the streets. The rebels kept coming, with crucifixes hanging from chains made of seeds. These were the heroes. Some, in fact, had joined the rebels only 4 or 5 months earlier, but most of the women, and also many of the men in the city, went wild over these hairy fellows. Everybody wanted to take one of the bearded men home. I did not yet have a beard because I was only 15. The atmosphere in Havana was a mix of festive anarchy and uncertainty. Hundreds of armed rebels were camped out in hotel lobbies, treating them like a guerrilla bivouac in the countryside. Most government troops had surrendered after Batista's flight and had remained in their barracks, but here and there a few snipers held out, and manhunts were on for fugitive police agents, corrupt politicians, and war criminals. In a few places, mobs had attacked casinos, parking meters, and other symbols of Batista's corruption, but they had been brought under control quickly when the July 26 militias came out onto the streets. Boy Scouts acted as ad hoc policemen. Meanwhile, the embassies were filling up with military officers, policemen, and government officials who had been left in the lurch by Batista's sudden flight. On January 4, Carlos Franqui left Fidel's rolling caravan in Camagüey and flew ahead to Havana. He found the capital transformed. The gloomy Camp Colombia, mother of the tyranny and of crime, which I had known as a prisoner, was now almost a picturesque theater. Impossible to imagine, he wrote. On the one hand, the bearded rebels with Camilo, no more than 500 of them, and on the other hand, 20,000 army soldiers, generals, colonels, majors, captains, corporals, sergeants, and privates. When they saw us walk by, they stood at attention. It was enough to make you burst out laughing. In the commandante's office was Camilo, with his romantic beard, looking like Christ on a spree, his boots thrown on the floor and his feet up on the table, as he received His Excellency the Ambassador of the United States. Then Che arrived. There were difficulties at the presidential palace. The Directorio had installed themselves there and appeared to have no plans to give it up. Che tried to talk with the leaders, but they had refused to see him. Camilo, half joking and half serious, said a couple of cannonballs should be fired off as a warning. Franqui recalled. As I was not an admirer of the palace, I said it seemed like a good idea, but Che, with his sense of responsibility, told us it wasn't the right time to waste cannonballs, and he patiently returned to the palace, met Forcoman, and matters were straightened out. Camilo always listened to Che. By the time Fidel arrived on January 8, Urrutia was installed in the palace and a semblance of governmental authority had been restored. Public buildings, police stations, and newspaper and trade union offices had been taken over. The Communist Party had come out of the woodwork to call for mass demonstrations in support of the victorious rebels. Exiled party leaders began returning, and the party's banned newspaper, Hoy, began publishing again. Even Carlos Pryo, the former president, arrived back from Miami. Abroad, the major Cuban embassies were occupied by July 26 representatives. Venezuela had recognized the new government, and so had the United States. The Soviet Union followed suit on January 10. Cuba's civic and business institutions declared their support for the revolution with hyperbolic expressions of gratitude and fealty. The nightmare of Batista was over, the Fidelista honeymoon had begun. The business community bent over backward to pay tribute, volunteering to pay back taxes. Some major corporations announced new investments while declaring their optimism about Cuba's brave new future. The media lionized Fidel and his heroic Barbudos. The magazine Bohemia became an unabashed revolutionary fanzine, printing obsequious homages to Fidel. In one illustration he was rendered with a Christ-like countenance, complete with halo. Even the ad pages were tailored to suit the moment. The Polar Beer Brewery emblazoned a page with a graphic of a sturdy peasant cutting cane and the words, "Yes. It is time to get to work." With the happiness of being free once more and feeling ourselves prouder than ever to be Cubans, we must blaze a trail of work, constructive and intense work to meet the demands of the fatherland. and after working, it is time for polar. There is nothing like a really cold polar to complete the satisfaction of a duty fulfilled. In the once clandestine July 26 newspaper, Revolución, Carlos Franqui added to the flood of tributes by lauding Fidel as Cuba's hero guide. Grateful citizens hastily commissioned a bronze bust of Fidel that was erected on a marble plinth at an intersection near Havana's military complex, with an engraved inscription honoring the man who had broken the chains of the dictatorship with the flame of liberty. Che too came in for his share of lyrical tributes. Cuba's foremost living poet, the communist Nicolas Guillen, was in exile in Buenos Aires when the triumph came, and at the request of a weekly newspaper editor there he wrote a poem in Che's honor. Che Guevara. As if San Martin's pure hand were extended to his brother, Marty. And the plant-banked plata streamed through the sea to join the Cato's love-swept overture. Thus, Guevara, strong-voiced gaucho, moved to assure his guerrilla blood to Fidel. And his broad hand was most comradely. When our night was blackest, most obscure, death retreated of its shadows impure, of the dagger, poison, and of beasts. Only savage memories endure. Fused from two, a single soul shines. As if San Martin's pure hand were extended to his brother, Marty. If Che was already a well-known figure to readers abroad, his literary consecration by Guillen a peer of Federico Garcia Lorca, Pablo Neruda, and Rafael Alberti brought him into the pantheon of Latin America's most venerated historical heroes. Here he was, at the age of 30, being compared to the liberator, José de San Martín. The hyperbole had a resounding effect on Cuba's hero-hungry public. When, a few days after his arrival, Che sent for Juan Borato, the sugar expert who had smuggled him economic intelligence reports while he was in the Escambray, Borato was awed. He was already a legend, Borato recalled. To actually see him for many Cubans was like a vision, you rubbed your eyes. He was physically imposing, too, with very white skin and chestnut-colored hair. He was attractive. To the American embassy officials in Havana, however, Che was already the fearsome Rasputin of the new regime. The influence of his ideology on Fidel and his new role behind the forbidding walls of La Habana were topics of much worried speculation. 3. Fidel made his triumphal entry into Havana like a grand showman, riding at the head of a noisy cavalcade on top of a captured tank. After paying his respects to Urrutia in the palace, he hopped aboard the Granma, which had been brought to Havana and was now moored in the harbor. Then, accompanied by Camilo and Raúl while Che stayed discreetly out of sight in La Habana, he proceeded to Camp Colombia through streets lined with thousands of ecstatic, flag-waving habaneros. That night, Fidel gave a long speech, broadcast live on television, stressing the need for law and order and revolutionary unity. In the new Cuba, there was room for only one revolutionary force, there could be no private armies. His words were a warning to the Directorio, whose fighters had vacated the palace but still occupied the grounds of the university and were reported to be stockpiling arms. Adding to the ominous signs that a confrontation was in the offing, Forcoman had publicly voiced the Directorio's concerns about being shut out of power. But before Fidel had finished speaking, the Directorio relayed word that it would hand over its weapons. Fidel's display of force majeure had won out. Fidel also used his presence to reinforce the nationalistic nature of the new regime. Asked by a reporter what he thought of the rumored offer by the U.S. government to withdraw its military mission, he replied quickly, "It has to withdraw it. In the first place, the government of the United States has no right to have a permanent mission here. In other words, it's not a prerogative of the Department of State, but of the revolutionary government of Cuba." If Washington wanted good relations, Fidel was saying, it had some fence mending to do, and the first step was to deal with Cuba as an equal. Meanwhile, he told the nation, the army would be reorganized. Henceforth it would be made up of men loyal to the revolution who would defend it if the occasion arose. He warned that victory was not yet secure. Batista had fled to the Dominican Republic with his stolen millions and sought the protection of that other reviled dictator, General Trujillo. It was always possible the two of them might counterattack. Fidel had deftly prepared Cubans for things to come, but what most people remembered from that night was the moment when white doves flew out of the audience to alight on his shoulder. To many, it was a mystical epiphany that validated Fidel's standing as the charismatic Maximo leader of the revolution. To others it was a masterful example of Fidel's ability to put forward an awe-inspiring public image at exactly the right moment. In the blur of rapid-fire events that followed, contradictory signals about the direction of the revolution kept observers off balance. By quickly recognizing the new regime, Washington had tried to appear conciliatory. In a second gesture of appeasement, Earl Smith resigned as ambassador and left the country. A chargé d'affaires remained in his place. The Eisenhower administration could hardly complain about the makeup of the new regime. Urrutia's cabinet was stacked with politically safe Cuban political veterans and aspirants, virtually all of them solidly middle-class, pro-business anti-communists, including many of Fidel's former rivals. By giving them posts with apparent authority in the new government, Fidel had placated the conservative political and business community and co-opted potential sources of opposition. The biggest surprise was his appointment of Dr. José Miró Cardona, an eminent lawyer and secretary of the Civic Opposition Front, as the new prime minister. Miró Cardona's designation was a bombshell, Franqui wrote later. He was president of the Havana Bar Association, the representative of great capitalistic enterprises, and one of Cuba's most pro-North American politicians. Years before, he had defended the biggest thief among Cuban presidents, Grau San Martin, who had stolen 84 million pesos. He had defended Captain Casillas, the murderer of the black sugar workers' leader, Jesus Menendez. We did not understand Fidel's choice, but it was understood by those whom Fidel wanted to understand. It was actually an intelligent move, which confused the Americans, the bourgeoisie, and the politicians. Bouncing back from the ill-fated Miami Pact, the redoubtable Felipe Pazos was made president of the National Bank, Justo Carrillo became president of the Development Bank, and the Harvard-educated economist Regino Bodi returned from the United States to become Minister of the Economy. Rufo López Fresque, an economist and analyst for the influential conservative newspaper Diario de la Marina, was named Minister of Finance. Foreign affairs went to the ortodoxo politician Roberto Agramonte. Others, such as Faustino Pérez, who was appointed to head the newly created Ministry for the Recovery of Illegally Acquired Property, came from the July 26 movement's right wing. The Education Ministry went to Armando Hart, while Che's wartime antagonist Enrique Oltiski became Minister of Communications. Fidel's old publisher friend, Luis Orlando Rodriguez, who had helped set up Radio Rebelde and El Cubano Libre, was made Interior Minister. Another new post, Minister for Revolutionary Laws, was given to Osvaldo Dorticos Tirado, a lawyer in Cienfuegos with discreet PSP links. His appointment seemed innocuous enough at the time, but Tirado was to play a key role in Fidel's future plans. The cabinet got to work, holding marathon sessions to reform the constitution, rebuild damaged infrastructure, and clean up Cuba's debauched society. At the top of Urrutia's agenda was a bill to ban gambling and prostitution. Simultaneously, the new ministers began house cleaning, firing employees who had been receiving secret sinecures, or botellas, from the Batista regime. Their initial decrees were of a similar purging nature. Political parties were temporarily banned. Batista's properties, as well as those of his ministers and of politicians who had participated in the last two Batista-era elections, were confiscated. Fidel began speaking before large crowds in an ingenious exercise he called direct democracy. He would take soundings of the crowd, spontaneous referendums on revolutionary policy. The forums were employed to test, mold, and radicalize the public mood and, ultimately, to pressure the government. Fidel repeated over and over that it was the duty of the new government to obey the will of the people, because the revolution had been fought by the people. He also began to reform the army, his true power base. The ranks of the old army and police forces were weeded out, their officers either sidelined or purged. Colonel Ramon Barcan was made chief of the military academies. Major Quevedo, one of several career officers who had defected to the rebels after the failed summer offensive, became head of army logistics. Others were shipped off to gilded exile as military attaches in foreign countries. The new military elite was made up of loyal rebels. Camilo, already the military governor of Havana province, became the army chief of staff. Augusto Martinez Sanchez, a lawyer who had served as the judge with Raúl's Second Front, was named Minister of Defense. Ifigenio Amigiras, the head of Raúl's elite Mau Mau guerrilla strike force, became chief of police. The pilot Pedro Diaz-Lanz, Fidel's rebel Air Force commander, was now given that title officially. Perhaps most telling, loyal July 26 men had been installed as military governors in all of Cuba's provinces. It was soon evident that the real seat of revolutionary power lay not in the ornate presidential palace in Old Havana but wherever Fidel happened to be at the time. And Fidel seemed to be everywhere. His base camp was a penthouse suite on the 23rd floor of the new Havana Hilton in downtown Vedado, but he also slept and worked at Celia Sanchez's apartment nearby and in a villa in the fishing village of Cojimar, about 30 minutes east of Havana. It was in this villa, rather than at the presidential palace, that the future of Cuba was being decided. Over the coming months it became the setting for nightly meetings between Fidel, his closest comrades, and Communist Party leaders. The purpose of the meetings was to secretly meld the PSP and the July 26 movement into a single revolutionary party. Fidel, Che, Raúl, Ramiro, and Camilo represented the guerrillas. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, Aníbal Escalante, and Blas Roca, the party's secretary-general, led discussions for the communists. 4. On the surface, Che and Raúl were the odd men out in the distribution of plum appointments. Raúl was military governor of Orient and Che had the minor title of commander of La Cabana. But the job descriptions were misleading. While Fidel concentrated on presenting a moderate front for the revolution and avoiding a premature confrontation with the United States, Raúl and Che worked secretly to cement ties with the PSP and to shore up Fidel's power base in the armed forces. Che kept up a formidable pace of activity. On January 13, he inaugurated a military cultural academy in La Cabana. Classes were given in civics, history, geography, the Cuban economy, the economic and social characteristics of the Latin American republics, and current affairs. Che sought to reform his charges. He banned cockfighting and organized chess classes, an equestrian team, sports events, art exhibits, concerts, and theater productions. Movies were shown nightly in the fortress's several cinemas. He founded a regimental newspaper, La Cabana Libre, and soon helped kick off Verde Olivo, a newspaper for the Revolutionary Armed Forces. Che quietly placed the academy under the supervision of PSP men. Armando Acosta, his commissar in the Escambray, became the academy administrator. By the end of January, Che had an additional title chief of the Department of Training of the Revolutionary Armed Forces, but it did not give a full picture of his activities, either. On Fidel's instructions, he was secretly meeting with Raúl, who shuttled between Havana and his Santiago post, Camilo, Ramiro Valdez, Che's wartime deputy, and the PSP's Victor Pina to create a new state security and intelligence apparatus. The agency, Seguridad del Estado, or G2, was placed in Valdez's able hands. Osvaldo Sanchez, a PSP Politburo member and head of its military committee, was his second in command. Meanwhile, Cuban exiles were arriving home from all over the hemisphere. An airplane was sent to Buenos Aires to bring back the exiles living there, and the Guevara family was invited to board it. Che's parents, his sister Celia, her husband, Luis Argonaraz, and Juan Martin, now a teenager of 14, accepted the offer. Family and work obligations kept Roberto and Ana Maria at home, and it would be another 2.5 years before they saw their famous brother. They arrived in Havana on January 9. Escobedo Sr. kissed the tarmac at Havana's Rancho Boyeros airport. We were immediately surrounded by bearded soldiers wearing really dirty uniforms and armed with rifles or machine guns, he wrote. Then came the obligatory salutes and, in a rush, they led us into the interior of the terminal, where Escobedo awaited us. I understand that they had wanted to surprise him and that he became aware of our arrival only minutes before. My wife ran to his arms and could not contain her tears. A mountain of photographers and television cameras recorded the scene. Soon afterward I hugged my son. It had been 6 years since I had last seen him. La Cabana, the colonial-era fortress and army garrison that overlooks the harbor and city of Havana. Che assumed command of the bastion on January 3, 1959. Che with his parents at the Havana airport on January 9, 1959. One of the photographs taken that day shows Che in fatigues and beret and sparse beard, flanked by his mother and father, amid a tumult of curious onlookers. A submachine gun pokes up into view behind Che's back. What is truly memorable, though, is the look of deep, passionate pride on Celia's face, and on Che's. His conservatively dressed father stands beside them, smiling and looking bemused. The Guevaras were installed as guests of the revolution in a suite at the Hilton. The hotel's swank lobby was by now a rowdy meeting place for disheveled armed guerrillas, aggressive journalists, favor seekers, and perplexed-looking American tourists whose holidays had been interrupted by events. When they got to their rooms, just a few floors below where Fidel was staying, Escobedo Sr. produced some bottles of Argentine wine that had been his son's favorite back home. Their sight surely brought back to him pleasant memories of other happy times, when the whole family lived together in Buenos Aires, he wrote. As they celebrated, Escobedo Sr. thought he saw in his physique, in his expressions, in his happiness, the same boy who had left Buenos Aires one cold July afternoon more than 6 years before. Escobedo Sr.'s observation contained a fair degree of wishful thinking. His son had become Che, the man he wanted to be. And if Che was pleased to see his family, the truth was they couldn't have arrived at a more inconvenient time. Even as they settled into the Hilton, he had to rush back to La Cabana. There were revolutionary tribunals to be overseen. Throughout January, suspected war criminals were being captured and brought to La Cabana daily. For the most part, they were not the top henchmen of the Ancien regime, most of those had escaped or remained holed up in embassies. The ones left behind were deputies or rank-and-file chivatos and police torturers. Nevertheless, the old walls of the fort rang out nightly with the fusillades of the firing squads. There were over 1,000 prisoners of war, explained Miguel Angel Duque de Estrada, who had been put in charge of the cleansing commission. Many didn't have dossiers. We didn't even know all of their names. But we had a job to do, which was to cleanse the defeated army. The trials began at 8 or 9 in the evening, and, more often than not, a verdict was reached by 2 or 3 in the morning. Duque de Estrada gathered evidence, took testimony, and prepared the trials. He also sat with Che, the supreme prosecutor, on the appellate bench, where Che made the final decision on men's fates. Che consulted with me, Duque said, but he was in charge, and as military commander his word was final. We were in agreement on almost 100% of the decisions. In about 100 days we carried out perhaps 55 executions by firing squad, and we got a lot of flack for it, but we gave each case due and fair consideration and we didn't come to our decisions lightly. The 21-year-old accountant Orlando Borrego, who administered La Cabana's finances, was also a tribunal president. It was very difficult because most of us had no judicial training, Borrego recalled. Our paramount concern was to ensure that revolutionary morality and justice prevailed. Che was very careful. Nobody was shot for hitting a prisoner, but if there was extreme torture and killings and deaths, then yes, they were condemned to death. The whole case was analyzed, all the witnesses seen, and the relatives of the dead or tortured person came, or the tortured person himself. Che told some hostile Cuban television interviewers that he never attended the trials or met with defendants himself. He went over the cases with the judges and reached his final verdicts coldly and neutrally, on the basis of the evidence alone. According to Borrego, Che took great care in selecting judges and prosecutors. For instance, rebels who had been mistreated were not allowed to pass judgment on their former torturers. There were sometimes prosecutors who were on the extreme left, Borrego explained. One had to moderate those who always asked for the death sentence. When it came to the executions themselves, however, Che evidently overcame his earlier reservations about the American volunteer Herman Marx, who had been a problem in Camagüey. Marx reappeared at La Cabana, where he took an active role in the firing squads. Over the next months, several hundred people were officially tried and executed by firing squads in Cuba. Most were sentenced in conditions like those described by Borrego. They were above-board, if summary, affairs, with defense lawyers, witnesses, prosecutors, and an attending public. But there were also a number of arbitrary executions. The most notorious incident occurred when, soon after occupying Santiago, Raúl Castro directed a mass execution of more than 70 captured soldiers. A trench was bulldozed and the condemned men were lined up in front of it and mowed down with machine guns. Raúl's reputation for ruthlessness was confirmed. There was little overt public opposition to the workings of revolutionary justice. On the contrary, Batista's thugs had committed some sickening crimes and the Cuban public was in a lynching mood. Newspapers were full of morbid revelations and gruesome photographs of the horrors and brutalities that had taken place under Batista. Bohemia published snide interviews with suspects awaiting trial and provided sanctimonious captions to pictures of the executions. In its February 8, 1959, issue, the culminating moment of the trial of two gunmen responsible for several murders in Manzanillo, the Nicolards Rojas brothers, was described. The prosecutor, Dr. Fernando Aragoneses Cruz, "Do the Nicolards brothers deserve freedom?" "No," was the thundering shout of the enormous multitude. "Do they deserve prison with the hope that one day they can be useful to society?" "No." "Should they be shot, as exemplary punishment to all future generations?" "Yes." The prosecutor glanced over at the infuriated multitude. And, in the face of their unanimous opinion, he expressed himself calmly, while directing a look that was part anger and part pity to those who had been condemned by the people. "That is, ladies and gentlemen, the petition of the citizenry, whom I represent in this session." The Nicolards brothers were immediately taken out and shot. The account in Bohemia seems to be a fairly accurate depiction of the atmosphere prevailing in Cuba's revolutionary courtrooms. Orlando Borrego recalled that he felt under great pressure from his civilian audiences to be severe. "They often thought the sentencing was too benign," he said. "Sometimes one asked for a sentence of 10 years and the people wanted it to be 20. The tribunals were attracting mounting criticism abroad, with American congressmen decrying them as a bloodbath." Indignant over the accusations, in late January Fidel had decided to hold some high-profile public trials of Major Sosa Blanca and several other ranking officers accused of multiple acts of murder and torture in Havana's sports stadium. The plan backfired, however. Attending foreign reporters were nauseated by the spectacle of jeering crowds and hysterical cries for blood. The sympathetic Herbert Matthews tried to rationalize the trials from the Cubans' perspective in an editorial that the New York Times' editor-in-chief refused to print. Che warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition, but the trials had to continue if Cuba's revolution was to be secure. He never tired of telling his Cuban comrades that Arbenz had fallen in Guatemala because he had not purged his armed forces of disloyal elements. Cuba could not afford to repeat Arbenz's mistake. In his memoirs, Escobedo Sr. avoided the issue of Che's leading role in the tribunals, but he alluded to his shock at discovering his son's transformation into a hard man. He recalled asking Che what he planned to do about his medical career. Che smiled and replied that, since they had the same name, his father could substitute for him if he wanted. He could hang up a doctor's shingle and begin killing people without any risk. Che laughed at his own joke, but his father insisted that he give a more serious reply. As for my medical career, I can tell you that I deserted it a long time ago, Che said. Now I am a fighter who is working for the consolidation of a government. What will become of me? I don't even know in which land I will leave my bones. Che's father didn't understand the significance of the remark until much later. It was hard for me to recognize the Ecobedo of my home, the normal Ecobedo, he wrote. He had been transformed into a man whose faith in the triumph of his ideals reached mystical proportions. His father's befuddlement was shared by some of Che's old friends and acquaintances. Tatiana Quiroga and Shisana's cousin Jimmy Roca, who had been Che's roommate in Miami, were married and living in Los Angeles in January 1959. I sent a telegram to La Cabana and it cost me $5, Tatiana recalled. I still remember because, as a student, it was a lot of money for me, but I spent the $5 to congratulate him. Then came the killings of La Cabana, and I'll tell you I have never felt so horrible as to have spent $5 on that telegram. I wanted to die. V. The revolutionary tribunals did much to polarize the political climate between Havana and Washington. Fidel was incensed by the criticism. How could the country that had bombed Hiroshima brand what he was doing a bloodbath? Why hadn't his critics spoken out when Batista's murderers were committing their atrocities? The criticism, he said, was tantamount to intervention, and he warned that if the gringos tried to invade Cuba, the price would be 200,000 dead Americans. There were rumors of an assassination threat against him, but if he was killed, he said, the revolution would survive. Behind him stood other comrades who were prepared to lead it, men who were more radical than he was. If anyone had any doubts about to whom he was alluding, Fidel dispelled them in the next breath, announcing that his brother Raúl was his chosen successor. In fact, although Raúl's official appointment as Minister of the Revolutionary Armed Forces did not come until October 1959, he was already the Cuban military's de facto chief of staff. And where did that leave Che? The U.S. Embassy was monitoring his activities and speeches closely, with a growing sense of disquiet. On January 27, at a forum in Havana sponsored by the PSP, Che gave a speech titled Social Ideals of the Rebel Army. He left little doubt as to where he stood, and he hinted that the revolution had radical ambitions far beyond those so far acknowledged by Fidel. To anyone who grasped its significance, it was perhaps the most important speech delivered by any of the revolutionary leaders, including Fidel, since they had come to power. Quite simply, Che was outlining the future. One of the rebels' ideals in armed democracy had already been achieved, he said, but much more needed to be done. The Revolutionary Agrarian Reform Decree issued 2 months earlier in the Sierra Maestra wasn't enough to right Cuba's wrongs. The revolution had a debt to repay to the campesinos, on whose backs the war had been fought. The land-owning system itself had to be reformed, as Cuba's Constitution of 1940 stated it would be. It is the job of the organized peasant masses to demand a law that proscribes the latifundia, Che said. What's more, the constitutional requirement for prior compensation to owners of expropriated land should be waived. It was an impediment to the goal of a true and ample agrarian reform. A process of rapid industrialization must also take place to free Cuba from the sugar export economy. Only then could the country liberate itself from U.S. capitalist domination. We have to increase the industrialization of the country, without ignoring the many problems that this process brings with it, Che said. But a policy of industrial growth demands certain tariff measures that protect the nascent industries and an internal market capable of absorbing the new products. We cannot expand this market unless we give access to the great peasant masses, the guajiros, who don't have acquisitive power today but do have needs to fulfill. Che warned that the United States was not going to take kindly to what he was proposing. We must be prepared for the reaction of those who today dominate 75% of our commercial trade and our market. To confront this danger we must apply countermeasures, among which stand out tariffs and the diversification of markets abroad. To industrialize, Cuba must first rescue its natural resources, which had been given over to foreign consortiums by the Batista dictatorship. The nation's mineral wealth and electricity should be in Cuban hands, and the state telephone company, a subsidiary of ITT, should be nationalized. What resources do we have for a program like this? Che asked. We have the rebel army, and this should be our primary instrument for the struggle, the most positive and vigorous weapon. We should destroy all that remains of Batista's army. Understand well that this liquidation is not done out of vengeance or even merely a spirit of justice, but because of the need to ensure that all the people's goals can be achieved in the least amount of time. Che said that he expected resistance from many quarters. National recovery will have to destroy many privileges, and because of that we have to be ready to defend the nation from its declared and its disguised enemies. Alluding to the rumors of invasion plans being hatched in the Dominican Republic, Che invoked the menacing specter of the United States. We know that if we are attacked by a small island, it would be with the help of a power that is practically a continent, and we would have to withstand an aggression of immense proportions on our soil. For this reason we must be forewarned and prepare our vanguard with a guerrilla spirit and strategy. The entire Cuban nation should become a guerrilla army, because the rebel army is a growing body whose capacity is limited only by the number of 6 million Cubans. Each Cuban should learn how to use weapons and when to use them in the defense of the nation. Most dramatically of all, Che bared his evolving vision of a continental revolution, not only challenging the conventional communist theory of party-led mass struggle, but throwing down the gauntlet of violent confrontation throughout the hemisphere. The example of our revolution and the lessons it implies for Latin America have destroyed all the coffee house theories. We have demonstrated that a small group of men supported by the people and without fear of dying were it necessary can overcome a disciplined regular army and defeat it. This is the fundamental lesson. There is another for our brothers in the Americas who are in the same agrarian category we are, and that is to make agrarian revolutions, to fight in the fields, in the mountains, and from there to the cities. Our future is intimately linked to all the underdeveloped countries of Latin America. The revolution is not limited to the Cuban nation, because it has touched the conscience of Latin America and alerted the enemies of our peoples. The revolution has put the Latin American tyrants on guard. They, like the foreign monopolies, are the enemies of popular regimes. The revolution had enemies, but it also had friends. Che ended with a call for a spiritual union between all the people of the Americas, a union that goes beyond demagoguery and bureaucracy to effective assistance, lending our brothers the benefits of our experience. Today, all the people of Cuba are on a war footing and should remain so. Their victory against dictatorship is not transitory but rather the first step in Latin America's victory. Che's speech was nothing less than a siren call to the hemisphere's would-be revolutionaries and an implicit declaration of war against the interests of the United States. 6. On February 2, Daniel Braddock, the American Deputy Chief of Mission in Havana, sent a classified dispatch to the State Department, the CIA, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the U.S. embassies in Ciudad Trujillo and in Managua. It carried the heading Cuba as a base for revolutionary operations against other Latin American governments, and it spelled out a specific warning. A number of leaders of the successful revolutionary movement in Cuba consider that efforts should now be undertaken to free the people of some other Latin American nations from their dictatorial governments, Braddock wrote. While Escobedo Che Guevara Serna is generally regarded as the principal force behind such thinking, and is indeed active in the planning, he is far from alone. Fidel Castro has reportedly made remarks along such lines, particularly during his recent visit to Venezuela. For once, the U.S. intelligence appraisal was on target. With Fidel's backing, Che had summoned prospective revolutionaries from around the hemisphere seeking Cuban sponsorship for their own Granma-style armed expeditions. During the war against Batista, a number of anti-Somoza Nicaraguans, including a group of students led by Carlos Fonseca, a Marxist intellectual, had supported the Cuban revolutionary cause in acts of homage and rhetoric. Now Che offered the Nicaraguans help in organizing a guerrilla army, and a revolutionary party to lead it. But the Nicaraguans were not the only revolutionaries being encouraged, as Braddock's Cable noted. The countries most frequently mentioned as candidates for Cuban-sponsored guerrilla invasions are the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Paraguay, and Haiti. Paraguay appears to be too far away for direct Cuban interference, but there is a great deal of preliminary talk and planning taking place about the other three countries. A number of Dominican exiles are in Cuba, including General Miguel Angel Ramirez. The revolutionary leaders, as distinct from the officers of the provisional government, seem to feel that they have a piece of unfinished business to take care of in connection with the Dominican Republic, in the form of the abortive Cayo Confits expedition of 1947, in which a number of the revolutionary leaders, including Fidel Castro, were involved. Luis de Joy is now in Habana, hoping to be able to organize and obtain support for a movement to overthrow the fraudulent Haitian government of Duvalier. He is being assisted by Pierre Armand, self-styled president of the Haitian Revolutionary Front in Habana. It appears that the Cuban revolutionaries are mainly interested in the Haitian plans as a means of getting a base from which to attack Trujillo. They would support Dejoy, in return for his permitting an expedition against Trujillo to be based in Haiti. A number of Nicaraguan exiles are in town, including Manuel Gómez Flores. The embassy has today received a report from a fairly reliable source that the Nicaraguan group feels that they will be the first to attack. This report mentions Guevara specifically as actively participating in the plotting, and as training some of the participants. It was indicated that they hope to be able to launch an invasion within 2 months. Braddock's Cable ended with an uncannily prescient forecast. The planning for these various adventures appears to be preliminary and unrealistic at this stage, and the groups disunited. However, in view of the background of many of the principal Cuban revolutionary leaders, and the support their own movement received from abroad, it can be expected that Cuba will be a center of revolutionary scheming and activities for some time, with consequent concern and difficulties for various governments including our own. Among Che's men at La Cabana, it was no secret that he was meeting with revolutionaries from other countries, and rumors of conspiracies of the kind detected by the U.S. Embassy were circulating throughout Cuba. Schoolboys too young to have participated in the fight against Batista wrote to Che, asking to be allowed to go fight against Trujillo. On February 5, Che posted polite refusals to 3 young volunteers who had offered their services. To Juan Jejon Quintana, in Cardenas, he wrote, "I appreciate your gesture. It is always good when the youth are willing to sacrifice themselves for a cause as noble as giving freedom to Santo Domingo, but I feel that in these moments our combat post is here, in Cuba, where there are enormous difficulties to overcome. For now, dedicate yourself to working enthusiastically for our revolution, which will be the best help we can offer to the Dominican people, that is to say, the example of our complete triumph." In fact, Che was helping to lay the foundations for a secret agency within Ramiro Valdez's state security apparatus that would organize, train, and assist foreign guerrilla ventures. The clandestine unit would become known as the Liberation Department within the Russian General de Inteligencia. The man who would eventually lead the agency, Manuel Pinero Losada, was a former Columbia University student and the son of Galician émigrés who owned a wine import firm and beer distributorship in Matanzas. Pinero, who had been one of Raúl's former Second Front aides, said that the first guerrilla expeditions sponsored by Cuba were very artisanal and, in the case of the Nicaraguans and Guatemalans, relied on personal relationships Che had developed in Central America and Mexico. As of early 1959, Pinero said, there was still no structured policy regarding these missions on the part of the Cuban government. That would soon change, however. Osvaldo de Cardenas, a mulatto high school student from Matanzas, was only 16 years old in January 1959, but within a year Pinheiro had recruited him as an intelligence operative specializing in assisting foreign guerrillas. Cardenas recalled that he and his young comrades were convinced that the Cuban Revolution was the beginning of other changes in Latin America, and that they were imminent. And so, to work. We were all imbued with this spirit, Cardenas said. Everyone wanted to join a guerrilla army somewhere. There were plans to go to Paraguay. I don't know how we thought we were going to get there, but there were plans to go to overthrow Stroessner. There were plans to fight against Trujillo. Some went, some with authorization and others without it. There were plans to topple Somoza. Wherever there was a tyrant, a Latin American dictator, he was automatically our enemy. Orlando Borrego, Che's hard-working young protege, became infected by the liberation fever. In February or March 1959, a rumor spread among La Cabana's officers that an expeditionary force of Cuban revolutionaries was being organized to support the fledgling Nicaraguan guerrillas. Several of us tried to enlist to go to Nicaragua, Borrego recalled. There was an officer who seemed to be at the center of the organization, but as it turned out, it was, as they say, freelance. It wasn't authorized by Che or coordinated by him. And I remember that Che summoned this group and he chastised them sternly because they were gathering weapons and planning this movement without permission, and it was stopped. But from that moment on it was pretty clear that such things were being planned. Indeed they were, although the more serious guerrilla conspiracies were kept under tighter wraps than the plot Borrego had tried to join. In March, following an unimpressive initial meeting with a group of Nicaraguan leftists from the Partido Socialista Nicaraguans, PSN, Che saw the Nicaraguan militant Rodolfo Romero, whom he had invited to Havana. During the Castillo Armas invasion of Guatemala in 1954, when they were both hoping to actively fight in defense of President Arbenz, Romero had shown Che how to use an automatic weapon. Now their roles were reversed. After the debacle in Guatemala, Romero had gone underground. He was eventually arrested and deported to Nicaragua, but he was freed following a short stint in jail and joined forces with Carlos Fonseca's anti-Somoza student group. Che asked Romero to give him an appraisal of the Nicaraguan situation and suggest what should be done to undermine the regime there. Explaining that the PSN was politically prostrate, Romero replied that there was only one road left, the road of Cuba. Che then asked him if he wanted to join the Nicaraguan guerrilla column that was being trained on the island under the command of a former Nicaraguan National Guard officer named Rafael Somaraba. Romero said yes. 7. On February 7, Urrutia's government had approved the new Cuban constitution. It contained a clause designed especially for Che, conferring Cuban citizenship on any foreigner who had fought in the war against Batista for 2 or more years and who had held the rank of comandante for a year. A few days later, Che was officially made a Cuban citizen by birth. The occasion coincided with the new government's first internal crisis. Fidel had been at loggerheads with Urrutia's cabinet over the banning of the national lottery and the refusal to reopen the brothels and casinos that had been closed following the seizure of power. Unemployed workers were demonstrating against the closings, and the last thing Fidel wanted was to alienate his constituency. The tawdry entertainment sector that was a visible part of Cuban life would certainly have to be reformed, but gradually, with retraining and new jobs offered to those whose professions were to be purged. Fidel insisted that the cabinet reverse its decisions, and he threatened to find his own solution to the impasse if it didn't. Realizing Fidel was planning to run things his way whether the cabinet liked it or not, Prime Minister Miro Cardona resigned. His replacement would be none other than Fidel Castro. To accept his post, Fidel insisted that Urrutia give him special powers to direct government policy. A law was issued lowering the minimum age for holding high public office from 35 to 30. Now, both Che and Fidel, who were 30 and 32, respectively, were eligible for ministerial posts. On February 16, Fidel was sworn in as Cuba's new prime minister. In his acceptance speech, he promised Cubans change. By the end of February, President Urrutia was, to all intents and purposes, a figurehead. Fidel was indisputably the real Cuban leader. Che was more specific about what change meant. In an article in Revolucion titled "What is a Guerrilla?" and published 3 days after Fidel's inauguration, he argued that the rebel army had the right to determine Cuba's political future. Che exalted the guerrilla as the people's choice, the people's vanguard fighter in their struggle for liberation, someone whose sense of discipline comes not out of blind obedience to a military hierarchy but because of the deep conviction of the individual. The guerrilla was mentally and physically agile. He was nocturnal. In other words, now, as during the war, the guerrillas were waiting in the shadows, vigilant and ready to strike. And their mission was not over. Why does the guerrilla fight? The guerrilla is a social reformer. The guerrilla takes up arms in angry protest against the social system that keeps his unarmed brothers in opprobrium and misery. The guerrilla had certain tactical needs, Che wrote. He needed places where he could maneuver, hide, escape, and also count on the people's support. This meant the countryside, where, coincidentally, the main social problem was land tenure. The guerrilla is, fundamentally and before anything else, an agrarian revolutionary. He interprets the desires of the great peasant masses to be owners of land, owners of their own means of production, of their livestock, of all that for which they have fought for years, for that which constitutes their life and will also be their cemetery. For this reason, Che said, the battle standard of the new army born in the Cuban backwoods was agrarian reform. This reform, which began timidly in the Sierra Maestra, had been transferred to the Escambray and, after recently being forgotten in ministerial cabinets, would now go forward because of the firm decision of Fidel Castro, who, and it is worthwhile repeating, will be the one who gives the July 26 its historic definition. This movement didn't invent agrarian reform, but it will carry it out. It will carry it out comprehensively until there is no peasant without land, nor land left untilled. At that moment, perhaps, the movement itself may cease to have a reason to exist, but it will have accomplished its historic mission. Our task is to get to that point, and the future will tell if there is more work to do. Che's closing comment was an early warning to the July 26 movement that it might eventually be done away with in favor of unity with the Communist Party. Unity had become a code word for a merger of the PSP and the rebel army. The merger was already being implemented, primarily under the auspices of Che and Raúl in the revolutionary camp and Carlos Rafael Rodriguez in the PSP, although things were not yet running smoothly. Opinion about Fidel was divided within the PSP. Carlos Rafael had been an early and ardent enthusiast, whereas the party's general secretary, Blas Roca, evidently was not. Aníbal Escalante ultimately proved vital in the fence-mending process, but among the old communists, reservations about Fidel's leadership persisted for years. For all his overt sympathies, the free-thinking Che Guevara also provoked some disquiet for the orthodox, Moscow-line party men. Che's argument for a vanguard role for the rebel army, which seemed to ignore urban workers and the traditional Communist Party organization, was theoretical blasphemy, while his forceful advocacy of rural guerrilla warfare and agrarian revolution betrayed deviant Maoist influences. Yet, despite these heretical symptoms, Che was obviously a friend and ally, and the PSP was indebted to him for providing a political opening to Fidel that the party might otherwise not have had. His ideological kinks would, no doubt, be ironed out. Early symptoms of a power struggle between the Communists and the July 26 movement were visible in an incident that went almost unnoticed in Cuba at large. In its February 8 issue, Bohemia ran a small article reporting the first internal crisis since the Day of Liberty, the abrupt resignation of Calixto Morales, who had been appointed military governor of Las Villas. Morales had been displaying a close link with the communist factors. The root of the problem was a resurgence of the feud between Las Villas's conservative July 26 organization and the local Communist Party organization. But racism reportedly played a part as well. Morales was a radical who was offended by Santa Clara's racial caste system, and, feeling his power, he had gone too far too fast. One of his first actions was to climb aboard a bulldozer and personally tear down the fencing around the city's whites-only Central Plaza. Before long he was openly feuding with the local and regional July 26 authorities. Felix Torres, the PSP chief in Las Villas, came to his aid, and according to Aleta March's friend Lolita Russell, Calixto soon fell under Torres's influence. Before the situation got any worse, Fidel removed Calixto from his post. Torres's aggressive politicking on behalf of the Communist Party ultimately paid off when the PSP gained the upper hand in Las Villas, but he had alienated a great many Villacarenos and fueled widespread anti-government sentiment. Aleta March herself, who still despised the communists in Las Villas, privately blamed Che for having created the mess in the first place, beginning with Morales's appointment. Before long, disgruntled July 26 men would take up arms in the Escambre in a counter-revolutionary insurgency that would receive assistance from the CIA and spread to other regions. The Castro government's campaign to quell it would become officially known as the Lucha contra Bandidos, struggle against bandits. It would persist until 1966, when Fidel's troops finally eradicated the last rebels and, following Stalin's successful counterinsurgency tactics, forcibly evacuated the Escambre's suspected civilian collaborators to several specially built strategic hamlets in distant Pina del Rio. 8. Che's personal life during this period was both complex and crowded. Despite the fact that he had little time alone with Aleta, he made room for an old Guatemalan friend, Julio Patojo, the Kid, Caceres, when Caceres showed up in Havana. Patojo had worked with Che during his itinerant photographer period in Mexico City and had lived with him and Hilda off and on. He shared Che's dreams of revolution and had wanted to come along on the Granma, but Fidel had turned him down as one foreigner too many. Now that Patojo was in Cuba, Che moved him into his house without a second thought. Che also had to face Hilda, who arrived in late January from Peru with 3-year-old Hilda in tow. The fearless Che of combat was somewhat less bold in matters of matrimony. Rather than go to the airport himself, he sent his friend Dr. Oscar Fernandez Mel to greet his wife and child. Hoping for a reconciliation, Hilda was to be sadly disappointed. She recorded the breakup scene. With the candor that always characterized him, Escobedo forthrightly told me that he had another woman, whom he had met in the campaign of Santa Clara. The pain was deep in me, but, following our convictions, we agreed on a divorce. I am still affected by the memory of the moment when, realizing my hurt, he said, "Better I had died in combat." For an instant I looked at him without saying anything. Though I was losing so much at that time, I thought of the fact that there were so many more important tasks to be done, for which he was so vital. He had to have remained alive. He had to build a new society. He had to work hard to help Cuba avoid the errors of Guatemala. He had to give his whole effort to the struggle for the liberation of America. No, I was happy that he had not died in combat, sincerely happy, and I tried to explain it to him this way, ending with, "Because of all this, I want you always." Moved, he said, "If that's how it is, then it's all right, friends, and comrades." Yes, I said. Whether Hilda did, in fact, let Che off the hook so easily might be debated, but the estranged couple reached a quick and fairly amicable settlement. Hilda would stay on in Cuba and be given a useful job just as soon as things were organized. She and Che would get a divorce, and then he and Aleta would be married. Che made a special effort to establish a fatherly role with the dark-haired little girl he knew only from photographs. Evidently trying to avoid direct contact with Hilda for Aleta's sake, the two women had despised each other on sight. Che frequently sent for Hilda to be brought to him at La Cabana. His men often saw them together, walking around the fortress hand in hand. She would play in his office while he went through papers. On February 15, he attended her 3rd birthday party. In a photograph taken of the occasion, a smiling Hilda sits at the head of the table, holding Hilda close to her. Che sits hunched over on the other side of the table. He is wearing his beret, a leather jacket, and a sharp, self-contained look, as though he wished he were elsewhere. On February 15, 1959, Che attended his daughter Hildita's third birthday party. Hildita's mother, Hilda Gatti, is holding her. Che also had his family who stayed in Havana for a month to deal with. In the early days, their short visits and Che's hectic schedule kept things pleasant enough, but tensions simmered between Che and his father. Quite apart from their divergent political views, Che had never forgiven his father's treatment of his mother. As he explained to close friends, his father had spent all the old lady's money and then ditched her. Things finally came to a head when Escobedo Sr. went to the home of a ham radio enthusiast to speak with friends in Buenos Aires. His Cuba Support Committee in Argentina had acquired a shortwave radio transmitter to communicate with Radio Rebel too late to ever be used for that purpose, and he wanted to finally test it out, so he spent an afternoon on the air. That evening, he was reprimanded by his son. "Old man, you are very imprudent," Che remonstrated. "You have been speaking by shortwave to Buenos Aires in the home of a radio aficionado who is a counter-revolutionary." His father made his excuses, insisting he had said nothing of political interest, and the matter was dropped, but later he reflected, it was evident that the information services of the incipient revolutionary government were already working. The Guevaras were moved from the Hilton to the seaside Hotel Comodoro in the exclusive suburb of Miramar, presumably to make it harder for Escobedo Sr. to drop in on his son at La Cabana at inconvenient times, as he was in the habit of doing. From then on, Che visited them by helicopter, alighting on the hotel's lawn. He descended, Guevara Lynch wrote, chatted for a while with his mother, Celia, and left again. Celia herself, by all accounts, was enthralled by Cuba, caught up by her maternal pride and the euphoria of her son's triumph. She more or less uncritically tried to share the victory he had helped bring about. Taking a brief break from his revolutionary duties, Che escorted his family on a sightseeing trip, showing them Santa Clara and his old haunts in the Escambray, visiting the house of Aleta's family and the sites of battles he had led. At Pedrero, he left them to return to Havana, and 2 soldiers were delegated to guide them on horseback into the hills to see his former commandancia. His father provoked a new incident there when, out of curiosity, he picked up the field telephone in the old General Staff headquarters. His guides told him that it had been used to communicate with the nearby radio transmitter but was now disconnected, and he got a shock when he heard a man's voice come on the line. "Who are you?" Escobedo Sr. asked. "And who are you?" came the retort. "I am Che's father," he replied. The man on the other end sputtered in disbelief, insulted him in a threatening manner, and hung up. The soldiers escorting the family became alarmed. They tried to make contact on the radio themselves, but there was no reply, and they went into the woods to investigate. In their absence, Che's father's vivid imagination got the best of him. "I began to get worried," he recalled. Who were the people on the other side? If they were counter-revolutionaries, they could catch us easily, because we had only 2 soldiers as escorts and we were armed only with pistols. It would have been a magnificent blow for the counter-revolutionaries to take Che's father, mother, and brother and sister as prisoners. Guevara Lynch ushered his wife, daughter, and youngest son into a fortified cave. "If any strangers approached, my son-in-law Luis and I resolved to defend the entrance together by shooting." But a short time later, their escorts returned, smiling. At the radio installation, they had found some militiamen who had been disassembling the transmitter at the very moment of the call. They too had become frightened, thinking counter-revolutionaries were about to attack them, and had taken up defensive positions. Che guffawed with laughter when Celia told him the story later. The family's visit was awkward for Che. Compared with many of his comrades, he was almost obsessively concerned about the image he presented to the public. He didn't want to appear to be abusing his power by dispensing government favors to family and friends. Camilo had arranged the Guevara's free flight as a surprise. If Che had known about it, he probably would have forbidden it. As it was, the Guevara family experienced Che's austerity measures firsthand. They were given a car and driver for trips around Havana, but they had to pay for gas. When his father said that he wished to explore the battlefields of the Sierra Maestra, Che said he would provide a jeep and a veteran soldier to guide them, but Escobedo Sr. would have to pay for gas and meals. Guevara Lynch had not brought enough money, and abandoned his plan. The family's final departure was abrupt. As Guevara Lynch recalled it, "My duties in Buenos Aires demanded my attention. Suddenly I decided to travel. I told Escobedo on the telephone that I was leaving that night. He went to say goodbye to me at the airport in the company of Raúl Castro. As they chatted at the departure gate, a man came over and spoke to Che in a thick Porteño accent. He was a fellow Argentine, he said, and wished to shake his hand. Che assented wordlessly, but when the man dug out a notebook and pen and asked for an autograph, Che turned his back. "I am not a movie star," he said. Che and his father made a symbolic peace at the last minute. When their flight was announced, Guevara Lynch removed from his wrist the old gold watch he wore, an heirloom that had belonged to Che's beloved grandmother, Ana Isabel Lynch, and gave it to his son. Che took it, slipped off the watch he was wearing, and handed it to his father. It was, he said, the watch Fidel had given him when he was promoted to Comandante. 9. Che had not been looking or feeling well for some time. He was gaunt and his eyes were sunken. Ill health was one of the reasons he hadn't accompanied Fidel to Venezuela, where he had been invited to speak by a medical society, but it wasn't until March 4 that he took a break in his schedule and allowed doctors to x-ray him. He was diagnosed with a pulmonary infection and told that he had to convalesce. He was also told to stop smoking cigars. Che, who had become addicted to tobacco during the war, persuaded the doctors to allow him one tabaco a day. The patient interpreted this rule liberally, as Antonio Núñez Jiménez, now a factotum for Fidel, discovered when he went to Che's house one morning. "I found him smoking a cigar about 1.5 feet long," Núñez Jiménez recalled. He explained with a naughty smile, "Don't worry about the doctors, I am being good to my word, one cigar a day, and not one more." Che and Aleta had been moved, on doctor's orders, to a requisitioned villa at the nearby beach community of Tarara. The new location made it possible for Che to conduct his revolutionary work with more secrecy. By now he was deeply involved in preparing Cuba's agrarian reform law and designing the agency that would implement it. The agency was given an innocuous-sounding name, Instituto Nacional de Reforma Agraria, INRA, but in essence, it was to be the genesis of the real Cuban Revolution. An amalgamation of the July 26 movement's left wing, the former rebel army, and the Cuban Communist Party, INRA was to gradually assume the functions of the regime headed by Manuel Urrutia. Immediately after arriving at La Habana, Che had summoned his new group of unofficial advisors at the Sugar Institute, including Juan Borato and the PSP man Alfredo Menendez, for talks. The 1959 sugar harvest season had begun, and Che suggested reducing the working day from 8 to 6 hours to create more jobs. Menendez pointed out that this would set off a wave of similar work reduction demands throughout the Cuban labor market, increase the cost of sugar production, and affect Cuba's profits on the world market. "You may be right," Che replied. "But, look, the first mission of the revolution is to resolve the unemployment problem in Cuba. If we don't resolve it, we won't be able to stay in power." He insisted that Menendez give him a proposal on reducing the workday, but in the end Fidel quashed the idea. It would have created too many problems. Besides, the sugar industry was still in the hands of powerful private capital interests, both Cuban and American, and he couldn't afford to antagonize them just yet. Fidel's vision was longer range, Menendez observed. He was telling the workers that they shouldn't fight for crumbs, but for power. He was already planning to nationalize the industry. By February, the pace of consultations had increased, and Menendez joined a high-level Communist Party group, the Economic Commission, that met in secret every night at a house in Cojimar, conveniently close to La Cabana. The house was rented in the name of Francisco Pancho Garcia Valls, a bright young Communist Party member who spoke both English and French. Although Garcia Valls hadn't participated in the war, Che had taken to him and made him a lieutenant and his executive assistant. Garcia Valls's unearned military rank and new duties may have seemed inexplicable to outsiders, but he served a vital function for Che. The nightly meetings at his house were convened for the purpose of working on a draft proposal for the agrarian reform law. Che was in the habit of dropping by the house in Cojimar in the afternoons. While Garcia Valls and Menendez worked away on economic affairs, Che dictated his thoughts on guerrilla warfare into a tape recorder. His new personal secretary, José Manuel Manresa, a former Batista desk sergeant he had kept on at La Cabana, transcribed the tapes. Occasionally Che would call Menendez over and ask him to read a section. The resulting book, La Guerra de Guerrillas, Guerrilla Warfare, was a how-to manual intended to adapt the lessons learned in Cuba to other Latin American nations. Once Che was ensconced in Tarara, the work on INRA intensified. Fidel, who moved into his Cojimar villa around the same time, named Antonio Núñez Jiménez as chairman of an agrarian reform task force that included Che, Fidel's old communist friend Alfredo Guevara, Pedro Mayret, Vilma Espin whom Raúl had married in January and two senior PSP advisors. The group met every night at the house in Tarara to discuss changes and additions to the proposals drafted by the PSP team at Garcia Valls's house. Alfredo Guevara told Tad Sulk, Fidel's biographer, that they usually worked until dawn, at which point Fidel would come and change everything. But gradually, the project began to take shape. All the while, absolute secrecy was maintained from the ministers in Urrutia's government. Certainly, the putative agriculture minister, Humberto Saray Marin, was not invited to attend. At the same time, Che was attending the long-range unity talks between the rebel army and the PSP at Fidel's house. The group's need to maintain a low profile helps explain Che's reaction to a magazine article mentioning that he was now living in a luxurious confiscated villa. He responded vehemently in Revolucion. I must clarify to the readers of Revolucion that I am ill, that I did not contract my sickness in gambling dens or staying up all night in cabarets, but working more than my body could withstand, for the revolution. The doctors recommended a house in a quiet place away from daily visits. I was forced to live in a house that belonged to representatives of the old regime because my salary of $125 as an officer of the rebel army does not permit me to rent one sufficiently large to house the people who accompany me. The fact that it is the home of an old Batistiano means that it is luxurious. I chose the simplest, but at any rate it is still an insult to popular sentiments. 2 months later, when his health was better and the agrarian reform law had been completed, Che moved to a much humbler house in the countryside near the inland village of Santiago de Las Vegas, on the other side of Havana. The secret conclaves had coincided with the arrival of the new American ambassador, Philip Bonsall, who made the optimistic appraisal that Castro could be handled. The military intelligence establishment thought otherwise, and on March 10, Eisenhower's National Security Council discussed the possibility of bringing another government to power in Cuba. Whether or not Fidel was a communist, most American political analysts now felt he was a loose cannon who had to be reined in before he could do real damage in Cuba and the region. Some politically moderate Latin American leaders who had previously supported him lent their voices to this growing consensus. Both José Figueres, the Costa Rican president, and Romulo Betancourt, in Venezuela, confided their suspicions to the Americans that the communists already had a firm grip in most of the vital areas in Cuba. All the while, however, Fidel continued his vigorous public denials of communist inclinations. He invited hundreds of reporters to Havana in a lavish public relations campaign dubbed Operation Truth, which was aimed at countering negative publicity. There was a lot of negative publicity to counter. Fidel had recently intervened with the Cuban branch of the International Telephone and Telegraph Company in order to investigate irregularities in its operations, as Che had urged in his speech in January. He had publicly excoriated the visiting President Figueres, a wartime ally, for suggesting that Cuba should side with the United States in the Cold War confrontation, accusing him of imperialistic tendencies. He had made wild-sounding predictions about the Cuban economy, going so far as to claim that within a few years, Cuba's standard of living would surpass that of the United States. The revolutionary tribunals had continued unabated, and he had caused an international scandal by ordering the retrial of 44 Batista airmen who had been acquitted of bombing civilians. The tribunals were alienating the influential Cuban Catholic community, and Catholic militants who had been active supporters of the bid to oust Batista were becoming nervous about the revolution's leftward slide. The universities were alarmed about Fidel's apparent lack of regard for the hallowed tradition of academic autonomy, and a crackdown on press freedom seemed likely. Plans were underway to create a revolutionary press that would cast Fidel's actions in a more favorable light. Jorge Ricardo Massetti, the Argentine journalist who had become so enamored of Cuba's revolution, was back in Havana, along with his Uruguayan counterpart, Carlos Maria Gutierrez. Both men held talks with Che over the creation of an independent international Cuban news agency, to be modeled on Perón's ill-fated Agencia Latina. Che's objective, like Perón's, was to break free of such Yankee capitalist news monopolies as the AP and UPI. In a few months' time, with $100,000 from unused July 26 bonds collected during the war, Cuba's own Prensa Latina was founded. Massetti became the first editor-in-chief, and an impressive roster of correspondents around the world was assembled. Within a few months, another Sierra convert, the American journalist Robert Tabor, was also helping out the revolution's propaganda effort through the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, a pro-Castro U.S. lobbying group that was supported by liberal left intellectuals such as Carlton Beals, C. Wright Mills, I. F. Stone, and Allen Ginsberg. Along with his practical and, at times, Machiavellian approach to problem-solving, Fidel had begun to exhibit an unsettling penchant for embracing bizarre economic schemes that would solve Cuba's problems. He had dreamed up a project to drain the Ciénaga de Zapata, a vast swamp delta on the southern coast, and open it to rice farming. More important, his impolitic remarks about increasing Cuba's sugar harvest as a way to boost employment had already contributed to a fall in world sugar prices as futures investors bet on an impending market glut. In fact, the 1959 harvest, or zafra, was larger than usual, producing 5.8 million tons. Some of Fidel's more outlandish proposals may have been born of simple desperation. Batista-era corruption, last-minute theft, and capital flight had stripped Cuba's treasury, leaving little more than $1 million in reserves, a public debt of $1.2 billion, and a budgetary deficit of $800 million. The million-member-strong Cuban labor union, the Confederación de Trabajadores Cubanos, CTC, once a major communist bastion, had been co-opted by Batista, but Fidel was beginning to engineer a purge under the newly appointed union leader, David Salvador. The constant reminders of imminent agrarian reform were making landowners and agricultural investors nervous, and capital investment began grinding to a halt. In March, Fidel pushed through a bill that lowered rents by 50% and expropriated vacant land. Tariffs were imposed on a range of imported luxury goods, laid-off workers began striking for reinstatement, and other workers demanded pay raises. Increasingly uncertain about the future, a growing stream of affluent and middle-class Cubans began packing up to leave for new lives abroad. Most of them went to that venerable haven of Cuban exiles only 90 miles away, Miami. On April 14, the American Deputy Chief of Mission in Havana, Daniel Braddock, sent to Washington a new confidential action copy dispatch, Growth of Communism in Cuba. He warned that since the fall of Batista, the PSP had emerged from hiding to achieve a semi-legal status which will probably become fully legal as soon as political parties register. The party has increased its membership during these past 3 months by at least 3,000 and is still growing. Offices have been opened in every section of Habana and in most of the towns in the interior. The cable went on to warn that the Cuban armed forces were a primary target of the communist infiltration. La Habana appears to be the main communist center, and its commander, Che Guevara, is the most important figure whose name is linked to communism. Guevara is definitely a Marxist if not a communist. Political indoctrination courses have been instituted among the soldiers under his command at La Habana. Material used in these courses, some of which the embassy has seen, definitely follows the communist line. Guevara enjoys great influence with Fidel Castro and even more with the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Commander Raúl Castro, who is believed to share the same political views as Che Guevara. Orlando Borrego recalled that he was typical of many of the men at La Habana at the time, young former rebels with little ideological education. From the political perspective, Borrego said, "During those first months we were very confused. The rumors had begun that the revolution was going to be socialist. This was discussed among the troops and I was one of those who said, no, it can't be. And what was socialism, anyway? I didn't understand. The widespread impression was that communism was bad. We wanted a revolution that was just, that was honorable, that would serve the interests of the nation and all of that, but would have nothing to do with communism. But we also said, well, if Che and Fidel are communists, then we are too, but it was out of a sense of devotion to them, not because of any ideological position." Borrego served as a judge in the trial of a former police chief, General Hernando Hernandez. During the trial, the defendant gave him a copy of Boris Pasternak's book Dr. Zhivago. Borrego had no idea who Pasternak was, and, in all innocence, he showed the book to Che. Che looked at it and he began to laugh, Borrego recalled. "What an ignoramus you are," he said. He explained to me who Pasternak was and what he revealed about the Stalin era. That man had made me the gift intentionally, to see if I would comprehend all that was negative about the Soviet Union. Until that time Che had undertaken little direct political orientation in the sense of the socialist idea with us, Borrego said. But around February or March, he began to have meetings with us, the officers, in a little hall there in La Habana. They were political orientation talks. He didn't call them that, but that's what they were. Che placed special emphasis on the idea that the seizure of power was not the most important revolutionary goal. He told us that the most difficult and complex task was beginning at that moment, Borrego said. It was the stage where a distinct society would be built. He didn't speak of communism, or of socialism, but he began to introduce, from a historical perspective, revolutionary ideas on an international scale. One day, in front of a map, he explained about the Soviet Union, the countries of the socialist bloc, what role Lenin had played, and he began to transmit to us Lenin's ideas, saying that there were valuable lessons to be learned. Borrego said that he and his comrades left the seminar that day saying to one another, "This reeks of communism." But by now, they were more intrigued than frightened by the new ideas. Once Che had broken the ice among his junior officers, Armando Acosta, his regimental deputy, took over the job of indoctrination. He was very clever, very intelligent in the way he explained things to us, Borrego recalled. He clarified things in revolutionary terminology without talking about communism, stressing above all the need for unity between revolutionaries, that there could be no political divisions. Acosta's talks and Borrego's close daily working contact with Che soon gave him an ideology. The real moment of truth for him came in April, when a wealthy Cuban businessman, his employer before he had joined the war, offered him a well-paying job in Guatemala. Tempted, Borrego told Che about the offer and asked his advice. Che told Borrego to think seriously about his priorities because he was playing a vital role in the revolution. He should mull the offer over for a few days and then come back when he had made up his mind. Borrego did as he was told and decided to stay in Cuba. Che had established a great deal of influence over me very quickly, Borrego said. Orlando Borrego would become one of Che's most trusted personal friends and protégés. He was part of a loyal coterie of disciples who were followers of Che rather than of any political credo. By the spring of 1959, Che had begun to gather several such men around him. Yet, far from being sectarian, he dealt respectfully with many of the defeated former army officers at La Cabana during the transition to the rebel army's control, even as he sent others to die before the firing squad. That Che, an ideologically committed man so close to Fidel, inspired such an unusual degree of loyalty among his soldiers was troubling to the Americans. He was a dangerous foe indeed. And, as the cables from the embassy in Havana show, they knew this very early in 1959. Che Guevara had emerged as a figure of special attention in Moscow also. In January 1959, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the USSR sent an undercover agent to Havana to take soundings and explore the possibility of establishing relations with the new regime. His first point of contact, it was agreed, should be with Che. The agent's name was Alexander Alexeyev. Tall, bespectacled, and gregarious, with a strong, angular face, Alexeyev was a 45-year-old KGB agent working under diplomatic cover at the Soviet embassy in Buenos Aires when he was recalled to Moscow in August 1958. Early in his intelligence career he had served in the Spanish Civil War and in the Great Patriotic War of 1941 to 1945. He specialized in Latin America. In 1957, when he was still in Argentina, Alexeyev had begun hearing about Che from friends at Buenos Aires University. They were revolutionaries, he recalled, and were always talking about Che with pride. Their compatriot was fighting with Fidel. Alexeyev was suspicious about Fidel's true political inclinations and, he admitted later, had not given Cuba his full attention. I didn't think much about the Cuban Revolution. I thought it would be like any other bourgeois Latin American revolution. I wasn't sure it was a very serious thing. Once he was back in Moscow, Alexeyev was named head of the Latin America Department of the Committee for Cultural Relations with Foreign Countries. He took up his post in December 1958. Within weeks of the Cuban revolutionary victory and Moscow's recognition of the new regime, his boss, Yuri Zhukov, who was in direct contact with Premier Nikita Khrushchev, came to see him. "Alexandra, I think you should travel and see what kind of revolution this is," Zhukov said. "It seems to be anti-American and it seems worthwhile that one of you go there. You are the best candidate because you know Spanish. You were in Argentina, Che is Argentine, and there are ways to establish contacts." Yuri Paparov, who had been working in the same department as Alexeyev since his own recall from Mexico a year earlier, remembered his colleague's reaction. He didn't want to go. He said he didn't want to talk to those bourgeois revolutionaries. Paparov advised Alexeyev to put aside his reservations because it would be good for his career, an argument that Alexeyev found convincing. A request for a visa was channeled through the Cuban embassy in Mexico City. It was a journalistic visa, since no actual diplomatic links had been established between Cuba and the Soviet Union. In late January, some high-ranking Cuban PSP officials arrived in Moscow. The delegates, headed by Juan Marinello and Severo Aguirre, had officially come for a Communist Party Congress, but their journey had another purpose as well. They were to try to convince the Kremlin that Cuba's revolution was an opportunity not to be missed. Their praise left Alexeyev unmoved, however. He attributed it to the euphoria they felt after years of oppression under Batista. As he waited for his visa, Alexeyev spent his time monitoring Cuban news reports and, to bolster his false resume, making favorable broadcasts about Cuba's revolution over Radio Moscow's Spanish-language Latin America service. As time passed, his cynicism evaporated, and he began to experience some of the enthusiasm he had felt as an 18-year-old in the embattled Spanish Republic 20 years earlier. Still his Cuban visa didn't come. The months dragged by, spring turned into summer, and Alexeyev was still waiting. Georgy Kornienko, a high-ranking Soviet official who worked in the Central Committee's information department at the time, also recalled that the Soviets became enthusiastic about Cuba only after Castro's victory. I remember in January 1959, when Castro proclaimed a new regime, Kornienko said. Khrushchev asked the department, "What kind of guys are these? Who are they?" Nobody knew how to answer his question, not the intelligence services, not the Foreign Relations Ministry, not the International Department of the Central Committee. We didn't know who these guys in Havana were. We sent a telegram to our office abroad, later to intelligence and others. A few days later, we received a telegram from one of the Latin American capitals, I think Mexico, with some information about Castro and his people. And there was information to the effect that, if not Fidel himself, maybe Raúl, very possibly Che, and some other people close to Fidel had Marxist points of view. I was present when this information was given to Khrushchev. "If it's really like this," he said, "if these Cubans are Marxists and if they develop some sort of socialist movement there in Cuba, it would be fantastic. It would be the first place in the Western Hemisphere with a socialist or pro-socialist government. That would be very good for the socialist cause." But other evidence indicates that the Kremlin did not suddenly discover Cuba after reading news reports of the revolution. Contacts between the exiled PSP leadership and the Kremlin had been maintained throughout the two-year civil war, and a Soviet journalist and a trade union delegation had visited Havana in January 1959. Moscow's quick decision to recognize the new regime, the arrival of high-level PSP officials in Moscow so soon after Batista's downfall, the contacts between Cuban communist officials and Fidel, Raúl, and Che in the Sierra, not to mention their prior contacts in Mexico with Soviet officials such as Yuri Paparov and Nikolai Leonov, both of whom would soon re-emerge as Soviet emissaries to Cuba, all suggest a Soviet interest in Cuba's revolution prior to the rebel victory. The Kremlin's policy on Cuba seemed to have been ratcheted up sometime in mid-1958, after the defeat of the army offensive in the Sierra Maestra had increased the rebels' prospects of victory. That said, there was certainly lingering skepticism about Castro's revolution in the Kremlin, for what had happened in Cuba was not in the Soviet playbook. The revolution was not the result of PSP strategy, the party was not in control, Fidel Castro was still an unknown quantity. Even if signs were promising, Fidel had allowed the party to play a role, and the men closest to him, Che and Raúl, were Marxists. The jury was still out. Meanwhile, there were good reasons for the foot-dragging in Havana over Alexiev's visa. It was not an opportune time to authorize an eyebrow-raising journalist's visa to a known Soviet intelligence official. More to the point, the Cuban chancellery was still, although not for much longer, in the hands of Roberto Agramonte, an anti-communist ortodoxo, who would hardly have viewed such a request with equanimity. An abrupt loss of faith in Fidel's political allegiances by his allies, many of whom still believed he was merely biding his time before moving against the scheming, opportunistic Reds, might provoke a violent schism he could not contain. Even more important, Fidel needed breathing space from the potentially most dangerous quarter of all, the United States. Of necessity, his first foreign policy objective had to be to secure some sort of modus vivendi with Washington. Che, by contrast, wanted nothing to do with the United States and had already begun to prepare for what he saw as an inevitable showdown with Washington. In this he was seconded by Raúl. Both favored a sharp radicalization in revolutionary policy, a final consolidation of power, and a break with the West. On April 15, Fidel flew to Washington to serve as the keynote speaker at the annual convention of the American Society of Newspaper Editors. He was accompanied by a large entourage that included his most conservative, pro-American government economic ministers and financial advisors. The radicals, Che and Raúl, were left behind. In spite of Fidel's repeated insistence that he was not going to ask Washington for economic aid in the time-honored tradition of new Latin heads of state, his traveling companions believed it was one of the primary motives of his trip. "Let them bring it up," Fidel said, "and then we'll see." Dressed in his guerrilleros fatigues, Fidel gave a well-received speech at the National Press Club in Washington and had an amicable lunch with the acting Secretary of State, Christian Herter. John Foster Dulles, who had been diagnosed with cancer, resigned the day Fidel arrived. He spoke before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, appeared on Meet the Press, and paid homage at the Lincoln and Jefferson memorials. Fidel was on his best behavior and bent over backward to dispel Americans' fears, reaffirming his commitment to foreign investment in Cuba and insisting that his agrarian reform law would affect only neglected or unused lands. He urged more American tourism and expressed his hope that the United States, the biggest buyer of Cuba's sugar, would increase the sugar quota, the amount of sugar Cuba was legally permitted to export to the United States in any given year. Cuba would, of course, honor its mutual defense treaty with the United States and continue to allow the U.S. Navy to use the Guantanamo base, and while it might come as a surprise to those in the know back in Havana, he was also opposed to communism and in favor of a free press. Everywhere he went, Fidel was followed by reporters. With his beard and uniform, he was an exotic departure from the politicos of the day, and his habit of going on spontaneous walkabouts to meet with ordinary citizens added to his charisma. He loved the attention, although in private meetings his ego took a bruising. The powerful figures he met with were patronizing, brimming with unwanted advice and stern warnings, as if he were an intemperate adolescent who, by dint of luck, had found himself in a position of power better suited to someone older and wiser. Repeatedly he found himself besieged by questions about his purge trials and executions, and probed about a timetable for elections. On both of these issues, he stood firm. The people, he said, demanded the tribunals and punishment of war criminals. As for elections, he thought that more time, perhaps 4 years, would be needed before Cuba was ready. President Eisenhower arranged to be out of town during Fidel's stay, going off to Georgia for a golfing holiday and leaving Vice President Richard Nixon to stand in for him. They had a private talk in the Capitol building that lasted 2.5 hours. Afterward, both men were polite in public, but the talk had not gone well, and each emerged with a negative impression of the other. As Nixon later told Eisenhower, Castro either was a communist himself or he was a dupe, incredibly naive about the communist influence in his government, an appraisal that was to have serious consequences for U.S. Cuban relations. If Fidel had hoped for some sign of a more enlightened American policy toward Cuba, he was disappointed. If he had entertained genuine hopes of being offered some American economic aid, Nixon had dashed them by announcing that none would be forthcoming. Tactlessly, he had advised Fidel to apply the policies of Puerto Rico's governor, who had encouraged private investment in his territory to improve economic conditions there. The notion that Cuba might benefit from the lessons of Puerto Rico, a small and heavily subsidized U.S. territory, was insulting, and Fidel had reacted by telling Nixon that the days of the Platt Amendment, when the United States had the right to intervene in Cuba, were over. Fidel must have come away from the meeting convinced that the Americans would be satisfied only if he towed their line, at the expense of Cuba's sovereignty. On April 21, after giving a talk at Princeton, Fidel agreed to a meeting with a CIA official in New York who had asked Rufo Lopez Fresque to act as go-between. They spoke in private for more than 3 hours. The CIA man, Gary Droller, a German-American émigré who used the alias Frank Bender, told Lopez Fresque afterward that he was convinced Castro was an anti-communist and that they had agreed to exchange information about communist activities in Cuba. Lopez Fresque was to be their liaison. Most likely, Fidel used the meeting to give the CIA and his traveling companions the impression that he was biding his time until the communists stuck their heads out far enough to be lopped off. Indeed, he spoke to one of his aides of the need to stop the executions and the communist infiltration of the government, and to another of his plans to send Che on a long trip abroad. In Boston, a few days after the meeting with Mr. Bender, Lopez Fresque was present when Fidel received a phone call from Raúl, who told his brother there was talk back home that he was selling out to the Yankees. Fidel reacted indignantly, and, If one considers the battering he was taking in defending himself to a skeptical American audience, Raoul's words must have added insult to injury. Their exchange was followed by a strange encounter between the brothers a few days later. Fidel had accepted an invitation to visit with President Kubitschek of Brazil on his way to attend an economic conference in Buenos Aires sponsored by the OAS. On April 27, en route to Brazil, Fidel's plane made a refueling stop in Houston, where Raoul and some aides met him. After a brief closed-door meeting at the airport, Raoul flew back to Havana, while Fidel proceeded on his journey south. A number of possible reasons for the meeting have been put forward. It has been said that the beardless commander of the army, Raoul, adjured his elder brother to maintain his revolutionary integrity, Hugh Thomas wrote. It seems equally probable that the main discussion was about the theme of the speeches that Raúl Castro and Guevara would make on May 1 in Cuba. Castro's biographer, Tad Sulk, on the other hand, linked the meeting to some embarrassing incidents that appeared to verify the American intelligence analysts' early warnings about official complicity in armed plots against Cuba's neighbors. On April 18, the military commander of Pinar del Rio, where most of the foreign revolutionaries were being trained, had made a display of rounding up more than 100 Nicaraguan guerrilla trainees and seizing their arms. He then made a statement saying that Fidel had forbidden such expeditions from Cuban soil. That same day in Havana, a Panamanian named Ruben Miro announced that his group planned to invade Panama within a month. A few days later, while Fidel was in Boston, Panamanian authorities captured 3 armed rebels on the coast, 2 of whom were Cuban. According to Manuel Pinheiro, this expedition was por la libre, a freelance venture that did not have prior government approval. But, approved or not, these events seriously threatened Fidel's efforts to construct a new public image in the United States. Immediately after his stop in Houston, while flying over Cuba's airspace, he made a radio broadcast condemning the Cubans involved as irresponsible and repeating that his government did not export revolution. Away from the island, Fidel could deny activity against other governments and attribute the involvement of Cubans to the revolutionary euphoria of the time. In fact, the dragnet of the Nicaraguans seems to have been a diversionary maneuver aimed at creating the impression that, far from supporting such activities, Cuba was taking steps to prevent them. But, in addition to the Nicaraguans, an anti-Trujillo Dominican rebel group was being trained in Cuba, as were some Haitians and several other nationalities. The day after Raúl and Fidel met in Houston, even Che delivered a disclaimer about the Panamanian excursion. "The revolution must be honest at all costs," he said in a televised interview on the evening of April 28, "and I must regretfully admit that Cubans participated in it. What we have to say is that those Cubans left without our permission, without our authorization, without our auspices. We are exporters of the revolutionary idea, but we do not try to be exporters of revolutions. The revolution will be fought by the people in the place where the offending government presides, with the people who must suffer that government. We are only the example, the rest is the work of the people." As usual, Che's words were carefully scrutinized by the political officers at the American embassy. And, as usual, although Che tried to be tactful, his honesty came through in the ways he dodged the tougher questions, most of which probed the issue of his political beliefs. To the first question, was he a communist, Che replied that he didn't feel such a question had to be answered directly by someone who was in public life. "The facts speak for themselves," he said. "Our way of thinking is clear, our behavior is transparent. The fact that I am not a communist affiliated with the Communist Party, as I am not, has no importance. We are accused of being communists for what we do, not for what we are or what we say. If you believe that what we do is communism, then we are communists. If you ask me if I am affiliated with the Communist Party or the Popular Socialist Party, as it is called here, then I have to say that I am not." Not surprisingly, the embassy's conclusions, sent to Washington in a confidential dispatch on May 5, were, "Statements by Escobedo Che Guevara in television appearance show communist orientation, anti-Americanism. Immediately after his TV interview, Che rushed off for a meeting with Raul, who had just returned from Houston. In view of what happened next, it seems clear that one of the main discussion points of the Castro brothers had been a decision by Fidel to halt the firing squads. Since January, an estimated 550 executions had taken place in Cuba, and the issue had been a major source of irritation for Fidel during his trip to the United States. He felt he needed to make a gesture of appeasement and earn some credit from the Americans for doing so. Che strongly opposed the decision but obeyed Fidel's order. Che wasn't in agreement, Orlando Borrego said, but when Fidel explained the measure, demonstrating the advantages and disadvantages, that it was more favorable to the revolution to halt the process, Che accepted it. He accepted it, but it bothered him as much as it did the rest of us, because there were cases we were in the middle of processing. Stopping the executions ultimately earned Fidel little credit in Washington. By now, the Americans' paramount concerns were the communist infiltration of his government, the extent of his still-to-be-announced agrarian reform bill, and mounting evidence that the Cubans were trying to subvert their neighbors. To Whiting Willauer, the U.S. ambassador to Costa Rica, Cuba's disclaimers in the Panama affair were just smoke and mirrors. Willauer, a veteran Cold Warrior and, as ambassador to Honduras, a key player in the 1954 operation against Arbans in Guatemala, cited the Panamanian incident as proof that the Cubans were up to no good. On April 30, while Fidel was still en route to Buenos Aires, Willauer sent a 7-page, single-spaced typed letter labeled Secret to Roy Robotham, the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs. It was the latest in an exchange of letters between them over Cuba, and Willauer made little effort to conceal his contempt for Robotham's dovish position. He argued for a preemptive strike against Castro. Unless there is some excellent explanation to the contrary, I find it difficult to believe that this Panamanian incident could have happened without the connivance, to say the very least, of high officials in the Cuban government, particularly in the army, Willauer wrote. This conclusion seems even more plausible in view of the fact that it is known that the army is riddled with communists and that it is generally believed that Che Guevara, among others, holds a very strong position of control. To Willauer, the Castro visit to the United States was very probably one of the most blatant soft soap jobs in recent communist history. He would be prepared to believe Castro's denials of communist links when and only when Che Guevara is sick and the other top communists are given a one-way ticket out of the country. In short, while you state in your letter that considerable progress is being made in calming down this phase of Caribbean tensions, I unfortunately find myself in complete disagreement. I feel that the situation in the Caribbean today is worse than it has ever been and that it is going to get much worse very rapidly unless the communist beachhead in Cuba is liquidated. Willauer wrote that the guts of the situation was the growing body of evidence that the communists have a very strong position of command and control in the army. This they never achieved in any effective manner in the Guatemalan situation. Willauer was right. Escobedo Guevara had watched and learned from the mistakes made by Guatemala's would-be socialist revolution, and 5 years later, he was able to apply preventive medicine before Washington could act. The Cubans were one step ahead of the Americans. Che's many reminders to Fidel of the causes for Arbans' failure had paid off. The old army was being thoroughly purged, and the new army was being staffed with trustworthy men whose loyalties and political orientation were beyond doubt. As for the rank and file, they were being politically re-educated. Arms and training would be given to the people, and a nationwide citizens' militia would be organized to bolster the regular army. By the time Washington could muster its forces, as Che knew it must, Cuba would be armed, ready, and waiting. 11. Perhaps even more than Fidel himself, Che was well on his way to becoming Washington's #1 concern in Latin America. On May 4, J. L. Topping, the political affairs officer at the American Embassy in Havana, sent a confidential cable to Washington detailing his debriefing on April 29 of Dr. Napoleon Padilla, a Cuban tobacco industry expert. Padilla had recently been in meetings with Che as a member of El Forum Tabacalera, a committee set up to explore the possibilities of increasing tobacco production and employment. He was described as a liberal, nationalistic, Catholic, and a past supporter of the revolution against Batista. I felt that he was deeply worried, and sincere in his remarks, Topping noted. Padilla says Guevara is a stupid international communist, not even a bright one. The word in Spanish is vulgar. He believes Raúl Castro is even worse. He says Guevara is violently and unreasoningly anti-American and bitterly opposed to the sale of American products, even if made in Cuba. He mentioned Coca-Cola and CADs, as well as American cigarettes. He feels that Guevara and Raúl Castro want to establish a Soviet system in Cuba, and that they will soon show their hands. Guevara talks frequently about how he controls Fidel Castro. Guevara describes the new army as a people's army, the defender of the proletariat, as the principal political arm of the people's revolution. He also says that the new army will be a principal source of indoctrination for the Cuban people, and that it will engage in useful works apparently meaning construction, harvesting, and so on, but will always be ready to spring to arms in defense of the revolution, which will inevitably be attacked by the United States. Padilla said that Guevara talked frequently about the Guatemalan incident. Guevara had said that freedom of the press was dangerous. He had pointed out that the freedom of the press in Guatemala under Arbenz had been one of the causes for the fall of the regime. He had said that freedom should be restricted in Cuba. Che was not usually described as vulgar, but most of Padilla's other observations have the ring of truth if we assume Che had spoken out intentionally to provoke Padilla. He had never lost his predilection for shocking people whom he sensed were shockable. Che's alleged bragging about controlling Fidel, on the other hand, smacks of eager-to-please speculation by Padilla, for Che was never anything but respectful of Fidel outside conversations with his closest friends. But evidently something did happen during Fidel's trip abroad to cause Che to lose patience with the pace of events. According to one report, Che gathered his group of young bodyguards and told them, "Yo sigo viaje, I'm off." Their assumption, in view of all the rumors, was that he was planning to lead an imminent guerrilla expedition against Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. If this was a possibility being considered by Che, he had a change of heart. To judge from the events that followed, his decision to stay was due to a clear signal from Fidel that he was ready to accelerate moves to build a socialist society in Cuba. Fidel's days of temporizing were coming to an end. At the economic conference in Buenos Aires, he made new headlines and disturbed his Latin American colleagues by calling on Washington to finance a MacArthur-style plan to right Latin America's economic and social ills. The price tag he came up with was $30 billion in development aid over the next decade. The United States had no intention of supporting such a scheme, and the Latin American ministers quickly fell into line with Washington. Ironically, a version of Fidel's idea would be launched 2 years later by a new U.S. president, John F. Kennedy, a $20 billion program called the Alliance for Progress. Kennedy's plan, of course, was intended to prevent more Cuban-style revolutions in the hemisphere. Within days of his return to Havana on May 7, Fidel signed the Agrarian Reform Bill into law, and INRA became a reality. The agriculture minister, Humberto Saray Marin, who had been sidelined throughout the discussions of reforms, promptly resigned. Next, Fidel officially confirmed Che's status as a commandante of the Revolutionary Armed Forces before dispatching him on an extended goodwill tour abroad. Officially, Che's mission was to increase diplomatic and commercial ties for Cuba with emerging industrial nations such as Japan and with the new non-aligned states of Africa, Asia, and Europe, most important, India, Egypt, and Yugoslavia. Unofficially, of course, Che's temporary removal from Havana helped Fidel create the impression that he was, as he had hinted in the United States, casting off the Argentine communist whom the Americans and his own July 26 aides found so troublesome. Che's trip had been on the drawing board for some time. Alfredo Menendez first learned of Che's interest in the so-called third position countries or Bandung Pact states, the core of the future non-aligned movement, during their collaboration on the agrarian reform law at Cojimar, when Che had asked for an economic analysis of Egypt, India, Indonesia, and Japan. He wanted to know what commercial relations existed between Cuba and these countries, what did we import, what we exported, and what possibilities we had to increase our trade with those countries. Menendez finished the study and gave it to Che, but he learned about the trip only when he was introduced to Fidel as our sugar man on the day of the signing of the agrarian reform law. With characteristic panache, Fidel had made the entire cabinet travel to his old guerrilla base at La Plata for the ceremony. After asking Menendez a few questions, Fidel suddenly said, "Get yourself ready, you're going on a trip with Che." The purpose of their mission was described to Menendez when he returned to Havana. Things had begun to chill with the United States, the American pressure was getting greater and Cuba wanted to open up breathing space, he recalled. The strategy of the revolution was to open relations with the greatest possible number of countries. That was the objective of the trip. It had a political and an economic objective, that is to say, to not let the revolution become isolated. This was a constant of Che's. He always told me that Arbenz fell because he had allowed himself to become isolated, and that the Cuban Revolution had to go out fighting in the international arena. Che and Aleta March were married on June 2, 1959, at the La Habana home of his bodyguard, Alberto Castellanos. From left, Raúl Castro, Vilma Espin, Che, Aleta, and Castellanos. Che and Aldeita on their wedding day, with Harry Pombo Villegas and his wife, Cristina. Before leaving, Che put his house in order. On May 22, he obtained a divorce from Hilda. On June 2, in a small civil ceremony, he and Aleta were married. There was a party at the La Habana home of his most rambunctious bodyguard, Alberto Castellanos. Ifigenio Amigiras, the new police chief of Havana, was there, and so were Harry Villegas, Celia Sanchez, and Raúl and his new wife, Vilma Espin. Camilo barged in with good-natured shouts, brandishing bottles of rum. Aleta looked pretty in a new white dress, while Che wore, as always, his olive green uniform and black beret. 2 weeks earlier, he had written to his old friend Julio El Gaucho Castro in Buenos Aires, inviting him to come to Cuba. Gaucho. This experience of ours is really worth taking a couple of bullets for. If you do come, don't think of returning, the revolution won't wait. A strong hug from the one who is called and whom history will call. Che. 21. My historic duty. On June 12, 1959, Che flew to Madrid en route to Cairo. Fidel had urged him to take Aleta along and make it a honeymoon, but he left her behind. According to Aleta, this was because of his insistence on the need for revolutionary leaders to show austerity in their personal lives. That was how he was, she said. Che's new assignment was perceived by his men in La Habana as a tronazo, or demotion, especially since it came on the heels of Fidel's order to halt the firing squads. We were really upset when we heard he was going away, Orlando Borrego recalled. We had the impression that they had stripped him as commander of the regiment. Borrego and a few others went to see Camilo Cienfuegos to complain, but Cienfuegos was unsympathetic. He said that they were soldiers and had to obey orders, and that Che would not approve of their behavior. Chastised but unmollified, they returned to La Habana. Then, apparently confirming their worst fears, they were told that the La Habana regiment was to be demobilized and sent to Las Villas. It was like the house falling down, Borrego said. Che's delegation on his trip was both tiny and eclectic. With him were his adolescent bodyguard, Lieutenant José Arguedon, his PSP aide, Pancho Garcia Valls, the sugar economist Alfredo Menendez, and a rebel army captain, Omar Fernandez. 50-year-old Dr. Salvador Villaseca, a mathematics professor from Havana University who was now on the executive board of Cuba's National Agricultural Development Bank, BANFAIC, was the oldest member of the group. Their main destinations were Egypt, India, Indonesia, and Ceylon, the key Bandung Pact states with which Cuba wanted to establish diplomatic relations and, most important, Trade ties. Japan, an important sugar importer and a heavily industrialized country, was also a high priority on the itinerary, as was Yugoslavia. The agricultural reform bill would be issued soon, and both Fidel and Che knew it was going to cause a heavy fallout with Cuba's landowners and the Americans. Alternative markets had to be found for Cuba's sugar. A few weeks into the trip, at Fidel's insistence, José Pardo Lita, a right-wing political pundit and radio commentator, joined the group. Fidel's decision to add Pardo Lita to Che's traveling caravan was curious. He had met Che only once before, in January, when he went to La Habana to inquire about the fate of Escobedo de la Fe, Batista's former information minister and a personal friend. Che had told Pardo Lita flatly that there was nothing he could do for him. The case of de la Fe was in the hands of the revolutionary tribunals, and there was plenty of evidence against him. According to Pardo Lita, Che told him, "To be frank, if it were up to me, I'd have him shot tomorrow." De la Fe's case had dragged on and become something of an issue in the Cuban media. Che had been questioned about it during his TV appearance on April 28, and had used the occasion to damn de la Fe further, pointing out that when arrested the former minister had in his possession copies of files compiled by BRAC, the notorious anti-communist police bureau created by the CIA. Orlando Borrego said that Che's inability to conclude the de la Fe case was one of the things that had most frustrated him when Fidel ordered an end to the revolutionary tribunals. Pardo Lita himself told Fidel he saw little reason why he should go off on a trade mission. He was a journalist and he knew nothing about commerce. Che doesn't know anything about it, either, Fidel replied. It's all a matter of common sense. What do you think I know about governing? Pardo Lita's inclusion in Che's entourage fit the pattern set by Fidel on his trip to the United States, when he had surrounded himself with a bourgeois right wing. It could do no harm to have an influential anti-communist along with Che to convey the impression that the mission was tame. Fidel had another motive as well. Pardo Lita was bright, well respected both as a journalist and as a former opposition politician, and his daily radio program commanded a huge audience in Cuba. In other words, in the inevitable break that was coming, Pardo Lita was going to be a problem, and it behooved Fidel to find a place where he would not be a threat. Pardo Lita suspected that both he and Che were being put out to pasture, and he said as much to Che, who did little to disabuse him of the notion. But it was Pardo, not Che, whom Fidel hoped to tempt into exile. He joined the group in New Delhi, and on his second day there, Che sounded out the idea proposed, he said, by Fidel of Pardo staying on in India as ambassador. Pardo flatly refused to even consider the offer, and Che dropped the subject. Pardo Lita traveled grudgingly with Che's mission for several weeks, through the visits to Indonesia and Japan, and as far as he could see, there were no benefits being gained. No Cuban sugar had been sold, nothing had been purchased. In early August, as the delegation turned westward, heading for Ceylon and on to Yugoslavia, Pardo Lita decided he'd had enough and told Che he was going home. Might it not be that you don't want to compromise yourself by visiting a communist country like Yugoslavia? Che asked. Pardo denied the suggestion and repeated his suspicion that Fidel had sent them both on a kind of exile's walking tour. Che was an army officer and had no choice but to follow orders. He was a private citizen and free to make his own decisions, and his decision was to quit. Pardo Lita left the group in Singapore, agreeing to hand-deliver letters Che had written to Aleta and Fidel. He dropped Aleta's letter off at the Guevara's home in the countryside outside Havana, then went to Fidel's office in the new INRA building. Fidel asked a few questions about the trip and Che's health, then opened Che's two-page letter and read it slowly. When he had finished, he wordlessly handed Pardo one of the pages, pointing with his finger to a paragraph. Pardo Lita read it, and then reread it in order to memorize Che's words. Fidel. I'm taking advantage of the quick and unexpected return of your friend Pardito to send you this. Speaking of Pardo, as you'll see, he didn't want to accept the embassy post in India. And now it seems he isn't eager to follow us to Yugoslavia. He must have his motives. I have argued a lot during these 2 months with him, and I can assure you that Pardito isn't one of us. Pardo thought that Fidel showed a perverse satisfaction in letting him read the passage. When he handed back the letter, Fidel's only comment was, "So. It seems like Che isn't very fond of you." Pardolito would meet Che several more times, and he would have to intervene for another friend in trouble with the revolution. But that problem and Pardolito's own crisis lay ahead, and for now he resumed his activities as a radio commentator, increasingly worried about Cuba's political direction. Che's commercial mission, meanwhile, continued its apparently fruitless perambulations across Asia and North Africa to Europe. 2. Despite its apparent aimlessness, Che's trip had an important subtext. Fidel wanted to sell sugar to the Soviets as a prelude to establishing trade relations with Moscow and the Communist bloc. In and of itself, such a trade deal shouldn't have raised eyebrows. The USSR had been a traditional, if minor, purchaser of Cuban sugar, averaging 500,000 tons annually even after Batista had severed relations with the Soviets in 1952. But, according to Alfredo Menendez, the PSP sugar expert who traveled with Che, the last sugar sale to Moscow, in 1956, had been permitted only after Washington gave the go-ahead. If that was true, it underscored the cruel reality of Cuba's role as a virtual economic vassal state to the North Americans. Since the United States was the world's largest sugar consumer, it had enormous leverage over not just the Cuban economy but its politics and foreign policy as well. Given U.S. suspicions about the political direction of the Cuban Revolution, it was important to keep any negotiations with the Soviets as discreet as possible. Menendez was to be the point man in negotiations that he hoped would fulfill what he called an old aspiration of the Popular Socialist Party, to break free of Cuba's dependency on the United States once and for all. In 1959, he said, Cuba had the capacity to produce 7 million tons of sugar. The U.S. bought a little under 3 million tons, although it had the capacity to buy more. And so we wanted to change the market. The first objective, that of selling sugar to the Soviet Union, was with a view to expanding our markets. Not only with the Soviet Union, but with the rest of the socialist countries. It was a strategy. To pursue that strategy, Fidel first cleverly covered his bases. On June 13, the day after Che's mission left Havana, Fidel called on the United States to increase the quota for imports of Cuban sugar from 3 million to 8 million tons. The offer to buy all of Cuba's sugar was immediately turned down, as Fidel no doubt anticipated, but it put the rest of the world on notice that Cuba was looking for customers. And indeed, a year later, when Nikita Khrushchev agreed to buy almost all of Cuba's sugar at above world prices, Fidel could maintain he had offered it first to the Yankees. Che's initial contacts with the Soviets were made in Cairo, before Pardolito joined the group. Che was in charge of making the approach to sell the sugar, while Menendez handled the details. Those details were hammered out in secret over the next month of travel, with Menendez making 2 trips back to Havana to consult with Fidel. By late July, the Soviets had agreed to buy 500,000 tons of Cuban sugar, to be negotiated at a neutral site London, where the Soviets had a big trade mission and the deal could be done under the auspices of an international sugar brokerage firm. By doing it in London, Menendez explained, it could go through without being noticed and we didn't give it any political connotation. While the sugar sale itself later became public, the complex prior negotiations between Che and the Soviets never appeared in the official chronology of Che's 1959 goodwill mission. The reason for the omission is fairly obvious. The sugar negotiations were an important first step in the secret talks leading up to Cuba's alliance with the Soviet Union and are very much at odds with official Cuban history, which maintains that the Castro regime was pushed into the Soviet camp because of the United States' hostility and aggression. The visa of Alexander Alexeyev, the KGB man who had been cooling his heels in Moscow since January, was now suddenly approved. The Cubans put TASS correspondent in my passport, Alexeyev said. They told me they had done it because they were still afraid to invite an official of the Soviet Union. Alexeyev left for Cuba in September, taking a circuitous route via Italy and Venezuela, and finally arriving in Havana on October 1. The tempo of the delicate dance between the Cubans and Soviets would now pick up. 3. Che had returned to Cuba only 3 weeks earlier. His trip had lasted almost 3 months and taken him to 14 countries. He had met and conversed with heads of state Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, Sukarno in Indonesia, Tito in Yugoslavia, and Jawaharlal Nehru in India. He had been cheered by crowds in Gaza and Pakistan, toured factories and cooperative farms, and witnessed for himself the conditions of life in a part of the world where the old colonial empires were disintegrating. His mission, he told the press, had been a success, for he had seen for himself that the Cuban Revolution was respected and admired by people around the world. Diplomatic and trade relations had been established with a number of countries, and he was confident that Cubans would soon see their benefits. Che followed up his public statements with a series of short, informative articles published in Verde Olivo. Occasional traces of irony and lyricism filter through, but for the most part Che's travel accounts are dry. His companions, however, had florid tales to tell of their iconoclastic chief, most of them featuring his disrespect for protocol. Some of the memorable vignettes were later written up by Pardo Lutta. In New Delhi, Che's meeting with his old hero Nehru took place over a sumptuous luncheon at the government palace. As Pardo retold it, Che was on his best behavior, wearing a gabardine dress uniform for the occasion instead of his usual olive green fatigues. He quipped irreverently to his companions as he entered the palace, "I think I'm pretty elegant enough, anyway, to dine with the gentleman Prime Minister of the most underdeveloped country on earth." Nehru, his daughter Indira, and her young sons, Sanjay and Rajiv, were all in attendance. Che smiled politely while the venerable Indian Prime Minister described each exotic dish being served. The banquet went on in this banal fashion for more than 2 hours, and finally Che could stand it no longer. "Mr. Prime Minister," he said, "what is your opinion of Communist China?" Nehru looked at him absently and replied, "Mr. Commandante, have you tasted one of these delicious apples? Mr. Prime Minister, have you read Mao Zedong? Ah, Mr. Commandante, how pleased I am that you have liked the apples." Che later wrote that Nehru displayed the amiable familiarity of a patriarchal grandfather and a noble interest in the struggles and vicissitudes of the Cuban people, but, in fact, Che felt that there was little to be learned from the founding fathers of modern India. The Nehru government was unwilling to embark on a radical agrarian reform program or to break the powers of the religious and feudal institutions that Che felt kept India's people mired in poverty. In Jakarta, Che fell in with a congenial compatriot, the Argentine ambassador, who regaled him with stories about Sukarno's Sybaritic lifestyle, how he lived like a monarch and maintained a harem of women of different nationalities. His current favorite, Che was told, was a Russian woman, a gift from Nikita Khrushchev. When Che went to Sukarno's palace for a meeting, the Argentine envoy went along as his interpreter. Sukarno insisted on showing off his private collection of paintings, and the tour went on and on. Pardo could tell that Che was getting restless. Finally, Che broke his silence. "Well, Mr. Sukarno, in this entire tour we still haven't seen the little Russian girl, who they say is the best thing in your collection." Fortunately, Sukarno didn't understand Spanish. The Argentine ambassador nearly fainted with shock and disbelief, but recovered in time to invent a question about the Indonesian economy. Alfredo Menendez recalled Che's reaction when he was told by the Cuban ambassador in Tokyo that he was expected to go the next day to lay a wreath at Japan's Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, commemorating the men lost in World War II. Che reacted violently. "No way I'll go. That was an imperialist army that killed millions of Asians. Where I will go is to Hiroshima, where the Americans killed 100,000 Japanese." The diplomat spluttered and told him it was impossible, that it had already been arranged with the Japanese chancellor. Che was adamant. "It's your problem, not mine," he said. "You made the arrangements without my authorization, and now you can go and undo it." Japan was one of the most important stops. Che spent much of his time there touring the factories of electronics companies such as Mitsubishi and Toshiba. The Japanese bought 1 million tons of sugar on the world market, a third of it from Cuba, and Che hoped to raise the Cuban share. His idea was to propose that the Japanese could pay for anything over their present quota in yen. The money would remain in Japan and be spent by Cuba on Japanese products. Che asked for a meeting to be arranged with the Japanese foreign trade minister. Che made the proposal, Menendez recalled, but the man said he couldn't agree to it, that their economy was open, they would continue to buy sugar, but without any obligations. "You're under pressure from the fair-haired northerners, aren't you?" Che said. And the Japanese said, "It's true," at which Che told him there was no problem. He understood. Che's personal security was a matter of concern to his companions. Before leaving Havana, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, the PSP leader, had told Alfredo Menendez that he was worried because Che was not taking many bodyguards. The only military men going along were José Arguedan and Omar Fernandez, and they were traveling unarmed. "We don't have any intelligence that there are plans to shoot him," Rodriguez said, "but you guys with him should take precautions. Don't leave him alone for a minute. And pick up some weapons in Europe on your way." Menendez bought 2 Colt pistols in Madrid. Arguedan, who never strayed from Che's side, carried the pistols throughout the trip, no difficulty in those pre-hijacking days, and as an additional security measure, one of the men, usually Pancho Garcia Valls, always shared Che's bedroom. The arrangements worked well enough until Che and Dr. Villaseca were invited to a diplomatic reception in Tokyo that Arguedan could not attend. The venerable professor was pressed into duty. Both pistols were stuck into his belt under his formal jacket. Che's companions found his austerity at times stifling. In Osaka, Pardo recalled, they were invited by the Cuban consul to make a nocturnal visit to a famous cabaret, the Metropole, which was said to employ 600 women. Che said he was not interested, and he ordered the uniformed men to stay behind. Only the civilians Pardo and Villaseca could go, if they wanted, and risk having a time photographer take their picture and create a scandal, showing how the members of the Cuban delegation spend the people's money partying and getting drunk with whores. Another evening, Che found that part of his entourage had vanished. When asked where the men were, Menendez told Che he didn't know. "They're out whoring, aren't they?" Che said. Menendez insisted he really didn't know, and Che seemed to relent. "I know what it's like to putere," he said. "I whored round in my youth, too." Occasionally, Che loosened up in a more public fashion. He drank a lot of sake in a traditional Japanese geisha house and even went so far as to playfully mimic the geisha's dance steps. In the living room of the Chilean ambassador's residence in Delhi, he surprised his host by abruptly standing on his head to demonstrate his knowledge of yoga. But the pressure of having to maintain a rigid public posture gradually wore him down. During a flight over India, Che wrote to his mother about his frustration with the official straitjacket. "Dear Vieja, my old dream to visit these countries takes place now in a way that inhibits all my happiness. Speaking of political and economic problems, giving parties where the only thing missing is for me to put on a tuxedo, and putting aside my purest pleasures, which would be to go and dream in the shade of a pyramid or over Tutankhamun's sarcophagus. On top of that, I am without a lady whom I couldn't bring because of one of those complicated mental complexes I have." Egypt was a diplomatic success of the first magnitude. The embassies of all the countries of the world came to the farewell reception we gave, and I saw firsthand how complicated diplomacy can be when the papal nuncio shook hands with the Russian attaché with a smile that was really beatific. Now India, where new protocolar complications produce in me the same infantile panic in deciding how to respond to greetings. Then, as always with his mother, he became introspective. "Something which has really developed in me is the sense of the collective in counterposition to the personal, I am still the same loner that I used to be, looking for my path without personal help, but now I have a sense of my historic duty. I have no home, no woman, no children, nor parents, nor brothers and sisters. My friends are my friends as long as they think politically like I do, and yet I am content. I feel something in life, not just a powerful internal strength, which I always felt, but also the power to influence others, and an absolutely fatalistic sense of my mission, which strips me of all fear. No one has ever defined the essence of what made Che Guevara unique better than he did himself in this rare, private moment of truth. But then, as usual, he defensively pulled back from his reverie. I don't know why I am writing you this, maybe it is merely longing for a letter. Take it as it is, a letter written one stormy night in the skies of India, far from my fatherland and loved ones. A hug for everyone, Echo Beto. Che may have longed for Aleda, but he resisted his desire to be with her. His tendency toward self-denial baffled and intrigued Fidel, who kept trying to moderate it. Aleda recalled that while Che was in Japan, Fidel summoned her to his office. He had arranged a long-distance telephone call with Che, and he suggested again that Aleda join him. Che refused again. Fidel tried later, when Che was in Morocco, to no avail. One night in Tokyo, Che and the others gathered in a hotel room to talk, tell stories, and philosophize. According to Alfredo Menendez, Che veered the conversation onto an odd topic, the significance of which Menendez realized only much later. Che started talking about his projects, but I never associated it with a real plan. He said, there's an altiplano in South America, in Bolivia, in Paraguay, an area bordering Brazil, Uruguay, Peru, and Argentina where, if we inserted a guerrilla force, we could spread the revolution all over South America. 4. A great many changes had occurred in Cuba in Che's absence. Fidel now had more political power, but the atmosphere was tenser and more polarized than ever. The agrarian reform law had begun to have heavy repercussions. The first seizures of land had been made, and the government was hedging on compensation, offering low-interest bonds to affected landowners instead of ready cash. The United States had issued a note of warning so far left unanswered by Fidel that it expected all American landowners to be compensated promptly. The wealthy cattlemen of Camagüey who were affected mounted a campaign against the land interventions, and the province's popular military commander, Huber Matos, joined them. He denounced the communist encroachment in the armed forces and INRA. Matos was emerging as the chief spokesman for the July 26 movement's anti-communist wing as the dispute with the ascendant PSP became increasingly acrimonious. Following the resignation of the agriculture minister, Saray Marin, Fidel had continued to clean house. Political moderates in the cabinet had been getting the shove, and loyal Fidelistas were taking their places. Even Fidel's old friend Luis Orlando Rodriguez, who had helped found Radio Rebelde in the Sierra Maestra, was dropped as interior minister. Foreign Minister Roberto Agramonte was fired and replaced by Raúl Roa, the OAS ambassador and former dean of Havana University's Social Sciences faculty. The Sphinx-like Roa had broken with the party in his youth, but now he became both an unswerving Fidelista and a brilliant diplomat. In mid-June, a Cuban-Dominican guerrilla expedition of some 200 fighters led by Delio Gómez Ochoa, a former July 26 commander, had landed in the Dominican Republic. The group was wiped out by Trujillo's forces. Many of the rebels were killed or imprisoned, and the survivors became fugitives. They were pursued by an anti-Castro army calling itself the Anti-Communist Legion of the Caribbean. This army, which was composed of 350-odd fighters, 150 Spaniards, 100 Cubans, and an array of right-wing foreign mercenaries, including Croatians, Germans, and Greeks, had been trained at a Dominican Air Force base. Among the Cubans in the Legion were Che's old antagonist Angel Sanchez Mosquera, former police officials from Havana, and Batista's personal pilot. Trujillo had offered to pay farmers a bounty of $1,000 per head for each rebel caught, and soon peasants, taking the Generalissimo quite literally, began appearing at Dominican army posts with burlap bags containing decapitated bearded heads and claiming the reward. The anti-communist legionnaires complained jokingly that the peasants, who eventually turned in more heads than there had been invaders, were not leaving them any Cubans to fight against. 2 weeks after the fiasco of the rebel incursion in the Dominican Republic, Fidel's Air Force chief, Pedro Luis Diaz-Lanz, defected. On July 14, he appeared before a Senate committee in Washington and denounced communist infiltration of the Cuban armed forces. President Urrutia appeared on television to rebut Diaz-Lanz's charges and, in an obvious bid to get Fidel to declare himself, stated his own firm opposition to communism. Fidel dealt an unexpected counterblow, denouncing Urrutia for attempting to break revolutionary unity and insinuating that Urrutia was in league with the traitor Diaz-Lanz. Then, as thousands of Fidelistas were trucked into Havana to celebrate July 26, Fidel resigned as prime minister and let the crowds do their work. The popular clamor for his reinstatement grew. Belatedly realizing that he had created a trap for himself, Urrutia resigned and sought asylum in the Venezuelan embassy. On July 26, Fidel reappeared in front of the crowds and assented to the people's demand that he resume his duties as prime minister. In place of the recalcitrant Urrutia, Fidel named Osvaldo Dorticos, his docile revolutionary laws minister, as the new Cuban president. Counter-revolution became a catchphrase for the activities of those who, like Urrutia, had sought to sabotage revolutionary unity. In fact, the first threats of counter-revolutionary activity had begun to appear. In addition to the force being trained in the Dominican Republic, exile groups were openly organizing paramilitary forces in Miami. After several bombs exploded and an assassination plot was uncovered in Havana, Fidel pushed through a constitutional amendment making counter-revolution a crime subject to the death penalty. In August, Trujillo's anti-communist legion was finally mobilized for an invasion of Cuba, but Fidel had prepared a surprise for them. He orchestrated a ruse with the complicity of the former Second Front commanders Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo and the American William Morgan, who tricked Trujillo into believing they were ready to lead an anti-Castro uprising. Before too long, they would be doing precisely that, but for now they were cooperating with Fidel. Gutierrez Menoyo and Morgan radioed the Dominican Republic to say their forces had seized the Cuban city of Trinidad, which was the signal for the anti-communist legion to invade. When their transport plane, flown by Batista's pilot, touched down in the countryside near Trinidad, Fidel and his soldiers were ready and waiting. Quite a few of the anti-Castro legion's fighters had been left behind in the Dominican Republic, including one who would later have a profound effect on events in Latin America, an 18-year-old military cadet named Felix Rodriguez. Rodriguez's uncle had been Batista's Minister of Public Works, and when Castro seized power his whole family fled into exile. Embittered by their misfortune, Rodriguez had left his military school in Perkiomen, Pennsylvania, and joined Trujillo's legion. He felt intense frustration about the defeat of his comrades, and when he returned to Perkiomen to finish his studies, he resolved to dedicate himself to destroying the Cuban Revolution. Most of his attempts were to prove unsuccessful, but in the course of his career he would deal some heavy blows. By the end of September 1959, Fidel faced a showdown with Huber Matos, the military commander in Camagüey, who was making no secret of his disaffection with the radically leftward turn of the revolution. Matos had urged Fidel to call a meeting of the July 26 National Directorate to discuss communist infiltration in the army and INRA. Situated as he was in the wealthy, conservative Cuban heartland, Matos posed a real threat. When Alexander Alexiev arrived in Havana on October 1, he was met by reporters from the communist daily, Hoy, and taken to the inexpensive, low-profile Hotel Sevilla in Old Havana. The next day, he met with two PSP officials Carlos Rafael Rodriguez and Raúl Valdez Vivo, who briefed him on the volatile political situation. They offered to introduce him to Blas Roca and other Politburo members, but he declined. Instead, Alexiev called Violeta Casals. Casals was a well-known actress, a communist, and a loyal Fidelista, having worked as one of Radio Rebel's announcers in the Sierra Maestra. Alexeyev had met her in Moscow during the summer, and he asked for her help in contacting Che. Casals agreed to arrange the meeting. While he waited, Alexeyev lay low, sending off a few task dispatches for appearance's sake. Che was now working in an unfinished 14-story building that had been erected by Batista to house Havana's future municipal headquarters. It overlooked the large civic square dominated by a huge white obelisk and statue of José Martí that had been renamed the Plaza de la Revolución. He was there to start up the industrialization department of INRA. Fidel was the president of INRA. Núñez Jiménez was executive director. From these offices the true Cuban Revolution was being launched. The official announcement of Che's new post would not come until October 8, but rumors had already begun to spread and were duly picked up by the American embassy. In a September 16 dispatch to Washington, the embassy had reported, "Rumors are circulating that Che is slated for an important position in the government. Most frequently mentioned are the directorship of an industrial development institute or the Minister of Commerce." In late September, Che had traveled to Santa Clara to see his old La Cabana regiment. He gathered his officers at Victor Borden's home and told them of his new responsibilities. It was not what they had expected or hoped to hear. Orlando Borrego sat in the front row. Che told us that Fidel and the revolutionary leadership had decided to create an industrialization department to develop the country. He explained to us the importance of this for the economy, and that he had been named to lead the development. This surprised us because we thought Che would once again take charge of the regiment. That he was going to the civil sector was a real blow. It sounded to Borrego as if all the rumors he had been hearing for months about Che's demotion were true. It seemed to us that Che, who had been commander of La Cabana, the chief of a regiment, was more important than this job he was telling us about. But he explained it to us with enthusiasm. He said it was a really wonderful job that he wanted to do. Suddenly, Che addressed him directly, "Borrego, do you want to come and work with me on this project?" Borrego replied that he was a soldier, and would do whatever Che asked of him. Looking pleased, Che told him, "Good, be at my house in Havana first thing in the morning." The next morning, he and Che toured the INRA building's 8th floor. Núñez Jiménez had already installed his offices on the 4th floor, and Fidel, as INRA's president, was at the top, on the 14th floor. So far, the vaunted industrialization department was only Che, his 21-year-old accountant, Orlando Borrego, and the bare concrete walls. "Well," said Che, looking around, "the first thing we have to do is finish the construction. Then, I want you to take over the administration of the department." Fidel's choice of Che for the industry job was actually not so surprising. In the Sierra Maestra, Che had been the leading proponent of self-sufficient industries, beginning with his modest bread ovens, shoe repair shops, and rustic bomb factories in El Hombrito and La Mesa. Now he wanted to extrapolate the lessons of the guerrilla experience to Cuba as a whole and, if possible, throughout Latin America. Since the rebels' victory, he had been steadily advocating the industrialization of the country and, with it, the mass militarization of its society. He expected the Americans to invade, and if that happened, the entire Cuban population would have to leave the cities and fight as a guerrilla army. Even if it didn't happen, industrialization would end Cuba's dependency on agricultural exports that were controlled by the capitalist markets, and in particular by the meddlesome United States. When Fidel made Che's INRA appointment official, he also announced that Che would be retaining his military rank and responsibilities. Orlando Borrego said that Che was excited about his new post, but there are reports that Che had hoped Fidel would appoint him to the job that went to his brother Raúl, Minister of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. If Che was disappointed, he concealed his feelings. Che's hopes that Cuba's support for armed revolution elsewhere in the hemisphere would bring early results were taking a beating. Not only had the expedition to the Dominican Republic been crushed, but the Nicaraguan force he had sponsored had also failed the test miserably. This group of 54 Cubans and Nicaraguans, led by Rafael Somaraba, the former Nicaraguan National Guard officer handpicked by Che, included Rodolfo Romero. Beginning in early June, the group's members had begun leaving Cuba, traveling separately to Honduras, where they linked up on a farm near the Nicaraguan border. The night of June 12, 13, while Che was traveling to Spain, on the first leg of his diplomatic trip abroad, Che's personal pilot, Eliseo de la Campa, had flown in a plane load of weapons for them. 3 weeks later they struck out for the border, but there must have been a chivatazo, for they were ambushed by a joint Honduran-Nicaraguan military force. 9 of the expeditionaries, including a Cuban, had been killed. Carlos Fonseca, the anti-Somoza intellectual leader, who had joined the group in Honduras, was badly wounded. The survivors were rounded up and put into a Honduran prison. Within a few weeks, however, they were released. According to Romero, this was because the Honduran president, Ramon Villeda Morales, was an admirer of Che, and his security chief, whose wife was Nicaraguan, was himself a fervent antisemicista. Romero went back to Havana. Shortly after he returned from his long foreign mission, Che summoned Romero for a private meeting. He was really angry, Romero recalled. Especially when I told him how they had fucked us. Romero blamed the fiasco on the stupidity of Somaraba, who had led them into a ravine where they were easily attacked. The truth is all these career military guys are shit, Che commented. He asked Romero to draw diagrams of the ambush site to show him exactly what had happened. You're only alive by a miracle, he said. Romero's subsequent contacts with Che were sporadic. It was decided that the Nicaraguans needed more training and field experience before they attempted another guerrilla expedition, and Romero and his comrades were subsumed into the new military counterintelligence apparatus run by Ramiro Valdez and his deputy, Barber Roja, the red-bearded Manuel Pinero Losada. Given the early setbacks, it was clear that Cuba's guerrilla support program would have to be operated in a more structured fashion. For now, Che got on with the INRA job. First, his office was built, with spaces for Aleta and for his private secretary, Jose Manresa. Then an office was built for Borrego, who still didn't have a clue what he was to be doing. Their ranks were bolstered by Cesar Rodriguez, an engineer, and the PSP official Pancho Garcia Valls. The industrialization department became a formal reality, but not even Che had a grasp of exactly how to proceed. Che hadn't been in his new office many days when Violeta Casals called him. A task correspondent was in town, she explained, and wished to meet him. Che agreed to receive the Soviet journalist, and Alexander Alexiev was told to be at Che's office at 2 o'clock in the morning on October 13. Arriving at the appointed hour, he found the office dark except for 2 lamps, one on Che's desk and one on a nearby desk where a pretty blonde woman worked in silence. We started to talk, Alexiev recalled. He was very happy when he heard I had been in Argentina just a few months before. Since I knew he was red, I talked openly, because I could see he was very open. I had a carton of cigarettes that I had brought from Argentina, and I gave him 3 or 4 packets. They were called Tejas for Texas. I said, Che, I'd like to give you something that will bring back memories. Error. He was furious. What are you giving me, he said. Tejas, do you know what that is? It's the half of Mexico that the Yankee bandits robbed. Che was so angry, Alexiev said, that he didn't know what to do. I said, Che, I'm sorry for giving you such a strange gift, but I'm pleased that now I know how you feel about the common enemy. And we laughed together. After that initial delicate moment had passed, Alexiev said, their conversation continued amiably, and quite soon they began using the informal tu to address each other. Che called him Alejandro, and he no longer addressed his host as Comandante, but called him Che. Noticing the late hour and that the woman he assumed was Che's secretary was still working, Alexeyev joked, "Che, you are such a fighter against exploitation, but I see that you exploit your secretary." He said, "Ah yes. It's true, but she's not just my secretary, she's my wife as well." It was Aleda. Their talk went until almost dawn, and toward the end Che told Alexeyev, "Our revolution is truly progressive, anti-imperialistic, and anti-American, made by the people. But we cannot conquer and maintain it without the aid of the global revolutionary movement, and above all, from the Socialist Bloc and the Soviet Union." Che emphasized to Alexeyev that this was his own personal viewpoint. Alexeyev said that he was eager to learn what the other revolutionary leaders thought. Could Che arrange a meeting with Fidel? "The problem is that Fidel doesn't like to talk to journalists," Che said. Alexeyev assured him that a talk with Fidel would not be for the press, and 3 days later, on the afternoon of October 16, he received a telephone call at his room in the Hotel Sevilla. "Mr. Alejandro Alexeyev," a voice said, "what are you doing at this moment?" "Nothing," he replied. "Good. You asked for an interview with Comandante Fidel Castro. If you are available, he will see you right now. We are coming to pick you up." Alexeyev got ready as quickly as he could. "I put on a dark suit, white shirt, grey tie, to present a diplomatic image." He took some Soviet vodka and caviar he had brought as gifts for the occasion and went down to await his escorts. 2 bearded boys with machine guns approached him in the foyer and took him to the same INRA building where he had met with Che, but this time he took the elevator to the top floor. When he stepped out, 2 more bearded men in uniform were waiting for him, Fidel Castro and Núñez Jiménez. They ushered him into Fidel's office, where they sat around a large round wooden table and began to talk. After a few minutes of polite chit-chat, Fidel asked what was in the package he had brought. Alexeyev pulled out the caviar and vodka and Fidel suggested they sample them. Moments later, as they sat drinking the vodka and eating the caviar with biscuits, Fidel, obviously enjoying himself, turned to Núñez Jiménez and, as if the idea had just occurred to him, said, "The Soviet merchandise is great, isn't it? I never tried it before. It seems to me it would be worthwhile re-establishing commercial relations with the Soviet Union." Alexeyev immediately said, "Very well, Fidel, it is as good as done. But I am also interested in cultural relations and, even more importantly, diplomatic relations." According to Alexeyev, Fidel quickly responded, "No, I don't think so, not yet. Formalities aren't important, I'm against formalisms. You have arrived, you're an emissary of the Kremlin, and we can say that we now have relations. But we can't tell this yet to the Cuban people. The people aren't ready, they have been poisoned by the bourgeois American propaganda to be against communism." Fidel cited Lenin on the revolutionary strategy of preparing the masses, telling Alexeyev he was going to heed the dictum, he would eradicate the anti-communist press campaign and, gradually, the people's prejudices, but he needed time. Until then, Alexeyev had harbored a skeptical view of Fidel, but the evidence that he had read Lenin, not too deep but pretty good, impressed him. Still, he was a bit suspicious. He stared pointedly at the gold medallion of the Virgin del Cabra, Cuba's Catholic patron saint, hanging prominently on Fidel's chest. "Alejandro," Fidel said. "Don't pay it any mind. My mother sent it to me when I was in the Sierra." Alexeyev understood that there was more to it than that. There was a strong Catholic movement in Cuba, and it did